Chapter 1. The Supreme Sign-In System. On Friday, April 9th, 2010, in New York City, near Queens Boulevard, a young Asian male, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, with short black hair, meandered aimlessly. Down the street that it was afternoon, and like many of his peers, he was strolling about, indulging in the post-meal leisure. However, his striking appearance drew several passing women, who cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Some career-oriented women, particularly those with a taste for youthful charm, approached him to initiate conversation. Yet, without exception, he declined their advances. After turning down invitations for drinks from several attractive women, he crumpled the slips of paper containing their phone numbers in his hand and casually tossed them into a nearby trash bin. Subsequently, he made his way to an outdoor CF, ordering a cappuccino. Before his coffee arrived, the young man rested his head in his hands, concealing his face from the onlookers. At that moment, a palpable excitement radiated from him. It has been 3 years. At last, the moment has arrived. He lowered his head further, feigning sleep as if seeking a brief respite. System, activate the second novice mission. Ding. Novice mission 2. Please sign in at Queens Boulevard during the battle between the Hulk and Abomination. Ding. System detection indicates that the host is at the sign-in location. At this current moment, the Hulk and Abomination are about to engage in combat. The system will automatically activate the mission once the battle commences. Countdown to battle. 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Queens Boulevard in New York is arguably the most bustling area of the borough. Daily, it attracts tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of visitors, ensuring that every shop thrives in business. The outdoor CAF where the young man sat was no exception, filled to capacity with patrons. Yet, no one would suspect that such a vibrant street was on the brink of becoming a battleground for two formidable creatures. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, and at this moment, we find ourselves at the climax of the Incredible Hulk's storyline. Certainly, no one could foresee that this very place would herald the rise of the handsome Asian youth. 3 years prior, Lynch had traversed into the Marvel Universe, becoming the adopted son of May Parker, a single woman residing in Queens. Yes, the very May Parker, and a Spider-Man. Thus, Lynch could be regarded as the cousin of Peter Parker, Spider-Man himself. Thanks to May's progressive mindset, he retained his original name. Moreover, he possessed another name for legal purposes, Lynn Parker. Initially, upon discovering his transposition into the Marvel realm, Lynch was filled with exhilaration. After all, 3 years ago, the main narrative of the Marvel Universe had yet to unfold, and Tony Stark had not yet donned the Iron Man suit. The Hulk had already emerged, but that was of little consequence. Lynch had ample time to prepare for his involvement in the unfolding saga, at long last. Having ventured into the realm of Marvel, one must undoubtedly witness the brilliance of superheroes and perhaps even embody the essence of a hero oneself, savoring the grandeur of such elevated existence. Moreover, even aside from this aspiration, one cannot help but ponder the impending alien conflict in New York years hence, as well as the fateful snap of that purple-hued titan in the distant future, in a bid to safeguard himself and his remaining 2 family members. Lynch must cultivate his strength. Lynch possesses a remarkable aptitude. His desire for power is ignited by the awakening of a golden opportunity known as the ultimate sign-in system. It is widely acknowledged that with such a boon, the path to strength is virtually assured. Thus, this scenario is indeed a classic protagonist initiation. In comparison to this, becoming the esteemed elder brother of the young Spider-Man does not weigh heavily on Lynch's mind. However, his joy is short-lived. For 3 consecutive years, he has encountered merely a singular novice sign-in task. This task emerged in the latter half of the previous year, the year that heralded the advent of Iron Man. The requirements of the novice sign-in task are quite straightforward. Visit the birthplace of Iron Man and complete the sign-in. Success in this endeavor promises rewards. Yet, Lynch's age poses a significant barrier. At 18 this year, and having just turned 17 last year, he remains a minor. His guardian, May Parker, would never permit him to venture into the war-torn lands of Afghanistan. Without his guardian's consent, Lynch cannot even procure an exit permit. Thus, he can only watch helplessly as the novice sign-in task elapses. Then, this year, the second novice sign-in task finally materializes. Though fraught with peril, the thoughts of protecting his family and the desire to ascend and behold the world from a higher vantage compel Lynch to arrive at the designated sign-in location today. Within a modest chamber on the fringes of Queens lies Mr. Blue's laboratory. As a close confidant of Dr. Bruce Banner, he is willing to devote all his resources to aid Banner in alleviating his affliction, specifically eradicating the Hulk. Indeed, in the eyes of Bruce Banner, the Hulk, born of rage, is a Maladia torment that has plagued him for 5 long years. Throughout this time, his entire existence has been ravaged by this curse. Now, Mr. Blue claims to possess a method to eliminate the Hulk, and after meticulous examination, Bruce Banner chooses to place his trust in him to guarantee this moment. He is restrained, lying upon the examination table. His girlfriend, Betty, watches him with deep concern. Banner merely smiles and shakes his head at her, signaling that there is no cause for alarm, before allowing Mr. Blue to administer the suppressor. With a sharp intake, the suppressor enters his system, causing Banner to writhe violently. His form begins to turn green, as though he is on the brink of transforming into the Hulk. Yet, in the next instant, the green hue dissipates, and he returns to his normal human appearance. Upon unlocking the restraints, Banner and Betty embrace in a surge of exhilaration. However, at that moment, a throng of soldiers bursts through the door. They apprehend Dr. Banner and Betty, escorting them to the helicopter commanded by General Ross. Leading the operation is Officer Blonsky, who will manage the subsequent developments. However, Blonsky disregarded General Ross's orders. He was consumed by a desire for power, yearning to become stronger, to possess strength akin to that of the Hulk. Thus, he threatened Mr. Blue to inject him with Dr. Banner's serum. Subsequently, he transformed into the grotesque Abomination, towering at 3 to 4 meters. Once he had become the Abomination, Blonsky sought out the Hulk to engage him in battle, determined to vanquish him. Yet, at that moment, Dr. Banner had already boarded a helicopter, poised to depart. Observing this, Blonsky stormed into Queens, wreaking havoc in an attempt to provoke the Hulk's appearance. In the distance, Lynch drained his cappuccino, tossed down a few dollars for payment, and stood transfixed, gazing at the Abomination, which resembled a demonic entity, his face betraying a look of terror. The maturity of his soul prevented him from fleeing, yet feelings of fear were inevitably stirred within him. Chapter 2. Successful Check-in, Battle Countdown. 1 minute 25 seconds. The check-in task is about to commence. Which is the true reason why Lynch is reluctant to flee at this moment. If he were to escape now, all his prior resolve would be rendered futile. At this moment, Lynch is concealed in a narrow alley beside a CAF, while the Abomination wreaks havoc merely dozens of meters ahead. It pounds the ground with its fists, overturning vehicles with ease. Several police cars have surrounded the area, and officers are exiting their vehicles to fire at the Abomination, but to no avail. With mere seconds left on the countdown, Lynch cannot help but recall the reason why Iron Man did not appear during the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. It was because Iron Man was not at home. According to news reports, Iron Man had recently traveled to Europe, seemingly for a business trip. Battle countdown. 0 minutes 10 seconds. Lynch fixates on the countdown, watching it diminish from 10 to 1, ultimately reaching 0. Ding. The host is at the designated check-in location within the allotted time, officially commencing check-in. Check-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will result in a failed check-in. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lynch has no time to ponder further. He observes a figure plummeting from the sky and crashing down before the Abomination. If all goes as expected, it should be Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive fist emerges from beneath the ground. Subsequently, the towering green giant bursts forth, confronting the Abomination. This standoff lasts mere seconds, as the two colossal beings collide with tremendous force, engaging in a fierce melee reminiscent of street brawlers. However, the Abomination holds the advantage. He is a warrior, while Dr. Banner is merely a researcher. Consequently, the Hulk gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. Lynch is engrossed in the spectacle when suddenly, a stone the size of a wash basin hurtles toward him. Oh no. Lynch swiftly retreats, narrowly avoiding the projectile. At that moment, the system emits a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rating. S-Class. Task reward. Enhancement of all physical attributes. 1 S-Class skill extraction. Upon system detection, the host has successfully checked in, and the system is now activated. Shock value system initiated. Current shock value. 0 points. Shock value? Lynch does not dwell on this too much. He suppresses his earlier anger from nearly meeting his demise and shifts his focus to this class skill extraction. He can already feel the physical enhancement reward from his successful check-in. A sudden warmth envelopes him, making his physique slightly sturdier and sharpening his mind. You currently possess 1 S-Class skill extraction opportunity. Would you like to use it? Yes. Extracting. Please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Class skill. Earth-shattering star. Skill introduction. The ability to conjure a black energy sphere endowed with immense gravitational power between the hands. When hurled into the air, it can attract nearby objects, forming a colossal, ultra-dense floating celestial body, within which the target is sealed, rendering it completely immobile. Initial usage incurs no cost, but subsequent applications will deplete physical stamina. Note: through system conversion, the majority of abilities acquired by the host consume stamina. with a minority requiring mental fortitude. S-class skill, earth-shattering star? Is this not the ultimate ability of Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, in the world of Naruto? Lynch was filled with uncontainable joy. The sign-in reward had yielded such a formidable power. Could it be that, in the future, his sign-in rewards might also bestow skills that are even more potent than this one? Moreover, the system allowed him to employ this ability without the need for chakra, which was a considerable relief for Lynch. It is well known that chakra is a resource exclusive to the denizens of the Naruto universe. As a being from the Marvel realm, how could Lynch possibly possess such a thing? However, with the opportunity to unleash the skill without initial consumption, Lynch, adhering to the adage of making the most of every opportunity, directed his gaze toward the two green giants engaged in combat not far away. He had not forgotten the incident where those monsters had sent boulders flying, nearly striking him. Lynch bore a grudge. In the past, when he had been bullied, he would devise ways to retaliate. But now, it appeared he could repay these two brutes for their recent kindness using the earth-shattering star. After some contemplation, Lynch resolved to unleash the earth-shattering star and make his escape. Having completed his sign-in, remaining there was no longer safe. Thus, he concealed himself in a corner hidden from the surveillance cameras, murmuring, "I hope this isn't a watered-down version of the earth-shattering star. Please don't let me down." With that, he raised his arm, and a small black sphere rapidly materialized in his hand before he hurled it toward the battlefield where the two green giants clashed. At that moment, due to the rampage of the Hulk and Abomination, the surroundings had been cleared. Police officers were evacuating injured colleagues and innocent civilians from the scene. Within a radius of several hundred meters, only the two battling giants, some military personnel, and a helicopter remained. Realizing that the skill he had unleashed would not harm innocents, Lynch breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned on his heel and fled towards the outskirts of Queens without looking back, thanks to his enhanced physical prowess. He sprinted away swiftly, escaping Queens in mere seconds. Suddenly, a pink beetle came to a halt before him, nearly causing Lynch to blurt out an unintended greeting. The car door swung open, revealing a familiar and beautiful face. Aunt May. Lynch greeted before being pulled into the vehicle by its owner. May Parker, appearing to be in her 30s, had displayed remarkable strength in raising Lynch after the untimely death of her husband, while also nurturing the young Peter Parker, earning her the respect of all. What on earth is happening in this world? As soon as Lynch entered the car, May Parker began to voice her frustrations while starting the vehicle, driving away from the chaos. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, May pulled over and anxiously checked Lynch for any injuries. Only after confirming that he was unscathed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Let us go home. Such terrifying events should be left to the government and superheroes to handle. With a hint of fear, she embraced Lynch and kissed his forehead before steering the car towards home. Meanwhile, Lynch glanced back at the direction of Queen Street, intrigued by the loud commotion emanating from that area. What might happen if the world of Naruto's Ten Tails were to intersect with the Marvel Universe? Chapter 3. The cataclysmic celestial phenomenon. As the 21st century dawned, the advent of the internet transformed everything. In this era of global information, significant events swiftly disseminate across the world. The fierce battle between the Abomination and the Hulk was captured on mobile phones and streamed live on YouTube. It is undeniable that regardless of the peril they face, there are always those daring enough to court danger. This vlogger, risking his life for fame and fortune, ultimately succeeded. Within mere minutes, his live stream attracted tens of thousands of viewers, a figure that continued to surge. Following the Iron Man incident, the concept of superheroes became vividly clear to the world. Now, as they observed the two rampaging giants, the audience in the stream yearned for a hero to emerge and subdue these behemoths. Indeed, in their eyes, both the grotesque Abomination and the menacing Hulk were villains. Only a figure as dashing and charismatic as Iron Man could be deemed a true superhero. Without a doubt, this was an age where appearances mattered. Suddenly, several black luxury vehicles approached from a distance. From the lead vehicle emerged a man clad in a black trench coat, sporting a single eye patch over his bald head. He was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Beside him stood Phil Coulson, a white man with a somewhat precarious hairstyle, who was Nick Fury's most trusted aide. Alongside these two were a dozen agents clad in black suits, all operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing the intense confrontation between the two green-skinned colossi, Nick Fury inquired of Coulson, "Coulson, have we ascertained the situation?" "Sir, this is a military operation. Both sides are comprised of their personnel," Coulson replied candidly. "Damn it," Nick Fury exclaimed, irate that the military had mishandled the situation, allowing chaos to endanger civilians. Coulson merely smiled, knowing he could not align himself with Fury's ire against the military, for he was merely a senior agent. "What are our orders, sir?" Coulson asked. Nick Fury gazed up at the helicopter hovering above and coldly commanded, "Evacuate the crowd. The farther the better. Who knows what might transpire next?" "Understood." As the S.H. H-I-E-L-D. Agents set about dispersing the populace. General Ross peered down from the helicopter at the two titanic creatures engaged in combat below. He ordered, "Surround them with the military. Once their battle concludes, apprehend both of them." Affirmative. With a rush, armored vehicles surged into the city, and wave after wave of soldiers disembarked. Weapons drawn, aimed at the brawl between the Hulk and the Abomination. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed a diminutive black sphere ascending rapidly into the sky. The sunlight glared down, rendering the orb inconspicuous. After Lynch departed, the black orb darted off, veering and soaring above the heads of Hulk and Abomination, ascending into the skies above their battlefield. The earth-shattering star, of course, was meant to be unleashed in the air, as the two chosen targets of Lynch's release. The black sphere would naturally hover above the heads of Hulk and Abomination. Crack. Boom. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the ground, resonating with such intensity that it drowned out the clamor generated by the battling Hulk and Abomination. The unexpected noise sent a shiver through everyone observing the battlefield at that moment. Nick Fury, who was intently watching Hulk and Abomination, nearly gasped in shock. What was happening to the ground? What lay beneath? Beside him, Coulson grasped the crux of the matter. "Director, it's not the ground, it's the sky." Hearing this, Nick Fury swiftly looked up. What he saw was the surrounding skyscrapers crumbling, debris soaring toward a small black dot in the sky. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying General Ross was involuntarily drawn toward that same dot. What on earth was going on? For the first time, a look of fear crossed General Ross's face. The pilot remained silent, wholly focused on piloting the helicopter, exerting every effort to escape. At last, the helicopter broke free from the black orb's gravitational pull and hovered in midair, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle unfold. Centered around that small dot was an insatiable gravitational force, drawing everything nearby into its vortex. Without a moment to ponder, Nick Fury barked orders, "Retreat. Everyone withdraw." The military too. However, it was already becoming too late. What transpired next was beyond Nick Fury's wildest imagination. In the parks, office buildings, highways, and residential structures along Queens Boulevard, wherever there was earth or stone, the ground began to crack rapidly, fissures sprawling across the terrain, segmenting the once uniform world into a series of grid-like sections. This was no mere earthquake. Crack. In truth, it was not an earthquake at all, for how could an earthquake be reversed? Nick Fury felt a surge of relief, having just ordered the evacuation. There was not a single soul amidst the shattered earth. Yet, what followed left him speechless. In the live YouTube stream, all comments momentarily vanished, as if the tens of thousands in the chat had been rendered speechless by the shocking event. Cracks and upheaved earth suddenly launched skyward, with the first stone, the second, the 10th, the 100th, an endless cascade of debris rushing toward the heavens, as if magnetically attracted like iron filings. At the forefront, on a massive slab of stone, Abomination and Hulk found themselves propelled skyward alongside it due to the gravitational force. Despite their desperate attempts to escape this pull, leaping between slabs with all their might, their efforts proved futile. Avoid one stone, and there were countless more. Whoosh, whoosh. The stones fell like bullets unleashed from a machine gun, competing fiercely as they struck the azure sky. In an instant, the heavens transformed into a tumultuous realm where gravity seemed to reverse. Hulk, the green giant, roared, his fury resonating with palpable hatred. Yet, mere seconds later, their cries were silenced, overwhelmed by the relentless cascade of stones descending from above. The thick accumulation of boulders reached a staggering depth of several meters, and this ominous mass continued to grow at an alarming rate. The cost of this calamity was evident as the ground beneath them sank deeper, resulting in a bizarre earthquake that wreaked havoc solely along Queens Boulevard. In the sky, the gathered stones rapidly coalesced into a singular, massive orb. Thud. Under the bright sunlight, the final colossal rock collided with the opening. Boom. The stones converged. A meteor was born. The earth regained its tranquility. Dust swirled down from the heavens, and sunlight streamed through the particles, creating luminous pathways in the air. On the ground, pedestrians, military personnel, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and countless onlookers witnessing the scene through live broadcasts, all stood transfixed, their eyes riveted to the sky. A colossal meteor hovered, defying gravity, above the borough of Queens in New York. Its immense form obscured the sun, casting vast shadows upon the earth. What is happening? Chapter 4. The ambition of the renegade. Nick Fury murmured silently, while Phil Coulson stood speechless. General Ross was left utterly astounded, as countless individuals were rendered mute by the shocking spectacle before them. Whirring sounds filled the air as news vans arrived, with throngs of reporters and cameramen carrying their equipment to the perimeter of the meteorite's impact zone. Their faces reflected a mixture of astonishment at the unfolding news and sheer terror. What was once the bustling Queens Boulevard had transformed into a vast, gaping chasm. Dominating the scene was the colossal anti-gravity meteorite hovering ominously in the sky. Most residents of Queens stared vacantly at the celestial object, their limbs and facial expressions frozen in a state of numbness. A small fraction of the onlookers fainted from sheer fright, overwhelmed by an immense wave of terror that crushed their fragile nerves beneath the looming weight of the meteorite. The sounds of the street were eclipsed, save for the music playing from nearby shops, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. It was as if the moon had suddenly descended from the heavens, its grand surface looming over the earth. In the presence of such a colossal entity, humanity, along with towering skyscrapers, appeared as nothing more than different forms of insignificant ants. A mere gentle touch with the ground could lead to countless lives lost in the kiss between Earth and the meteorite. Within his home in Queens, Lynch casually dismissed Peter Parker, who clung to his leg, and turned his gaze toward the television. The screen displayed no reporters, no commentators, only the immense celestial body captured by the camera. Moving to the window, Lynch beheld his masterpiece and found himself at a loss for words. In the face of such an exaggerated scene, all speech felt utterly inadequate. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the world would soon learn of the horrifying events transpiring in New York. Not to mention, the meteorite had been summoned by his own hand. Lynch felt a flicker of delight in wielding such formidable power, yet a greater sense of dread loomed. What if someone discovered the truth behind the meteorite's emergence? Although the skill of Earth Explosion Star was undeniably potent, the current world was not devoid of extraordinary beings. Unlike the previous realm he had known. Take, for instance, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. If she were to uncover his involvement, she could easily obliterate him. Moreover, according to the host's inquiry, if the Earth Explosion Star is unleashed again, the host's condition will be as follows. A vision flashed through Lynch's mind. In the image, he was clasping his hands together to release the Earth Explosion Star, but as the small black orb materialized, his body shrank dramatically, becoming gaunt and skeletal, resembling a mere husk. Even if he survived, he would be left in a pitiful state. The Earth Explosion Star was an S-rank skill, characterized by an exorbitant energy cost. Although the system allowed him to cast this ability without chakra, the physical stamina expended could easily reduce him to a mere shell of a man. Faced with this terrifying prospect, Lynch resolved that until his physical condition met the necessary requirements, he would never again unleash the Earth Explosion Star. However, in this scenario, Lynch himself possesses little power. He is akin to riding a bicycle while bearing a rocket launcher, capable of unleashing a formidable strike, yet uncertain if a second one is forthcoming. Nonetheless, with the presence of the sign-in system, as long as he remains steadfast in his commitment to sign in, his physical prowess will inevitably meet the requirements for unleashing the earth-shattering star. At that moment, a pair of gentle hands pulled Lynch back from the window. "Dear, could you check on your brother? He seems quite frightened after witnessing that meteorite." May Parker gazed at Lynch with tenderness, though he could perceive a hint of fear in her eyes, which she made great efforts to conceal. "Aunt May, that." Lynch raised his hand, pointing towards the celestial body above. Upon observing Aunt May's demeanor, he suddenly felt a desire to relocate the earth-shattering star from above Queens. Aunt May continued to smile gently. "There's no need to worry. The government and superheroes will handle this." Lynch fell silent and made his way to Peter's room. It was only then that Aunt May leaned against the window, her eyes betraying evident fear. After comforting Peter Parker and allowing him to cling to her in slumber, given that young Peter was merely 11, Lynch began to assess the gains brought about by the earth-shattering star. If he recalled correctly, the shock value system had activated upon successful sign-in. System, what is shock value? What purpose does it serve? He gazed at the shock value section, which displayed shock value 150,078, and a vague sense of speculation stirred within him. Shock value can be acquired when any intelligent being is astonished by the host or the actions undertaken by the host. Shock value can be utilized to enhance the host's physical attributes, mental fortitude, and to deduce the origins of skills. Current host physical attributes: strength 15, speed 15, stamina 15, mental fortitude 15. Note, the average value for a normal 18-year-old male is 10. Thus, a single sign-in had elevated all attributes by 5 points. No wonder Lynch felt a significant boost in his strength, although his physique had not undergone considerable change. Deducing the origins of skills? What might that entail? He inquired further. Taking the host's current soul skill as an example, deducing the S-rank skill, Earth-Shattering Star, presents a chance to acquire passive skills, gravitational control, active skills, heavenly descent, or even endow the host with the Rinnegan. What? Lynch exclaimed in astonishment, nearly waking the sleeping Peter in his arms. He had not anticipated the shock value function to be so immensely powerful. The possibility of acquiring the Rinnegan was within reach. Contemplating the abilities bestowed by the Rinnegan, he realized that it would at least confer the strength of top-tier superheroes, such as Thor wielding the Stormbreaker or Iron Man donned in the Mark LXXV armor. These two were pivotal in the battle against Thanos. Instantaneously, Lynch's imagination soared. He then posed another question: System, if I conceal my identity, can I still accrue shock value? Lynch had resolved to pursue shock value in sign-in locations. Yet he wished to keep his true identity concealed. He had family, unlike Iron Man, who was practically a solitary figure with immense power. Thus, Lynch must conceal his identity. However, if maintaining this disguise does not yield shock value, he would have no choice but to reveal himself, for he must become stronger. Indeed, any action taken by the host or any manner of concealing their identity that elicits astonishment from others will result in the accumulation of shock value. The system's response brought a sigh of relief to Lynch. Consequently, regardless of his intentions, he felt significantly safer. Taking a deep breath and observing the rising figures in the shock value column, Lynch addressed the system in his mind. System, augment my stamina by 10 points. And then initiate the simulation of the skill Celestial Cataclysm's origin. Chapter 5. Aftermath. A rush of warmth coursed through Lynch's body, and he distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical attributes. Upon checking his shock value, he was astonished to find that the 100,000 points had vanished. Did it require 10,000 shock points for a single attribute? Without dwelling on it, Lynch noticed that in the blink of an eye, several thousand shock points had accumulated again. His gaze, tinged with complexity, fell upon the immense celestial bodies visible outside, and he understood that this was the subsequent benefit bestowed by the earth-shattering celestial belt. However, he pondered how long these celestial bodies would continue to exist. Shaking his head, he cast aside these unhelpful thoughts and observed a luminous screen materializing before him. On this screen, a progress bar was displayed. After a moment's contemplation, he waited for about 10 minutes until his shock value returned to 150,000. Without hesitation, he invested the entirety of the shock value into the progression. He then watched as the progress bar advanced by approximately 1%. So, if 150,000 shock points yield a mere 1% increase, reaching 100% will require at least 15 million shock points. However, he mused that 15 million might not be an insurmountable figure. Lynch recalled how swiftly his shock value escalated from 0 to 10,000 in under a minute. At this rate, even accounting for the diminishing returns, he could amass millions of shock points within a single day. Mastering the earth-shattering celestial belt might only take 2 days. Yet, soon after, Lynch noticed a deceleration in the rate of shock point accumulation. Though uncertain of the cause, he remained unfazed. Gently placing the sleeping little Peter back in his bed, Lynch exited the room to join Aunt May for a somewhat apprehensive dinner. After the meal, he returned to his room, observing that his shock points had only increased by several thousand, which he did not mind. After waiting for over an hour, once the total reached 150,000, he invested it into the progression bar and saw a slight advancement, feeling content as he retired to bed. While Lynch, the instigator of this situation, had succumbed to slumber, others found sleep elusive. Whoosh. After observing the colossal meteorite for several minutes without any response, the government troops deemed it necessary to dispatch a helicopter to examine the celestial body from above. Compared to the ordinary people on the ground, Nick Fury, seated in the flying helicopter, experienced a more visceral realization of the situation. The proximity brought with it an overwhelming sense of fear. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury gazed at the meteorite, uncertain of what to articulate. Such power had undoubtedly transcended the limits of humanity. As the highest-ranking official present, Nick Fury had been conscripted to oversee this incident. Report, sir. The meteorite is a perfect sphere, approximately 300 meters in diameter, weighing over 4,239,000 tons. Coulson's voice echoed through the cabin. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. What would be the consequences if it were to fall? The meteorite hovered about 200 meters above the ground. At this weight, Coulson paused, reflecting on the physicist's assessments. It was estimated that over half of New York would vanish. Hiss. Even though he had anticipated this moment, Nick Fury could not help but feel a throbbing headache. Who on earth unleashed this calamity? General Ross, also aboard the helicopter, had lost the confident demeanor he once possessed. He could see that this meteorite was far more terrifying than either the Abomination or the Hulk. Although it did not wreak havoc like the Hulk or the Abomination, the mere fact that a powerful entity capable of summoning meteorites lurked within the densely populated New York City was profoundly unsettling, akin to a dagger concealed in the shadows. If a strike were to occur in the heart of New York, the entire nation could very well crumble. The gravitational force exerted by this entity was formidable, akin to the Abomination and the Hulk, rendering them utterly powerless, trapped within its confines. Such capabilities were beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even the mightiest heroes, including Iron Man and Captain Marvel, would likely falter against it. When had New York harbored such a formidable being? At that moment, a soldier reported to General Ross, "Sir, the information clearance and containment efforts have concluded. But it may not remain concealed for long." General Ross furrowed his brow, cursing the internet. In the past, the government could hide matters as they pleased. Unlike today when anyone could access the web and learn about events occurring anywhere in the world. Beep, beep. Following the soldier's report, Nick Fury's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he displayed a look of resignation. After answering the call, he relayed some updates and listened to the irate response before the line went dead. General Ross cast a puzzled glance at him. Nick Fury elucidated. That was a call from the White House. The president wishes to know about the meteorite and how to make it vanish. General Ross frowned, suggesting, perhaps we could install rocket propulsion devices beneath the meteorite to launch it into space. Nick Fury's eyes gleamed with hope. If anyone could accomplish such a feat, it would be that individual. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed a number. Hello, Tony. After the call ended, under the expectant gaze of General Ross, Nick Fury stated, Iron Man is on his way back. He should arrive tonight to assess the situation. However, we must also consider what to do in the event that this method fails. What should we do then? General Ross inquired. Naturally, we must begin evacuating the populace, relocating everyone from potential disaster zones. Nick Fury glared at General Ross, as if questioning why he had not taken action sooner. We cannot move the meteorite, so we must evacuate the people. General Ross appeared somewhat abashed, turning his head in thought before responding, we should be able to relocate a significant number. I can provide several military camps to temporarily house those needing evacuation. Seeing General Ross finally take some initiative, Nick Fury withdrew his gaze. The meteorite remains uncertain in its duration, perhaps lingering for mere minutes, hours, or even months. However, we cannot afford to remain passive. Immediate execution of the evacuation plan is imperative. With this declaration, Nick Fury issued orders through his earpiece. Consequently, the police force, FBI agents, S.H.I.E.L.D., operatives, military personnel, and municipal staff, indeed, all government officials, sprang into action, urging those in the vicinity of Queens and surrounding areas to evacuate. General Ross also commenced making calls, preparing to dispatch military vehicles for assistance. After issuing the commands, Nick Fury gazed at the meteorite before him and softly murmured, let us hope that the force behind this celestial body is humanity, and that it harbors no hostility towards us. Chapter 6. The Attitude of the Sorcerers. Nepal, Kathmandu, Kamartaj. This is a concealed sanctuary of sorcery, shrouded in magic. Within its enigmatic confines resides the Earth's most formidable being, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. The abode of the Supreme Sorcerer is a quaint, somewhat antiquated dwelling. Inside, Ancient One sits comfortably in a chair, perusing tomes and absorbing knowledge. Outside, several sorcerers hasten to the door, then respectfully rap upon it. Though the door stands wide open, they refrain from intruding uninvited, demonstrating immense reverence for Ancient One. This decorum is also a reflection of the hour, as night descends. It is imperative to avoid barging into a lady's quarters, even if she possesses powers surpassing all of them combined and is considerably older. Supreme Sorcerer. A colossal floating meteorite has appeared over New York. The lead portly sorcerer recounts the situation regarding the meteorite as if he were a mere observer of the unfolding events. In truth, he was indeed present, as Kamartaj has a sanctum in New York, serving as a branch for sorcerers, and he is the designated guardian of that sanctum. Yet, despite witnessing the chaos firsthand, he exhibits no inclination to intervene, adhering to Kamartaj's principle of non-interference in worldly affairs. The sorcerers proclaim themselves as the guardians of Earth, a claim not devoid of truth. They engage in battles invisible to ordinary eyes, contending against malevolent forces that seek to invade the planet. However, this conflict is orchestrated by Ancient One as a measure to hone the skills of her fellow sorcerers. Though she is immensely powerful, she cannot shield the Earth indefinitely. Hence, it is imperative for the other sorcerers to cultivate their abilities to a level sufficient for its protection. It is for this reason that Ancient One felt such elation upon the arrival of Doctor Strange, for she sensed her impending liberation. The clash between the Hulk and Abomination, while destructive, seemed trivial in the eyes of the sorcerers, who deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Yet, when the enormous anti-gravity meteorite loomed above New York, the sorcerers realized that the situation had escalated to a point of undeniable urgency. Unfortunately, they found themselves powerless to address it at that moment. In desperation, the sorcerers from the New York sanctum traversed the mystical portals back to Kamartaj, seeking the Supreme Sorcerer as assistance. Upon hearing their account, Ancient One spoke slowly. So, you wish for me to intervene and remove this meteorite? Indeed, Supreme Sorcerer, we implore you to act. The sorcerers bowed deeply, aware of the panic gripping the citizens of New York due to the looming meteorite. Prolonged exposure to such a threat would undoubtedly yield severe consequences. Upon hearing their plea, Ancient One did not respond immediately. Instead, she lowered her gaze to the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck. This artifact, imbued with the power of the Time Stone, emanated a gentle green luminescence. Beneath the gentle embrace of the verdant light, the wise eyes of the Ancient One gazed forward. Her vision transcended time, encompassing both the future and the past. Moments later, as the green radiance dissipated, she spoke. I have witnessed both the past and the future. This meteorite is not the work of forces beyond Earth. Furthermore, it will soon be relocated by others, rendering any intervention unnecessary. You may depart. The Ancient One, a guardian of the Earth rather than of humanity, discerned that this was not a case of external disruption, and that the issue would resolve itself in due course, leading her to forego any action. Upon hearing her pronouncement, the sorcerers exchanged glances before retreating, acknowledging the Supreme Mage's decree. Likewise, their concerns regarding the meteorite were alleviated. At that very moment, as the Komartaji deliberated on the meteorite hovering above New York, Iron Man, Tony Stark, finally returned to the city. Upon his arrival, he donned his armored suit and soared towards the anti-gravity meteorite. After circling the colossal stone, Tony Stark's face contorted in astonishment. My goodness! What could possibly be causing such a massive rock to float in the sky? Though a superhero, Tony was equally a scientist. Otherwise, he could not have created the Mark series of iron suits. As a scientist, Iron Man harbored an innate curiosity towards the unknown. However, upon hearing Stark's musings, Nick Fury interjected, Stark, let us defer the research for later. First, can you move this meteorite? Perhaps to the ocean, where you can study it at your leisure. Oh, Tony exclaimed, surprised. Aren't you the director of that ridiculously long-named agency? Do you have the authority to make such decisions? We are now S-H-I-D-L-D. Remember that, Nick Fury emphasized, then elucidated. I am in full command of this incident. If you can successfully relocate it, I can readily grant you permission to conduct your research. Chapter 7. Tony in despair, mastery of gravity very well. I have devised a solution. I shall return and construct the apparatus, Tony declared. I will exert myself tonight and, at the latest, arrive by tomorrow morning to address this matter. Well done. Nick Fury commended Iron Man for the first time, eliciting a somewhat peculiar expression from Tony. However, he paid it little heed and promptly turned to soar back to his abode. As Tony's figure receded into the distance, Nick Fury glanced once more at the enormous meteorite looming in the sky. At that moment, a semblance of relief washed over his features. There was indeed hope for a resolution. What could possibly bring him greater joy? Yet, come the following morning, as the resplendent golden Iron Man descended to the base of the meteorite and manually installed nearly 100 miniature particle thrusters, preparing to activate them simultaneously for the transfer of the celestial body, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Nick Fury's face fell even further. What in the world is this? Inside the armored suit, Tony felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had confidently asserted the night prior that he could resolve the issue. However, upon activating the thrusters, the meteorite remained utterly unmoved. Despite the thrusters operating at maximum capacity, with particle jets extending several meters, the meteorite stood steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. This was indeed quite awkward. Ahem, merely a minor oversight. I shall take it back and make further improvements. With that, Tony disassembled all the thrusters and, with a sense of retreat, flew back home. His departing silhouette bore a striking resemblance to one escaping in defeat. Nick Fury sighed deeply. It was time to commence the evacuation of residents. The military transport vehicles had already positioned themselves outside New York City, but Tony had been en route at that time. Nick Fury pondered that if Tony had managed to resolve the meteorite issue, there would be no need for the cumbersome evacuation of the populace. However, to their dismay, after a night had passed, they found themselves plummeting from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. In light of this, the evacuation of citizens must begin. Thus, at the mayor's behest, the residents of Queens and the surrounding areas sprang into action. Those with friends or relatives in other cities drove towards those havens, while those without such connections were assured temporary accommodations arranged by the government. Their cooperation was largely motivated by the colossal meteorite hanging ominously overhead. Lynch and young Peter sat in the back seat of a Beetle, with Aunt May at the wheel and 2 suitcases occupying the passenger seat. The trunk was similarly packed with luggage. Upon receiving the government's notice to temporarily evacuate, May Parker wasted no time. She gathered her belongings, took the 2 children, and set off with the military convoy. Employment and housing paled in comparison to the importance of family. In pursuit of her loved one's safety, May chose to seek refuge with the military. At that moment, Lynch, cradling young Peter, cast a sidelong glance at the meteorite suspended ominously above New York. His emotions a tumultuous mix. This morning, he had observed the shock level reaching an alarmingly high figure. The information blockade imposed by General Ross did not last long, as there were too many individuals capable of disseminating news in New York City. In a single night, the entire world became aware of the situations, leaving them in utter astonishment. Had this continued, the level of shock accumulated by Lynch would have certainly reached several billion. In that fleeting moment, he would have filled the progress bar, granting him formidable abilities such as the Rinnegan, thereby becoming extraordinarily powerful. However, once the news spread, the United Nations convened an emergency meeting. Following the discussions, governments across the globe collaborated to suppress the information. Panic needed to be contained. If the populace believed there existed a force capable of summoning colossal meteors at will, chaos would surely ensue. Consequently, despite the news circulating, Lynch only garnered a shock level of 130,000 by the end of that night. Had the meteoric cataclysm persisted, the daily shock value would likely have continued to rise. Nevertheless, Lynch had not contemplated such an outcome. He merely envisioned a time when he could manipulate meteors without harm, at which point he would relocate them. He had not anticipated that the meteoric cataclysm was not a diminished version, but rather an enhanced one. The magnitude of the scene was unprecedented for Lynch in both his lifetimes. Sighing in relief, he withdrew his gaze from the spectacle while seated in the back of the vehicle. After several hours, his shock value had escalated to 145,000. Without hesitation, he invested 135,000 of that shock value into the progress bar of the meteoric cataclysm's origin, coupled with the earlier investment of 15,000. The total reached 150,000. Then, the system's voice resonated within Lynch's mind. Ding. The progress of the skill meteoric cataclysm's origin has reached 10. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the D-level passive skill, gravitational manipulation. Skill description. Derived from the S-level skill meteoric cataclysm, this grants the host the ability to control gravity. However, due to its lower level, the degree of control is limited, enabling only near-ground flight up to 10 meters. Chapter 8. The wealthy rely on equipment. While the poor depend on mutation upon discovering that his new skill was only rated D, Lynch was not disheartened. Instead, he felt a surge of happiness. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly inquired, "System, with my current stamina, can I utilize this new skill without harming my body?" This was the crux of Lynch's concern. He understood one fundamental truth. The body is the foundation of revolution. Close-range flight and object manipulation will not harm the host's body. However, excessive use may lead to fatigue. Lynch's heart swelled with joy. Although this new ability was far less formidable than the earth-shattering star, he could use it without reservations. Moreover, this was a passive ability, granting him a superpower he could wield at will. In a world where superheroes abound, who wouldn't desire such extraordinary abilities? However, the wealthy rely on equipment, while the poor depend on mutation. As a poor individual, superpowers were the optimal choice for Lynch. Now he possessed such abilities. Though elated, he lowered his head, feigning sleep, ensuring Aunt May did not notice anything amiss. While thrilled about his newfound powers, it was not the opportune moment to celebrate. Lynch planned to wait until he was alone to find a suitable place to experiment thoroughly. After careful consideration, he decided to invest the remaining 100,000 shock points into his stamina, augmenting it by 10 points. To be candid, Lynch had been somewhat intimidated by the cost of activating the earth-shattering star that the system had previously shown him. Thus, he wished to bolster his physical constitution as much as possible. Feeling a warm current coursing through his body, Lynch comfortably squinted his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the vehicle had already come to a stop at a military camp playground not far from the sea. Numerous vehicles were parked in the playground, clearly belonging to families who had made the same choice as Aunt May. Glancing to the driver's seat, he noticed Aunt May was absent. A flicker of panic crossed Lynch's mind, but he exhaled in relief upon realizing that the luggage was also missing. Aunt May, being quite vigilant, would not leave their belongings unattended. It was highly probable that she had taken the luggage to find their accommodation. Sure enough, after a few moments, Aunt May appeared at the car window. "Hey, darling, wake your brother. We're going camping," she exclaimed, a sheen of sweat gracing her forehead, her expression slightly relaxed. This was no fade, it reflected her genuine emotions. Having left the vicinity of that colossal meteorite, which could fall at any moment, Aunt May finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the military base, they need not worry about threats to their lives, did they? Following Aunt May, Lynch grasped little Peter's wrist with one hand while the other carried two backpacks, navigating through the somewhat crowded throng. He accompanied Aunt May to an open area designated for pitching tents. Before him lay a military green tent. At that moment, two soldiers were assisting in setting it up. Once the tent was erected, Aunt May expressed her gratitude to the soldiers before they entered the tent together. As Lynch approached the tent, he observed the two soldiers continuing to assist other families in setting up their shelters, which slightly altered his impression of the American soldiers. Inside the tent, the space was rather confined. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, Lynch found his head nearly brushing against the tent ceiling. However, for mere sleeping arrangements, 3 individuals would suffice. Given the circumstances of seeking refuge, one should not expect too much. After placing his belongings, Lynch expressed to Aunt May his desire to take a stroll nearby. Considering that Lynch had already reached the age of 18, Aunt May pondered briefly before consenting, advising him not to wander too far and to remember his phone, as he was expected back for breakfast. After agreeing, Lynch took his phone and stepped out of the tent. Surveying his surroundings, he caught sight of the distant coastline, which ignited a decision within him. Navigating between the tents, Lynch declined several invitations from fellow young women to engage in conversation and exited the campsite. He then traversed a sparse forest, arriving at the shore. Feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze, Lynch's spirits soared. With a thought, he began to levitate slowly. Experiencing an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness and control, his excitement intensified. Nevertheless, he refrained from soaring too high, keeping his elevation to a mere dozen centimeters. After all, the military camp was perilously close, making detection all too easy. Touching down once more, Lynch reached out toward a crab scuttling ahead. With a swift motion, the crab shot toward his hand like an arrow. With a triumphant snap, he captured it, delight radiating across his face. Contemplating his next move, he gently ascended about 10 centimeters and glided along the coastline toward another beach. Aware of the lurking risks, he aimed to venture further. Just moments after Lynch departed, a group of girls emerged from the woods. Wait, didn't Tiana mention that handsome guy went to the beach? Why did the footprints stop here? One questioned. I have no idea. Perhaps he returned? Another replied, frustration evident. How infuriating. It's not every day you encounter such a quality gentleman. Meanwhile, Lynch discovered a more secluded beach, further removed from prying eyes. He intended to experiment with telekinetic control to launch an attack. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 9. Expired check-in location, beep. The host is at the check-in location, birthplace of Captain Marvel, expired. Would you like to check in? Alas, Lin Chi was taken aback. Temporarily setting aside his experiments on gravity control to focus on the system. An expired check-in location, can I still sign in? Expired check-in locations can still be accessed, but the evaluation will be downgraded. Upon hearing this from the system, Lin Chi's face lit up with excitement. He recalled that Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, had acquired her powers at the sight of her crash landing on a beach. Glancing around, the bay from his memories gradually aligned with the present location. Lin Chi could not help but exclaim how fortunate he was. He had stumbled upon the birthplace of Captain Marvel while casually searching for an experimental site. Even more astonishing was the fact that he could still check in at an expired location. Suddenly, two other expired check-in locations came to mind, the birthplace of Iron Man and that of the Hulk. One was situated in a cave in Afghanistan, while the other lay in a ruined and abandoned military research facility in the United States. Coincidentally, Lin Chi was aware of the approximate location of Iron Man's birthplace. Last year, he had seen on television where the military had intercepted Tony Stark, and he surmised that the cave should be in close proximity to that spot. However, as for the Hulk's birthplace, that was beyond his reach. Lin Chi was merely an ordinary person. It seemed that he would need to seize an opportunity to visit Afghanistan, while also finding a way to discover the location of the facility where the Hulk had conducted his experiments. After all, check-in locations represented a shortcut to strength for Lin Chi. By simply checking in, he could enhance his physique and acquire new skills. At this moment, without further hesitation, Lin Chi commanded the system, commence check-in. Beep. The host is at the check-in location, officially starting the check-in. Check-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a failure. This check-in proceeded without any hitches. Beep. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rating, sea level. Check-in reward, enhancement of all attributes, skill extraction, sea level, once. Sea level. Quite satisfactory. Lin Chi felt pleased. Due to his physical condition, skills of a higher grade, such as the S-level meteoric impact, could be life-threatening for him. Thus, it was wiser to opt for lower-level skills until his physique improved. Extract skill. Extracting, please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sea-level skill. Limited clone. Skill introduction. The ability to create a physical avatar with customizable appearance and attire can bestow one's own abilities upon the avatar, which inherits all physical attributes of the original. Once skills are granted to the avatar, the original temporarily loses the ability to use those skills. Note, the avatar cannot act independently and requires the original's consciousness to control it. The host can actively dissolve the avatar, returning everything to the original. Currently, the number of avatars that can be created, 1. The initial use incurs no cost, but subsequent uses will deplete mental energy. This Lin Chi's expression was peculiar. Having acquired his first skill that required mental energy was indeed a cause for celebration. However, this limited avatar skill seemed to suggest the intention of adopting a false identity. As a man of integrity, Lin Chi believed in presenting his true self. Yet, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Chi ultimately decided, why not embrace the false identity? After all, in gaming, one often has multiple accounts. What harm is there in adopting several personas in life? Lin Chi had already envisioned the appearance of his first avatar. Undoubtedly, it would be the formidable pain of the six paths. If he were to bestow the skill of Shinra Tensei upon the avatar pain, even if someone discovered the issue, what could they say? The Shinra Tensei would be unleashed by pain, not by Lin Chi himself. Viewed in this light, it seemed considerably safer. With this advantage in mind, Lin Chi promptly set to work. He first searched for a secluded valley, one that was not easily detectable. Then, he visualized the appearance of pain in his mind and activated the skill to create a limited avatar. Thus, under Lynch's gaze, the figure of pain, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, gradually materialized from thin air. He reached out to touch the figure, and it was warm to the touch, clearly a living being. Lynch couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of this skill. He then chose to bestow the skills of Shinra Tensei and gravity control upon pain, finally immersing his consciousness into the avatar's body. With a thud, Lynch's original form collapsed onto the ground, while the avatar of pain slowly rose to its feet, experiencing the robust physique standing at 1 meter 80. Lynch felt a rush of excitement, realizing that he would need to ensure the safety of his original form before utilizing this skill in the future. After a brief exploration of Pain's body, Lynch dissolved the avatar, returning both the skills and consciousness to his original self. Watching the avatar fade away, Lynch felt increasingly confident about adopting a false identity. In this manner of dissolution, even if the avatar were captured, what could it matter? Chapter 10. Encountering the war machine. Subsequently, Lynch proceeded to complete what he had previously left unfinished, experimenting with gravitational manipulation to control objects from a distance. After several attempts, he successfully conjured a technique akin to swordsmanship. Manipulating a spindle-shaped stone, he utilized gravitational force to strike another colossal boulder. Bang! The giant rock shattered, and the spindle-shaped stone fractured as well. Such power was formidable. Upon comparing this newfound ability to telekinesis, Lynch discerned that gravity manipulation bore a striking resemblance to telekinesis. However, while telekinesis afforded a broader range of capabilities, gravitational force exhibited superior strength. With a clearer understanding of his current abilities, Lynch realized he had achieved the purpose of his outing. He then contemplated and decided to invest his accumulated shock value into his stamina attribute. Instantly, his stamina surged by 20 points. At this juncture, Lynch's physical attributes were as follows. Attributes: Strength 20, Speed 20, Stamina 50, Mental Power 20. In earlier chapters, the data had been refined, delineating physical attributes into strength, speed, and stamina, as having a singular physical attribute felt overly vague. His strength, speed, and mental power were twice that of an ordinary person, while his stamina was an astonishing 5 times greater. Stamina represented endurance and related attributes. Strength denoted raw power. Speed encompassed both reaction time and movement velocity, while mental power possibly pertained to the soul, something Lynch had yet to fully comprehend. Nevertheless, he could now ascertain one undeniable truth. Should he pursue a career as a long-distance runner, he would undoubtedly become a world champion. With stamina quintupled compared to the average individual, failing to secure a championship would render life utterly futile. Having expended his shock value, Lynch returned contentedly along the same path. After politely declining several invitations from girls, he retreated to the confines of his own tent. Big brother. Little Peter rushed over with palpable enthusiasm. Lynch raised a hand to gently restrain him, preventing him from getting too close. He produced a tissue and handed it to Peter, instructing him to wipe his mouth. Once the remnants of food were cleared away, Lynch permitted Peter to approach him. Having lived together for 3 years, he had long since accepted this younger brother. Following a breakfast shared with Aunt May, Lynch extricated himself from Peter's persistent antics and sought out soldiers for conversation. Although he possessed physical attributes exceeding those of an ordinary individual, he lacked corresponding combat skills, which was rather disconcerting. Thus, Lynch resolved to utilize the upcoming days to ascertain whether he could acquire some military combat techniques. Proficiency was not a necessity, mere competence would suffice. The soldiers he chose to engage with were of Asian and African descent, specifically Chinese and black soldiers. As a person of Asian descent, Lynch found himself less favored among the Caucasian soldiers, compelling him to interact with fellow people of color. However, to Lynch's surprise, his initial intent to connect with an ordinary soldier for combat training led him to meet a distinguished figure, Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force. Yes, indeed. It was that Rhodes, the friend of Iron Man Tony Stark, and the esteemed possessor of the war machine armor, James Rhodes. It was indeed a fortuitous circumstance that allowed Lynch to forge a connection with him. At that moment, he greeted a certain Chinese soldier, who, unfortunately, did not notice him. Just then, James Rhodes happened to pass by, attending to matters at the base. The amiable Air Force colonel kindly exchanged pleasantries with this unfamiliar, handsome young man named Lynch. This interaction fostered a friendship between them. When Colonel Rhodes inquired about Lynch's desire to learn martial arts, he posed a single question: why did he wish to pursue this skill? Lynch's response pleased Rhodes immensely. I want to protect myself and my family. I don't necessarily aspire to be a hero, but it is commendable to safeguard. Consequently, during his stay, Colonel Rhodes took the opportunity to teach Lynch some military combat techniques. Their time together was harmonious. Although Lynch appeared to be an 18-year-old youth, he possessed a mature soul, enabling him to connect well with Rhodes. Furthermore, upon discovering that Rhodes was the war machine, Lynch had an idea. If the birthplace of Iron Man could be visited, might it also be possible to check in at the birthplace of War Machine? In any case, cultivating a good relationship with Rhodes could only be advantageous, after all. He was undoubtedly a significant figure for ordinary people. 3 days later, as Rhodes prepared to leave, they exchanged phone numbers. Meanwhile, Lynch had acquired a basic understanding of military combat skills. Upon returning to the tent, Aunt May was conversing with young Peter. Peter, just hang in there. 3 days without a shower is nothing. I haven't tea either. Once we get home, we can bathe at our leisure. So when are we going home? It's Monday. Aren't we supposed to be in school? The young Peter uttered words that darkened May Parker's expression. Soon, very soon. The situation will be resolved shortly. May Parker could only offer this reassurance. Although staying in the military camp was relatively safe, various inconveniences persisted. Noticing Lynch, May Parker quickly beckoned him to come in. At that moment, Lynch silently mused. It was time. The earth-shattering star needed to be relocated. Chapter 11. It is time to move over the span of 3 days. Lynch garnered an astonishing amount of shock value from the celestial star, although his shock value now amounts to merely tens of thousands. He has successfully surpassed the threshold of 100 in physical strength. Furthermore, the progress bar for the celestial star's origin has advanced to 40%. The rationale behind this thought is that with every 10% increase in the progress bar, a reward is bestowed. At the initial 10%, the reward was the passive skill of gravitational control, level D. Upon reaching 20%, this skill was enhanced to level C. At 30%, it remained the same skill, yet still at level C. Now, with the progress at 40%, Lynch's gravitational control has ascended to a level B passive skill. The description of the level B gravitational control skill is as follows. Originating from the level S skill of the celestial star, it grants the host formidable control over gravity, enabling rapid long-distance flight at heights of up to 1 kilometer, with reduced energy expenditure. Lynch reflected on the benefits: greater ease in manipulating gravity, enhanced gravitational power, and diminished physical strain, particularly this morning, when he pushed the celestial star's origin progress bar to 40%. He distinctly sensed a profound connection with the celestial star located far above New York. Unlike the initial experience, where the celestial star felt detached from him once thrown, Lynch now felt assured that, with his level B gravitational control, he could indeed relocate the celestial star from above New York. This realization meant that his family could return to their home, despite the future challenges New York may face. No place could compare to the comfort of one's own abode. Moreover, Lynch was confident in ensuring the safety of himself and his family, a confidence stemming from his newfound strength. However, before relocating the celestial star, Lynch resolved to make a trip to Afghanistan to complete the overdue check-in task concerning the birthplace of Iron Man. Although signing in late would result in a diminished evaluation, lower-level skills are precisely what Lynch currently requires, apart from passive skills. He has come to understand that the higher the level of an active skill, the greater the energy consumption during use, unless accompanied by compatible passive skills to mitigate this expenditure. Conversely, higher-level passive skills incur less energy cost. Therefore, Lynch hoped that the reward for the Iron Man birthplace check-in task would yield either a low-level active skill or a high-level passive skill. Additionally, any check-in reward that grants a boost to all attributes, even if merely by 5 points, is not to be overlooked. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Furthermore, Lynch sought to befriend Colonel Rhodes in hopes of gleaning information about the birthplace of the Hulk. However, due to their still nascent rapport, he refrained from broaching the subject. With a decision now firmly in his heart, Lynch prepared to act. He turned to May Parker and said, "Aunt May, I feel a bit fatigued and wish to take a short nap. Please call me for lunch." Upon agreeing to the request, May assured Lynch that he would eventually find time to play with young Peter. Subsequently, he reclined and quickly drifted into slumber. As Lynch's essence succumbed to sleep, the limited clone, Payne, who lay far away in the valley where Captain Marvel was born, opened his eyes. This was a newfound ability that Lynch had discovered in Payne over the past few days. As long as Lynch did not actively dispel the limited clone, it would remain intact. When his consciousness returned to his original body, the limited clone would sleep just like a living being. This particular clone was created by Lynch earlier that morning. After sensing his capability to transfer to the explosive star, he proceeded to manifest this clone. "Now, Payne, take flight." With a resounding bang, he ascended into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters, then swiftly set his sights on Afghanistan, propelling himself forward with great speed. With a stamina exceeding 100, the adverse effects of high-speed travel were perfectly mitigated. A cone of air formed around Payne, indicating that his velocity had reached supersonic levels. This was something even the Payne from the Naruto universe could not achieve. Lynch surmised that the gravitational control of the Payne in that realm was likely limited, as his gravitational abilities derived solely from the Rinnegan, unlike Lynch, who possessed innate passive skills. The exhilaration of ultra-high-speed flight was palpable. However, complications soon arose. On the ground, the radar at the Air Force Base detected a rapidly moving object, yet its nature remained elusive. Some speculated it was Tony Stark, but this theory was dismissed. It was well known that Tony had been tirelessly researching and attempting to remove the meteorites hovering over New York for the past 3 days. Yet each endeavor had ended in failure, igniting his competitive spirit. Therefore, until he resolved this dilemma, he would certainly refrain from engaging in any other activities. While the Air Force harbored disdain for Iron Man, they would not recklessly tarnish his reputation. After all, Tony was not merely the superhero Iron Man. He was also a formidable businessman, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. In the realm of capitalism, wealth equates to justice. Chapter 12, a lesson for the American Air Force particularly, when the Air Force Base contacted SHIELD regarding the enormous anti-gravity meteorite being handled in downtown New York City, and confirmed that Tony Stark was calibrating equipment beneath the meteorite. The Air Force swiftly made a decision to intercept the unidentified flying object and ascertain its identity. If necessary, they were prepared to engage with force. Upon determining it was not Iron Man, the Air Force felt no concern about offending capital due to a misunderstanding. Consequently, the Air Force dispatched 2 of their latest F-22 Raptor fighter jets, determined to intercept the mysterious object. It is widely recognized that the United States wields considerable dominance on the global stage. This fact is known universally. Any adversary daring to provoke them could expect a swift and decisive response. Regardless of the potential repercussions, such assertiveness resonates deeply with the American populace. After all, they are the most powerful nation in the world, with only Eastern China posing a plausible challenge to their supremacy. In recent years, the United States has directed its focus towards China, apprehensive that the latter might surpass them and usurp their title as the world's leading power. However, today, as a person of Chinese descent, Lynch, through his manifestation of Tendo pain, was destined to impart a lesson to the proud American Air Force. He aimed to demonstrate that in this era, where superheroes increasingly shine, mere mortals are inadequate. Whoosh! The F-22 Raptors soared at remarkable speeds, achieving supersonic velocities. Given that the Air Force Base lay directly in Tendo Pain's flight path, the 2 fighter jets easily positioned themselves ahead of him. With the aircraft in the lead and Tendo Pain trailing behind, a voice crackled through the communication system. "This is the American Air Force. Please identify yourself. Repeat." Yet, in the face of this urgent and threatening demand, Tendo Pain did not even cast a glance their way. He merely raised his hand and gestured. Screech. The speed of the 2 fighter jets immediately diminished, allowing Tendo Pain to surpass them effortlessly. Considering that Rhodey was an Air Force colonel, Lin Chi chose not to inflict severe harm, opting instead to merely decelerate their velocity. However, the Air Force headquarters had no intention of letting the matter rest. "Oh my God, that is indeed a person." As Tendo Pain flew past the jets, the pilots caught a glimpse of the unidentified flying object, clad in a black robe with red clouds and adorned with an orange hedgehog-like hairstyle. His eyes featured swirling hues of purple and gray. The Air Force Base also witnessed this astonishing sight through the cameras in the cockpit. "General, what should we do?" The Air Force general pondered for a moment before responding. "Shoot. Bring that alien down." In his estimation, such aerial maneuverability clearly indicated that this being was no longer human. The others exchanged glances but ultimately raised no objections to the command. They too found merit in the general's assertion. After all, who among humanity could accomplish such feats? Even the illustrious superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark, relies on his advanced suit to conquer formidable foes. What gives this individual such audacity? As the imagery unfolded before him, the Air Force general was overtaken by greed. If I could capture this person, would I not have the opportunity to unravel the mysteries of human evolution? However, the subsequent events left the general and the entire Air Force Base in a state of shock. 2 F-22 fighter jets simultaneously launched missiles, their speeds surging beyond the sound barrier, hurtling towards the figure cloaked in a black and red robe. Yet, as the missiles approached within mere meters, the figure casually raised a hand, causing the missiles to halt abruptly, then veer and return to the very jets that had launched them. In a split second, the 2 pilots reacted swiftly, abandoning their aircraft without a moment's hesitation. With a whoosh, their ejection seats propelled them away from the doomed jets, which, valued at billions, erupted into a magnificent firework display. Boom. As the aircraft exploded, the Air Force general's face turned ashen. How could he dare send out more? He began, but was interrupted. "General, please remain calm." The surrounding personnel could no longer stand idly by. They had initiated the attack, and being obliterated by a counterstrike was hardly justifiable. Moreover, the figure appeared devoid of hostility. Otherwise, the pilots would not have been allowed to parachute to safety. Having witnessed Iron Man's might and recognizing the gravity of the situation with this formidable individual, no one wished to create an enemy. Once the general regained his composure, a shiver ran down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. If he provoked such powerful superheroes, what if they retaliated without mercy? After taking several deep breaths, the Air Force general made a prudent decision. It seemed the figure intended to vacate the airspace over their nation. Let him go, and reduce our actions against Iron Man, he commanded, a hint of fear evident in his tone. Seeking greater power for the Air Force was not inherently wrong, but sacrificing his own life in the process was a price the general was unwilling to pay. Chapter 13. Successful sign-in at the birthplace of Iron Man. Without delving into how the Air Force of the United States trembled in the eyes of the Heavenly Path Pain, the recent events were merely a trivial interlude. He dismissed it with indifference and continued his flight towards Afghanistan. However, due to the recent occurrences, Lynch made some minor adjustments to his strategies. He ceased to make ostentatious appearances over foreign territories and instead opted to navigate along the borders. Consequently, during the subsequent nearly hour-long high-speed flight, he encountered no further complications. Upon descending into the expanse of the desert wasteland, Lynch took control of Heavenly Path Pain's body and commenced the laborious task of locating the cave from his memories. Alas, his sign-in system lacked the intelligence to indicate the precise location. By traveling through the air, Lynch managed to scour the entire wasteland in just a single morning. Eventually, he discovered it. He landed at a camp marked by remnants of explosions and scorched earth. Through the eyes of Heavenly Path Pain, Lynch beheld this desolate scene. It was understandable. Had it not been for the pursuit of Tony Stark, even the terrorists would not have settled in such an inhospitable place. At that moment, some small desert lizards inhabited the camp, but the arrival of Heavenly Path Pain sent these resilient creatures scattering in all directions. Disregarding the lizards, Lynch directed Heavenly Path Pain to step into the cave. As he explored the cavern, he traversed a considerable distance without finding the cave where Tony Stark had crafted the initial version of the Iron Man suit. After some contemplation, Lynch proceeded to a collapsed passageway, using gravitational force to clear the stones obstructing the entrance, and ventured inside. Within, he discovered a stone bed, various welding tools, and a lingering atmosphere of antiquity. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Birthplace of Iron Man, expired. Would you like to sign in? The system prompt confirmed that Lynch had located his intended destination. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, proceed with sign-in. Ding. Host is at the sign-in location. Official sign-in commencing. Sign-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. With no one around, this sign-in unfolded seamlessly, akin to Captain Marvel's experience. And Lynch completed it without any hindrances. As the countdown reached 0, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating, C-Class, sign-in reward. All attributes enhanced. C-Class skill extraction opportunity once. C-Class. Lynch marveled at the announcement and glanced at his attributes. Attributes, strength 25, speed 25, stamina 105, mental strength 25. Indeed, his hunch was correct. Each sign-in invariably increased all attributes by 5 points. Though the increment was modest, any gain was welcome. Utilize the C-Class skill extraction opportunity. Having reviewed his attributes, it was only natural for Lynch to employ the newly acquired skill extraction chance. A C-Class skill perfectly aligned with his current physical prowess. Yet, what skill would he draw? To be honest, Lynch felt a sense of anticipation. Extraction in progress. Please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring C-level skill. Flame jet, feet. Skill description. Powerful flames can be emitted from the soles of both feet, generating immense thrust and strength. The skill is sustainable and can be explosive. Initial use incurs no consumption. Subsequent uses will deplete stamina. What? Lynch wore a puzzled expression, questioning the nature of this skill. Could it be that because he signed in at the birthplace of Iron Man, he was destined to possess something akin to Iron Man's abilities? Emitting flames from his feet. What on earth? Lynch's face fell. However, the skill had already been acquired, leaving him with little choice. After departing from the desolate camp, Lynch resolved to experiment with his newfound ability. Perhaps this skill would prove to be impressively stylish? The strength of the skill was a matter of enhanced shock value, but its aesthetic appeal would last a lifetime. As a remarkably handsome individual, he couldn't bear the thought of possessing a skill that lacked flair. It would surely sadden many admirers. Glancing around, he noted the desolation, an ideal setting for his trial. He removed his shoes and, barefoot, stepped onto the scorching sand of the desert, close to noon. He had to admit, this action was rather intense. At this hour and season, the sand could be excruciatingly hot, and a moment's carelessness could result in burns. However, Lynch possessed a robust physique, having inherited the formidable constitution of Seeking-Dao pain, so he had little reason to worry. Yet, as his feet made contact with the sand, he experienced an unexpected sensation. It was not hot at all. This was not merely a result of his superior physique. It seemed that his feet no longer feared extreme temperatures. So that it Flame jets from his feet naturally rendered them immune to the heat of flames. It made perfect sense. Lynch nodded, feeling a measure of satisfaction with this skill. If I could evolve this ability to allow flames to be emitted from my entire body, wouldn't that grant me immunity to fire altogether? Thus, this skill might not be so bad after all. He then activated the skill, and flames erupted beneath him. Without hesitation, Lynch intensified the fiery eruption at his feet. Instantly, he soared into the sky like a rocket, flames igniting beneath him. Whoosh. Chapter 14. Iron Man seeks redemption. While the Deva path controlled by Lynch blazes with fire beneath him as he soars freely through the sky. The sensation of flight is entirely different from that of gravitational flight. The latter offers a sense of complete control without any turbulence. In contrast, flying with flames erupting beneath him evokes a thrilling rush akin to racing. It is exhilarating. Lynch, after a long absence, feels the youthful thrill of seeking excitement. In truth, if it were merely about looking cool, Lynch would not be so elated. The crux lies in the fact that this skill is not only impressive, but possesses formidable power as well, combined with his extraordinary physical prowess. The attack potency of this skill is astonishing. The Deva path propels itself with flames, harnessing immense kinetic energy. As he approaches a massive boulder towering over 4 meters, he transitions his posture into a flying kick. Upon nearing the boulder, he delivers a powerful kick to its face. Thud. A deep imprint appears where his foot makes contact with the stone. Not only does the boulder crack, but his foot remains unscathed. Yet, this is not the end. With a mere thought from Lynch, the flames beneath his feet erupt explosively, surging forth. The foot that struck the boulder channels fire into it, while the other foot provides ample kinetic energy. Boom. Crash. The boulder detonates, shattering into countless fragments. This is the true manifestation of the skill, cool, stylish, and immensely powerful. With these attributes, this skill suits Lynch perfectly, and he finds himself enamored with it. Thus, he resolves to initiate the skill's source progress bar once he completes his current tasks. He wonders what benefits this skill might bestow upon him. For now, he glances at the shock value once more. Shock value. For 96084, the morning has yielded Lynch nearly 500,000 in shock value. The dividends from the Earth explosion star have made him reluctant to part with it. Over the previous 4 days, he averaged just over 160,000 daily. With a daily gain of 160,000, the source progress bar could advance by 10%, now at 40%. It would take just 6 more days for the S skill, Earth Explosion Star, to reach 100%. According to the information provided by the system, the reward for achieving 100% progress is likely the Renegade. The Renegade, however, the thought of his closest person in this world, May, whose once beautiful face is now marred by anxiety, steals Lynch's resolve. His desire to grow stronger is rooted in the wish to protect his family and to witness greater wonders. At this moment, since he possesses the ability to alleviate his family's worries, he must act. There will certainly be ample opportunities to acquire shock values in the future, so a few million are of little consequence. With this thought, Lynch suppressed the bleeding anguish in his heart and began to put on his shoes. He had no intention of investing the 500,000 into the progress bar of the earth-shattering star. He understood well that even with such an investment, it would not reach 50%, and if it did not achieve 50%, there would be no rewards. In that case, it would be wiser to invest in the attributes or the new skill, Flame Jet, Feat, Progress Bar. However, this was not the moment for that. At present, the foremost priority was to relocate the earth-shattering star looming over New York while simultaneously harvesting a wave of shock values. After quickly donning his shoes, Lynch commanded the path of heaven pain to take off from the ground. He then set his sights on the direction and, mimicking his earlier flight pattern, soared towards New York. In New York, specifically in Queens, beneath the anti-gravity meteorite, Tony Stark had prepared for 3 days, determined to redeem himself. He vividly recalled the sleepless night spent crafting a miniature thruster, after affixing it beneath the massive anti-gravity meteorite. He intended to remove it from the New York skyline amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of onlookers. However, he was unprepared for the meteorite's stubbornness, remaining utterly unmoved. Consequently, Tony Stark was met with incredulous and dismissive looks from the crowd, particularly the latter, which deeply pierced his somewhat fragile ego. Today, he returned to this humiliating sight, armed with the miniature thruster he had refined after a day of research and 2 days of improvement. Yet, he hesitated to act immediately. If the meteorite were to remain as unmoving as last time, it would be an utter embarrassment. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Tony Stark decided to conduct a preliminary test. For instance, the collapsed building weighing several tons on the ground. Due to technical limitations, these miniature thrusters could not yet autonomously fly over and install themselves at Iron Man's mere gesture, as in the future. For now, Tony Stark had to install them manually. After several minutes of installation and adjustment, 3 red miniature thrusters were affixed to the side of the fallen building. Chapter 15. The Ineffectiveness of Monetary Power. Jarvis. Prepare for activation, Tony Stark instructed into his earpiece. Understood, sir. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, commenced the preheating of the 3 miniature thrusters as directed by Tony. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. At Tony Stark's command, the 3 miniature thrusters sprang to life. Puff, puff, puff. The azure ion flames jetted out 3 meters, far surpassing the previous miniature propulsion systems. Crack. Crack, crack. The collapsed buildings slowly righted themselves under the gaze of onlookers. A satisfied smile graced Tony Stark's face. The 3 miniature thrusters effortlessly lifted objects weighing several tons, precisely as Tony had calculated, given the immense weight of the massive anti-gravity meteor above him. Tony glanced at the truck filled with over 1,000 miniature thrusters and finally revealed a confident smile. Indeed, Iron Man was wealthy. The reputation of Marvel's monetary prowess was well-deserved. The government had neither funded nor made any promises. In a fit of frustration, Tony had constructed thousands of miniature thrusters. Each thruster, excluding design costs, incurred manufacturing expenses of several tens of thousands. When totaling over 1,000, the expenditure exceeded $100 million. These miniature thrusters were specifically engineered for this anti-gravity meteor. Once the meteor was dealt with, these thrusters would become obsolete. Yet, despite this, Tony Stark's eyes remained unwavering. What else could this be if not monetary power? Moreover, considering that just his iron suit cost several hundred million, even up to $1 billion. A mere 100 million to vent his frustrations seemed entirely justifiable in his eyes. Thus, with extraordinary confidence, Iron Man donned his suit and took flight, commencing the installation of the miniature thrusters. Nearly an entire morning passed before Tony Stark successfully positioned all the thrusters at the meticulously calculated locations. From the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, he observed the multitude of red dots beneath the anti-gravity meteor. Each represented a miniature thruster. Nick Fury, evacuate everyone below. I am about to begin, he shouted, watching as the personnel below withdrew. Only then did Tony address Jarvis. Jarvis, initiate the sequence. Understood, sir. Puff, puff, puff. All the thrusters ignited simultaneously, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, a significant portion of the anti-gravity meteor was enveloped in azure flames. From a distance, it appeared as if this once dull gray behemoth had transformed into a striking half-blue, half-gray celestial object. It looked surprisingly appealing. However, that was where the charm ceased. Inside the iron suit, Tony Stark's expression darkened. He shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. I calculated this meticulously. How can it remain utterly motionless? There must be something wrong." Below, Nick Fury stifled the urge to laugh. He was a man of professional training, typically devoid of such mirth. However, given Tony's relentless efforts, selflessly dedicating himself without expectation of reward, it was only fair to acknowledge his toil, if not his triumph. Thus, Nick Fury, drawing upon the insights of the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank, addressed Tony Stark with a blend of consolation and guidance. Stark, perhaps you have overlooked a crucial aspect that has led us to this predicament. What issue? Tony Stark inquired immediately. Without hesitation, Nick Fury replied. This colossal meteorite was conjured by supernatural forces, which implies that it requires supernatural power to remove it? Tony Stark interjected, completing Fury's thought. Come on. Do you really believe this was man-made? Who could possibly create such a meteorite? A deity, perhaps? Tony remained incredulous at Fury's assertion. Yet, it was precisely Fury's words that helped Tony extricate himself from his self-doubt. Upon hearing Tony's rebuttal, Nick Fury felt no irritation. His objective had been achieved. If even Iron Man found himself powerless against this anti-gravity meteorite, it was time for Fury to contemplate alternative solutions, such as the potential relocation of the entire city. However, as he pondered this, an observer monitoring the meteorite suddenly shouted, "Report, sir. We have a situation." What situation? Fury demanded. There are individuals in the sky. What? Nick Fury promptly switched off his earpiece and rose to approach the observer's station, where a high-powered telescope was set up. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, perched atop a rooftop, became aware of the situation as Fury had not yet silenced his earpiece during the observer's report. Consequently, Tony contemplated briefly before sealing his Iron Man helmet and descending to hover above the meteorite for a closer inspection. Chapter 16. You were somewhat inconvenient at that moment. Nick Fury happened to observe through his telescope a silhouette beside the meteor in the sky. It was a man with orange hair, clad in a long robe adorned with red clouds against a black background. His face bore several dark markings, and his overall demeanor exuded a chilling severity. Gazing at this man, who floated effortlessly in the air without any apparent apparatus, Nick Fury found himself, for the first time, somewhat inclined to believe the counsel of his advisors. Stark, you are nearest. Inquire about his intentions. In truth, even without Nick Fury's urging, Tony Stark would have taken the initiative. He flew to a position merely a few dozen meters away from Devapathpane and called out, "Hello." Who are you? What brings you here? What connection do you have to this meteor? Devapath Pain turned his gaze towards Tony Stark. His icy stare and the strange gray circles in his eyes momentarily bewildering Stark. Even the formidable Mark III Iron Man suit offered him little comfort. Fortunately, Devapath Pain's gaze was soon withdrawn, allowing Stark to breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, Devapath Pain spoke. Pain. Huh. Tony Stark was momentarily perplexed, but soon realized, your name is Pain? Devapath Pain nodded. What an unusual name, Stark murmured, but you have yet to answer my other questions. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, several reporters from various television stations, armed with high-powered cameras, aimed their lenses at the two engaged in discourse. In any situation or event, opportunists are never far behind. These journalists, motivated by the prospect of uncovering a significant story in the gamble of turning a mere bicycle into a motorcycle, chose to risk their lives to capture the unfolding meteor spectacle. However, in recent days, they had only managed to document Iron Man's failures. While this constituted a newsworthy moment, it was still insufficient. The public's curiosity revolved around questions such as, how did this meteor appear? When will it vanish? Is this the work of a hidden agenda? Thus, the footage they captured held some value, yet it was far from lucrative. Nonetheless, they had no alternative. They had made their choices long ago and invested too much to turn back. Their sunk costs compelled them to persevere. Consequently, the current scene filled them with exhilaration, for it possibly signified that their gamble had paid off. Under the watchful eyes of Iron Man Tony Stark, the eavesdropping of Nick Fury, and the surreptitious recording by the reporters, Devapath Pain opened his mouth. I am Pain. This celestial meteor is a manifestation of my power, and my purpose here is to remove it. His voice, though not loud, traveled a considerable distance. This was one of the techniques of gravitational manipulation, using gravity to transmit sound, akin to how Devapath Pain's voice resonated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village during his assault. At this moment, Lynch executed his actions with precision. The voice of the Devapath, under his control, resonated farther than that of the original Devapath. This was due to Lynch's gravitational mastery, a B-class passive skill, unlike that of the original Devapath, whose gravitational abilities stemmed solely from the Rinnegan. Consequently, nearly the entire population of New York City heard his words. What? The individual known as Pain has created such a colossal meteorite? This meteorite, called the Earth-Shattering Star, possesses quite a captivating name. Is it truly him? Why would he undertake such a course of action? Instantly, Lynch's astonishment escalated rapidly, akin to igniting hydrogen gas, reaching speeds reminiscent of the initial emergence of the Earth-Shattering Star. In mere seconds, his astonishment soared to 10,000 points. However, this did not immediately affect Lynch. He controlled the Devapath, turned to Iron Man, and inquired, is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall commence. You. Tony felt a deep sense of affront. The enormous meteorite, which he had exerted immense effort to budge even slightly, appeared to be mere plaything in the presence of this self-proclaimed Pain. Perhaps sensing Tony's indignation, the Devapath remained silent but raised his hand, aiming at the Earth-Shattering Star, situated a dozen meters away. With a tug of his hand, he uttered a few words, universal gravitational pull. Gravitational control was indeed an enhanced version of the universal gravitational pull. At this moment, Lin Chi deemed this technique to possess considerable grandeur, thus he articulated this term. With a rumble, under the incredulous gazes of Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and all those monitoring the meteorite that Iron Man could not move, began to slowly inch towards the Devapath. Though the movement was sluggish, it was undeniably visible to the naked eye. After about 10 seconds, as his palm made contact with the surface of the Earth-Shattering Star, the Devapath, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Could you step aside? You are somewhat in the way." Chapter 17, I forgot. Ha! Iron Man is actually being disparaged. A few reporters in the distance burst into laughter. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a situation could arise. That flamboyant playboy must be furious. I must capture the expression of sheer exasperation on his face. Ha! I shall join in. All right. Let us continue to shoot seriously. Making money is of utmost importance. Tony Stark was fuming, nearly ready to explode. You scoundrel! He exclaimed, preparing to charge over and confront Pain. However, to his surprise, with a mere wave of his hand, Pain sent him hurtling backward. Even as jets of ion flames erupted beneath his feet, they proved futile. Gravity not only draws one closer, but can also propel one away. Yet, its force is not as formidable as that of Shinra Tensei. After being flung a considerable distance, Tony Stark finally settled down. He began to comprehend that his presence was indeed more of a hindrance than a help. With a complex expression, he shouted two final inquiries. Hey Pain, why did you unleash this colossal meteor? And, if you had released it, why did you not move it away sooner, opting instead to wait until now? As he was about to turn away, Pain hesitated slightly, his gaze fixing upon Stark as he replied slowly, At the time, there were two green behemoths battling. The noise was bothersome, so I utilized this ability. As for the second question, I simply forgot. These responses were conveyed through gravitational waves that traveled a considerable distance. Having spoken, Pain stood atop the meteor, directing it toward the sea. With a rumble, observing the massive meteor and the silhouette upon it receding into the distance. Countless voices erupted in chaos. Yet, a more profound silence enveloped many. What torments had these individuals endured in recent days? What fault lay upon the ordinary folk? Forced to abandon their homes and flee to distant lands due to the potential threat to their lives? The think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. contemplated numerous reasons, while the public concocted countless narratives. Yet, they could not fathom that the root of all this turmoil stemmed from the simple oversight of the one who unleashed the colossal meteor, who had merely forgotten to relocate it. How tragically absurd. Both Iron Man Tony Stark and Nick Fury simultaneously contemplated this notion. They were most profoundly affected and grasped the singular truth. Weakness is the original sin. The pride that had burgeoned from being revered as Iron Man dissipated instantly, and Tony's desire to grow stronger intensified. He resolved to return home, take a brief rest, and then embark on the creation of a new, more powerful suit of armor. He even contemplated crafting a counterpane armor. Meanwhile, Nick Fury silently made a decision in his heart. The initiative for that superhero alliance and the assembly of extraordinary individuals must be expedited. Director, what shall we do about that? Phil Coulson inquired, pointing towards the colossal meteor that was receding into the distance. Coulson was equally astonished. He had encountered several individuals with extraordinary abilities before, yet none possessed the formidable strength of this being known as Pain. Previously, he regarded superhumans as mere mortals, easily subdued by a single shot. However, he now comprehended that when power reaches a certain magnitude, extraordinary transformations inevitably occur. What now? Nick Fury's tone was intricate. What else can we do but watch them? Did he wish to provoke this being, only to have it unleash meteors from the heavens? I understand. Coulson promptly commanded everyone to remain still, refraining from any actions. Meanwhile, the television networks and online platforms erupted with fervor. Individuals fervently debated the events unfolding before them, questioning whether this potent entity, Pain, was friend or foe. Some declared him an adversary, for he had conjured meteors suspended ominously in the sky, endangering the lives of countless individuals. Conversely, others argued he was an ally, claiming his actions were intended to halt the conflict between Hulk and Abomination, albeit executed with excessive force. There were those who found Pain endearing, foolishly oblivious to everything around him. It is worth noting that such sentiments were predominantly voiced by fans and admirers. In summary, those who were taken aback by this incident contributed significantly to Lynch's astonishment, which delighted him immensely. What was truly his was finally within his grasp. Yet, this was not the time for tallying his gains. With a firm grip on the colossal meteor, Lynch maneuvered it towards the ocean. Observing that no one was monitoring him, he focused his thoughts, and the meteor began to disassemble beneath him. The sound of crashing echoed as the immense structure crumbled from the bottom up, collapsing like a cascade of dominoes, transforming into stones that plummeted into the sea. Due to the sheer volume, the process of these stones cascading into the ocean persisted for several minutes. Once all the stones had submerged, two figures floated into his presence, buoyed by Lynch's gravitational pull. Chapter 18. A forceful debt of gratitude. Before the formidable figure of Tendo Pain stood two silhouettes, the Abomination and Hulk. The Abomination retained its massive and grotesque form, while Hulk had reverted to the visage of Bruce Banner. Nonetheless, both shared a striking similarity. At this moment, they remained utterly motionless, as if lifeless. Casting a glance towards the shoreline, a throng of intrepid onlookers had gathered, undeterred by the perilous situation. Despite the considerable shock they imparted to Lynch, their continued presence would undoubtedly interfere with his intentions. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lynch relinquished his gravitational hold on the colossal Abomination, casting it into the depths of the sea to become fish fodder. With Bruce Banner in tow, he soared toward the distant coast. Although the conditions of the two individuals were not vastly different, Lynch, controlling Tendo Pain, discerned a critical distinction. The Abomination was unequivocally deceased, while Hulk remained alive. The planetary devastation had formed an impenetrable stone sphere, devoid of any crevice. Consequently, both the Abomination and Hulk, confined at the very center of this sphere, would have met their demise through suffocation. The Abomination's fate was indeed a tragic one. Such a furious and arrogant creature could never have anticipated such a humiliating end. As for Hulk, the Green Giant, Dr. Bruce Banner, perhaps his return to human form afforded him a greater supply of breathable air, or perhaps other factors were at play. In any case, Bruce Banner still clung to life. Though in a state of near collapse, he was undeniably alive. Upon reaching a secluded forest, Lynch gently placed him upon the ground. After contemplating his next course of action, Lynch resolved to employ some stimulating techniques to rouse Bruce Banner. Time was of the essence. As the operational duration of his limited clone was drawing to a close, With a mental energy of 25 points, the active duration of the clone was approximately 6 hours, with each point equating to 15 minutes of use. Having already elapsed 5 hours that morning, if the limit exceeded 6 hours, Lynch's consciousness would forcibly revert to his primary body, leaving the Tendo Pain clone to slumber for 12 hours before reactivating. This was the constraint of the C-grade skill of limited cloning. Absent these limitations, one could argue that the skill deserved an A-grade rating, or even an S-grade. Questions lingered regarding the potential for upgrading acquired skills, but those considerations could wait. For now, Lynch intended to use his gravitational powers to jolt Bruce Banner awake. The rationale behind this urgency was simple. Lynch sought to extract from Bruce Banner the location of the long-expired birthplace of the Hulk. This was undoubtedly a prime site for a quest. For nothing else but the prospect of augmenting his attributes by 5 points, Lynch was determined to undertake this journey. Furthermore, having effectively saved Bruce Banner's life, he anticipated that the good doctor would be inclined to respond. Lynch believed that procuring information from Dr. Banner would prove significantly more straightforward than extracting it from military sources. Although a connection has been established with Colonel Rhodes, it remains quite tenuous. Certainly insufficient to allow Rhodes to overlook any breach of discipline on Lynch's part. Consequently, Lynch intends to reserve his relationship with Rhodes for the momentous occasion of the War Machine's inception. As for the birthplace of the Hulk, that information shall be acquired directly from the source. This thought crossed Lynch's mind upon discovering that the Hulk was still alive. Acting on impulse, he waved his hand, and Bruce Banner, lying on the ground, was lifted into the air. He flailed about like a headless chicken, yet miraculously avoided colliding with any objects. Lynch was aware of his own restraint in this regard. His sole intention was to extract information without inciting enmity with the Hulk. After a chaotic 10 minutes, Lynch gently set Bruce Banner back down, only to witness him collapse onto the ground and begin to retch. It was a pitiful sight, having gone days without sustenance. Banner's stomach was empty, leaving him to heave without relief. Lynch felt a twinge of guilt, for it seemed that his actions had precipitated this unfortunate state for Dr. Banner. Nevertheless, he harbored little remorse. After all, he had saved the good Dr.'s life. What? You say Lynch nearly jeopardized Dr. Banner's existence? That is an entirely different matter. As long as Dr. Banner remains oblivious to this fact, the entity operating the celestial pain he now controls will be viewed as his benevolent savior. After a considerable wait, Dr. Banner finally managed to regain his composure, albeit with a grimace, acknowledging, "Yes, you saved me, but your method of awakening me." The celestial pain maintained a stoic expression, understanding that recognition of his rescue sufficed. As for his debt of gratitude, Lynch had but one request. What request? Dr. Banner inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of concern, fearing that this enigmatic figure might demand something excessive, perhaps to become his subordinate. Dr. Banner wished to avoid causing harm to others, hence his life of evasion and seclusion. Should such a demand arise, he would undoubtedly refuse. Chapter 19. The one who strikes you is the Hulk. What relation does he have with me? Dr. Bruce Banner's musings were lost on Lynch, an ordinary man who could not read minds and therefore had no understanding of the thoughts of strangers. He glanced at the slightly tense expression on his companion's face and stated directly, "Tell me, where was the Hulk born? Just this piece of information will clear the debt of gratitude I owe you." Bruce Banner was momentarily taken aback, not because the request was difficult, but because it was exceedingly simple, utterly disproportionate to the life-saving favor. Was the request truly so straightforward? Did he not require anything else of me? Hearing Dr. Banner's demand, the expression on Payne's face grew peculiar. He awkwardly averted his gaze and replied, "This is the sole request. If there are any additional demands, I only ask that once you learn everything, you do not harbor resentment toward me." Lynch felt no fear of the Hulk, for he was certain he would only grow stronger in the future. However, he did not wish to make enemies indiscriminately, as that was not the outcome he sought. Furthermore, the Hulk, growing more formidable with each confrontation, was not an adversary to be taken lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce Banner nodded in agreement to Payne's unusual request. It was not a difficult task. After all, the man before him was his savior, and how could he possibly hold a grudge? Thus, Bruce Banner revealed the location of the military base where he had first transformed into the Hulk during an experiment. "Though I am unsure of your intentions," he kindly cautioned, "it appears that you wish to visit that base. It has been nearly obliterated by the Hulk and lies buried underground. However, the possibility remains that the military may excavate it in the future, so exercise caution. There may still be troops stationed there." Seeing Dr. Banner's willingness to cooperate, Lynch nodded and prepared to depart. He felt a twinge of discomfort for having tricked the man and did not wish to linger. Sensing Payne's intent, Bruce Banner called out quickly, "May I ask for your name?" "Payne," came the reply. With that single utterance, Payne soared into the sky, gradually disappearing from Dr. Banner's sight. Payne. Bruce Banner, barely managing to rise to his feet, committed the name to memory. "My savior is called Payne." He then limped away, clad only in his remaining pair of underpants and leaning on a branch he had found, passing through the backyard of a home. He rummaged through and discovered a set of clothes. Coincidentally, he found a $100 bill tucked within the lining. Private savings? Dr. Banner mused with surprise. As he was in dire need of funds, he offered a slight bow in the direction of the clothes owner as a gesture of apology, then without hesitation took the money to purchase food. After 5 days of exile, Bruce Banner's resolve had diminished considerably. He had grown adept at petty thievery. Famished for days, he felt as though he could consume an entire cow. After walking a while longer, Dr. Banner finally spotted a KFC. Without a second thought, he rushed inside and ordered an extravagant array of burgers and fries. When the food arrived, he devoured it voraciously. His manner of eating drew curious glances from those around him, but having already paid, no one dared to comment. With a crunch, he finished the last piece of chicken and drained the final drop of soda. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Bruce Banner turned his attention to the television in the establishment. Undoubtedly, the screen was his most reliable source of information regarding the events of the past few days. At that moment, the television displayed footage of Pain from the Akatsuki unleashing the devastating planetary devastation technique. Captivated, Bruce Banner thought, this is the work of a savior. Truly formidable. However, before he could finish his contemplation, the footage began to loop. The dialogue between Pain and Iron Man echoed in his ears. Stunned, he watched as Pain confessed to releasing the planetary devastation technique, citing the rather trivial reason of the two green brutes fighting being too bothersome. At last, Bruce Banner comprehended why his savior had made that rather peculiar request. Pain. Unable to contain himself, Bruce Banner shouted. All he desired was to transform into the Hulk and deliver a thorough pounding to Pain, though he had promised to hold no grudge against Pain. The Hulk's actions bore no relation to Bruce Banner. His body began to turn green, ready to burst through his clothes and morph into the indomitable Hulk. Yet, taking a few deep breaths, he restrained himself. There were innocent bystanders present. Even if he wished to vent his frustrations on Pain, he needed to confront him first. Moreover, he had no funds to purchase a new outfit. Regaining his composure, Bruce Banner exited the KFC with a stoic expression, oblivious to those around him. Chapter 20. Harvest Lynch. My dear darling, awaken, it is time for lunch. As Lynch opened his eyes, he beheld the beautiful visage of Aunt May, her face illuminated by a genuine smile. Clearly, she was already aware that a certain individual named Pain had successfully relocated a colossal anti-gravity meteorite above New York. This meant that they could return home. Upon seeing her radiant smile, Lynch instantly felt that this moment was indeed worthwhile. Even if it meant foregoing the subsequent substantial influx of shock value, it was still worth it. Moreover, Pain's display of prowess had proven to be quite effective. As he rose, Lynch activated the system interface visible only to him. Host, Lynch, Lynn Parker, attributes, Strength 25, Speed 25, Stamina 105. Mental Power 25, Skills, Earth Explosion Star, S, Gravity Manipulation, B, Limited Cloning, C, Flame Jet, Feet, C, Shock Value, 1, 653, 073, as expected. The expression on Lynch's face conveyed this sentiment perfectly. Before the relocation of the Earth Explosion Star, his shock value had barely reached 500,000. Yet, in a mere span of a few minutes following the event, his shock value surged by an astonishing 1,100,000. Indeed, the increase in shock value from inanimate objects was limited. In contrast, living beings could yield far greater returns. Reflecting on this, Lynch recognized it as an embodiment of the uncanny valley effect. This phenomenon suggests that entities resembling humans, yet lacking humanity, evoke greater fear. In Lynch's context, it meant that appearing human while exhibiting powers far surpassing the ordinary could deliver an unparalleled shock. While not entirely fitting, it was close enough. At present, the shock value continued to rise at a rate of over 10 points per second. It was evident that the subsequent increments would diminish. The signs of diminishing returns were unmistakable. However, having discerned how to augment his shock value, Lynch had resolved to embark on a new path, to debut as an idol, no, to become a superhero. He aspired to champion the weak, perform astonishing deeds, and thereby accumulate shock value. His education in his previous life, coupled with Aunt May's teachings in this one, made it impossible for him to embody a villainous role. His principles and inner conscience would not permit him to become a heartless fiend. Nonetheless, Lynch would not adopt the overly virtuous stance of many superheroes. He adhered to a guiding principle: I do not rescue villains, nor those who court death, nor those who provoke anger in myself or my family. For a considerable time, Lynch had maintained this code. Even as he contemplated becoming a superhero, this principle would remain unchanged. It could be considered one of Lynch's fundamental boundaries. Accompanied by Aunt May and young Peter, the trio made their way to the military mess hall. It was lunchtime, and hunger gnawed at them. Had it not been for the mealtime, Aunt May would have already packed her belongings in preparation for their return home. No matter how splendid others' abodes might be, they remained foreign. Furthermore, the accommodations within the military tents were far from comfortable. At the very least, Lynch found it exceedingly uncomfortable to sleep each night. Moreover, he had not bathed for several days. Even a handsome man like him could develop an unpleasant odor. In any case, the three of them had resolved to depart after their meal. Following dinner, they collectively tidied up their belongings. Once everything was in order, they registered with the soldiers and then drove away from the military camp. In the back seat of the Pink Beetle, after pacifying the excited young Peter, Lynch began to contemplate the rewards he had garnered from this venture. He had acquired a rather impressive and practical skill, along with a staggering 1,650,000 shock points. After some consideration, Lynch decided against utilizing 1,500,000 shock points to elevate the progress of the Earth explosion star to 50%. He had learned from the system that a 50% completion would not yield the Renegade. Thus, he speculated that the reward for reaching 50% would likely be an enhancement of the passive skill, gravitational control. Given this, it would be more prudent to allocate the shock points towards improving his attributes and advancing the progress of the limited clone's flame ejection. Today, Lynch had come to truly appreciate the significance of mental strength. If only he could augment his mental power by a few more points. Allowing his clone to linger a bit longer, he could send it to the birthplace of the Hulk for a sign-in, thus avoiding the wait until the following day to accomplish this task. Therefore, enhancing his mental attribute was of utmost importance and must be prioritized. Without further ado, Lynch expended 50,000 shock points to elevate his mental strength to 30 points. Instantly, he felt a refreshing sensation sweep through his mind, leaving him utterly at ease. After completing the enhancement of his mental strength, Lynch typically invested an additional 100,000 points to boost his physical strength by 10 points. He had been following this routine daily for some time. Even before recognizing the importance of mental strength, Lynch had long understood the critical nature of physical strength. As for the attributes of power and speed, he refrained from any enhancements, as a capacity of 2.5 times that of an ordinary person was already more than sufficient. Having concluded his attribute adjustments, Lynch turned his attention to the remaining 3 skills. He speculated that these skills might be upgradable. Chapter 21, Skill Advancement and the Encounter with Thieves. This hypothesis is well-founded, as evidenced by the passive skill, Gravitational Control, initially rated at level D. This skill has been enhanced to level B due to the progress made in analyzing the S-level skill, Celestial Cataclysm. Given that this skill has successfully evolved, it stands to reason that the skills of limited clones and flame propulsion should also be capable of advancement. Lynch surmised that the key to upgrading these 2 skills lies within the progress bar. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, System, activate the progress bar for the limited clone skill. Activating. System detection indicates that the limited clone skill is at level C, which is below S level. Thus, the progress bar automatically converts to an evolution progress bar. The evolution progress bar, upon reaching full capacity, will initiate a skill upgrade. Lynch exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the opportunity for skill enhancement resided within the progress bar. Successfully activated the evolution progress bar for the C-level skill, Limited Clones. Upon the system's announcement, Lynch observed a new progress bar, currently at 0%, appearing beneath the 40% progress bar of Celestial Cataclysm. After investing 100,000 shock points, he noted that the evolution progress bar increased by 10%. Therefore, it seemed that 1,000,000 shock points would suffice for the limited clones to advance. Glancing at his current total of 140,000 shock points, he found it more than adequate. Yet, Lynch refrained from immediately investing all his shock points to fill the evolution progress bar. He still intended to examine the evolution progress bar of the flame propulsion skill. Indeed, when he commanded the system to activate the progress bar for flame propulsion, the response mirrored that of the limited clones. Following this, a third progress bar emerged beneath the Celestial Cataclysm and limited clones' evolution progress bars. This new bar represented the evolution progress for the flame propulsion skill. Without hesitation, Lynch invested 100,000 shock points into it. The progress bar then advanced to just over 6%. Frowning slightly, he deduced that this skill consumed more shock points than limited clones. After some contemplation, he decided to invest an additional 50,000 shock points, which allowed the evolution progress bar to reach 10%. Thus, it appeared that flame propulsion required 135,000 shock points for an upgrade. Reviewing his current total of 125,000 shock points, he realized it was insufficient. In truth, of the 2 skills, limited clones was of greater significance to Lynch. After all, this related to the efficiency of obtaining shock points through his clone, Pain of the Six Paths, which far surpassed that of his primary self. However, flame propulsion was undeniably impressive. Strength could be augmented through skill points, but style was a matter of a lifetime. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. He would earn more shock points in due time. Flame propulsion would inevitably upgrade. For the moment, he decided to prioritize the advancement of limited clones. Thus, without further ado, he allocated 900,000 shock points to the limited clone skill. Ding! Upon systematic examination, the progress bar for the C-level skill limited clone reached 100%. Initiating the skill upgrade. The upgrade was successful, evolving the C-level skill limited clone into a B-level skill. The B-level limited clone bears similarities to its C-level counterpart, albeit with the addition of 2 additional attributes. The conversion of mental energy now enhances the duration of the clone's existence upon depletion of the clone's time. The recovery period has been reduced. Upon further inquiry with the system, Lynch received a response. The conversion of 1 point of mental energy now extends the clone's active time from 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Furthermore, the recovery time after mental energy is exhausted has been shortened from 12 hours to 10 hours. Overall, this marks a significant enhancement. Currently, Lynch possesses 30 points of mental energy, enabling him to sustain the clone's presence for 600 minutes, equating to 10 hours. Following the upgrade of the limited clone, Lynch is left with 350,000 shock points. This amount is only sufficient to elevate the evolution progress bar for the skill Flame Jet feat to 30%. However, without any rewards. The question arises, what is the purpose of such an enhancement? It seems more prudent to await a sufficient accumulation of shock points for a substantial upgrade. Thus, Lynch resolved to conserve the remaining 350,000 shock points for unforeseen circumstances, allowing for potential boosts in strength or speed as the need arises. Nevertheless, reflecting on the day's endeavors, it appears that Lynch's morning spent utilizing clones did not significantly augment his power, especially when compared to the previous day. Yesterday, he remained idle and amassed 1,500,000 shock points. Investing these into the Earth Explosion Star Origin Progress Bar yielded a 10% advancement accompanied by rewards. Unlike the Evolution Progress Bar, which simply advances without any perks. After organizing his gains, Lynch closed his eyes for a brief respite. Upon awakening, he found himself at his doorstep. The Queen S district is considered a relatively safe area, characterized by numerous aesthetically pleasing, American-style wooden single-family homes. While these dwellings are visually appealing, their security features are notably inferior to those of apartment complexes. As Lynch entered his home with little Peter in tow, following Aunt May, he was dismayed to discover that they had been burgled. The living room was in disarray, with trash strewn about and the refrigerator door left ajar. Rushing to his room, Lynch found it equally chaotic, inciting his ire. Suddenly, the sound of little Peter's cries resonated from the adjacent room, prompting Lynch to hasten to his side. Chapter 22. Catching the Thief. Upon entering young Peter's room, Lynch was greeted by the disarray of the space and the sight of the weeping Peter Parker. The moment Peter spotted Lynch, he rushed into his embrace, as though he had found his anchor amidst the storm. "Brother, my Lego blocks are missing," he lamented. Lynch paused, a mixture of anger and amusement coursing through him. Could it be that the thief had not even spared Peter's cherished toys? Suddenly, a vague suspicion regarding the identity of the thief began to form in Lynch's mind. "Do not cry. I believe I have an inkling of who the culprit might be," he reassured Peter. "Stay home and assist Aunt May while I step out for a moment." After soothing young Peter, Lynch informed Aunt May, "I have a matter to attend to," and without waiting for her response, he dashed away. As Lynch stepped outside, he made his way towards a particular house at the corner of the community, the very abode he suspected. He recalled that when Peter had purchased the Lego birthday gift using the money he had earned through part-time work, the occupants of that house had witnessed the transaction. The child from that household had expressed intense envy upon seeing the Lego set, pleading with his burly father to buy it for him, only to receive a sharp reprimand instead. However, to conclude that they were thieves based solely on this incident would be rather rash. Thus, Lynch resolved to sneak a glance into their home. If he were to find the Lego blocks he had gifted Peter, no further evidence would be required. Upon reaching the fence of the suspect's residence, Lynch utilized his extraordinary strength and speed, leaping effortlessly over the barrier. He tread lightly towards the window and peered inside, only to find the child from that household joyfully assembling the very blocks. The box bore an inscription, "For my dear Peter Parker." This was a message Lynch recognized all too well, having pinned it himself. Not only did this household possess Peter's stolen Lego, but they also had all the valuables that had been pilfered from Lynch's own home. Fury surged within him. During their time of refuge, Aunt May had packed away all the precious belongings into a suitcase. Thus, the items this family had stolen were hardly of significant worth. Yet, the question remained, did that justify their casual appropriation? Casting a glance at the burly man lounging in the living room, Lynch's resolve crystallized. He approached the front door of the household and politely rang the doorbell, the chime capturing the attention of others in the vicinity. One of Lynch's male classmates noticed the commotion and turned to observe. "Brother, is that Lynch?" The classmate's sister exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Eager to greet him. As a strikingly handsome young man, Lynch garnered admiration from young girls, even if he often appeared aloof. However, The classmate restrained his sister, cautioning, "Don't go over there. Can't you see whose door he's knocking on? Ah, it's that family's thug." The younger sister exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, let us hasten to aid Lin." The male classmate, consumed by anger, felt an unsettling imbalance within him as he witnessed his sister's close affinity with Lynch. "It is too late," he retorted with a sardonic tone. "We can linger here for a moment and later retrieve Lynch's remains. I wager he will be felled by that ruffian with a single blow." "Brother," the sister protested indignantly, yet her strength paled in comparison to her classmates, leaving her helpless to intervene as she was forced to witness the impending tragedy unfold. With a sudden creak, the door of a nearby residence swung open. The male owner, a thug, caught sight of Lynch's face, causing his brow to involuntarily twitch in trepidation. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he was a notorious figure in the neighborhood. Who would dare challenge him? The thug's reaction only served to solidify Lynch's suspicion that this was indeed the thief. "Hey, did you pilfer my belongings?" Lynch demanded without a hint of politeness. In the past, he might have opted for a more indirect approach, but now, armed with absolute power, Lynch had transformed his methods. "What? You dare to accuse me?" the thug snarled. "You little brat, take this." Faced with the guilt of his actions, the thug aimed a colossal fist at Lynch, hoping to silence him. A direct hit would surely leave Lynch unconscious. Yet, Lynch did not flinch. He raised his hand and caught the fist with a single grip. With a resounding clap, the thug felt a jolt of pain, as if he had struck a slab of iron. A grimace crossed his face as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover it was ensnared within Lynch's grasp, like a vice. In an instant, Lynch delivered a powerful kick to the thug's abdomen. The thug's expression twisted in agony as he involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Lynch released his hold, disdainfully wiping his hands on the thug's clothing. Chapter 23. Education and Schooling. Lynch, from his elevated position, gazed down at the thug, placing his foot upon the back of the thug's hand, and inquired, "Did you steal from my home?" "Yes, I indeed stole," the thug answered truthfully, daunted by the palpable strength of the youth before him, which far surpassed his own. "Excellent." Lynch lifted his foot. He waved his phone before the thug, declaring, "I have recorded your confession. Furthermore, I alerted the authorities while knocking on your door. I find no pleasure in further entanglement with you, so let the police deal with you." Nearby, a male classmate and his sister stood in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Lynch would so effortlessly overpower the thug and address the situation in such an appropriate manner. "Brother Lynch, you are amazing," the sister exclaimed exuberantly. Meanwhile, her brother remained utterly speechless, noticing his sister's exuberant admiration. Lynch also acknowledged the male classmate but paid him little mind, simply nodding and smiling at his sister. "Ah!" the male classmate's sister screamed, only to be pulled away into the room by her brother. Woo-woo. The police car arrived. After recounting the entire episode to the officers, they returned the stolen items to Lynch's family and escorted the male thug away. Before departing, an Asian officer praised Lynch, stating, "Well done. Martial arts should be employed in moments like this, and it is fortunate you did not press the matter further. Otherwise, harboring a grudge could have led to dire consequences, considering he might possess a firearm at home." Lynch's willingness to candidly inform the police stemmed not from blind trust in law enforcement, but rather from a shared identity as people of color. There exists a natural camaraderie amongst them. Had it been a white officer, the situation might have unfolded differently, especially since the thug was white. However, the officer's parting words served as a reminder to Lynch. This was America, a nation where firearms are prevalent. Should the thug harbor resentment towards him, he could very well retaliate against Lynch, Aunt May, and little Peter, armed and ready to wreak havoc. Without a doubt, Lynch resolved to confront this thug again upon his release from the police station. Only by instilling fear could he prevent any future retribution. Lynch understood the tenacity of white pride, having lived in New York for 3 years, supplemented by his memories from a total of 18 years. Thus, he returned home with the retrieved belongings, explaining to Aunt May that the police had intervened. Immediately thereafter, Lynch departed the community, jogging towards the nearest police station. Given the short distance and his financial constraints, running was the most prudent option. Along the way, Lynch passed through an extensive area marked by a significant depression in the ground, an evident impact zone of the celestial calamity. A glance at his astonishment index revealed a gradual rise, albeit after over an hour, it had only increased from 350,000 to 355,000. Clearly, although the midday display of power by Payne had left an impression, the escalation was rather modest. However, the subsequent repercussions would undoubtedly prompt an official response. In this era of information, although the dissemination of news occurs at a rapid pace, the authorities wield considerable control. The underground hackers are but a minority. The true computer talents reside within the government. Nevertheless, Lynch remained indifferent. When he resolved to relocate the earth-shattering event, He had already relinquished any hopes of profiting from the incident. There were countless ways to garner shock value. Upon arriving outside the police station, Lynch purchased a cup of coffee, sipping it as he lay in wait. After a brief interval, a young thug emerged from the station, his demeanor sullen. Yet, he had not ventured far when he turned back to raise a middle finger at the police station. Before the officers could react, he dashed away. Lynch, however, followed suit. Reaching a deserted alley devoid of surveillance cameras, Lynch sprinted forward. After more than half an hour, he exited the alley. Inside, the young thug was left battered and trembling against the wall. The matter had been resolved, perhaps with a bit too much force. It was likely that this young thug would avoid crossing paths with Lynch in the future. Yet, he was merely a small-time delinquent. Upon returning home, after enduring Aunt May's complaints, Lynch assisted with household chores. The following day, Wednesday, Lynch and young Peter rose early, for today marked their return to school. Indeed, despite being 18, Lynch had yet to graduate high school. This year, however, was his final semester of senior year. Once this half-year concluded, Lynch would either attend university or, should he fail to gain admission, enter the workforce. Of course, the latter scenario seemed improbable. While Lynch's academic performance was not exceptional, gaining acceptance into college posed no significant challenge. After breakfast, Lynch watched as Aunt May drove Peter out, before setting off on his bicycle. Since Lynch's school was on a different route than Peter's and Aunt May's workplace, he had to commute alone each day. Yet for Lynch, whose stamina far exceeded that of an ordinary person, cycling to school was a trivial matter. Chapter 24, Trouble and Establishing Authority. The journey to the school bike shed was silent as Lin Chi secured his bicycle. It was at this moment that he encountered trouble. Due to Lin Chi's striking appearance, numerous girls had expressed their affections toward him, but he had turned down every single one. Consequently, this behavior had drawn the ire of a group who fancied themselves as guardians of flowers. Prior to successfully signing in, Lin Chi had endured their bullying. However, the tides were about to change. Upon encountering two imposing members of the school's football team blocking the bike shed entrance, Lin Chi did not hesitate. He approached them directly. Regardless of their intentions, he felt no fear in their presence. In the face of absolute strength, everything became uncomplicated. Even burly adult bullies fell swiftly at Lin Chi's hands, let alone these mere adolescents. With a resounding crash, the seasoned football player was forcefully pushed aside by Lin Chi and fell to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left them momentarily bewildered. Yet a distant male student recognized the normalcy of the situation, recalling Lin Chi's effortless takedown of a bully the previous day. He quickly lowered his head and took a detour. Previously, this individual might have reveled in Lin Chi's misfortunes, but now he dared not utter a word. The fallen football players, humiliated and furious, hastily charged at Lin Chi. Some girls shouted warnings, but it was too late. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Chi seemed to possess a preternatural awareness, pivoting swiftly to execute a remarkable two-stage kick. His body soared through the air, both legs striking the shoulders of the approaching football players with precision. With a resounding impact, the two robust youths, each standing at 6 feet tall, were sent flying backwards, their velocity surpassing that of their initial charge. They lay on the ground, groaning in pain. A classmate gasped, "Chinese Kung Fu." At this juncture, the disciplinary director arrived. Albeit belatedly, a Caucasian man, he intended to reprimand Lin Chi, but the surrounding students rallied in his defense. Reluctantly, he ordered the fallen players to be assisted and taken to the infirmary. Word of Lin Chi's martial prowess swiftly spread throughout the school, garnering him even more admirers. Glancing at the surge of astonishment points, which had increased by approximately 1,000, Lin Chi mused to himself, perhaps this is a pleasant surprise. With newfound strength, he was determined not to be bullied any longer. His actions at school were a deliberate attempt to establish authority. Accumulating 1,000 astonishment points was merely a fortunate byproduct. Yet, he pondered whether this display of power was sufficient. Anticipating potential retaliation after school, he thought, if I face a dozen opponents, that should certainly reinforce my standing. However, as soon as class commenced, Lin Chi was greeted with an unexpected revelation. Once, knowledge that seemed somewhat obscure to him has now transformed into a realm of complete understanding. Not only does he comprehend it, but he has also achieved a level of mastery that allows him to integrate and synthesize the information seamlessly. His capacity for learning has unexpectedly surged. Upon reflection, Lin Chi deduced the cause. It is likely an enhancement in his mental acuity. This attribute is not merely represented by a blue bar, it also embodies cognitive abilities. After all, is not learning inherently tied to cognitive function? With this realization, Lin Chi suddenly harbored newfound ambitions. He aspired to attend Harvard University, a pinnacle of academic achievement for the citizens of the United States. While Princeton University, part of the Ivy League, also stands as an elite institution, admission there is nearly unattainable for the average individual. Thus, as a more realistic objective, Lin Chi set his sights firmly on Harvard. Previously, merely gaining acceptance to New York University would have been a commendable feat. The disparity between New York University and Harvard is akin to that between an ordinary first-tier university and a prestigious 211 university. Now, with his augmented learning capabilities, why should he settle for New York University when he has the potential to aim for Harvard? Most importantly, the better the university he attends, the more elated Mei will be. For her happiness alone, he is determined to strive for Harvard. Moreover, Harvard's location in Cambridge is conveniently close to New York City, with high-speed trains offering a mere 1 or 2 hours of travel time, making it easy to return home. With this resolution in his heart, Lynch became even more fervent in his studies. He clutched his books tightly until school was dismissed. Noticing the time, he realized it was time to return home for dinner. He placed his books on his desk and, with his backpack in hand, prepared to leave. However, he found himself blocked at the entrance of the school building. At that moment, as the school day ended, a throng of students surged past. Yet Lin Shi was confronted by 20 members of the school's football team. "Hey, you yellow-skinned monkey. You think you can just walk home after knocking down 2 of our players without saying a word?" The team captain began to speak, but before he could finish, Lin Shi took 2 steps back and launched a flying kick squarely into the captain's chest. Smack. "If you want to cause me trouble, just be straightforward. Why waste words?" Chapter 25, the scarlet which a cold smirk played on Lin Shi's lips as he declared, "After finishing you all off, I still have to return home for dinner." The members of the football team, upon hearing these words, were instantly consumed by rage. They had always ruled the school with an iron fist, never having encountered such mockery. Without a second thought for honor, they charged directly at Lin Shi. Undaunted, Lin Shi met them head-on. In this tumultuous moment, he prudently communicated with the system in his mind. "System, enhance my strength and speed by 10 points each." A warm surge coursed through him, amplifying his speed and power. With a single punch, one adversary was sent sprawling. With a swift kick, another was brought to his knees. Yet, due to the sheer number of opponents, onlookers assumed Lin Shi was at a disadvantage. Some of Lin Shi's admirers, perceiving his dire situation, hastily sought out a teacher, hoping for intervention. However, when they returned with the teacher, they were met with the sight of the football team members strewn across the ground. At that moment, standing amidst the chaos, Lin Shi nonchalantly shook his arms and scoffed. "Is this all you've got?" Not wishing to expend any more effort on the matter, Lin Shi departed the school on his bicycle, amidst the cheers of his adoring fans. This episode undoubtedly achieved the desired effect, a one-man victory over 20 opponents. A resounding triumph that would deter anyone from challenging Lin Shi in the future. As a result, he amassed a staggering 10,000 points of shock value. After all, he had accomplished this astonishing feat right before the eyes of the entire school faculty and student body. However, despite the impressive gain, Lin Shi had expended 200,000 points in the process, leaving him with a balance of 170,000. Nevertheless, this expenditure was well worth it. Not only did it ease the remainder of his senior year, but it also permanently enhanced his physical attributes. From that day forward, news of Lin Shi's mastery of Chinese martial arts spread rapidly throughout the school and into the surrounding community, significantly improving the living conditions of the Parker family. In any realm, strength holds paramount importance. As Lin Shi rode home, humming a cheerful tune, he reflected on his successful establishment of authority at school and the newfound possibility of attending Harvard University. Furthermore, after a day's passage, the cool-down period for his limited clone had elapsed. Once he finished dinner, he could manifest a clone to venture to the birthplace of the Green Goblin for a sign-in. With an array of fortuitous events unfolding, how could Lin Shi not feel elated? However, at that moment, he suddenly grasped the brakes of his bicycle as he noticed a group of 5 or 6 unruly thugs in a nearby alley, surrounding a couple. Fueled by a sense of justice and unbothered by the trouble, Lin Shi was inclined to intervene. His good mood today made him willing to meddle in this affair. Most importantly, one of the thugs was a familiar face, the very individual Lin Shi had reprimanded just the day before, the one who had stolen from his home. Without hesitation, Lynch set down his backpack and bicycle, striding forward. The sound of his footsteps drew the attention of all present, causing the small-time thug he had previously reprimanded to turn pale. Unable to suppress his fear, the thug stumbled back a couple of steps, his body feeling weak. Leaning against the wall, he managed to remain upright. Yet, reassured by the presence of his comrades, he thought to himself that no matter how formidable Lynch appeared, it was improbable he could take on 5 at once. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Lynch charging towards them without uttering a word. With a swift kick, he incapacitated one thug, sending him flying several meters before collapsing unconscious to the ground. A flurry of punches and kicks followed, and soon 3 thugs lay defeated. This left only his old acquaintance standing. Without pausing, Lynch disregarded the striking features of the couple ensnared in the melee and approached his old acquaintance. After all, Lynch had encountered far too many assertive beauties to be swayed. Among the couple, he overlooked the male entirely, and while the female was undeniably charming, she hardly warranted more than a fleeting glance. However, sensing a hint of familiarity about her, he lingered for a moment longer. Yet, unable to discern anything further. He turned his attention back to his old acquaintance. "I missed you after just one day," he said, placing a hand on the trembling figure's shoulder. Observing the fear etched across the thug's face, Lynch suddenly lost the desire to educate him. The thug was already thoroughly intimidated. What purpose would further reprimanding serve? Well then, you know what you need to do, right? With that, he stepped back. Gritting his teeth, the old acquaintance turned to face the wall and charged headfirst into it. Thud. He slumped into unconsciousness, eliciting a sympathetic wince from Lynch, who couldn't help but click his tongue in response. Rising to his feet, he turned to the couple and said, "I am Lynch, Lynch Parker. Are you both all right? The security here is relatively decent. You two just happened to have unfortunate luck. However, you were also fortunate to encounter me." "Hello." Upon hearing this, the female quickly replied, "Thank you for saving us. My name is Wanda Maximoff." Chapter 26. The ordeal of the siblings. 18-year-old Wanda Maximoff and her twin brother Pietro Maximoff were not yet the superheroes Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They remained ordinary individuals, untouched by the experiments of Hydra. Following the tragic loss of their family, the siblings chose not to pursue their education, but instead ventured to the nearby metropolis of New York City to forge their own paths. Having lived in a small town on the outskirts of New York, they had never set foot in the city itself, largely due to their impoverished circumstances. Their father had passed away during their childhood, and their mother had devoted herself to raising them, only to succumb to illness not long ago. Both Wanda and Pietro held a deep fascination for New York, captivated by the splendid tales spun by the elders in their community about the wonders of the city. Driven by this yearning, a month after their mother's demise, they resolved to overcome their grief, sell their family home, and embark on a train journey to New York. They aspired to carve out their own destinies through hard work in this vibrant city. Naturally, they were also eager to gaze upon the colossal anti-gravity meteor that hovered above New York's skyline. However, upon their arrival, they soon learned that a formidable individual named Payne had removed the meteor the previous day. Unperturbed by this setback, the siblings sought to investigate, only to find the meteor absent. With their initial goal now elusive, the two bewildered youths were at a loss for what to do next. At this moment, they caught the attention of a group of thugs loitering nearby. The thugs feigned friendliness, deceiving Wanda and Pietro into trusting them. "Are you looking for a place to stay? I happen to know of a rental nearby. Allow me to show you," one of them suggested, leading the siblings to a secluded location with ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to them, the thug was not alone. He summoned his associates, and soon 5 burly men surrounded the vulnerable Wanda and the not-so-robust Pietro. Upon seeing Wanda's beauty, the thugs' intentions darkened. They quickly realized that the siblings were mere country folk in a sprawling city like New York, devoid of any allies. This realization emboldened them, expanding their malicious possibilities. Thus, the thugs' ambitions grew beyond mere robbery. They now sought to exploit Wanda's innocence. They deemed it a stroke of fortune to encounter such a lovely, youthful maiden, believing she was likely untouched. They fantasized about savoring the experience of the young beauty. Moreover, they concocted a sinister plan to force her into a life of exploitation, generating a continuous stream of income from her. As for her brother, they contemplated silencing him, convinced that in a city like New York, the disappearance of 2 outsiders would go unnoticed. In an instant, Wanda and Pietro's dreams of New York shattered, revealing the dark underbelly of the city on their very first day. Hiding behind her brother, Wanda overheard the conversation of those men discussing how to dispose of the 2 siblings. They perceived Wanda and Pietro as mere prey, believing escape was impossible. Thus, they deliberately spoke in front of the brother and sister, seeking a twisted thrill from their fear. They even planned to exploit the situation further, intending to humiliate the young beauty before her brother's eyes. Truly inhumane. Wanda felt as if her silver teeth might shatter from the pressure. At that moment, she desperately wished for someone to discover their plight and rescue her and her brother. "Superheroes, police, good Samaritans, whoever it may be, please appear." Wanda repeated this plea in her heart, her last glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, her brother Pietro stood resolutely, safeguarding Wanda as the final bastion. He was prepared to lay down his life for her. Yet, no one came. With a crash, the thugs seized their suitcase. It flew open, scattering clothes and personal items across the ground. The ruffians rummaged through it, discovering the siblings' savings. And one of them picked up Wanda's lingerie with a taunting glint in his eye, exclaiming, "Oh, how lovely, pink." At that moment, Wanda finally broke down in tears, her sorrow streaming down her cheeks, yet she dared not utter a sound. Pietro bit his lip until it bled, suppressing his own voice as well, for they had spotted the guns holstered at the thugs' waists. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle approached from the alley, jolting Wanda and Pietro into alertness. They gazed hopefully towards the entrance of the alley, fervently praying, "Please, save us." The thugs turned their attention there too, preparing to warn anyone who dared to intervene. However, when a rather handsome young man stepped into the alley, the 4 thugs erupted into laughter. Wanda and Pietro felt a wave of despair wash over them. "This kid thinks he can meddle? sneered the thug at the back, oblivious to the tremors that rippled through the bruised thug beside him. Chapter 27. Affection. What transpired thereafter unfolded precisely as Lynch perceived it. Due to his exceptional physical prowess, he incapacitated the ruffians before they could even draw their weapons. After putting on a show of bravado, upon recognizing that the two individuals before him were Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff, Lynch's demeanor shifted to one of warmth. This reaction was not unwarranted, after all. It is implausible for one to harbor fondness for strangers without reason, aware of their destinies. Lynch was motivated not only by the prospect of forging alliances with these formidable individuals, but also by the rewards associated with their birthplace, as he was fervently dedicated to his own empowerment. Moreover, the future Scarlet Witch, Wanda, undeniably aligned with Lynch's aesthetic sensibilities. Lynch had never envisioned a life of solitude. With such a striking visage, a face that resonates deeply with readers, it would be a tragedy to remain unattached. Thus, encountering the future Scarlet Witch naturally led him to consider her as a potential romantic partner. As for her future suitor, Vision, who is he? A mere automaton, competing for affection with a fellow man? Absurd. Furthermore, that scenario is merely one of many possibilities for the future, and who can accurately predict what lies ahead? Having arrived in this Marvel universe, Lynch's future was destined to diverge from the norm. Therefore, as long as Wanda did not fancy Vision, his pursuits could not be deemed as betrayal. With a smile directed at the siblings, Lynch began to gather the scattered garments strewn about the floor. Stooping to place them into a box, having resolved to cultivate a rapport with the pair, it was only fitting that he engage in actions to enhance their camaraderie. However, he inadvertently picked up Wanda's undergarment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment before promptly setting it aside. He then approached the siblings, who were leaning against the wall, and extended his hand toward them. Please, you too, rise. Confronted with Lynch's smile, the siblings were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Pietro finally recognized Lynch as their savior. He grasped the extent of Lynch's strength. Defeating 5 adversaries with such ease was nothing short of remarkable. A sense of admiration blossomed within Pietro. Had he possessed such formidable power, would he and his sister have found themselves in such dire straits? Or, even if they had, would they have felt so powerless and helpless? Meanwhile, Wanda gazed dreamily at Lynch's handsome face adorned with a captivating smile. Beneath the gratitude for her life being saved and the allure of Lynch's remarkable beauty, an array of emotions began to quietly emerge within her heart. In ancient times, a more liberated woman might have proclaimed, "To repay the debt of life is beyond my means. I can only offer myself in return." Certainly, when addressing those unappealing individuals who evoke no sense of empathy in our charming readers, one might express, "A debt of gratitude cannot be repaid in this life. In the next, I shall serve my benefactor as a humble servant to repay the kindness." Who desires your next life? Is it not simply a matter of finding them unattractive? Ahem. I digress. At this moment, Wanda's mindset is quite similar. However, having just emerged from a perilous situation, she has yet to fully regain her composure, leaving her gazing blankly at Lynch's face. The allure of a handsome visage is not solely reserved for women. Young men can equally provoke excitement in girls. Hey, Wanda, snap out of it. It was only when Pietro patted her shoulder that Wanda returned to reality. She quickly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, Lynch remained largely indifferent, as a future girlfriend is naturally a matter for the future. At present, Lynch's sole ambition is to increase his strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can he hope to survive in this perilous Marvel universe. As for what constitutes adequate strength, Lynch mused, it must at least approach the level of Odin or the Ancient One, those celestial titans. Thus, after assisting Pietro to his feet, Lynch maintained a gentle smile as he extended his hand toward Wanda. As long as I am not shy, it is the other party who should feel bashful. Indeed. Wanda's complexion deepened in hue, yet she still placed her hand atop Lynch's palm, allowing him to pull her up. Once they were both standing, Lynch gestured for them to gather their clothing and belongings while he turned away, presenting his back to them. Pietro was puzzled as to why Lynch did not lend a hand, but the moment Wanda, her face still flushed, neatly folded her undergarments, Pietro began to comprehend. In that instant, he regarded Lynch as a true gentleman, a genuinely kind-hearted person. Consequently, the bond between the siblings and Lynch grew even stronger. Once Wanda and Pietro had tidied their suitcase and retrieved their money from the thugs, Lynch attended to the aftermath. This so-called aftermath involved dealing with the aforementioned thugs. He first confiscated the money from the 5 individuals and handed it over to the siblings, then proceeded to strip them of their clothing, discarding it into a nearby trash bin. This served as their punishment. Chapter 28. Assistance, birthplace of the Hulk. Lynch elucidated, given the absence of surveillance cameras in the vicinity, coupled with the fact that you are outsiders while they are citizens of New York City, it would be exceedingly challenging to secure a conviction even if you were to report the incident. Therefore, it is prudent to administer private retribution. I trust you do not wish to let them off so easily. He handed them the money, suggesting it as compensation for their emotional distress. Despite initial reluctance, the siblings ultimately acquiesced to Lynch's proposition. Upon learning that Wanda and Pietro lacked accommodation, Lynch guided them to an apartment available for rent adjacent to his community. The landlord is a good person, someone I know well. You may temporarily reside here, he assured them. Thanks to Lynch's intervention, the siblings secured a 2-bedroom apartment at a remarkably affordable price. After assisting with their move, Lynch learned of their aspirations to forge a new life in New York. Although their first impression of the city was somewhat unfavorable, they recognized that retreat was not an option. Their family home had been sold, leaving them with nowhere to return. Lynch offered his counsel, stating, "You are both of my age, perhaps a tad younger. With only a high school education, what viable employment can you secure? My recommendation is to undertake odd jobs to sustain yourselves while self-studying, subsequently preparing for university entrance examinations. The knowledge acquired in university is seldom utilized post-graduation by 90% of individuals. Nevertheless, a degree serves as a stepping stone to better job opportunities." After Lynch's persuasion, the siblings temporarily set aside their aspirations for formal employment, opting instead to follow his advice of balancing part-time work with studies. Pleased with their receptiveness, Lynch eagerly introduced them to local job opportunities. The supermarket nearby is hiring. You both might consider applying for positions as cashiers or stock clerks. I believe you are quite capable. Additionally, I possess some old textbooks that you may borrow, and my academic proficiency is adequate. Feel free to consult me if you encounter difficulties. Once Wanda and Pietro were settled, Lynch rode his bicycle home, where Aunt May had just returned. He greeted her, mentioning he was out with friends and would return for dinner, then proceeded to gather all his high school textbooks to present to Wanda and Pietro. Wanda? Pietro, may I call you that? You can refer to me as Lynch. After providing them with the books, he suggested they acquire some paper and pens for self-study. At that moment, Wanda gazed at Lynch with glimmering eyes, asking, "Lynch, why are you being so kind to us?" Initially, it could be seen as an act of heroism, but now. Lynch shrugged, stating, "There is no ulterior motive. I simply find you both appealing and wish to assist. However, if a reason must be articulated." He glanced at Pietro and jested, "Pietro, I harbor nefarious intentions towards your sister Wanda." Lynch spoke these words with a smile, prompting Pietro to chuckle in response. Although Wanda's cheeks flushed, she refrained from offering any retort. After thoroughly settling the siblings, Lynch exchanged phone numbers with them before heading home. It was time for dinner. Following the meal, Lynch returned to his room. Instead of immersing himself in a book, he took out his phone to chat with Wanda. Utilizing the instant messaging application favored in the United States. While he was not yet inclined to pursue a romantic relationship, he could not resist engaging in conversation with Wanda, especially as she had initiated contact under the pretext of asking math questions. After a lengthy discussion on various math problems, Lynch deemed it an appropriate moment to bid Wanda good night. He then took a shower and lay down in bed. Today had proven to be quite fruitful. Not only had he resolved matters at school, but he had also made acquaintances with the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. He anticipated that visiting them in the future would pose no difficulties. As for now, Lynch activated his skill to create a limited clone. The pain of the 6 paths emerged, channeling its consciousness, while Lynch's original self slipped into slumber. With a soft click, the window opened slightly, and the pain of the 6 paths leaped out, soaring into the night sky. Lynch intended to sign in at the birthplace of the Hulk, having obtained the location yesterday. He was eager to claim his reward today. The reason for not going during the day was simple. Lynch had school obligations. He had set his sights on attending Harvard University, and thus would not waste time sleeping at school. Consequently, he could only venture out at night, adopting the identity of the formidable Pain. This thought invigorated him. By day, a diligent student, by night, a world-shocking powerhouse. Embracing these diverse aspirations, Lynch guided the Pain of the 6 paths as he soared through the sky. After more than an hour of flight, he finally arrived at the designated location, an abandoned military base. The entrance was obstructed by a jumble of stones, rendering Dr. Banner's concerns moot. Using gravitational manipulation to clear the debris, the Pain of the 6 paths stepped inside, paving the way for an uninterrupted journey. Chapter 29. The arrival at the severely damaged laboratory. Upon reaching the laboratory described by Dr. Banner, a voice resonated through the system. Ding. The host is at the sign-in location. Birthplace of the Hulk, expired. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. The host is at the sign-in location. The sign-in process officially begins. The sign-in duration is 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be deemed as a sign-in failure. The entity controlled by Lynch. The Heavenly Path Pain. Observe the countdown with vigilance, remaining alert to any potential interruptions that might disrupt his sign-in. 10 seconds elapsed without any interruptions, and the sign-in proceeded smoothly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating: C-Class. Sign-in reward: all attribute enhancement, skill extraction, C-Class. Once, another C-Class. Yet, this was fortuitous. A higher level would impose a burden upon Lynch, unless it was a passive skill. Without hesitation, he commanded, "System, extract skill. Extracting, please wait." Extraction successful, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a C-class passive skill, multitasking. Skill description, the possessor of this passive skill can effectively divide their attention. A talent that activates automatically without any consumption. Lynch did not anticipate acquiring a passive skill, especially one as pivotal as this. With this skill, he need not fear his alter ego being exposed. In fact, he could orchestrate a meeting between his true self and his alter ego, entirely severing the connection between his original and his clone. This was indeed an essential ability for maintaining his alter ego. Instantly, Lynch resolved to elevate this passive skill to a higher level in the future. Core skills must be fully invested. However, at present, he did not initiate the evolution progress bar for this passive skill, as even if he did, he lacked sufficient shock value to fill it for an upgrade. Thus, it would be more prudent to wait until he amassed enough shock value for a substantial upgrade. Currently, the time limit for the existence of his clone was still ample. After some contemplation, Lynch decided to investigate the situation of the villains in New York. He had already resolved to have his true self debut to earn shock value. Thus it was only natural to select a villain for this inaugural performance. Consequently, he departed from the dilapidated base, resealing its entrance. And the heavenly path Pain soared into the sky, heading towards New York. In fact, Lynch had already contemplated his debut. He had long heard of the infamous Kingpin. If he could defeat Kingpin in full view of the public, it should yield a considerable amount of shock value, wouldn't it? As for how to accomplish this, he had formulated a plan. The central area, known as Hell's Kitchen, was Kingpin's territory. Regrettably, Lynch had never visited it before. However, that night, the heavenly path Pain descended from the heavens and landed there. It was 11 o'clock at night, yet the foot traffic in Hell's Kitchen remained substantial. On the day when Pain descended from the heavens with great fanfare, everyone recognized him as the individual who had removed the meteorite the previous day. Naturally, there were those lacking foresight who attempted to educate Pain. However, without exception, these individuals were swiftly drawn toward the walls by the gravitational force he exerted, impaled within them. Thus, as he made his way through the throngs, countless fled while more gathered to witness the spectacle, ultimately augmenting Lynch's shock value by 10,000 points. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jibing building, Pain disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and stepped inside. The sounds of fists and feet colliding began to resonate. With the mastery over gravity and his extraordinary physique, Pain swept through the space as if it were uninhabited, toppling all those who crossed his path. Those armed with firearms found themselves utterly incapable of controlling their weapons. Not a single bullet found its mark. He advanced to the building's center, where he encountered a man clad in black tactical attire, Target Eye, a master of throwing techniques. This individual possessed an almost uncanny accuracy with thrown knives, rivaling the prowess of an archer like Hawkeye. Yet, alas, Target Eye faced the formidable force of Pain, who, confronting several incoming darts, merely pointed a finger, causing all the projectiles to halt midair before redirecting them back toward their origin. In a state of sheer panic, Target Eye retreated, attempting to evade and even slam the door shut, but to no avail. The darts found their mark, rendering him temporarily incapacitated, though he remained alive. Pain, undeterred, continued his ascent to the upper floors, unchallenged this time. Upon reaching the top floor, he found the office door wide open. Peering inside, he beheld a corpulent figure, Jibing. Without pausing, Pain entered, and while Jibing's face momentarily flashed with fury, he refrained from immediate aggression. Instead, he rose, leaning on his staff, and stepped away from his desk. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, an irresistible force enveloped him. Despite Jibing's physical prowess being at the peak of human capability, he succumbed to the overwhelming power, ultimately kneeling and then collapsing to the ground. Chapter 30. The conspiracy against Kingpin. Kingpin stands as the emperor of the underworld in New York and, indeed, across the entirety of America. This fact is universally acknowledged within the shadows of the criminal world. He possesses a meticulous mind, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and boasts a physique composed of over 90% muscle, endowing him with astonishing strength capable of shattering a wall with bare hands. Moreover, Kingpin is a master of combat, exhibiting a level of fighting prowess that is unparalleled among mere mortals. His cane, too, is a formidable weapon, capable of emitting lasers and smoke, rendering his adversaries utterly defenseless. In the realm of organized crime, he is referred to as Kingpin, a term that signifies the mastermind behind it all, with a network that spans the globe. Such formidable strength and extraordinary influence render Kingpin incomparable to the petty thugs whom Lynch had previously dispatched. In stark contrast, Kingpin is akin to a mighty dragon. While the thugs might not even be worthy of being called ants, yet, even this powerful Kingpin found himself subdued by the gravitational force wielded by Pain, a manifestation of Lynch's will. No matter how formidable one's strength, it must be exercised within the realm of possibility. Likewise, no matter how vast one's influence, it requires time to gather support. Pain arrived wielding one of the most primal forces of the Earth, gravity. He channeled this force upon Kingpin, compelling him to the ground with unrelenting pressure. In a sudden turn of events, Kingpin was forcefully pinned down. It is essential to note that, even if given the chance to retaliate, Kingpin would stand no chance against Pain. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to inflict a scratch upon Pain. This illustrates a crushing disparity in power. Pain's mastery over gravity completely eclipses Kingpin's capabilities. Moreover, even in a direct confrontation devoid of gravitational manipulation, the outcome of a battle between Pain and Kingpin remains uncertain. After all, Pain's physical attributes are a complete inheritance from Lynch. Lynch himself possesses extraordinary physical qualities, attributes, strength 40, speed 40, stamina 120, mental power 35. Setting aside the mental power that offers no enhancement in hand-to-hand combat, Lynch's strength and speed are quadruple that of an ordinary person, with stamina reaching 6 times the average. Considering this amalgamation of physical prowess, even Kingpin would find himself at a disadvantage. Against someone like Captain America, Lynch might even have a 50-50 chance. Of course, without utilizing special abilities, Lynch would likely struggle against Captain America, who is a master of combat. The crux of the matter lies in whether Lynch would refrain from employing his skills in an actual fight. Abilities such as gravity manipulation and the devastating technique known as Shinra Tensei are not to be overlooked, and he would undoubtedly make use of his fire-based skills as well. Thus, in the absence of knowledge regarding Lynch's capabilities, and without the utilization of Captain America's nearly indestructible shield, the two would be evenly matched. However, with the shield in hand, Captain America's combat effectiveness would be considerably enhanced. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lynch's immediate concern is not Captain America, but the struggling Kingpin, who, despite being subdued in a single move, refuses to concede defeat. Determined, Kingpin resolves that no matter what transpires henceforth, he must rise to his feet. The sight of himself sprawled on the ground in such a disheveled state is utterly unacceptable to his proud nature. For the sake of his pride, he is willing to endure the consequences of resistance. Moreover, his cane lay not far away. If he could rise to grasp it, the unexpected lasers and smoke emanating from the cane might afford him a chance for redemption. As for negotiations and surrender, the moment his adversaries appeared, they unleashed a barrage from the first floor, wounding countless of his subordinates. Furthermore, he witnessed his own immediate aggression. This was hardly the demeanor of one seeking parley. Regarding surrender, Kingpin indeed possessed the potential for flexibility, yet the individuals before him, though formidable, had not yet instilled a sense of hopelessness within him. Thus, he must resist. Boom. The overwhelming force cascaded down upon Kingpin's form. His garments tore asunder, and the ground beneath him caved in, displaying a web-like pattern. The gravitational pull exerted by Pain suddenly intensified, reaching approximately half of his manipulable capacity. Lynch discerned Kingpin's intentions and thus offered him no semblance of hope. He aimed to crush Kingpin decisively, compelling him to comply with his directives. Kingpin, proud and self-assured, possessed his own arrogance. However, Lynch was confident that once his pride was subdued through direct means, Kingpin would become quite docile. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Lynch unleashed half of his gravitational power. He was exceedingly self-assured, confident that he could indeed subdue Kingpin. After all, Kingpin was merely a minor boss. A mere trifle compared to the likes of Ultron or Thanos, hardly worthy of mention, were it not for the top-tier superheroes being preoccupied with matters beyond the underworld. Young Spider-Man would have had no qualms about eliminating such societal detritus. Hell's Kitchen would not exist, nor would Kingpin dare to be audacious enough to vie for the mayorship. With the intent to establish his authority, Lynch naturally aimed for this tall fellow. However, the dilemma lay in Lynch's plan to reveal only his flame-throwing ability, keeping his other capabilities in reserve for the time being. Yet, with his fiery prowess combined with his physical constitution, he was confident in his ability to confront any challenge single-handedly. Chapter 31. 2 matters. This is Lynch's confidence, akin to his belief that he could match Captain America evenly. However, in the presence of many adversaries, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lynch to extricate himself unscathed. Coincidentally, Kingpin is a formidable antagonist with numerous subordinates and considerable prowess. Thus, Lynch opted to summon the powerful avatar, Pain, to subdue Kingpin. His intention was to compel Kingpin to engage in a public duel with his true self. By vanquishing Kingpin, his true self would achieve notoriety. Moreover, Lynch harbored aspirations for Kingpin's wealth, as his own financial situation was rather bleak. He felt no moral qualms about improving his living standards with Kingpin's money. Furthermore, even if Kingpin's allegiance was not entirely genuine, it mattered little, as long as Pain's strength consistently eclipsed that of Kingpin. In such a scenario, Kingpin would undoubtedly refrain from betrayal, for the repercussions would be excruciatingly severe. Pain possessed the capability to ensure this, and soon, Kingpin would come to recognize this truth. The gravitational pressure continued unabated, rendering Kingpin utterly powerless to even move a finger. The sheer disparity in strength, akin to an insurmountable chasm, instilled a profound sense of despair within Kingpin. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the dark robe adorned with crimson clouds, and he finally comprehended. Was this not the fearsome powerhouse responsible for the colossal anti-gravity meteor that had wreaked havoc over New York? No wonder he was so formidable. When had he ever provoked such an opponent? Kingpin found himself utterly baffled. Yet, the gravitational pressure showed no sign of relenting. On the contrary, it incrementally intensified. Creak. The sound of Kingpin's bones protesting under the unbearable strain echoed in the air. Possessing an acute awareness of his own body, Kingpin's mind conjured a singular figure: 5 minutes. If this relentless pressure persisted for another 5 minutes, his internal organs would rupture, leading to catastrophic hemorrhaging and death. In that moment, Kingpin yearned for mercy. He longed to submit, to seize any chance for survival. Yet, he could not even part his lips to convey his desires. Fortunately, Pain finally discerned the plea reflected in Kingpin's eyes. The pitiable gaze, reminiscent of an injured creature, signaled to Lynch, who controlled Pain, that Kingpin's pride had been irrevocably shattered. With a sigh, Lynch relinquished the gravitational pressure and stepped over Kingpin. He casually picked up Kingpin's cane and seated himself in Kingpin's office chair, which felt excessively spacious even for the towering avatar of Pain. On the floor, Kingpin gasped for breath, gradually regaining his strength as the overwhelming sensation akin to a colossal weight began to wane. Yet, he would never forget that feeling, struggling to support his massive form. He stood, taking a few steps forward to stand before Pain, and respectfully inquired, "My Lord Pain, do you require my assistance?" "Oh, you know me?" Pain replied with keen interest. Jean Bing, with an air of utmost respect, acknowledged that throughout the entirety of New York City, there was no one who was unaware of his presence. "I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you sooner. Had I done so, I would have promptly bowed in deference." As he spoke, Jean Bing half knelt, embodying a demeanor of profound submission. However, Lynch, who controlled the Tao of Pain, understood that Jean Bing's current display of allegiance was far from genuine. It was merely a facade born of necessity. In the vast Marvel universe, no one comprehended Jean Bing better than Lynch, for he was privy to every aspect of Jean Bing's existence. There are two matters to discuss. First, a sum of $1 million. Second, this weekend, someone will challenge you. Agree to fight him in public, regardless of the outcome. Jean Bing paused, not because these conditions were overly demanding, but rather due to their astonishing simplicity. A mere $1 million was trivial for him. And while battling someone in public posed some inconvenience, he would not object to the confrontation, especially considering the stipulation of no consequences for victory or defeat. Yet, Jean Bing was perplexed. Why would the formidable Pain, who had made such an imposing entrance, present him with two seemingly uncomplicated conditions? "Do you refuse?" The voice of Tao of Pain suddenly turned frigid. No, my Lord Pain, I am more than willing," Jean Bing hastily clarified. "However, I was merely contemplating how straightforward this matter is. You could have simply told me directly without all this cumbersome formality." Yet, Tao of Pain interjected. "If I had not demonstrated my power, would you have heeded my words? Furthermore, since you deem these two tasks too simple, I shall add one more." Jean Bing found himself wishing to slap his own face for speaking out of turn just moments prior. Why did he have to voice that thought? What if Pain's new demand was exceedingly challenging? Had he inadvertently complicated his own situation? If he succeeded, it would be well and good, but if he failed, who could predict Pain's response? Chapter 32 Reactions. At this moment, Jean Bing pondered over the second matter that Pain had mentioned, which seemed rather peculiar. He had been released yet was compelled to engage in combat with someone? This was indeed difficult to comprehend. Could it be that the opposing party possessed the capacity to take his life? Under normal circumstances, Jean Bing would never entertain such thoughts. However, after witnessing his utter helplessness before Pain, he had become considerably more cautious. Yet, something still felt amiss. If Pain could easily eliminate him, why had he chosen not to strike? There must be another reason behind it. Thus, he resolved to commit wholeheartedly to the second task that Pain had entrusted him with. Moreover, he needed to arrange for high-tech equipment in advance. Today was Wednesday, and with at least 2 days to prepare, he was confident he could make thorough arrangements. At that moment, Ji Bing heard the third matter conveyed by Pain. In the Queen's district, there was a Chinese boy named Lin Parker, and he wished to uncover the boy's lineage. The question of lineage had long troubled Lin Chi. Although he had a nurturing figure in Aunt May, he was still curious about his biological parents. Yet, it was merely curiosity. After all, regardless of the circumstances, they had indeed abandoned Lin Chi. The saying goes, "The grace of nurturing surpasses that of birth." Even if his biological parents were to come seeking him now, Lin Chi would not forsake Aunt May and little Peter. However, With newfound power and the intelligence channel provided by Jinbing, Lynch was determined to uncover the truth of his origins. As for whether Jinbing would take action against Lynch upon hearing his name, or use it as leverage against Pain, Lynch felt no concern. Should Jinbing dare to act thus, Lynch would certainly present him with a most astonishing surprise, one capable of ending his life. I understand, and I will investigate promptly. Jinbing's expression remained unchanged as he readily agreed. He then retrieved a metal box, took 2 million from the safe, and placed it inside, presenting it respectfully to Pain. He received a deep, scrutinizing gaze from him before Pain leapt out of the window, vanishing into the horizon. Watching Pain's retreating figure, Jinbing finally relaxed. He returned to his seat, his gaze darkened, contemplating Lin Parker. Jinbing intended to uncover the boy's lineage swiftly and ascertain his connection to Pain. For this might be the only weakness Pain had revealed to him. However, until he confirmed the relationship between Pain and Lin Parker, Jinbing would not dare to act against Lin Parker or his family. What if this individual was not Pain's vulnerability? Any rash action on Jinbing's part could provoke the terrifying Pain. Therefore, he would not act impulsively. He needed to proceed with caution. Raising his hand, he picked up the phone on his desk and commanded, "Have the technology department manufacture a full suit of soft armor for me. Also, instruct the intelligence department to gather all information on Pain and Lin Parker. Focus on investigating Lin Parker and ascertain his background." Meanwhile, in the shadowy streets of Hell's Kitchen, several agents clad in black suits are strategically positioned. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man with a dangerously receding hairline. Beep, beep, his earpiece crackles to life. Captain Coulson. The target has been confirmed to have departed from the Kim and building. A photograph appears on Coulson's phone, revealing a blurred silhouette against a dark backdrop. Red clouds swirling as it escapes the building. Wait, what is that in Pain's hand? Reporting, Captain, it appears to be a box. Investigate. I want to know precisely what Pain took from Kim. The response from S.H.I.E.L.D. is swift. Upon receiving word that the man who removed the meteorite has shown up in Hell's Kitchen, a team of agents is immediately dispatched to probe or engage with him. However, at this moment, the individual has flown away, making contact impossible. In light of this, the only course of action left is to uncover his purpose for being there. It can be anticipated that Hell's Kitchen will soon face a significant influx of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents infiltrating the area. Should they aim to dismantle Kim's criminal empire during this invasion, it would be an effortless task. Naturally, they would refrain from such actions, for Kim is not to be trifled with. The rationale is straightforward. Kim has powerful backers. Without such sponsors, how could Kim establish a foothold in the underworld and ascend to a position akin to that of an emperor? Without these backers, how could Kim possibly entertain the notion of running for mayor? However, being a benefactor to Kim is no simple endeavor. One could easily find themselves ensnared by Kim's retaliation. Currently, the power of these backers is substantial. In the capitalist realm, wealth and influence render such conglomerates as the pinnacle of society. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. would hesitate to provoke them. After all, these powerful entities form the very foundation of capitalist states. Chapter 33, The Intent to Kill on the Other Side. The enigmatic figure of Pain, which had caused the sleepless nights of New York, circled widely before finally returning to his abode in Queens. He alighted in Lynch's room, deposited the box, and then vanished into thin air. In the next moment, Lynch opened his eyes. Rising from his bed, he opened the box to reveal $2 million. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Money truly knows how to be considerate. He did not count the bills meticulously but instead shoved them beneath the bed, waiting for the opportune moment to present this fortune to Aunt May. He had already concocted a story. Perhaps it could be the inheritance left by his biological parents. At that time, he would forge a document or something similar to persuade Aunt May to accept the money. In truth, having witnessed Aunt May's toil, Lynch had long desired to work and earn money. Yet, she vehemently opposed it, insisting that he focus on his studies and strive for university. Now with this sum, he could enhance their living conditions, alleviating Aunt May's burdens. With a sense of satisfaction, Lynch reclined on his bed. The night had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he acquired the core skill of opening a hidden identity, but he had also successfully set the stage for his debut. In sum, everything was progressing positively. In the subsequent 2 days, Lynch refrained from manifesting his doppelganger. He adhered to his school routine, enjoying a pleasant academic life. Meanwhile, Wanda and Pietro, the twin siblings, found their lives settling into a rhythm. Balancing their supermarket jobs with Lynch's guidance in their studies, they too experienced a fulfilling existence. Before long, Saturday arrived. Politely declining Wanda's invitation to go out, Lynch ventured outside alone. Seeking a secluded corner, he summoned his doppelganger, Pain, while his original self donned a mask. The mask was oval-shaped, featuring only 2 eye holes and a small breathing vent. Its base color was white, adorned with patterns of flames. With the mask in place on his original self, the doppelganger soared into the sky. Thanks to his ability to multitask, Lynch found it effortless to control both bodies simultaneously. He had already tested this skill. He could compose an essay with his left hand while solving math problems with his right, achieving exquisite prose and flawless calculations concurrently. As long as neither his original self nor Payne were engaged in combat, he could manage both with ease. Today, Payne merely needed to oversee the situation, for it was Lynch's original self who would engage in battle. Due to Payne's ability to fly, he quickly reached the pinnacle of the Kingpin building. Hovering in the air, he surveyed the enormous rock arena before the building, a look of satisfaction crossing his visage. Clearly, Kingpin was obedient. Indeed, upon noticing Payne at the window, Kingpin promptly opened it to welcome him inside. Once Payne had entered, Kingpin spoke, "My Lord Payne, until yesterday, no one has come to challenge me. Could it be that the challenger has not arrived?" Payne settled into Kingpin's primary seat, responding coldly, "He is on his way. You may prepare." "Yes, my lord." Jean responded promptly, and before Seeking-Dao Payne could urge him further, he presented the information he had gathered regarding Lynn Parker's background. Upon receiving it, Seeking-Dao Payne did not immediately delve into the details. Instead, he instructed, "You may go wait at the arena. I shall observe you from here. Should you emerge victorious, I will consider integrating you into the organization. Furthermore, even if you manage to defeat him, do not take his life. He remains of use to me." Understood. Jean suddenly felt invigorated. The resentment he had harbored towards Seeking-Dao Payne dissipated entirely. He realized that Seeking-Dao Payne was testing him. If he successfully passed this trial, he would become Payne's subordinate. Better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. The caliber of Payne was beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Should he indeed become Payne's subordinate, Jean would have the opportunity to grow stronger. This prospect was immensely enticing to him. "My lord, I shall prepare at once." With these words, Jean exited the office, his heart aflame with excitement. Initially, he had intended to confront the impending adversary alone. However, now Jean sought absolute victory. Since Payne did not concern himself with the outcome, it was prudent for him to allow the target to make the first move in order to gauge the enemy's capabilities. Only by understanding the enemy's intelligence could Jean ensure his success. At that moment, Lynch, masked and en route to Hell's Kitchen, suddenly emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. In the penthouse of Jin's building, Seeking-Dao Payne held Lynch's background information, his fingers trembling slightly. It became clear that he had not been abandoned. Rather, it was the gang that had pursued his parents relentlessly. In desperation, they had entrusted him to a friend for safekeeping, intending to reclaim him once they had escaped danger. However, unbeknownst to them, the foe they had provoked was none other than the ruthless Jean, who had only recently begun his ascent over a decade ago. "I had initially intended to spare your life, Jean, but now I have changed my mind." Chapter 34. Methods of Bug Elimination. Due to the ambiguity surrounding the relationship between Nagato and Lynch, Jean Bing, after investigating Lynch's background, made no alterations and presented the information directly to Nagato. Jean Bing realized that he was, in fact, the orchestrator behind Lynch's becoming an orphan a decade ago. However, he dismissed this fact with indifference. In Jean Bing's perception, no matter how close Nagato and Lynch might be, it was of little consequence. One had dark hair, while the other sported orange locks. At worst, Nagato was merely a friend of Lynch's parents. With Lynch's parents long deceased, he was merely an ordinary individual. In stark contrast, Jean Bing was the emperor of the underworld in New York and indeed across America, wielding significant influence. Whether in accumulating wealth or in intelligence networks, he excelled remarkably. When comparing the two, the choice was almost self-evident. Based on his observations of Nagato's demeanor, Jean Bing surmised that Nagato was of a rather aloof disposition, possessing ambition and meticulous plans. Such a person would not eliminate someone of substantial utility. To Jean Bing, Nagato mirrored his own nature. As long as one had capability, was of value, and did not overly offend, Jean Bing would not eliminate a rebellious subordinate. Moreover, Jean Bing was currently exhibiting exemplary behavior, displaying no hint of defiance, and was exceedingly obedient, indeed, a most useful dog. Why would a master disdain a dog that inadvertently bit a friend? This was the rationale behind Jean Bing's decision to hand over the information to Nagato without modification. However, he failed to grasp that the connection between Nagato and Lynch was far more profound than he had anticipated. For, in truth, Nagato was Lynch. Jean Bing's actions were akin to presenting an enemy who had slain his father with evidence of his own wrongdoing. How could the son possibly let Jean Bing go unpunished? From Lynch's perspective, this was nothing short of provocation. A loyal and obedient dog may err slightly and be forgiven by its master. However, if that dog were to kill its master's parents and bring back their severed heads, could it possibly survive? As long as Lynch possessed any semblance of honor, he would not spare Jean Bing's life. When lacking power, had he been aware of this information, he certainly would have refrained from immediate action. He would have bided his time, amassing strength until the opportune moment arose. Yet now, Lynch was empowered, aware of the identity of his parents' murderer, who had also dared to provoke him. Consequently, there was no chance he would allow Jean Bing to escape justice. For this, he would not hesitate to commit murder in broad daylight. Contemplating this, Lynch, embodying Nagato, retrieved the phone he had extorted from Jean Bing and captured images of the incriminating documents to send to his original self. When performing, one must commit fully to the role. At this moment, Lynch had devised a complete script. By a twist of fate, the young Lynch encountered the formidable Nagato. Despite the significant age and strength disparity, the two individuals forged a friendship. Consequently, Lynch sought Payne's assistance in uncovering the whereabouts of his biological parents. In a display of loyalty, Payne readily agreed. He then opted to enlist the help of someone with an extensive network of intelligence, employing forceful coercion to compel them to assist. This individual, or faction, happened to be Jean Bing and his gang. Ironically, Jean Bing was the very nemesis responsible for the murder of Lynch's parents. Upon learning of Jean Bing's formidable power, Lynch felt a sense of hopelessness regarding his quest for vengeance, which provoked the awakening of his superhuman abilities. Rather than soliciting Payne's help to eliminate Jean Bing, he chose to confront him directly, vowing to exact his revenge with his own hands. The narrative logic is compelling and commendable, as it crafts Lynch's character as impulsive, reckless, unyielding in the face of authority, and valiant in resistance, an embodiment of a heroic figure. Character development is paramount, as it directly influences his subsequent plans. However, the script is not without its flaws. It presents a discrepancy wherein Lynch awakens his powers and desires to challenge Jean Bing prior to uncovering the truth about his lineage, which is somewhat inconsistent with the storyline. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue, as only 3 individuals are privy to the actual circumstances: Lynch, the Celestial Payne, and Jean Bing. Since Lynch and Celestial Payne are, in essence, the same entity, only he and Jean Bing are aware of the truth. Should Lynch succeed in vanquishing Jean Bing in the ensuing battle, it would affirm that he alone comprehends the reality, thus resolving the script's inconsistency. With this realization, Lynch acted without hesitation, directing Celestial Payne to seize Jean Bing's wealth and possessions. He had already observed the combination to Jean Bing's safe during a previous cash withdrawal, allowing him to effortlessly fill a suitcase with a total of $5 million in cash. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt about taking Jean Bing's money, but now, it felt entirely justified. This was the wealth of his parents' murderer, a recompense for the emotional torment inflicted upon him. Lynch, of course, would not show any mercy. Chapter 35. Uniforms and Regulations. Moreover, Lynch manipulated Payne of the Six Paths to enter the technological laboratory of the Jean Bing building. Within, there were numerous intriguing gadgets. Due to Jean Bing's previous instructions, no one dared to obstruct the distinctly recognizable Payne of the Six Paths. Upon entering, Payne surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow. There was nothing of substantial utility. While many of the small devices were fascinating, to Lynch, they were merely trifles. In exasperation, Lynch recalled his own lack of a uniform and summoned the supervisor, stating, "I require an outfit that is not only resilient and fireproof, but also remarkably eye-catching. While the flame-jetting feet are immune to fire, other parts of the body are not. If my abilities are overexerted, I might inadvertently ignite my clothing. That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Thus, protective gear is crucial. As for being eye-catching, that is non-negotiable. The more visible I am, the greater the shock value I can achieve." However, this series of requests left the supervisor in a quandary. Yet, upon noticing Payne's frown, the supervisor's survival instinct surged, and he quickly exclaimed, Yes, I have just the thing." After a brief moment, the supervisor returned with a full gray outfit, shirt, and pants, adorned with a special material that subtly reflected a golden hue, forming a grand uniform. This ensemble was a universal fireproof suit, exceptionally durable and difficult to damage. Furthermore, due to the protective material as covering, the outfit shimmered with a golden glow from afar, and under the light, it radiated a dazzling red-gold hue. Upon receiving the attire, Payne observed it closely and found it precisely as the supervisor had described. However, he noted with confusion, "But why does it have flame patterns?" He pointed to the shapes on the coating. "Isn't this supposed to be a fireproof suit?" The supervisor explained, "Indeed, but I thought a touch of flames would make it undeniably stylish. Trust me on this." He had recognized that, regardless of Payne's intentions for the uniform, looking impressive was of utmost importance. Lynch, controlling Payne of the Six Paths, nodded in agreement. Under the illumination, the gray uniform shimmered with golden patterns, indeed exuding an aura of style. After roughly measuring the dimensions, he determined that for the 1.8-meter-tall Payne, the sleeves and pant legs were slightly short. Nevertheless, it was perfectly adequate for his own 1.75-meter stature. Thus, he prepared the uniform, and Payne of the Six Paths returned to the Jean Bing office, gazing down at the happenings below. At that moment, Jean Bing and Target I had made their appearance, eliciting a wave of cheers from the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Although Jin Bing had long since ceased to toil at the ground level, not a single member of the Hell's Kitchen gang was unfamiliar with his name. Some astute journalists, having anticipated the construction of a stage in front of the Jin Bing building 2 days prior, had been lurking in wait. Now, upon witnessing Jin Bing's arrival, they quickly recognized the potential for a significant news story. They set up their cameras, aiming them at Jin Bing beside the stage. Simultaneously, a bold journalist approached, inquiring, "Mr. Jin Bing, may we ask you a few brief questions?" Though audacious, the reporter who uttered these words could not suppress the slight trembling of his legs. Clearly, they comprehended the implications embodied in the name Jin Bing. While countless individuals wished for Jin Bing's demise, he continued to thrive, amassing ever greater power. After pondering for a brief moment, Jin Bing responded to the reporter's inquiry. "Go ahead. You have the opportunity to pose 3 questions." At this juncture, Jin Bing contemplated that if he were to engage in a public confrontation with someone, why not seize the opportunity to augment his renown and enhance his reputation? While elevated fame was a given, victory would naturally amplify it. Improving his reputation required a more nuanced approach. It is crucial to note that the distinction lies not merely in having a high reputation, but rather in possessing a commendable one. A high reputation can be earned through both virtuous and ignoble actions, yet a commendable reputation necessitates public endorsement. Jin Bing hoped that the reporter would pose questions that would allow him to establish a favorable image. Fixing his gaze upon the reporter, he subtly conveyed this expectation. The reporter, seemingly attuned to Jin Bing's insinuation, ventured a question that resonated well with him and was entirely reasonable. "Mr. Jin Bing, is this arena you are constructing intended for combat against someone specific?" Jin Bing nodded slowly, acknowledging, "Someone wishes to challenge me, and I have accepted. Although I have not fought in quite some time, I cannot disregard others' challenges." The reporter pressed on, inquiring, "Are there any rules governing this confrontation?" "Rules? The primary rule is the prohibition of firearms," Jin Bing declared, revealing his benevolence at the opportune moment. "Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, neither party shall hold the other accountable. Naturally, I shall show mercy." Observing the growing crowd, Jin Bing abandoned the notion of allowing a target to test the waters. If he were to establish a commendable image, he could not afford to present others with an opportunity to attack him. Allowing a target to approach first would risk being branded as a wheeled battle by the media, an outcome incongruent with Jin Bing's strategic plans. Understood, the reporter nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. A bold challenge then. The journalist posed the final inquiry. "Who is the challenger?" Before Jin Bing could respond, a commotion erupted in the distance. The reporters promptly abandoned Jin Bing, redirecting their cameras to capture the unfolding scene. A figure clad in a gray and gold fireproof suit, their face obscured by a flame mask, strode toward the arena. Despite not being particularly tall, the aura emanating from their purposeful steps compelled the onlookers to instinctively part, creating a clear path to the stage. "Who is that?" "I don't know, but they look incredibly cool. However, I believe this individual is destined to lose." "How so?" "I think they might actually win." "Hey, that's Jin Bing we're talking about. He wields immense power, and his combat prowess is formidable. Do you think the flesh beneath Jin Bing's white suit is merely fat? No, it's all muscle." "Ah, so, does that mean this cool figure is going to be defeated?" "Not necessarily. Didn't you hear Jin Bing say he would show mercy? Look. This person isn't even wearing shoes." "Really? Isn't it uncomfortable to walk barefoot?" Almost everyone was skeptical of this mysterious contender, having witnessed Jin Bing's brutality. Yet they knew nothing of the enigmatic figure. Nonetheless, the mysterious appearance led many to find this individual quite impressive. Some even resolved that if the mysterious figure triumphed, they would acquire a similar outfit to flaunt. The crowd's curiosity regarding this enigmatic figure naturally centered on Lynch. Moments ago, after spotting Lynch's position atop the Jin Bing building, Seeking-Dao Pain had tossed him the attire. The throw, governed by gravity, landed the clothing perfectly into Lynch's grasp. Consequently, Lynch quickly sought a secluded spot to stow away his coat and shoes, donning the fireproof suit instead. It felt rather comfortable. Given that he was about to face Jin Bing, a formidable opponent, he aimed to be as prepared as possible. Tactical gear was also in the preparation sequence. As for the potential awkwardness of walking barefoot down the street in such a flamboyant and somewhat peculiar uniform, Lynch asserted that the mask rendered all embarrassment moot. With a confident stride, Lynch approached the arena, leaping gracefully onto the roughly 1-meter-high platform. While referred to as an arena, it was merely a surface constructed of stone and concrete. The platform spanned an area of about 50 to 60 square meters. Devoid of the protective ropes typical of a boxing ring, just an unadorned slab. Yet for those engaged solely in combat, this space sufficed. Upon witnessing this, Jin Bing forcibly repositioned the camera, declaring, "So, you have arrived." He then released the camera and removed his suit jacket. Upon realizing that the newcomer appeared somewhat frail, Jin Bing felt a sense of relief. It seemed this jacket would go unused. The suit jacket is a protective garment developed by the Ministry of Science and Technology, specifically tailored for Jin Bing. As Jin Bing removed his clothing, a throng of individuals surrounded the perimeter of the ring where Lynch stood. Mysterious figure, what is your name? Greetings, why do you challenge Jin Bing? Are you of age? Do your family members know of your presence here? A barrage of inquiries erupted from the journalists. Beneath his mask, Lynch furrowed his brow, disregarding all other questions, and responded solely to the inquiry posed by the courteous individual. Jin Bing killed my parents. I seek vengeance for them. A gasp resonated throughout the venue, as no one had anticipated that this confrontation stemmed from personal vendetta. Furthermore, the audacity of someone declaring that Jin Bing had committed murder was staggering. Immediately, numerous journalists encircled Jin Bing, questioning, Jin Bing, did you truly kill? A rather redundant question. Jin Bing, do you dare to admit you are a butcher? Such foolishness led to the individual being swiftly subdued by Jin Bing's gang members. In summary, the scene was as chaotic as a bustling marketplace. Yet, Jin Bing remained unperturbed, with a mere glance. He signaled for his men to clear the disorderly crowd several meters away from the ring. Subsequently, Jin Bing ascended the steps to the platform. I know your name, he remarked, gazing at the youth clad in fireproof attire. Upon hearing the declaration of revenge for his parents, Jin Bing inexplicably surmised that this individual was likely Lynch. He comprehended the sentiment behind the desire for retribution, but chose not to expose Lynch's identity. As he spoke, Jin Bing cast his gaze toward the building and noticed the figure of Seeking-Dao at the window. One must take responsibility for their actions. You may seek revenge upon me, but should you lose, Jin Bing paused, then you shall become my subordinate. What say you? His eyes bore into the fiery mask, as if peering through it to glimpse the true identity of Lynch beneath. In response, Lynch merely nodded. Chapter 37 Jin Bing. Are you prepared? Facing Jin Bing's conditions, Lynch's heart was as clear as a mirror. This fellow was astute, likely having deduced the profound connection between himself and Seeking-Dao. Hence, he intended to leverage this battle to gain a slight advantage in his confrontation with Seeking-Dao. His goal was to defeat Lynch and subsequently recruit him as a subordinate, thereby allowing Seeking-Dao to suffer a setback. It was not merely about causing a setback, but rather instilling a measure of security in Jin Bing. However, in Lynch's view, this notion was utterly absurd. Although he nodded in acknowledgement, Lynch had never contemplated the possibility of failure. He firmly believed in his ability to conquer Jin Bing, and he anticipated doing so with remarkable ease. After all, Jin Bing was oblivious to the extent of his capabilities. Furthermore, to enhance his odds of victory, the moment Lynch stepped onto the arena, he allocated all his shock points, totaling 200,000, to his strength and speed, adding 10 points to each attribute. At this moment, Lynch's physical attributes were as follows. Attributes: Strength 50, Speed 50, Stamina 120, Mental Power 35. With 5 times the strength and speed of an ordinary person and 12 times the stamina, his attributes already surpassed many street heroes. Of course, compared to the 20-ton strength of the little spider, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Yet, against Jin Bing, this was more than sufficient. With this thought in mind, Lynch hesitated not and took the initiative to launch an assault. He refrained from utilizing his powers initially, intending instead to engage Jin Bing with his martial prowess. Of course, Lynch also aimed to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. Despite possessing formidable abilities, he had nearly no experience in battles against opponents of slightly lower levels. He could not rely on unleashing powerful skills at every encounter in the future, could he? Although if, at that time, his stamina and mental power were adequate, that would pose no issue. However, using a major skill to dispatch minor foes felt rather pedestrian. Lynch was unwilling to resort to such tactics. Thus, he resolved to enhance his combat abilities and experience through this opportunity. This was of paramount importance. It was akin to the amount of water in a barrel being determined by the shortest plank. Only by eliminating his weaknesses could he ascend to greater heights. After activating the sign-in system, Lynch harbored no thoughts of merely becoming a minor superhero. If he were to pursue this path, it must be as the most powerful superhero. Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk, all must yield to him. Lynch. This was his grand vision for the future. At this moment, beneath the arena, several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in black suits, mingled within the crowd, with earpieces nestled in their ears. They maintained communication among themselves. Target 1 is on the top floor of Jin Bing's building. Repeat. Target 2 is engaged in a fight with the newly emerged Target 3 in the arena, appearing to have a vendetta against each other. Listening to the report of his subordinate, Coulson, stationed at a distance atop the building's staircase, peered through his binoculars at Payne and issued a command to continue the surveillance without rash actions. Furthermore, he instructed to remain vigilant regarding the battle situation and, if necessary, to rescue the masked individual. The reason for this directive was not solely due to Coulson discerning the profound connection between the masked figure and pain. More importantly, he had recognized the voice laden with murderous intent, which bore a strikingly youthful quality. If all went as anticipated, beneath the mask was likely a young man. And youth represents the future of the world. Should circumstances permit, Coulson would not mind extending a modicum of protection. Yet, this would be merely a slight safeguard. He would not intervene in reckless actions that directly challenged the formidable Kingpin. At most, he would offer a bit of support, understanding that one's own self-destructive tendencies could not be salvaged by anyone. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lynch was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Kingpin. With a series of resounding impacts, Lynch struck, only for Kingpin to deftly block the attacks. Kingpin retaliated with powerful strikes, which Lynch managed to evade. Throughout this encounter, Lynch sensed the immense strength of Kingpin, slightly overshadowing his own, and a comparable speed, albeit just a fraction slower. Lynch estimated Kingpin's attributes for strength and speed to hover around 45 points. Observing Kingpin's massive physique, Lynch surmised that his stamina and constitution were no less than 80 points. However, despite possessing slightly superior physical attributes, Lynch found himself at a disadvantage. The reason was simple. Kingpin's combat prowess was formidable, and his battle experience far exceeded Lynch's own. Yet, Lynch did not succumb, even as he absorbed several strikes from Kingpin. Under this immense pressure, Lynch's fighting skills flourished rapidly. Kingpin, astonished that Lynch remained standing after enduring several of his blows, resolved to unleash his full strength to vanquish this masked adversary. With a thunderous impact, Kingpin sent Lynch hurtling 3 to 4 meters away. Recovering his stance, the visage beneath the mask revealed a hint of regret. His opportunity for steady progress had been disrupted. Thus, it was time to swiftly conclude the battle. Kingpin, are you ready? Lynch inquired, as he positioned his hands on the ground and assumed a racing start posture. Then, flames erupted. Chapter 38, A Swift Defeat. Jinbin found himself in a peculiar situation. Despite having the upper hand and nearly rendering his opponent defenseless, the masked figure before him spoke as if he were the one in command. Whether this was a sign of absolute confidence or blind arrogance remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Jinbin was convinced that regardless of the circumstances, his adversary could not possibly triumph over him. The limits of human strength are finite, and through years of rigorous training, Jinbin had reached that pinnacle. No one understood the boundaries of physical capability better than he did. The so-called human limit equates to a strength 5 times that of an average person. For instance, while the average individual may manage a few hundred kilograms of force, Jinbin could easily reach several thousand, amounting to tons of power. At this level, it was a mere trifling matter for him to shatter walls with a single punch or to fatally strike a foe with a palm. It was precisely this phase of development that instilled in him such unwavering confidence in securing victory in this battle. He had already discerned the true identity of the individual before him. If his earlier deductions were correct, this person could only be Lynch. Jinbin had researched Lynch's background and was aware that his physical prowess was mediocre, though his intellect exhibited a touch of cunning. However, if that were the case, what audacity empowered him to challenge Jinbin? Furthermore, based on their recent skirmish, the masked figure, even if slightly weaker, was still a formidable match. Cursing under his breath, Jinbin questioned why he had overlooked this detail. Was it possible that Lynch had undergone a fortuitous transformation, thereby gaining substantial strength to dare confront him? As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the masked man, who gradually bent his stance, and he felt a surge of caution mingled with an intense desire. In that moment, Jinbin remained resolutely confident. After all, he had gleaned not only the extent of his opponent's strength from their earlier clash, but had also recognized that this masked individual, regardless of his identity, possessed lamentably inferior combat skills and experience. Thus, Jinbin began to ponder the future. For instance, what if this masked man were to become his subordinate? The potential avenues for Jinbin to enhance his own strength through this alliance became tantalizingly vivid. Although he would then also be serving under pain, Jinbin had never been one to shy away from opportunities for growth. Yet, just as Jinbin indulged in these thoughts, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. The masked man assumed a starting position, and to Jinbin's shock, flames erupted beneath his feet. Was this some form of technological equipment? This was Jinbin's immediate reaction. However, observing the bare feet of his opponent and the gasps of the surrounding spectators led him to believe otherwise. There was no time left for contemplation. The flames intensified beneath Lynch as he launched himself forward. Boom! The flames erupted, scorching the ground and providing Lynch with an extraordinary propulsion. With this newfound force, Lynch propelled himself at an astonishing speed, reaching Jinbin in the blink of an eye. In midair, he shifted his stance. One foot continued to generate momentum while the other prepared for a flying kick. Snap! Jinbin barely managed to raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the ferocious onslaught. However, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The sheer force of Lynch's kick, coupled with the subsequent momentum, sent Jean Bing staggering backward. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lynch's advancing foot erupted once more in a blaze of flames. The sudden surge of power, propelled by Lynch's formidable physique, caused Jean Bing's arms to emit a sharp crack. The sound echoed ominously, a bone-shattering. Never in his wildest dreams had Jean Bing imagined that he would have his arms broken by a single kick. He was accustomed to teaching his adversaries the art of combat with his own fists, yet today unfolded in a manner entirely unforeseen. The excruciating pain twisted Jean Bing's expression, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him. If he failed to execute a move to reverse his misfortune, he feared he might perish on this very stage. However, this realization came too late. Lynch's assault persisted unabated. With another foot propelling him, he was capable of such relentless ferocity, unlike others who, after a single kick, would be left exhausted and forced to create distance before attempting a second flying kick. This very reason led him to dismiss the flying kick as a mere flashy and futile maneuver. Yet, in Lynch's hands, everything would undergo a transformation. Once again, the flames erupted from the foot that provided the force. Lynch's flying kick shattered Jean Bing's arms and struck directly at his chest. Sizzling, wisps of fierce flames ignited from the foot, delivering the blow. At that moment, Lin Chi softly addressed Jean Bing. "Hello, Jean Bing." Before Jean Bing could muster a response, Lin Chi continued, "Farewell, Jean Bing." With a whoosh, the flames erupted from his foot, instantly igniting all of Jean Bing's garments. Moreover, the overwhelming impact pierced straight through Jean Bing's chest. Chapter 39, Coulson's Hope. Coulson's Hope resembled a roller coaster, with temperatures soaring to hundreds, even thousands of degrees, causing the body and bones to become brittle. Coupled with Lynch's extraordinary physique and formidable fiery propulsion, the current situation was achieved. Jean Bing, like a burning torch, managed only a brief cry of despair before silence enveloped him. With a sudden thrust, flames pierced through Jean Bing's heart, incinerating his innards to a pulverized state. A slight shift in footing led Lynch to tread upon Jean Bing's fear-stricken face, which remained relatively intact. With a powerful leap, Lynch performed a series of backflips before landing gracefully on the ground. As he observed the flames on Jean Bing gradually extinguishing, the charred remnants of his form toppled backward onto the arena floor. An indescribable sensation washed over Lynch, not discomfort, but a thrilling, joyous liberation. The suffocating weight of discovering the truth about his biological parents dissipated entirely. Turning to survey the crowd, who were so astonished they had forgotten to react, Lynch hesitated not. With a surge of flames at his feet, he ascended toward the rooftop of the Jean Bing building. Just as he reached the pinnacle, the enigmatic pain of the heavenly path appeared. With a raised hand, he suspended Lynch mid-air. However, rather than inflicting harm, he chose to soar away with him. At that moment, the onlookers erupted into an uproar. A cacophony of astonishment filled the air. The masked figure had slain Jean Bing. He could breathe fire from beneath his feet. It was now clear where his audacity to challenge the underworld king originated. The defeat of Jean Bing was truly beyond belief. Journalists clamored, snapping photographs in a frenzy, while other spectators hastily retrieved their phones and devices to record the spectacle. Of course, the more astute individuals had been recording from the outset. This event marked the inaugural arena duel of life and death, unveiling a superpowered being to the public eye. To breathe fire and utilize flames in combat. What else could one call it but a superhuman ability? It was foreseeable that this battle would circulate widely online, catapulting Lynch into a realm of astonishment. Among the multitude present, those seeking to revel in the moment might even have been live-streaming the unfolding drama. Although this incident was not as catastrophic as the heavenly explosion, mitigating its repercussions would prove far more challenging. After all, the latter was something people could unconsciously overlook, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand to evade predators, a foolish yet common instinct. On a distant rooftop, observing pain of the heavenly path escorting the masked figure away, Phil Coulson could not help but raise his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Upon witnessing the flames erupting from the seemingly disadvantaged masked man, Coulson's excitement surged. S-H-I-E-L-D was in dire need of strength, particularly from someone of such exemplary prowess. Thus, director Nick Fury personally sought to invite Iron Man, Tony Stark. Although unsuccessful, this nonetheless highlights their determination. In truth, S-H-I-E-L-D is more eager to recruit the formidable Pain. However, the issue lies in the fact that Pain is not someone they can simply provoke. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate an entire city. He is a force of nature. Faced with such overwhelming strength, S-H-I-E-L-D, lacking any high-level power, stands no chance of catching Pain's attention. Thus, out of sheer necessity, S-H-I-E-L-D must lower its sights. Nevertheless, even their targets cannot be too far down the hierarchy. They must at least possess power comparable to Iron Man. But is it so easy to find individuals of such caliber? The Hulk could be one. Yet given his recent volatility, SHIELD has opted to delay any engagement. Coulson, responsible for this area of affairs, has been furrowing his brow, troubled by the scarcity of formidable superheroes. Unexpectedly, today he encounters a potent superhuman. This individual possesses immense physical strength, and with proper training, their combat prowess could rival that of Iron Man crucially. The ability to project flames from their feet suggests they could indeed fly. Not only is this power impressive, but it also adds a functional dimension, significantly elevating the capabilities of the masked individual. Thus, upon witnessing the flames erupt beneath the masked figure, Coulson resolves to protect them at all costs, regardless of the battle's outcome, and to recruit them into SHIELD. The organization is in dire need of a powerful combatant. Yet, Coulson is taken aback when, with a single decisive strike, the masked individual swiftly defeats and kills Kingpin. While this ability may have its limitations, it remains exceedingly potent. Coulson's desire intensifies. However, once more he is astonished when, post-battle, as he prepares to send agents to make contact, the individual simply takes flight, departing alongside Pain. This revelation leaves Coulson utterly stunned. Chapter 40. The First Blood of Pain. The masked man has unexpectedly allied with Pain. This complicates matters significantly. Currently, SHIELD, and even the government of the United States find themselves utterly powerless against Pain. Such a formidable individual, if provoked, could unleash devastation upon the White House itself. How would one contend with that? With the capability to wield immensely destructive weapons, anyone would tremble in fear. Although Pain's demeanor is not entirely hostile, it is also far from benevolent. Who can ascertain whether Pain harbors intentions of world annihilation? Should SHIELD possess the means, they would undoubtedly seek to win Pain over. If that proves impossible, they would be left with no choice but to devise ways to eliminate or imprison him. A figure as perilous as this must have a clearly defined stance. The world's governments would be rendered restless otherwise. Wait, this revelation sheds light on Pain's prior visit to the Kingpin's tower. Coulson recalled the information they had uncovered regarding Pain infiltrating the Kingpin's domain a few days prior. After some contemplation, Coulson began to piece together the intelligence. The masked man shares a relationship with Pain akin to that of friends, superiors, or collaborators. In contrast, the masked man and Kingpin are bitter enemies, bound by a vendetta that is deeply personal. Pain's appearance in the Kingpin's tower, coupled with subsequent events leading to Kingpin constructing a fighting arena and personally engaging in combat, suddenly made sense. Indeed, Kingpin was a gift from Pain to the masked man. The most probable scenario is that Pain sought to win the masked man's allegiance, prompting the latter to reveal his grievances. Upon investigation, Pain discovered that Kingpin was the masked man's adversary. Thus, he resorted to coercion and deceit to lure Kingpin out for a one-on-one confrontation. Ultimately, the masked man avenged himself, leading to Kingpin's demise, while Pain gained an extraordinary ally in the masked man. Throughout this ordeal, Kingpin suffered the greatest losses. While both the masked man and Pain emerged with significant gains, Kingpin not only forfeited his reputation but also his life. Although Kingpin's end may have been deserved, it still evokes a sense of pity. The more Coulson pondered, the more he leaned towards this conclusion. Without hesitation, he dispatched agents to investigate within the Kingpin's tower. During this process, they encountered no obstacles whatsoever. Kingpin had met his end under the watchful gaze of Hawkeye. That nearly invincible man had fallen before Hawkeye's eyes. Without a moment's pause, Hawkeye, in the immediate aftermath of his shock, turned and raced towards the Kingpin's tower. He needed to gather his belongings and abscond with his ill-gotten gains. As the mighty tree toppled, the monkey scattered in disarray, with Hawkeye setting the example. The other members of the Kingpin's faction and his subordinates followed suit with remarkable mimicry. Thus, when Coulson issued his orders, SHIELD, agents entered a building that had been all but emptied. Nevertheless, even in such conditions, the agents managed to unearth some evidence, further corroborating the validity of Coulson's suspicions. Ultimately, when Nick Fury received the briefing regarding this mission, he expressed astonishment. "Are you saying a powerful superhuman has emerged, only to be intercepted by Pain?" Coulson nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the veracity of the situation. However, he did not dismiss the possibility that they might be allies, and that this venture was a means for Pain to assist the masked individual. Nick Fury remained silent, deep in contemplation. After a moment, he inquired, "Has the government issued a warrant for the masked man?" Coulson affirmed, noting that although the circumstances might be understandable, the act of murder in public defied the law, making the warrant unavoidable. "Then we must suppress the warrant," Nick Fury commanded. "Coulson, keep a vigilant eye. I suspect that the superpowered individual is in New York. Do you intend to make contact?" Coulson queried. "Certainly. Even if he has allied himself with Pain's organization, we must make an attempt," Nick Fury asserted decisively. The individual acted out of vengeance and killed Jean in a duel. In ancient times, such matters would not have drawn the attention of the authorities. Currently, we are in dire need of manpower. We cannot afford to overlook anyone with potential. Moreover, based on your analysis, it appears that the masked individual is not inherently malevolent. Meanwhile, having distanced themselves from the city center and returned to their previous hiding spot with pain, Lynch dispelled his limited clone. He held the box containing the money, retrieved his own attire, and stored the mask and fireproof suit within. Subsequently, Lynch made his way homeward, observing the astonishing increase in his shock value on the system panel. He felt a sense of accomplishment regarding his recent actions, as he had achieved his objectives, enabling the masked man to make his debut, avenging his biological parents, acquiring funds, and garnering shock value all in one go. Regrettably, his progress in terms of strength enhancement was only marginal. At that moment, Lynch found himself lamenting Jin's actions. Why did you wish to end the battle so quickly? Would it not have been better to prolong the fight and prolong your existence? You insisted on pushing yourself to the brink. Alas, I had initially intended to use your pressure to elevate my own capabilities, but faced with your formidable presence, I was left with no choice but to eliminate you. It is worth noting that this marked Lynch's first experience with taking a life. Chapter 41 The right person. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had eliminated an enemy, but Lynch felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a sense of exhilaration. After all, avenging a great wrong brings joy to anyone, does it not? With this delightful sentiment, Lynch returned home. Although it was Saturday, Aunt May still went to work. She was on a monthly leave schedule, allowed only 3 days off each month. Thus, unless she was on vacation, she had to work even on her days off. Consequently, the house was left to little Peter alone. Lynch, without any hesitation, entered through the front door. As he walked, he contemplated that perhaps tonight he could show Aunt May the money. He could simply say that it was an inheritance left by his biological parents, which he had suddenly remembered and retrieved, and to his surprise, he had actually managed to obtain the funds. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lynch felt it was inappropriate. That wouldn't do. It seemed too contrived. After spending so much time together, Aunt May would undoubtedly see through any lie he attempted to weave. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he didn't want to do it, why not let Payne handle it? If Payne came to his home and explained everything, it would certainly be more convincing than his own words, and it would not expose his situation. However, it was possible that Payne might face some scolding, considering that earth-shattering star had frightened Aunt May for several days. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of a better life for his family, Lynch resolved to endure any reprimands that might come his way. Accordingly, he retrieved the box and brought it back to his room, placing it beneath the bed. At that moment, he suddenly heard a girl's voice coming from little Peter's room. What? Has little Peter got a girlfriend? Surely not. He is only 11 years old. Lynch hurried out of his room and knocked on little Peter's door. To his astonishment, it was Wanda inside. Hello, Wanda. Though surprised, Lynch greeted her. Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Wanda turned to see Lynch and her face lit up with excitement. I'm on a rotating schedule, so I have today off. I thought of inviting you out to play this morning. I see. Lynch nodded, then, rather bluntly, asked, when did you start playing with little Peter? Upon hearing this question, Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly. Why was she playing with Lynch's younger brother? Wasn't it to gather information about Lynch from little Peter in order to get closer to him? How terribly narrow-minded. Wanda, feeling shy, hastily concocted an excuse. And although Lynch found it puzzling, he chose not to press further. By the way, do you still want to go out? Lynch recalled the dejected look on Wanda's face when he had turned her down that morning. I finished my business, and now until dinner, I have nothing else to attend to. Indeed, Lynch had completed his tasks for the day. Although the gains in shock value had been swift, they had not yet reached the extent he desired. Therefore, he intended to reassess in the evening, leaving him with a genuinely free day ahead. You finished that so quickly? Wanda was taken aback by Lynch's invitation, and naturally, she was eager to go out. Little Peter, lacking awareness of the situation, chimed in, Brother, I want to join you. Wanda frowned momentarily, but soon relaxed. After all, a strategy cannot be perfected in an instant. It was merely a single occasion. So why not include little Peter? Otherwise, he might feel lonely at home, and Lynch might not enjoy himself fully either. Thus, without waiting for Lynch's response, she declared, Let's bring you along. Lynch glanced at Wanda, but remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, What about Pietro? Since we're all going out together. However, Wanda shook her head, explaining that Pietro was working today. Very well then, just the three of us. Little Peter, where do you want to go? I want to visit the Stark Expo venue. Little Peter exclaimed. The expo hosted by Iron Man must be amazing. Upon hearing this, Lynch realized that they were approaching the storyline of Iron Man 2. This meant there could be new locations to check in, such as the birthplace of War Machine and Iron Man's rebirth. Moreover, coinciding with this was the Thor event taking place far away in New Mexico. Lynch did not wish to miss any of it. Fortunately, he had a doppelganger, allowing him to manage both events without concern for oversight. Hence, He needed to devise a way to participate. Little Peter's suggestion was splendid. It provided Lynch an opportunity to scout the terrain of the Stark Industries Expo. Preparing for future plans, he nodded in agreement. Both Lynch and Little Peter consented, and Wanda, who merely wished to be with Lynch, readily agreed as well. For her, the allure of New York's bustling life had diminished. As long as she could be with Lynch, even a stinky gutter. Well, let's rephrase that. Even the rooftop of an apartment building would be delightful. Beauty is not merely a matter of location, but also of sentiment. Being with the right person makes any place a source of joy. Chapter 42. What to do if my younger brother acts out. In this life, Lynch, a Chinese American, acquired his driver's license at an early age. In the United States, the driver's license serves as a substitute for identification documents and is indeed the most crucial credential. Consequently, some individuals may forget to renew their identification cards as they expire. However, the driver's license remains the most current and valid form of identification, despite possessing a driver's license. Lynch does not own a car, which is a common predicament among many young Americans. After all, not everyone has the financial means to purchase a vehicle for their newly adult children. Take Aunt May, for instance. She has exhausted her efforts merely raising 2 children. She wishes to buy Lynch a car as a birthday gift for his 18th birthday, yet her aspirations exceed her capabilities. Thus, she plans to repaint her Beetle and present it to Lynch on his birthday. As for herself, she believes commuting via bus or tram for work suffices. Such is the nature of maternal love. However, upon learning of this plan, Lynch firmly declined, asserting, "I am still a high school student who hasn't graduated. Why would I need a car?" This reasoning somewhat persuaded Aunt May. Consequently, Lynch, along with Little Peter and Wanda, made their way to the Stark Industrial Expo by bus. As they boarded the somewhat crowded vehicle, Lynch resolved that once he revealed the money hidden beneath his bed, he would indeed purchase a car, nothing extravagant, just sufficient for transportation. In the United States, lacking a vehicle proves exceedingly inconvenient. On the bus, surrounded by people, Lynch held Little Peter and Wanda protectively in his embrace. He noticed a news segment featuring himself, more precisely, the masked figure and his duel with Kingpin. It is well known that Kingpin, residing in Hell's Kitchen, is a ruthless crime lord. Although he has attempted to clean his image, many of his past deeds remain unforgettable to the public. The dangers of Hell's Kitchen are widely acknowledged, requiring no further elaboration. Yet today, our reporters risked their lives to capture footage of the confrontation between Kingpin and his avenger, the masked figure. It is reported that Kingpin murdered the masked figure's parents, prompting the latter's quest for vengeance. Curiously, it remains unclear why Kingpin chose to confront the masked figure alone, neglecting his numerous subordinates. This decision ultimately contributed to Kingpin's downfall. As the television news narrated the exploits of the masked figure while extolling his virtues, Lynch felt an indescribable thrill, especially as he observed Wanda, nestled in his embrace, her curious expression illuminated by the screen's glow. Sensing Lynch's gaze upon her, Wanda hastily clarified, "I was merely curious. That person can breathe fire. I meant no offense. You are still more handsome." Wanda's explanation left Lynch with mixed emotions. He felt a sense of gratification, yet simultaneously recognized the awkwardness of the situation. The delight stemmed from the undeniable truth of his own striking appearance. It is disheartening to realize that the allure of the hero I embody, the flame-masked man, has not surpassed even my own self. What a predicament this is. Consequently, I could only respond with a gentle nod and a smile. Yet, this tender demeanor captivated Wanda's attention, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings as she gazed intently at me. Young Peter's attitude, however, brought me great satisfaction. "Oh my gosh, brother, that flame-masked man is so cool." It is well known that Peter Parker idolizes Iron Man, Tony Stark, and I find myself in the same boat this time around. Thus, hearing Peter express his admiration fills me with a sense of triumph, as if I have eclipsed Stark in his eyes. In his perception, I have surpassed Iron Man. And if we round it off, I have utterly outshone him. In a buoyant mood, I turned to young Peter and inquired, "Peter, who do you think is cooler, the flame-masked man or Iron Man?" I anticipated hearing my own name, yet to my surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Peter exclaimed, "Of course, Iron Man is cooler." A shadow of dismay crossed my face as I pondered whether my younger brother had become a tad too cheeky in my absence. Why, however, considering his tender age, I resolved to grant him another chance. Regrettably, my brother Peter Parker is a straightforward soul. I don't know, but I just feel that Iron Man is cooler. His candidness left me in a state of exasperation. What could I possibly do about his opinion? Could I truly reprimand him? Even if I could, it would be inappropriate to do so in public, especially with Wanda watching. Thus, I decided that once our outing concluded, I would impart the art of conversation to my dear brother. As we strolled in silence, we arrived at the Stark Expo site, only to find Peter deeply disappointed. The venue was still under construction and entry was prohibited. With an estimated opening date a week away, Peter pouted, and I too felt that fortune had turned against us. Ultimately, following Wanda's suggestion, The three of us ventured to the New York Zoo. Chapter 43, The Dilemma of S-H-I-E-L-D. However, as Lynch made his way to the zoo, a sudden realization struck him. He had just glanced at the news in the car and noticed the conspicuous absence of a wanted notice for the flame-masked man. Without hesitation, he inquired with Wanda and little Peter, only to receive vague responses of "I didn't notice, and it seems there isn't one." Frustrated, he retrieved his phone and navigated to the New York Police Department's official website. After a thorough search, Lynch confirmed that indeed, no wanted notice for the flame-masked man existed. What could this imply? Perhaps it suggested that seeking personal vengeance had been tacitly sanctioned by the government. Preposterous. How could that be? After a moment's contemplation, Lynch considered the possible motives behind this unusual circumstance. It was highly likely that S-H-I-E-L-D was involved. In this world, no organization could wield such influence over the government except for S-H-I-E-L-D. This organization, backed by the United Nations and self-proclaimed as the guardian of the world, was indeed the only entity capable of such interference. Yet, why would S-H-I-E-L-D act in this manner? If they suppressed the wanted notice for the flame-masked man, did it not suggest they had ulterior motives? The act of withholding the notice was evidently a gesture of goodwill. Did S-H-I-E-L-D wish to recruit him? To be candid, Lynch had no desire to join S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, it was common knowledge that a significant majority of their agents were Hydra infiltrators. Aligning himself with such an organization would be akin to stepping into a den of serpents. The actions of Hydra were unpredictable, and Lynch had no intention of entangling himself in their machinations. However, he recognized that pivotal events in the Marvel Universe were invariably linked to S-H-I-E-L-D. He had come to realize that every heroic endeavor or villainous upheaval marked key points that were eligible for acknowledgement. If Lynch aspired to grow stronger, he must continue to engage in these sign-in opportunities. This meant, inevitably, he would have to interact with S-H-I-E-L-D, unless he opted to embrace the role of a villain, which would allow him to entirely disregard S-H-I-E-L-D. Otherwise, cultivating a favorable relationship with them seemed imperative. After much reflection, a thought crystallized in Lynch's mind. He could choose to join the Avengers while remaining unaffiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D. Much like Thor. As a member of the Avengers, Thor was merely an ally to S-H-I-E-L-D. Therefore, despite the apparent contradiction in such a sentiment, it held a kernel of truth. The director of S-H-I-E-L-D had indeed founded the Avengers. Yet the Avengers were not beholden to S-H-I-E-L-D. The two could be likened to a superhero team and its logistical support unit. Thus, if Lynch could join the Avengers without being part of S-H-I-E-L-D, he would be more than willing. Should that prove impossible, he would remain on the periphery, participating in battles without aligning with either faction. Of course, Lynch's stance was unwavering. He firmly identified with Earth, humanity, and the side of justice. With his decision made, Lynch awakened to his resolve and continued onward with little Peter and Wanda toward the entrance of the zoo. As they walked along the path, he suddenly noticed an odd expression in young Peter's eyes. "Peter, what are you staring at?" The little spider, rather speechless, replied, "Brother, you're holding Sister Wanda's hand, and you've made her blush." Startled, Lynch quickly looked down and realized he was holding little Peter's hand with his left, while his right hand clasped Wanda's. Wanda's delicate face was flushed, yet she showed no resistance, appearing quite bashful. No wonder she feels so soft. Lynch murmured to himself before promptly releasing Wanda's hand, offering an apology. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought and unconsciously held on to someone to avoid getting separated." It's nothing." Wanda's voice grew increasingly faint, and Lynch sensed a hint of grievance in her tone. Nevertheless, he dismissed it and said, "All right, let us get ready to enter the zoo. Wanda, I'll go buy the tickets. Could you please keep an eye on little Peter?" "Sure," she replied. Watching Lynch head to the ticket booth, Wanda crouched down and gently ruffled Peter's hair. After making a mess of his hairstyle, she finally let out a sigh. "Honestly, if you hadn't reminded me, I could VE held hands forever. How infuriating." However, before Lynch returned, Wanda took the time to tidy Peter's hair once more. Peter, bewildered, thought to himself, "I meant well, but why does Sister Wanda seem upset?" The remainder of their zoo visit was uneventful. During their time there, the three of them had lunch together. By 3 in the afternoon, noticing the weariness on both Wanda and the energetic little Peter, Lynch decided it was time to head home. His own stamina was robust, and he could have explored the zoo until closing time. Thus, the conclusion of their outing relied entirely on his companion's preferences. The suggestion to return home was unanimously agreed upon by Wanda and little Peter. Subsequently, the three of them boarded a bus back to their residence in Queens. On the journey, the bus was still packed with people. However, with Lynch's sturdy presence safeguarding them, both Wanda and little Peter remained safe and sound. Chapter 44, Dr. Lizard. As the bus approached Queens, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the front. Could it be an accident? After a moment's contemplation, Lynch squeezed through the surrounding passengers, inching toward the window to peer outside. There, he beheld a creature slightly taller than an average human, its entire form a vivid green, exuding an intimidating ferocity, the lizard. This creature was rampaging across the Bay Bridge, blocking the bus's path. Yet, it appeared devoid of intellect, consumed by a state of frenzy. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, filled with a savage fury. What on earth is happening? Lynch widened his eyes in disbelief. He had meticulously investigated and confirmed that this Marvel universe was indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Characters such as Iron Man, Tony Stark, and the Hulk, Bruce Banner, were all familiar figures from the films he cherished. They were identical, without a hint of alteration. Moreover, his adoptive mother, Aunt May, mirrored the beauty of the version portrayed by the young Spider-Man. Hence, Lynch felt assured in his understanding. However, businesses like Oscorp did not exist in this world. Yet now, the abrupt emergence of the lizard shattered Lynch's assumptions. Observing the white lab coat draped over the creature, he surmised it was likely Dr. Kurt Connors from Spider-Man, once a brilliant military surgeon. Connors had been drafted into service and sent to the front lines to perform surgeries on the wounded. One fateful day, the base was attacked, and Connors sustained an irreparable injury to his right hand during a massive explosion. To save his life, he chose amputation and was sent back to the United States to recover. From that point on, Connors dedicated himself to research at the university, abandoning surgery to fervently study the regenerative systems of reptiles and various aspects of herpetology. In his quest to restore his lost limb and to develop regenerative limbs for medical purposes, Professor Connors endeavored to transfer the genetic traits that allowed lizards to regrow their tails into humans. Ultimately, he succeeded. His right hand indeed regrew. However, the potency of the serum was overwhelming, altering Connors' appearance and transforming him into a humanoid with a reptilian visage. More alarmingly, not only was his appearance affected, but Connors' very cognition was twisted. He developed his own ideology, believing that the ruling race of the world should be reptilian beings like himself, plotting to transform humanity into lizard men. The narrative of the first Spider-Man film revolves around Spider-Man thwarting Dr. Connors' nefarious plans. Yet, glancing at the 11-year-old Peter Parker standing beside him, Lynch wondered how a child could possibly confront the lizard. Could there be another Peter Parker? Was the other truly the Spider-Man? Lynch's mind swirled with confusion. At that moment, countless onlookers witnessed the lizard wreaking havoc on the bridge, wantonly destroying vehicles. Wanda and young Peter also observed the chaos, their faces etched with a mix of fear and astonishment. After all, that grotesque lizard man had achieved the effect of silencing the cries of children at night. Moreover, his casual act of overturning several tons of automobiles further showcased his immense strength. Who would not be terrified by such a monstrosity? Lynch immediately reassured them, and then led the two of them out of the vehicle to witness the spectacle. Of course, it was primarily Lynch's curiosity that drove him. He sought to validate his suspicions and to ascertain whether Spider-Man would make an appearance. Traffic had come to a halt, as the tyrannical lizard man, with his elongated tail, obstructed the bridge, preventing anyone from passing. At that moment, the police finally arrived. However, faced with the armored Dr. Lizard, the officer's gunfire was akin to mere tickling, utterly failing to achieve any meaningful effect. Instead, several police cars were overturned, and numerous officers were gravely injured. At this juncture, Lynch had yet to spot Mr. Spider-Man, thus confirming the current situation. This world undoubtedly belonged to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, yet it was prone to the intrusion of certain characters from the Marvel series, such as the Lizard Doctor before him. It was now time for him to make his entrance. Not waiting for Spider-Man, Lynch resolved to take matters into his own hands to assist his brother, the future Spider-Man, in resolving this predicament. Of course, his intentions were not purely altruistic. There were personal gains to be had. The shock value was of paramount importance to Lynch, and surely the intruding Dr. Lizard must possess some points of origin as well. In that case, engaging in a bit of a spectacle there could enhance his own powers. Thus, this endeavor was one Lynch actively wished to pursue. Moreover, as a superhero, who would recognize him without a few commendable feats to boast of? In truth, recognition mattered little. The crux of the matter lay in the shock value. With a swift decision, Lynch instructed Wanda to lead young Peter to safety, urging them to distance themselves as far as possible. Wanda complied. Yet she grasped Lynch's hand and inquired, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Lynch gently shook his head. "I will go to assist others." Chapter 45. Taking action. Wanda wore a look of concern on her face, wishing to utter more, but was interrupted by Lynch. "Rest assured, my physical condition is excellent. I can run swiftly," Lynch reassured her. With Lynch's resolute determination, Wanda could only acquiesce. Although their acquaintance had been brief, she had begun to comprehend Lynch's nature. He was a stubborn individual. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible for anyone to sway him. Thus, after some contemplation, Wanda concluded that the only thing she could do was to bolster Lynch's motivation to return. However, the only method that came to her mind was one that felt rather challenging for the somewhat shy Wanda to articulate. Yet, observing the fleeing crowd and contrasting it with Lynch, who was preparing to rescue others, Wanda reflected deeply and affirmed her feelings. Consequently, her bashful heart quickly steadied itself. She reached out and seized Lynch's shoulder, exclaiming, "Lynn, I like you." The sudden confession left Lynch momentarily bewildered. As he turned, he found himself embraced by a fragrant figure. Then, the girl's soft lips pressed against his in a fervent kiss. Moments later, under the astonished gaze of young Peter, Wanda blushed and stepped back slightly, her hand still firmly clasping Lynch's. Although their time together had been short, her affection was undeniable. "So, Lynch, you must return safely." This was Wanda's strategy, and she willingly embraced it. At that moment, Lynch bore an odd expression. Despite having received countless confessions from girls in this life, he had never encountered one that came with a kiss. Nonetheless, this experience was undeniably pleasurable, and he felt no inclination to resist. "Do I truly like Wanda?" He pondered internally, ultimately affirming his feelings. He nodded vigorously at Wanda, saying, "Thank you for your affection. I will return safely." With that, Lynch, bag in hand, resolutely made his way through the crowd towards the bridge. Once Lynch's figure disappeared from sight, Wanda exhaled a sigh of relief, only to exclaim in a frenzy, "Ah, I actually confessed." Young Peter, now calm, remarked sagely, "Wanda, consider yourself fortunate." "What?" Wanda replied in confusion. "My brother has turned down many girls. Yet he didn't push you away. Think about it. I believe you have a chance." Wanda's eyes sparkled with hope, and she grasped Peter's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you, Peter. I suddenly feel like you're a good kid. I've always been a good kid. Please refrain from adding little before my name. Thank you," Peter said, brushing aside Wanda's playful attempt to pinch his cheek. "Let us go. We shouldn't trouble my brother." "All right." Wanda nodded, leading young Peter towards a safer distance. At that moment, a crackling sound of flames erupted. Wanda and little Peter turned to see, not far ahead, a figure clad in a gray and gold fireproof suit, adorned with a flame-emblazoned mask. "Oh, the Flame Mask Man. Is he here to rescue us? What a dreadful name. We should call him the Flame Hero." "Flame Hero. Smash that reptilian fiend." Shouts of excitement echoed, as though they had encountered a savior. Wanda and little Peter exhaled in relief, with such a superhero present. Surely Lynch was in no peril. Their intuition was correct. Lynch indeed faced no grave danger, for he was up against the formidable Dr. Lizard, a foe even stronger than Kingpin, and he possessed an unwavering confidence in his victory. Just moments ago, after parting ways with Wanda and little Peter, Lynch sought a secluded spot devoid of observers or surveillance cameras to don his fireproof suit and mask. He found refuge in the thicket by the roadside, where he was fortunate to find no one around, albeit some unsightly refuse. It seemed that regardless of the country, when the call of nature beckoned, civility often took a backseat. After securing his gear, Lynch concealed his clothing and gracefully leapt onto the roof of a nearby car. His sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the previously sluggish astonishment surged rapidly. Clearly, journalists were nearby, likely broadcasting live, which was fortuitous for Lynch, as it would enhance his ability to garner astonishment points. Casting a glance at Wanda and little Peter, who remained in a safe position, Lynch sprang into action amidst the cheers of the onlookers. He deftly propelled himself from one car roof to another, the sound of applause ringing in his ears. With the rooftop route facilitating his swift progress, he soon reached the edge of the bridge. There, he spotted Dr. Lizard several dozen meters away, and without hesitation, he leapt several meters into the air. With a whoosh, flames erupted beneath him as Lynch soared directly toward Dr. Lizard. Chapter 46, The Birthplace of Dr. Lizard. Dr. Kurt Connors was elated. The long-standing experimental impasse had finally been surmounted. Today, he injected the regenerative serum derived from the tail regrowth of lizards into the body of a three-legged disabled mouse, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Dr. Connors watched in awe as the mouse swiftly grew back its lost limb within an extraordinarily brief span of time. Remarkably, the new leg appeared identical to its counterparts, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. In that instant, Dr. Connors was overwhelmed with joy. He gazed at his own incapacitated left arm, disregarding the potential side effects of the serum, and promptly took a substantial vial of the serum, injecting it into his own body. Dr. Connors, possessing a sense of ethics, was aware of the cruelty inherent in human experimentation. Thus, he chose not to endanger others but instead made himself the first subject of this experiment. The moment the serum coursed through his veins, he felt a refreshing chill envelop his entire being. However, that was swiftly followed by excruciating pain. "Ah, Doctor." Connors collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony, his distress palpable. It was Saturday, and he had chosen to work overtime. At that moment, he was alone in the laboratory at New York University. No one was aware of the events unfolding within. Thus, his cries went unheard. After a brief interval, Dr. Connors managed to rise to his feet, supporting himself on the table, panting heavily. Suddenly, he froze, lifting his left hand. The once empty sleeve now bore a pristine arm. This arm was nearly identical to his right, save for its slightly lighter complexion. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Dr. Connors was euphoric. His creation of this serum was not merely to restore his own limbs. It was a noble aspiration to enable all individuals with disabilities around the globe to lead normal lives. Such an ideal was not only lofty but also laden with potential for wealth. This very vision had attracted investors to fund his research. Otherwise, the costly nature of scientific endeavors would have been beyond the means of a former military doctor like him. Thus, Dr. Connors resolved to share this momentous news with his investors to assure them that their funds had not been squandered. He retrieved his phone to make a call, but hesitated, pondering that the recipient might not believe his claims. After all, the initial investment had contained an element of gamble. Perhaps they were merely affluent individuals seeking to spend their wealth, drawn to his project simply for the thrill of it all, earning the label of benevolent capitalists willing to support scientific research. Therefore, Dr. Connors placed his phone back into his pocket and turned to leave the laboratory. He was determined to show the investors his restored arm in person. Such tangible evidence would speak volumes beyond any words. However, Dr. Connors failed to notice that. After he locked the laboratory door, the recently restored mouse in its cage suddenly fainted. A moment later, the laboratory mouse sprouted green skin, resembling a hybrid of a lizard and a mouse. Dr. Connors hastily exited the university, intending to take a taxi to meet with his investor. Once seated in the cab and after announcing his destination, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Helplessly, he reclined in the back seat and subsequently lost consciousness. The driver, assuming Connors was merely fatigued, chose not to disturb him, as such individuals were all too common in New York. The taxi continued its journey, oblivious to the dramatic transformation occurring within the unconscious Dr. Connors. After a brief while, the taxi found itself ensnared in traffic on the bridge. The driver muttered in frustration, "I can't fathom how those people drive. Traffic on the bridge is absurd." Receiving no response, he glanced into the back seat, only to behold Dr. Connors, now entirely green, resembling a reptilian creature. The once spacious rear seat now appeared cramped, as Connors' thick green tail swayed, inadvertently striking the roof with a series of loud thumps. At that moment, as the driver looked back, Connors opened his eyes, revealing cold, yellow beastly orbs that sent a shiver down one's spine. A monster. Without a moment's hesitation, the driver abandoned the vehicle and fled in terror. Dr. Connors, feeling the confines of the cab, decided to exit. A wave of panic erupted as bystanders beheld the towering lizard man, standing over 2 meters tall, their faces etched with fear. The recent battle involving the colossal Hulk and the Abomination had left many in dire straits, intensifying the dread that now gripped the crowd. Transformed into the lizard, Kurt Connors surveyed the fleeing people, who were shorter than he, and felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him, though he could not discern its source. Chapter 47. Fierce adversary. At this moment, Dr. Connors, the lizard, was consumed with the desire to annihilate every human in his sight. He felt no inclination to suppress that impulse as he surged forward, effortlessly overturning a car with a mere flick of his hand. The screech of metal filled the air, and a look of astonishment gleamed in his eyes at the display of his newfound strength. With a swift motion, he seized the overturned vehicle and hurled it violently towards the pedestrians on either side of the street. "Oh, my leg is broken." The streets echoed with cries of anguish. Yet, amidst the chaos and suffering, Dr. Connors felt only elation. In that moment, he firmly believed that humanity had no right to thrive upon the bountiful earth. The rightful rulers of the land should be noble creatures like himself, reptilian beings. "I need more lizard people." At this juncture, Dr. Connors regained a semblance of clarity, but his psyche had irrevocably transformed. Just then, the police arrived, brandishing their firearms and opening fire on the lizard. However, as representatives of modern weaponry, their bullets failed to achieve the intended effect. Dr. Connors' thick, scaled skin absorbed the projectiles, trapping them within the crevices of his armor. Transformed into a lizard man, he possessed not only immense strength but also astonishing resilience. Although the gunfire posed no threat, it ignited a furious indignation within him. How dare these inferior beings attack me? Without a moment's hesitation, he seized another vehicle and hurled it towards the officers. Crash. After throwing 3 or 4 cars, Dr. Connors surveyed the fallen policemen, further solidifying his belief that lizard people were the superior species. He then resolved to return to his laboratory at the university to concoct the serums into an aerosol spray, intending to douse all of New York. In this way, everyone would become lizard people, elevating all to a higher race. However, unexpectedly, A fiery foot soared directly towards his face. Bang! The tremendous force sent Dr. Connors' massive form hurtling backward. Yet, that was not the end of it. He felt the heat radiating from the foot that struck him, followed by a fierce blaze erupting from its soul, flooding his nostrils and mouth. A howl erupted from Dr. Connors, transformed into the primal screeches of a reptilian creature. Bang! With his upper body engulfed in flames, he was propelled backward, crashing onto the taxi he had previously commandeered. Thud. Enduring the excruciating pain, Dr. Connors leapt from the car's roof, collapsing onto the ground to extinguish the flames consuming him. His visage was contorted, blood streaming from his mangled face. Yet, almost instantaneously, his extraordinary regenerative abilities kicked in, restoring his countenance to its original form. In the distance, Lynch, the one who had delivered the fiery kick to Dr. Connors, stood poised above the flames, suspended in midair, gazing down at the lizard with an expression of grave seriousness. He had not anticipated that the fiery flying kick he employed to eliminate Jean Bing would inflict no harm upon the formidable lizard doctor before him. Observing the lizard doctor's fearsome visage, which was far from human, Lynch concluded that the lizard doctor was still inferior to Jean Bing, at least in terms of combat skills. His triumph over Jean Bing that morning had stemmed from the latter's ignorance of his abilities, allowing Lynch to secure victory through an element of surprise. Had Jean Bing been aware of his capabilities and prepared for battle, the outcome would have been uncertain. In comparison to Jean Bing, the lizard doctor possessed certain advantages, such as exceptional defensive capabilities, remarkable regenerative abilities, and considerable strength. This overwhelming superiority in fundamental attributes created an illusion that the lizard doctor was even more formidable than Jean Bing. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the lizard doctor was indeed a formidable adversary. His robust defenses rendered Lin Chi's flames ineffective in delivering a decisive blow, while his remarkable recovery negated Lin Chi's relentless assaults. Furthermore, Lin Chi had only intended to utilize fire and martial arts against the lizard doctor, making it impossible for him to achieve immediate victory. However, if he were to unleash his full potential, he could likely defeat the lizard doctor in an instant. After all, no matter how powerful the lizard doctor was, could he truly surpass the likes of Hulk and Abomination? As Lin Chi pondered these thoughts, the lizard doctor seized a nearby taxi and hurled it in Lin Chi's direction. The taxi, massive in size, hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Yet, Lin Chi adeptly evaded the projectile. Strangely, instead of retaliating, he displayed an unusual expression, just as the taxi whizzed past him. The system's notification sound for sign-in echoed in his ears. Ding. Host is at the sign-in location, birthplace of the lizard doctor. Would you like to sign in? Could it be that this taxi was the very birthplace of the lizard doctor? To verify this revelation, Lin Chi landed atop the overturned taxi. Chapter 48. The fierce battle indeed. The system notification reappeared. In that moment, Lin Chi was filled with emotion. How remarkable it was that even before he had vanquished the lizard doctor, the reward had already been presented to him. Such courtesy was overwhelming. It seemed he had no choice but to defeat this foe. After all, the reward lay before him. However, at this moment, Lin Chi had no intention of checking in. The lizard doctor would not grant him that opportunity. Checking in required him to remain stationary at the designated spot for a full 10 seconds, a duration during which he could not move. At that time, the lizard doctor, wielding his formidable long-range attacks with a massive car, could easily strike Lin Chi. Though his robust physique allowed him to recover swiftly from injuries, being struck was never pleasant. As predicted, upon seeing Lin Chi perched atop a car, the lizard doctor seized another vehicle, preparing to hurl it towards him. Thus, Lin Chi realized that only by defeating this adversary could he safely proceed with his check-in. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time and soared towards the lizard doctor. With a swift motion, he dodged another car and quickly maneuvered to the rear of the lizard doctor, unleashing a flying kick. Crack! Fueled by the tremendous force of the fiery propulsion, Lin Chi swiftly reached the lizard doctor's back and delivered a powerful kick. The lizard doctor stumbled forward involuntarily, taking 2 steps ahead. The flying kick was favored by countless warriors not merely for its aesthetic appeal, but also for its remarkable speed and power. Lin Chi harbored a particular fondness for flying kicks. Especially in his hands, the drawbacks of the maneuver vanished entirely, with a single flying kick striking the lizard doctor. Flames erupted. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Chi created distance and executed a second flying kick without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. Employing the same technique, Lin Chi landed 5 consecutive flying kicks on the lizard doctor within 3 seconds. Each fiery kick struck the same spot, resulting in significant damage. A large hole opened in the lizard doctor's back, revealing bone and entrails. His defenses had been breached, though the wound was healing. The rate of recovery was far slower than before. Evidently, his self-healing ability was not limitless. Lin Chi's expression radiated joy. Although concealed by a mask, it mattered not. He was aware of his own elation. Henceforth, as long as he continued with the flying kicks, he would undoubtedly bring this foe to his knees. It was inevitable. Once he depleted the Lizard Doctor's regenerative abilities, that moment would herald the end for him. Cheers erupted from the crowd upon witnessing Lynch's emergence. They ceased their flight and instead gathered to spectate from a distance. Indeed, humanity possesses an innate inclination to observe the spectacle. Yet, Lynch did not deter them. Not only was their distance sufficient to protect them from the residual chaos of the battle, but their actions also accelerated his shock value exponentially. Perhaps, before he concluded this battle, his shock value would once again surpass 1 million. Upon contemplating this, Lynch resolved to exert himself further, striving to make the battle more captivating and to showcase his formidable strength. Consequently, he propelled himself with flames at his feet, circling around Dr. Lizard before positioning himself at the side and launching a sudden charge. However, this time, the circumstances were markedly different. As Lynch approached Dr. Lizard, a thick, green tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Lynch at the waist and disrupting his trajectory. Boom! Lynch collided with a car, his body half embedded within its frame. "Continue to fly, you insect," Dr. Lizard exclaimed, surprisingly articulating human speech, as he disdainfully observed Lynch trapped within the vehicle, striding towards him. Although Lynch felt a sharp pain in his waist, his extraordinary vitality facilitated a rapid healing process. Yet, the wrecked car hampered his mobility. As he watched Dr. Lizard advance, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Lynch's eyes. He contemplated whether to employ his gravitational manipulation ability. If he did, Dr. Lizard would be unable to approach him. However, doing so might expose his strategy. At that moment, Lynch suddenly sensed a surge in his shock value. His gaze flickered to the crowd of onlookers, noticing several journalists wielding cameras, and he grasped the reason for the escalating shock. He reconsidered his decision. He would refrain from using gravitational control. At this juncture, his shock value had reached a staggering 1,350,000. This figure was a sum of the shock value accrued from the morning's defeat of Jean and the current moment of bravely confronting Dr. Lizard. What a challenge it had been. Previously, he had casually amassed over 1,500,000 shock value while sitting idly at home after unleashing a devastating attack. Yet now, after a day's labor, he had barely reached 1,350,000. The disparity was striking. Nonetheless, Lynch did not dwell on this for long. As Dr. Lizard was now mere moments away, brandishing his massive claws adorned with sharp talons. Without hesitation, Lynch expended all of his accumulated shock value. Chapter 49. The Extraordinary Flying Kick. Lynch decisively allocated all 135 points of shock value into the C-grade skill, Flame Jet, Feat. In an instant, the evolution progress bar for the C-grade skill, Flame Jet, Feat, surged from 10% to completion. Ding. System detection confirms that the evolution progress bar for C-grade skill, Flame Jet, Feat, has reached 100%. Skill upgrade commencing. Upgrade successful. C-grade skill, Flame Jet, Feat, has been upgraded to B-grade skill, Flame Jet, Limbs. B-grade skill, Flame Jet, Limbs. Description: both hands and feet can emit powerful flames, generating immense thrust and force. The skill is sustainable and can be explosive. Compared to C-grade skill, Flame Jet, Feat, it boasts greater power, stronger thrust, and reduced consumption. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Lynch raised both hands, aiming directly at the nearby Lizard Doctor. Whoosh! Two torrents of intense yellow flames erupted forth, striking the Lizard Doctor squarely in the face and chest. Under the tremendous might of the flames, the Lizard Doctor howled in agony, retreating under the relentless onslaught of fire. As he withdrew the flames from his hands, Lynch beheld the Lizard Doctor engulfed in flames, resembling a blazing torch. The power had increased so significantly. It was astonishing, considering that even the C-grade skill had failed to inflict substantial damage upon the Lizard Doctor. Without hesitation, Lynch directed his hands to the sides of his body, unleashing flames from all four limbs simultaneously. Zoom! He soared out of the vehicle, suspended in midair, achieving greater stability. With flames now emanating from both hands in addition to his feet, his flight became even steadier. Without delay, Lynch charged toward the Lizard Doctor. At that moment, he realized his flying speed had intensified. This expenditure of shock value was certainly worthwhile. Amidst his exhilaration, Lynch's gaze fixed upon the Lizard Doctor's tail. Just moments ago, it had been the source of his misfortune. Thus, in this decisive moment, Lynch raised his hands high, extinguished the flames beneath his feet, and executed a fierce stomp toward the Lizard Doctor's tail. Crack! The Lizard Doctor let out a pained wail as his tail was brutally severed. In a fit of rage, the flames still blazing upon him, the Lizard Doctor retaliated with a fierce strike toward Lynch. Yet Lynch leveraged the force of the blow to propel himself backward, hovering in midair. Observing the Lizard Doctor flailing about like a headless chicken, ineffectively striking at his own body, Lynch resolved to grant him a swift end. Not for any other reason, but simply because Lynch yearned to return home to rest. Taking a deep breath, Lynch unleashed his showcased ability, the most formidable attack following his upgrade. Once again, it was a flying kick. However, this time, The power came not solely from one foot, but from both hands as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 points of propulsion working in unison, a sonic boom reverberated around Lynch. Bang! Breaking through the barrier of air, Lynch instantaneously reached the lizard doctor's back, delivering a devastating kick that struck the nape of his neck. Crack! Flesh tore and bone shattered. With a single strike, Lynch pierced through the defenses of scales, flesh, and bone, striking the delicate heart of Dr. Lizard. Without a moment's hesitation, flames erupted forth. With a powerful recoil, he soared back several meters, landing atop a taxi, gazing at Dr. Lizard, who was ablaze from within. In his heart, he silently proclaimed, regardless of your grievances or sorrow, it is time for you to depart. Thud! Dr. Lizard collapsed to the ground, the flames still consuming him. He had not the chance to showcase his grand achievements before succumbing to Lynch's might. In his final moments, the tormented soul of Kurt Connors momentarily regained clarity. He reflected on all he had done and glanced at the heroic figure before him, uttering a silent thank you. With a final breath, Dr. Lizard met his end. Lynch felt a twinge of melancholy, yet an overwhelming excitement coursed through him. Not only had he performed a noble deed, but he also reaped the rewards, truly a double triumph. At that moment, Lynch acknowledged the system's prompt. Commence sign-in. Ding. The host is at the sign-in location, officially beginning the sign-in process. Sign-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting prematurely will result in failure. Cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. The initial terror and panic brought on by Dr. Lizard's appearance transformed into joy and excitement with the advent of Flame Hero, only to shift to concern and fear as he faced adversity. Now, witnessing Flame Hero's victory over the grotesque lizard man, the crowd felt a sense of watching their own hero grow. In an instant, Lynch had garnered a legion of admirers. Becoming a superhero and winning fans was that simple: exhibit strength, charm, and save lives. Lynch had achieved all this and done so exceedingly well. Turning to the cheering throng, he acknowledged the system notification confirming his successful sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Rating: C level. Sign-in reward: all attributes enhanced. Skill extraction: C level. Once, with a wave to the crowd, Lynch soared into the sky. Chapter 50. The heart of a young girl in a secluded corner. Lynch stealthily navigated through the verdant foliage and located his backpack. After changing his attire, he emerged from the greenery with an air of composure, pursuing the direction in which Wanda and little Peter had departed. Upon finding the duo, a smile graced Lynch's face. The monstrous creature had been vanquished by a superhero. The very hero who had only just emerged today, the Flame Knight, had triumphed over the formidable foe. Before Lynch could articulate further, Wanda, with her fragrant and soft demeanor, leapt into his embrace. You're finally back. I was so worried. Slightly taken aback, Lynch recalled Wanda's earlier confession and chose not to push her away. Instead, he gently patted her back. After lingering in his arms for several minutes, Wanda, her cheeks flushed, reluctantly withdrew from his embrace. What I meant to say is, Peter and I were quite concerned about you. Little Peter rolled his eyes. It's a bit late to say that now. However, Lynch appeared unfazed and continued to regale them with tales of the Flame Knight's recent valor. Yet, he couldn't shake the odd feeling of boasting about himself. I merely assisted a few individuals, and the Flame Knight single-handedly defeated that lizard-like creature. Is the Flame Knight truly that remarkable? Little Peter's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sensing an opportunity to reclaim his brother's awe, Lynch continued to extol the Flame Knight's exploits. Meanwhile, Wanda was preoccupied with checking for any injuries on Lynch. However, during her examination, she noticed something unusual. Why were there burn marks on Lynch's wrists and ankles? There had been no explosions nearby, and according to Lynch, he hadn't even ventured near the bridge. Suddenly, a troubling hypothesis crossed Wanda's mind. But she quickly shook her head. Surely, the Flame Knight couldn't be Lynch. At that moment, Lynch had finished his self-aggrandizing tales, leaving little Peter with a look of admiration. He then turned to Wanda, prepared to formally address her earlier confession. It was Lynch's custom, regardless of whether he accepted or rejected, he would always respond positively. Historically, he had always given direct refusals to girls who confessed to him. This time, however, his response would diverge slightly. As Lynch solemnly faced her, Wanda felt a wave of nervousness. She was acutely aware that she had just confessed, and Lynch had not provided a direct answer, merely acknowledging her words. What did I know truly signify? In that moment, Wanda sensed an impending response to her earlier confession. True to her intuition, Lynch instructed little Peter to wait at the roadside for a moment, then grasped Wanda's wrist, leading her to a more private spot, ensuring that little Peter could not eavesdrop. Lynch finally spoke. To be frank, I hold a considerable fondness for you. Upon hearing those words, Wanda's heart soared with joy. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she were about to leap into Lynch's arms once more. Yet, Lynch extended his hand to halt her, explaining, however, our acquaintance is rather brief, and I intend to focus on my studies to gain admission to a prestigious university. Wanda paused for a moment, questioning, so, you wish to concentrate solely on your studies for now? Lynch nodded, affirming that is indeed my intention, regardless of my future aspirations. Possessing a higher education will undoubtedly be advantageous. This sentiment equally applies to you and Pietro. Wanda began to comprehend what you mean is, as long as I devote myself to my studies and gain admission to the same university as you, you would agree to pursue a relationship with me? Lynch chuckled softly. Not quite. Please do not misconstrue my words. What I wish to convey is that you should focus on your studies and strive for university, while we maintain our friendship. Regardless of the outcome, I will be willing to date you. Oh, Wanda's realization dawned upon her, and she instinctively pouted. Do you doubt my ability to gain admission to the same university as you? That is quite underestimating. Lynch shrugged. I plan to apply to Harvard University. After all, I am currently the top student in my class. Wanda felt a pang of disappointment and lowered her gaze, yet anxiously looked up at Lynch. If you gain admission to a prestigious university, you want to abandon me, will you? How could that be? Lynch chuckled. You are the only girl I have developed feelings for over the years, and I am eager to pursue a relationship with you. However, our primary focus now is not romance, but rather striving for our futures. So do not worry, as long as you put forth your utmost effort in your studies. I will not look down upon those with lesser academic achievements. I only disdain those who refuse to strive. Therefore, give it your all. Young lady, work hard for half a year, and you shall gain a remarkably handsome boyfriend. Surely, that is a worthwhile endeavor. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Wanda leaned closer. But there is no lie in what you say. Thus, I shall exert myself to win your heart. Chapter 51. Revealing identities. After taking a circuitous route back to the community and parting ways with Wanda, Lynch and little Peter returned home. Due to their detour and an unforeseen incident on the road, Aunt May had already returned and was in the kitchen preparing dinner. After greeting her, Lynch reassured her that he had taken little Peter out for some playtime, hoping to ease her concerns. Following dinner, Lynch sent little Peter off to his own room to play, and then he retreated to his own quarters to summon a limited clone, allowing Pain from the Akatsuki to emerge. With a look of astonishment and excitement, he dashed to the living room, calling for Aunt May. Aunt May, please come to my room. Without suspicion, Aunt May followed, for she had raised him and could not fathom any harm from him. However, upon entering Lynch's room, her initial thoughts were swiftly overturned. She glanced at Lynch, feeling a growing unease that perhaps he was not as innocent as she believed. Yet, her instinct was not to flee. Instead, she pulled Lynch behind her, shielding him with her body. With a trembling voice, she inquired, Who are you? What do you want in our home? Pain observed Aunt May's protective stance, and his expression softened slightly, though his tone remained indifferent. You should already know who I am. I am Pain. As for my purpose in your home, I am a friend of Lynch's father, here merely to deliver some items. Upon hearing Lynch's name, Aunt May's fear dissipated, replaced by heightened vigilance. What items? Without hesitation, Pain revealed 2 boxes from behind him, opening them with a snap. Inside were a large and a small box, containing a total of $7 million. For the average citizen, this was an unimaginable fortune. Yet, instead of expressing surprise, Aunt May's wariness intensified. No one gives such gifts without reason, unless they are family. Thus, Pain's sudden offering of such a vast sum raised her suspicions. Little did she know, this was indeed a gift from Lynch. However, Pain remained unfazed by Aunt May's caution. He continued, this is approximately $7 million. The lifelong savings of Lynch's parents. Now that Lynch has avenged them, this money rightfully belongs to you. Well, the money is yours now. I have no further business here. So I shall take my leave. With that, Pain turned, preparing to exit through the wide-open window. Lynch wanted to say something, but Aunt May restrained him. Her foremost thought was to have the stranger swiftly removed from their home. Yet, as Pain approached the window, he suddenly halted, turning to Lynch. By the way, give serious consideration to my suggestion. Your abilities are quite impressive. With those parting words, he levitated off the ground and soared out the window. Whoosh. Pain vanished into the night, leaving Aunt May to finally relax. She first approached and combined the 2 money boxes, tucking them beneath Lynch's bed. Then, turning around, she solemnly gazed at Lynch and inquired, My dear, what is all this about? Though filled with trepidation, May Park found herself believing a significant portion of what Pain had claimed. Such a prominent figure could not possibly come all this way merely to deceive her family. Especially not with such a substantial sum of money. Working at the bank, May immediately recognized that all the bills were genuine. Therefore, it was highly likely that Pain spoke the truth. It seemed her adopted son was concealing certain matters from her. May was furious. Not because Lynch had kept secrets from her, but rather because he appeared to have engaged in perilous activities. For instance, revenge and such. Suddenly, she recalled the news broadcast of a vengeful incident from that morning. Lynch fell silent for a moment before gently closing the door and drawing the curtains. He then retrieved his backpack, extracting the mask and fireproof suit within, and handed them to Aunt May. Aunt May, incredulous, accepted the fireproof suit and mask, only to toss them to the ground in a flurry of anxiety as she examined Lynch's condition. Upon confirming that he was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief. However, she immediately enveloped Lynch in a tight embrace, weeping, "You are the flame hero. So, Kin is your enemy. And the one who fought that lizard monster this afternoon was you. You." Sob. "Do you have any idea how heartbroken I would be if you were injured?" I'm sorry. I'm fine," Lynch sighed, running his fingers through Aunt May's hair. To help her accept the money, he had risked revealing a different facet of his identity. Aunt May was a cautious individual, not one to trust easily. Yet, once the truth lay before her, her capacity for acceptance was remarkably swift. Thus, Lynch had resorted to revealing his identity. It was evident that at that moment, Aunt May had fully embraced everything Payne had just enacted. Chapter 52, Night Conversations. Confessions. Lynch was not particularly inclined to deceive his loved ones. Had it not been for the gravity and fantastical nature of the sign-in system, he would have been tempted to share it with Aunt May. However, he refrained from doing so, believing it was in her best interest. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of concealing his identity as a superhero from her, much like how the future Spider-Man inadvertently revealed his identity to Aunt May. The act of continuously lying to those close to him weighed heavily on Lynch's conscience. Yet, the demands of his system compelled him to weave a few falsehoods. Consequently, he opted to minimize his deceit. Moreover, this approach would reassure Aunt May, allowing her to utilize the funds without worry, which was a fortuitous outcome for Lynch. As for the risk of exposure, he was confident that Aunt May would never divulge that he was the flame hero. Despite Lynch being 18 and a superhero, in Aunt May's eyes, he remained her child in need of protection. After finally soothing Aunt May and drying her tears, Lynch acquiesced to her request, "Show me how you breathe fire." At that moment, curiosity illuminated Aunt May's face, revealing her fascination with superpowers. Lynch did not refuse. Having just closed the door and drawn the curtains, he had anticipated this very moment. He raised his hand, palm open, and a vibrant, yellow flame erupted forth. The fire soared nearly 2 meters high, almost reaching the ceiling. Lynch swiftly extinguished the flames, but Aunt May, filled with concern, grasped his hand. "You weren't burned, were you?" "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to breathe fire." Lynch shook his head reassuringly. "No need to worry, Aunt May. My palms and feet are impervious to burns. And what about the rest?" She countered, pulling back his sleeve to reveal some singed skin on his wrist. "Stay here. I'll fetch some burn ointment." Once she had treated his wrist and ankle, Aunt May settled beside him on the bed. "Dear, what do you plan to do moving forward?" "Huh? Are you referring to my side career as a superhero?" Lynch paused, realizing this was the perfect moment to reassure her. "If you consider this a side career, does that mean your main focus is studying?" Aunt May's eyes sparkled with surprise. Lynch nodded earnestly. "Indeed, being a superhero is captivating. However, I also wish to continue my education. I aspire to attend Harvard." Aunt May was profoundly touched. "That is wonderful to hear. But Harvard is exceptionally challenging and exhausting. I believe New York University is quite commendable as well. It is my alma mater. And dear, could you perhaps refrain from being the flame hero in the future?" Lynch understood Aunt May's concern for his safety. He shook his head firmly. "That is not possible, Aunt May. I can promise you that I will not actively seek out trouble with villains. However, if I encounter a situation where my assistance is genuinely needed, I will step in." While I was learning martial arts from that African-American officer, I pondered this question. I am not a dedicated superhero. I am merely a passerby endowed with extraordinary abilities out of mere interest. However, Aunt May remained apprehensive. It took a great deal of persuasion and reassurance from Lynch before she reluctantly acquiesced. Such is the heart of a parent. They do not wish for their children to be immensely wealthy, but rather hope for their safety and well-being. Clearly, the profession of a superhero does not align with the notion of safety. Nevertheless, as children grow, they develop their own aspirations. As parents, one can either choose not to support or oppose, or to offer their support. Otherwise, it is all too easy to become estranged from one's child. Aunt May did not wish to see such a situation unfold, thus she opted for a neutral stance. "By the way, aside from me, who else knows that you are the flame hero?" Aunt May suddenly inquired. "Apart from you, only Payne knows," Lynch replied truthfully. Although he was unsure of Aunt May's intentions. "This is good." Aunt May sighed in relief. "I have heard of a special department that is ruthless. They devour without leaving a trace. You must avoid attracting their attention." Lynch's expression turned peculiar. If he guessed correctly, Aunt May was likely referring to Shield. Nevertheless, he reassured her, "Rest assured, no one else is aware." "By the way, how did you acquire your superpowers?" Aunt May inquired with curiosity. "Oh, that." Lynch's expression grew complex as he candidly explained. "The location of the battle with those 2 green monsters was not far from where I was. It was during that encounter that I awakened my fiery abilities. Then, Payne appeared. To save me, he sealed away those 2 green monsters with a powerful move. Afterwards, he assisted me in seeking vengeance, and at my request, he orchestrated the means for my retribution." While conversing, Lynch glanced at May Parker and confessed, "Aunt May, I have taken a life. Yet Aunt May shook her head. It's all right. The goblin and that lizard do not count as people. Chapter 53. Skills and Evolution. In an effort to validate her assertions and alleviate Lynch's guilt, Aunt May continued. Jean has committed numerous wrongdoings, and his punishment is well-deserved. As for that lizard, he certainly does not appear to be a person of good character. Therefore, my dear, do not bear any psychological burden. You have performed a commendable deed. However, you must promise me that in the future, you will act similarly and refrain from harming the innocent. Aunt May was unrepentant about having eliminated villains, which brought Lynch some relief. Of course, he readily agreed. He then inquired about the disposition of the substantial sum of money. Aunt May responded, first, we shall purchase you a car worth several tens of thousands of dollars. Then allocate a small portion to assist with household expenses, and the remainder will be saved for you to use later. Although Lynch insisted that all funds should contribute to household expenses, Aunt May remained steadfast in her decision. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. However, let us not rush into buying a car. Let us wait until I graduate, shall we? Aunt May consented, as she was not one to impose her will on others. By the way, you seem to have found love recently, haven't you? A gentle smile graced Aunt May's face as she remarked, that girl named Wanda seems quite delightful. Her smile seemed to convey the sentiment of my beautiful guinea pig can now nibble on cabbage. Lynch paused momentarily, quickly grasping the source of the leak. Peter. Just you wait. He did not conceal the truth, explaining, we are currently in the stage of mutual affection and have no intentions of pursuing anything further. After all, I must focus on my studies while also juggling my superhero endeavors. This was indeed the genuine reason behind Lynch's previous response to Wanda. He was simply too busy to entertain a romantic relationship. All right. In any case, you need not worry about your affairs. You have always been a source of ease for me. Well then, I have nothing more to discuss. Good night. He added, tomorrow, I will attend to that money. Also, I took your uniform to wash and, incidentally, to modify it. I will add cuffs to your uniform so that your flames do not injure your wrists and ankles. With that, Aunt May kissed Lynch on the forehead and exited his room, carrying the fireproof suit. Watching Aunt May leave, Lynch finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He had successfully navigated this hurdle. He then laid down on his bed and addressed the system. Extract a sea-level skill. Extracting, please wait. As the skill extraction unfolded, Lynch inwardly scoffed at Dr. Lizard's lack of prestige. Iron Man, Captain Marvel, and the Hulk, despite their origins being somewhat dated, they still held a sea-level status. Yet, here was Dr. Lizard, whose origin was still fresh. And yet he was still merely sea-level. How pathetic. Nevertheless, regardless of its shortcomings, a sea-level skill was precisely within Lynch's realm of applicability. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sea-level skill, Evolution. Skill Introduction. Upon selecting another skill, it allows a skill of the same level to evolve to the next tier, or reduces the shock value required for a higher-level skill's evolution by half. This effect does not apply to skills that are 2 levels higher. Alas, Lynch suddenly sat up, his drowsiness instantly dispelled. He had not anticipated that the skill extraction opportunity from Dr. Lizard would yield such an ability. While the skill's evolution seemed inconsequential at first glance, its true utility was profound. It could either directly upgrade a skill of the same level or diminish the shock value required for the evolution of a higher-level skill. This was, without a doubt, a means to expedite Lynch's growth. Contemplating this, Lynch opened his personal panel. Host, Lynn Parker. Attributes, Strength 55, Speed 55, Stamina 125, Mental Power 40, Skills, Earth-Shattering Star, S, Gravitational Control, B, Limited Clone, B, Flame Ejection, Limbs, B, Dual Focus, C. Evolution, C, Shock Value, 785062, his physical attributes had improved somewhat, a reward for signing in at the birthplace of Dr. Lizard. Remarkably, he had accrued nearly 800,000 shock value in just a few hours from the afternoon until this moment at 10 o'clock at night. It appeared that the Flame Hero's good deeds within a single day had yielded substantial benefits. At this juncture, Lynch had already formulated a plan regarding the evolution of the skill. Dual focus was sufficient for the time being and did not require an upgrade. Moreover, even if he were to upgrade this skill later, it would cost a maximum of around 1 million shock value. In contrast, upgrading a B-level skill demanded at least 5 million. Reducing that by half meant a requirement of 2.5 million. The comparison between over 1 million and 2.5 million was nearly a foregone conclusion. Therefore, he could only proceed with the evolution of these B-level skills. Subsequently, Lynch activated the evolution progress bars for these B-level skills, seeking to identify which skill demanded the highest shock value. It is worth noting that gravitational control could not initiate its evolution progress bar. Without question, the skill requiring the most shock value for upgrade was the B-level skill. Flame Ejection Limbs. This skill necessitated 6 million shock value for an upgrade. Lynch promptly executed the skill evolution, witnessing the progress bar halve in length. Additionally, the evolved skill in his skill panel vanished. This maneuver saved him 3 million shock value, proving to be remarkably advantageous. Chapter 54. Half a year, Part 1. Having utilized skill evolution, tonight marked the completion of Lynch's endeavors. After all, the shock value was insufficient for upgrading his skills, nor did it contribute the necessary 10% to the progress bar of the Earth explosion star's origin. As for his physical attributes, they were now adequate. Thus, Lynch could finally indulge in slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Lynch, stifling a yawn, beheld his shock value exceeding 1,600,000. Without hesitation, he allocated 150,000 to the progress bar of the Earth explosion star's origin. S-Class skill Earth explosion star's origin progress bar has reached 50%. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new skill, Shinra Tensei. Skill name, Shinra Tensei, level B. Skill description, generates a formidable repulsive force centered around oneself, with a maximum application radius of 10 meters. This skill can evolve, reducing consumption and increasing the maximum radius of application. Upon witnessing this skill, Lynch was immediately invigorated. This was another signature technique of pain. Shinra Tensei, a devastating move capable of annihilating Konoha. Thus, by continuing to evolve this B-level Shinra Tensei, he might just master the enhanced version, Ultra Shinra Tensei. After all, Ultra Shinra Tensei was merely an upgraded iteration of Shinra Tensei. Feeling quite pleased, Lynch proceeded to have breakfast before venturing out to tutor Wanda and Pietro. Time always seemed to fly when one was engrossed in work. In the subsequent days, Lynch maintained a routine of attending school, occasionally donning his firestorm persona to perform good deeds or allowing pain to make appearances, thereby accumulating shock value. Before long, a tranquil 6 months had elapsed. During this period, Lynch enjoyed a splendid high school experience while also participating in university entrance examinations and interviews. There was little to boast about. However, leveraging his extraordinary mental prowess, Lynch successfully navigated the challenges posed by Harvard University and New York University, securing admission letters from both esteemed institutions. Ultimately, upon Aunt May's counsel, he opted for New York University, primarily due to its proximity, merely a short drive away. Notably, due to Lynch's generous tutelage, both Wanda and Pietro also gained admission to New York University, albeit by the narrowest of margins. Nevertheless, they were now fellow alumni. Moreover, Wanda and Lynch had solidified their relationship, officially dating. This was a promise made 6 months prior, and both remained steadfast, fulfilling their commitment to be together. And Lynch had acquired his own vehicle, a yellow Chevrolet Camaro, affectionately known as Bumblebee. These constituted the changes in his life. While regarding his strength, Lynch had made significant strides. Host, Lynch, Lynn Parker. Attributes, Strength 60, Speed 60, Stamina 200, Mental Strength 60, Skills, Earth Explosion Star, S, Gravitational Control, A. Limited Clones, B, Flame Control, A, Dual Focus, B, Shinra Tensei, A, Shock Value, 255. 062. While his strength and speed had only increased by 5 points compared to 6 months prior, his stamina had surged by nearly 80 points. The mental fortitude has increased by 20 points. Moreover, the control of gravity has ascended to grade A, and the skill of flame ejection, limbs has upgraded to the passive grade A ability of flame control. The dual focus capability has risen to grade B. While the skill Heavenly Rain has achieved grade A, notably, Lynch no longer needs to worry about burns, as he has become completely immune to fire damage. In fact, if he so desires, his clothing will remain unscathed by flames. The skill Heavenly Rain has advanced to a higher tier, yet its maximum casting radius has expanded from 10 meters to 100 meters. It is foreseeable that once Heavenly Rain reaches grade S, it will truly become the extraordinary Heavenly Rain with a radius of 1 kilometer. As for the progress bar of the grade S skill, Celestial Explosion, it has already reached 80%. Only 20% remains to achieve full completion. However, Lynch did not anticipate that after surpassing 50% on the progress bar, each 10% upgrade would yield a significant increase in shock value. From 50 to 60, the shock value surged by 3 million. From 60 to 70, it rose by 5 million, and from 70 to 80, it escalated to 10 million. Thus, having extrapolated it to such an extent, Lynch has exerted every ounce of his effort. Of course, his endeavors have been rewarded, resulting in the control of gravity and Heavenly Rain attaining grade A. These accomplishments reflect Lynch's hard work over the past 6 months. Nevertheless, during this half-year period, Lynch has not encountered any locations or times suitable for signing in. Consequently, his physical attributes have solely been enhanced through shock value increments, which is why he has not acquired any new skills. Nevertheless, the skills he possesses are sufficient for his needs. He has a set for pain and a set for his true self. Pain wields the celestial explosion, gravity control, and heavenly rain, while his true self possesses the skill of flame control. Over the past 6 months, he has mastered flame control to an impressive degree, capable of executing techniques such as Super Fireball, Fire Dragon Technique, and Great Fire Extinction. It can be said that this passive skill of flame control surpasses the combat prowess of gravity control at the same level. Chapter 55, half a year later certainly. In terms of combat prowess, controlling gravity cannot compete with wielding fire. Yet, Lynch's true form is no match for the formidable Pain of the heavenly path. However, a confrontation is unlikely. This is not solely due to Lynch's alter ego being Pain of the heavenly path, but also because, over the past 6 months, they have united to form a superheroic ensemble known as the Heavenly Fire Alliance. The striking scene where Pain of the heavenly path maneuvered a colossal meteorite remains vivid in the memories of many, earning him the moniker Heaven. The fire, naturally, refers to Lynch's superhero persona, the Flame Knight. During these 6 months, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to recruit Lynch, but he declined their offer. Subsequently, Hydra attempted to draw him in as well, yet Lynch once again rebuffed their advances. Before Hydra could enact any form of retribution, Lynch debuted alongside Pain. This development rendered even Hydra hesitant to approach Lynch. Although Lynch did not join S.H.I.E.L.D., he deliberately cultivated a cordial relationship with them. Thus, Lynch's contact list includes the phone numbers of Phil Coulson and Nick Fury, and vice versa. Maintaining a favorable rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. was undoubtedly strategic, particularly for future rendezvous. After all, Lynch would not seek trouble by voluntarily entering a den of serpents. Today, as summer vacation commenced, Lynch drove young Peter and Wanda to the Stark Industries Expo. Following the summer, he would be attending New York University, which would inevitably reduce his time with Peter. Hence, at Peter's earnest request, he agreed to take him to the Expo's opening ceremony. To be candid, Lynch harbored some anticipation for the Industrial Expo, which had been in preparation for 6 months. However, his greater excitement lay in the prospect of signing in at the site of the battle between Whiplash and Iron Man, as well as at the birthplace of War Machine. After parking Bumblebee, Lynch held Peter's hand with one hand while allowing Wanda to link arms with him, as the three of them strolled into the realm of the Stark Industries Expo. Although Lynch and Wanda had only recently confirmed their relationship, their familiarity blossomed over the past 6 months, rendering such intimate gestures quite natural for Wanda. It is noteworthy that Pietro now has a girlfriend. Hence, he was absent today, choosing instead to accompany her. Upon entering the venue, Lynch's first impression was one of vastness. The Stark Industries Expo was not solely comprised of Stark's enterprise, but also featured various other companies within the same industry, all invited by Stark to showcase their pavilions. However, the trio did not linger long in other pavilions and made their way directly to the Stark Industries pavilion, as it was Peter's request. After all, Iron Man remained Peter's favorite superhero. Lynch felt a twinge of disappointment, but fortunately, Peter's second favorite was the Flame Knight, sparing him from any punitive measures against Peter's behind. Wanda has also learned of Lynch's identity as the Flame Hero. Upon confirming that his girlfriend is indeed Wanda, Lynch did not conceal the truth, choosing instead to be forthright. After all, he harbors a disdain for hiding such matters from those close to him. Young Peter, being so tender in age, was kept in the dark for his own safety. Thus, Lynch refrained from disclosing this information to him. Upon discovering Lynch's true identity, Wanda's reaction mirrored that of Aunt May, concerned for Lynch's safety rather than a sense of pride in having a superhero boyfriend to flaunt. Therefore, even if Wanda never becomes the Scarlet Witch, Lynch holds a deep affection for her. Reflecting on this, Lynch began to ponder whether to allow Wanda and Pietro to continue on their destined paths. Should these two superheroes, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, truly come to fruition? After much contemplation, Lynch resolved to permit their emergence, recognizing that they would not only serve as valuable allies but also gain the means to better safeguard their own well-being. This notion is evident in the actions of Tony Stark, who designed an Iron Man suit specifically to ensure Pepper Potts' safety. Thus, perpetual protection may not be the optimal choice. Empowering them to wield their own strength might indeed be the finest solution. Naturally, for someone like Aunt May, Lynch had no intentions of granting her any powers. After all, she is well into her 30s, and he wishes to spare her from further peril, confident in his ability to safeguard her. In summary, this encapsulates the transformations occurring in Lynch's life and those around him. At this moment, having arrived at the Stark Pavilion, Lynch has one arm wrapped around Wanda's waist while the other secures young Peter's neck, preventing him from dashing ahead. At that instant, Peter clutched an Iron Man mask in one hand, with a small white bulb pulsating in his palm. Truly, he is an ardent little fan. Remarkably, there are many such fervent admirers within the pavilion. It cannot be denied that Iron Man possesses an undeniable charm, not solely due to his wealth or status, but also because of his captivating personality. Chapter 56, The arrogance of Iron Man. What kind of personality does Tony Stark, the Iron Man, possess? A casual inquiry on the bustling streets of New York would yield a definitive response: flamboyant, self-assured, egotistical, and formidable. These traits align seamlessly with the American public's fantasies about superheroes. In contrast, the popularity of the Human Torch is somewhat diminished, owing to Lynch's concealed identity. Nevertheless, amidst the chorus proclaiming Iron Man as the mightiest, Lynch remains convinced of his own superiority. Indeed, he believes he vastly eclipses Iron Man. After all, the amalgamation of the powers of the God of Pain and the Human Torch is undeniably potent. Not only Iron Man, but even the likes of Thor and Captain America, combined, would find it impossible to contend with Lynch. Even if Lynch were to rely solely on the abilities of the Human Torch, defeating Iron Man would be a trivial endeavor. It is worth noting that the current Mark series of Iron Man's armor, while impressive, pales in comparison to the later iterations capable of standing against Thanos. However, Iron Man harbors a different perspective. He perceives himself as the most formidable superhero on the planet, without exception. Thus, as night descended upon the Stark Industries Expo, Tony Stark delivered an extraordinarily brash speech that left Lynch with a profound disdain for the man. At that moment, he resolved to teach Stark a lesson. In Flushing, New York, at the Stark Industries Pavilion, the air was electric with pulsating music as a vibrant array of dancers adorned in revealing attire captivated the stage, their bodies illuminated with flashing lights. "Don't look," Wanda pouted, covering the eyes of Lynch and young Peter with her delicate yet insufficiently sized hand, managing only to shield Peter's gaze while leaving one of Lynch's eyes exposed. Nevertheless, Lynch found himself watching the dancers perform, and he soon witnessed Iron Man descend onto the stage in a flamboyant display. The atmosphere erupted into fervor. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Tony Stark emerged from his armored suit, striking some exceedingly awkward poses alongside the dancers. Once the music concluded, the dancers departed, and Stark commenced his speech. "It's good to be back," Stark proclaimed, his expression remarkably nonchalant as he surveyed the audience. "I never claimed that the world's prolonged state of peace was due to me." Such audacious declarations elicited enthusiastic cheers from his fans. "Tony, I love you." Lynch rolled his eyes at the spectacle. Even though he was already aware of Stark's character, witnessing it firsthand left him feeling unsettled. Stark's self-aggrandizement continued unabated. "Nor did I assert that no one else has risen from the ashes like a phoenix as I have. I never claimed that Uncle Sam could recline comfortably in a chair while leisurely sipping iced tea. It is because I consistently maintain my peak condition. No one can conquer me." The roar of applause from the audience grew even louder. Although Tony Stark feigned indifference by claiming he had said nothing, his expression and every movement betrayed him. He believed that everything he had just articulated was solely due to him, particularly the last statement. At this moment, Iron Man profoundly felt that world peace was attributable to him, and the tranquility of the United States was also a result of his efforts. This assertion delighted his fans, for they reveled in such audacious superheroes. Conversely, those who held disdain for Iron Man grew even more irritated. In that moment, a man in the audience shouted boldly, "Iron Man, how do you compare yourself to firemen?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, all eyes turned towards him, causing the man to feel a twinge of panic. Wanda, in turn, cast a worried glance at Lynch beside her. Observing Wanda's concerned expression, Lynch gently shook his head. "I had long recognized that Iron Man had a sharp tongue. All I hoped was that he would refrain from hurling insults at me." Wanda exhaled in relief. Ever since she discovered that her boyfriend was indeed fireman, her greatest fear was that he would be harmed because of his identity. At this moment, since her boyfriend had spoken, one would assume that a rational person would not casually disparage others. However, to her surprise, upon hearing the man's words, Tony Stark's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "That fiery little rascal? He is but a child. Oh, by the way, I once heard an Eastern saying, 'Play with fire during the day and wet the bed at night.' I wonder if Fireman has washed his sheets recently?" Ha ha ha. The audience of Iron Man fans erupted into laughter, finding the jest rather amusing. A true joke is one that brings joy to others. However, at this moment, amidst the laughter, there were two individuals who were far from amused. Chapter 57. Vinning. Undoubtedly, the two individuals in question were Lynch and Wanda. Thus, Tony Stark's jest was not merely a joke, but rather an affront. How could he utter such words? Wanda was incensed. Her beloved boyfriend, someone she cherished dearly, was ridiculed by others. If she possessed superpowers, she would have undoubtedly marched onto the stage to confront Tony immediately. However, amidst her anger, Wanda swiftly embraced Lynch, whose expression was darkened by fury. "Lynch, do not act impulsively. Let us depart." Lynch surveyed the crowd, inhaled deeply, and cast a cold glare at Tony Stark before turning to lead Wanda and little Peter through the throng. Meanwhile, on stage, Tony Stark continued his speech. But that mattered little to Lynch. Outside the venue, Lynch resolved firmly within his heart. He gently released his hold on Wanda's delicate waist. "Wanda, take Peter elsewhere to explore. I need to use the restroom." "Endure? How could that be?" "To tolerate for a moment, and hope for tranquility. To step back and allow for broader horizons? Nonsense. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Why should he retreat? Lynch was aggrieved. And it was only natural that he sought retribution. His target was, of course, Iron Man. He intended to teach this loquacious fellow a lesson, to bring him down before the public eye. Moreover, this would undoubtedly earn him some shock value. A dual benefit indeed, and Lynch was determined to seize the opportunity. Yet, Wanda furrowed her exquisitely shaped brows and reached out to embrace Lynch, pouting. Could you please refrain from going? Understanding Wanda's concern, Lynch leaned down, resting his forehead against hers. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Besides, if it comes to a real fight, I can always escape. Then promise me you won't get hurt. All right. Only then did Wanda release her grip, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Lynch's lips before leading the bewildered little Peter away to another area. Peter was utterly perplexed. His brother was merely going to the restroom, so why did Wanda seem as if they were parting forever? To this day, within the household, only Peter and Pietro remained unaware of Lynch's superhero identity. As he watched Wanda and Peter depart, Lynch turned his gaze back toward the Stark pavilion, fury flashing in his eyes. Truly, kindness often invites exploitation. If he did not show these individuals a glimpse of his true strength, they would continue to perceive him as an easy target. Taking a deep breath in a secluded area, Lynch retrieved a mask adorned with fiery patterns from his pocket. Affixing it to his face, he was immediately engulfed in a blaze of flames. Remarkably, his clothing, mask, and hair remained unscathed. This was the power of flame manipulation. While Lynch's body was immune to fire, his attire was likewise protected from incineration, significantly streamlining his transformation. With a resounding roar, flames erupted from beneath his feet as Lynch ascended like a blazing fireball, soaring toward the Stark pavilion, located several dozen meters away. At this moment, Tony was concluding the final segment of the opening ceremony. We are of little consequence. What truly matters is the legacy we leave behind for future generations. So, starting next year, for the first time since 1974, the most exceptional talents. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fireball crashed through the ceiling of the auditorium, landing heavily upon the stage. Bang! At the instant it hit the ground, the fireball erupted violently, sending a tremendous shockwave that knocked back the audience members near the stage. Tony Stark, standing on the stage, was likewise thrown to the ground by the sudden force of the explosion. Crackle! Half of the grand stage seemed to be engulfed in hellfire. Flames formed a colossal ring, with everything within it ablaze. At the very heart of the inferno, a figure engulfed in flames slowly spoke. Tell me, who is the bedwetting little brat? Mr. Tony Stink. Well, it's the Flame Hero. I adore you, Flame Hero. Flame Hero, take down that flashy Iron Man, with that mask and those flames. The audience instantly recognized him as the Flame Hero. They recalled how Tony Stark had just mocked him, and now he was being confronted in return. What a spectacular show this was. The reporters in the audience quickly raised their cameras to capture the moment, while several individuals in black suits promptly reported through their earpieces. Report, we have a situation. In the backstage area, Pepper and Happy were filled with worry but could not help but want to scold Tony. Why did he have to provoke someone for no reason? Meanwhile, Tony, covered in soot, managed to rise to his feet, his expression one of displeasure. Hey, I was just joking. Joking? Well, I could say you're a promiscuous fool who might one day meet his end in a woman's embrace. Do you think that's a joke? The disdainful face behind the mask of Lynch replied, you have half a minute to put on your clown costume. Without that suit, you are nothing. Chapter 58. Unrepentant, what do you truly desire, Flame Hero? At this moment, Tony Stark felt his anger boiling. It was the grand opening of the Stark Industries Expo. And if you have any objections to my words, feel free to address them later, even in the face of flames scorching at hundreds, if not thousands, of degrees. And before the intimidating figure of the Flame Hero, Tony Stark remained unfazed about his safety. After all, the Flame Hero was a champion of justice. He would not harm others indiscriminately. What do I wish to do? Shouldn't you be the one to inquire about your own intentions? Lynch scoffed. Did you insult me as a jest? Do you truly believe the world revolves around you? And as for appealing for justice, isn't that merely asking others to arbitrate? I possess the ability to do it myself, hence I have no need for assistance. So, Iron Man, let us engage in combat. If you defeat me, I shall leave. If I prevail, you must apologize. Observing the audacity of this brash youth and the certainty in his demeanor, Tony Stark realized he was indeed not among those whom the other would refrain from harming. He chuckled in disbelief. Irrespective of whether I have spoken incorrectly, such arrogance must be corrected by someone of my experience. Tony, Pepper Potts rushed forward. You must apologize to him. Apologize? Let him defeat me first. Tony Stark firmly shielded Pepper behind him. Resolute in his decision, he strode over to the platform where he had just been, allowing the mechanical arms to don his iron suit. In truth, Tony Stark was not merely acting on impulse to teach a lesson to a younger counterpart. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity to elevate the Stark Industries Expo to global acclaim. If he were to triumph over this individual, it would signify Iron Man's victory over the Flame Hero. Wouldn't that validate his previous assertions as undeniable truth, establishing himself as the mightiest of superheroes? Who would desire such a title, especially when it could translate into immense profit? With a series of mechanical clicks, the iron suit was fully equipped. Lynch regarded Iron Man before gesturing toward the sky, urging him to take the battle outside. Surely, you wouldn't wish to ruin this stage, would you? Oh, young one, I must admit, you are becoming somewhat agreeable. Tony Stark remained non-committal, then turned to the audience, stating, although there have been unexpected events, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all at the Stark Industries Expo. Next, let us hear from a distinguished individual returning from the last century to deliver a proper welcome. That individual is none other than my father, Howard Stark. With those words, Iron Man activated his jet boots and soared into the sky. In response, Lynch ignited the flames beneath him, transforming into a blazing meteor that followed suit. As soon as the Flame Hero ascended, several staff members rushed onto the stage with fire extinguishers, dousing the remaining flames. At this moment, the attention of the crowd had shifted away from the impending film featuring Howard Stark on stage. Almost everyone was gazing upwards at two luminous points in the sky. In the darkness, a smaller point soared ahead, pursued by a blazing meteor, whistling past. Outside the venue, Wanda held young Peter's hand, transfixed by the two streaks of light overhead, unconsciously biting her lip. Observing the incredibly swift Iron Man, Lynch scanned his surroundings and selected a spot. Hey, Iron Man, head to the rooftop of that building. The rooftop Lynch referred to was approximately 4 stories high, providing ample space for onlookers to witness the unfolding events. It was precisely aligned with Lynch's expectations. He could deliver a sound thrashing to Iron Man while allowing the surrounding spectators to witness the spectacle, garnering sufficient astonishment. Hey, kid. I'm not Iron Man. I'm Iron Man. Iron Man corrected him, landing first on the rooftop, with Lynch naturally following closely behind. Chapter 59, Triumph Enveloped in Flames. Lynch was the first to strike. He eschewed flamboyant techniques and instead charged forward, intending to engage Iron Man in hand-to-hand combat. In truth, this was not the wisest course of action, for Iron Man's armor was not merely protective gear. It was an exoskeleton that amplified his strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. After all, how could Tony Stark, an average man, possibly contend with numerous superheroes in terms of raw power? Nonetheless, Lynch sought to ascertain the true extent of his own strength. He had long believed his power rivaled that of Captain America, yet the reality remained uncertain. This moment presented an opportune time to validate his assumptions. Furthermore, even if his strength paled in comparison to Iron Man's suit, Lynch possessed sufficient prowess for self-preservation, boasting a physique that exceeded that of an ordinary human by more than 6-fold, a formidable claim indeed. Thus, Lynch and Iron Man engaged in their fierce struggle. Throughout the confrontation, Lynch became acutely aware of the disparity between his strength and that of Iron Man's armor. If quantified, Iron Man's suit boasted a power level of approximately 80, while Lynch's registered at 60. So, it seemed that his strength was not significantly greater than Captain America's after all. However, every punch and kick Lynch delivered radiated searing temperatures of hundreds, if not thousands, of degrees. This allowed him to inflict considerable damage upon Iron Man's armor. With a series of strikes, the armor became marred with numerous dents, and several areas glowed a fiery red. It appears you are not as formidable as I anticipated, Lynch taunted. In that case, let us conclude this tedious battle. Yet, Iron Man was capable of far more than this. He possessed an arsenal of weapons yet to be unleashed. Were he to employ those, Lynch, regardless of his formidable physique, would likely find himself overmatched. Nevertheless, Tony Stark chose restraint, recognizing that Lynch was not a true adversary. Iron Man's underestimation of the fiery hero ultimately led to his downfall. Stepping back a few paces, Lynch raised his hand and thrust it forward. Boom. Flames surged around him, swirling and coalescing until a pillar of fire erupted from his palm. Upon closer inspection, this was no ordinary flame. It resembled a sinuous, spiraling Eastern dragon. With a roar, the fiery dragon soared forth, striking Iron Man and sending him hurtling off the rooftop. But the spectacle did not end there. The flame dragon arced gracefully through the air before plunging downward, its target still Iron Man, who was now evading capture. With astonishing speed, the fiery serpent struck once more, catching Iron Man unprepared, and this impact proved to be even more devastating than the first. The fiery dragon enveloped Iron Man as he plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the earth and creating a vast indentation in the ground. Within this hollow, Iron Man was encircled by flames. He remained motionless, devoid of struggle, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Lynch leapt from the 4th-floor rooftop, landing unscathed on the ground. With a swift motion of his hand, he extinguished the flames surrounding Iron Man. As the fire dissipated from his arm, Lynch reached towards Iron Man's helmet. With a decisive tug, the helmet was forcefully removed. At last, the man within, Tony Stark, felt the breath of air. He began to gasp deeply, taking a while to regain his composure. However, as soon as he steadied himself, he was met with the disdainful visage of the flame hero. To be honest, I find fire quite bothersome. Regardless, you have lost now. It's time to fulfill your promise, Lynch said, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon Tony Stark. Oh dear, can't the youth show a little more leniency towards their elders? Chapter 60. No deal without a fight. Defeated by a younger opponent with undeniable prowess, Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, recognized that his own complacency contributed to this loss. Yet, a defeat remains a defeat. Though Stark is often perceived as a notorious playboy, he is in the midst of transforming into a true superhero, committed to honoring his promises. This encounter has notably altered his perception of the hero known as Fireman. Initially, Stark regarded him merely as a fortunate individual, for superpowers are inherently unpredictable. In contrast to technology, where talent, capability, and resources can lead one to self-improvement, Stark typically held a dismissive view of those endowed with superhuman abilities. However, his perspective has shifted. He now acknowledges that, regardless of whether superpowers stem from luck, they do not negate a person's character and strength. The true catalyst for Stark's change of heart lies in the realization that, even if he employed different weapons, victory over Fireman would be marginal at best. Consequently, he is now willing to recognize Fireman as an equal among superheroes, which also prompts him to apologize for his earlier actions. After all, they occupy the same echelon. Hence, it is undeniable that strength commands genuine authority. In a world where might prevails, one is rendered insignificant without it. While this assertion may seem harsh, it reflects the reality of their circumstances. In summary, after Lynch posed a question to Tony Stark, he raised his hand, requesting assistance. Lynch furrowed his brow but obliged, helping Stark to his feet. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered, emboldened to capture the scene as the situation between the two men appeared to stabilize. Stark, ever the performer, struck a clumsy peace sign for the cameras, while Lynch chose to remain silent, knowing he held the moral high ground in this dispute. After a flurry of photographs, a figure resembling a journalist inquired, Iron Man, Fireman, who emerged victorious. Just as Lynch prepared to respond, Stark interjected, clearing his throat. Due to insufficient preparation, we shall consider this encounter a draw. Lynch, puzzled, turned to Stark, who, despite his mask, discerned the confusion in his expression. Stark then whispered, I will apologize. However, today is a significant occasion for Stark Industries. Let us refrain from discussing my defeat. Without waiting for Lynch's reply, he continued, the earlier jest was inappropriate. I extend my sincerest apologies to Fireman. To demonstrate my contrition, I will arrange private compensation. With Stark's apology, Lynch finally relaxed his fists, acknowledging that Stark's contrition would undoubtedly yield a substantial impact. In this manner, rather than compromising Iron Man's dignity, it would be wiser to extend him an opportunity. Who knows? It might even lead to an alliance rather than enmity. After all, Tony Stark is the prodigal son of the Marvel Universe, and Lynch is not one to provoke him lightly. His intervention this time stemmed from Iron Man's irreverent tone, and it was only after enduring unbearable provocation that he decided to act. Now that an apology has been offered, let the matter rest. There is no need for compensation. Lynch stated quietly, you've apologized, so let this be settled. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, flames erupted beneath his feet, transforming him into a fiery meteor that vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Iron Man, Tony Stark, gazed at Lynch's disappearing figure, a playful smile curling at his lips. Jarvis, have you recorded the physical characteristics of the Flame Knight? Yes, sir. All data has been meticulously documented. Once we conduct a comparative analysis, we will ascertain his identity, replied the artificial intelligence within the suit. However, sir, I must caution you that such actions may easily provoke animosity from him. Chapter 61. Subsequent impacts. Please, Jarvis. I had no intention of causing him any harm. I merely wished to ascertain his identity and personally extend my apologies later. With that, Tony Stark returned to preside over the opening ceremony, reattaching his mask. Meanwhile, Lynch, having ascended into the sky, abruptly extinguished his flames. The fireball was far too conspicuous against the night backdrop, potentially jeopardizing his true identity. Thus, opting not to divide his attention with illusory duplicates, Lynch chose to employ gravitational manipulation, gracefully descending to the ground. Upon landing, he searched briefly before rejoining Wanda and young Peter. After Wanda conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring Lynch was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief. The trio continued to meander through the Stark Industries Expo, indulging in the festivities with Peter, who was not yet satiated by the day's adventures. At 9 o'clock, after a delightful dinner at a street-side hot dog stand, Lynch drove Wanda and Peter back home. After bidding Wanda farewell with a kiss, he returned to his own residence. Greeting Aunt May, Lynch recounted the recent events, echoing the concerns he had just faced with Wanda. Honestly, next time, do not act so recklessly. What if you had been injured? Aunt May admonished. After all, that was Iron Man. All right, I understand, Lynch conceded. No one escapes the gentle scolding of a parent, and Lynch was no exception. Subsequently, he retreated to his room to browse the news, curious whether any hammers had descended in New Mexico. Recalling that the hammer incident coincided almost precisely with the Iron Man 2 events, he searched in vain, but stumbled upon news about himself instead. Flame Hero teaches Iron Man a lesson. Who is the mightiest superhero? Those with a sharp tongue will always meet their match. I shall henceforth refer to Mr. Tony Stark as the King of Sass. Shocking. Flame Hero is incredibly handsome and powerful. Iron Man stands no chance. As Lynch perused these headlines, accompanied by captivating images and brief videos, a smile crept across his lips. This indicated a promising influx of notoriety points for him. Even if Tony Stark claimed to draw, the media would pay no heed to such declarations. They recognized the true victor, the Flame Hero. Indeed, would the media go out of their way to shield Iron Man from scrutiny? He had not bribed them. However, upon reading that the Stark Industries Expo would continue for an entire year, Lynch could not help but marvel at the potency of financial influence. His own $7 million paled in comparison to Tony Stark's vast resources. Yet, despite this disparity, his combat prowess surpassed Stark's. It could be said that both had their unique strengths. In conclusion, Lynch felt a sense of contentment wash over him, preparing for slumber. The true measure of his notoriety points would require time to mature. As it stood, an increase of a mere few thousand held little significance for him. Thus, he resolved to check his notoriety points upon rising the next day. At this moment, in Flushing, at the Stark Expo, a throng of journalists surrounded the backstage entrance of the Stark Pavilion, all eager to interview Tony Stark. Tonight, two figures from the event center, the Human Torch and the Dragon, were elusive and hard to locate. However, Iron Man was quite conspicuous and easily encountered. Thus, the choice of whom to interview was clear. Meanwhile, Tony found himself in the restroom, employing a rudimentary device to assess the palladium concentration in his blood. 19%. This indicated a state of heavy metal poisoning. The fact that Tony Stark had not collapsed and could still engage in combat with Lynch was nothing short of miraculous. In truth, Tony was also in search of an antidote, as death is a fate that instills fear in all. Yet, the available remedies were scarce. The palladium poisoning stemmed from the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony Stark's chest, which had ensnared the shrapnel within his body. Chapter 62. They gave too much in essence. As long as the shrapnel within Tony Stark remains unremoved, he is unable to disengage from the miniature arc reactor. Without the removal of the arc reactor, Tony Stark is condemned to endure the afflictions of palladium poisoning. This predicament presents a conundrum. To resolve it, there are but two avenues. Either Tony Stark must confront his inner turmoil and undergo surgery to extract the shrapnel, or he must seek a new element to replace palladium as the energy source for the arc reactor. Yet, neither of these options is feasible for Tony. The first method has a dismally low success rate, and Tony is reluctant to entrust his fate to another. The second appears to be an ideal solution, however. Is it truly so simple to discover a new element for the arc reactor? If it were, Tony Stark would not have succumbed to despair during this narrative. His willingness to abandon hope stems from a profound sense of helplessness. He perceives no glimmer of life as promise. Fortunately, the palladium poisoning has not yet escalated to a critical state, allowing Tony Stark to still manage the affairs of his company. He, along with Pepper and Happy, exited through a corridor, evading the throngs of eager fans. Subsequently, the trio entered their vehicle. Just as Tony prepared to start the car and return home, a woman approached. "Good day, Mr. Stark. I'm a law enforcement officer." "A law enforcement officer?" Tony remarked, taking note of the woman's striking appearance. "An Irishwoman, perhaps?" "Indeed," she replied with a nod. "So, an Irish officer has come to me, seeking to indulge me in the allure of her uniform?" At this, the woman smiled apologetically. "I am sorry, Mr. Stark, but I am not here to offer you any such experience. Rather, I have come to deliver a court summons." With that, she produced a court summons from her bag. Tony's expression shifted to one of amusement as Happy reached for the document, explaining to the woman, "Officer, Tony is not fond of receiving things from others." "I understand. Geniuses often have their quirks," the woman acknowledged. "Nonetheless, I kindly request that Mr. Stark appear in court at the designated time." With that, she departed. At that moment, Pepper, seated in the back of the car, voiced her discontent. "Tony, did you just imply you wanted to experience the officer's uniform? How could that be? You must have misheard." Tony Stark hastily clarified. "What I meant was, I would like to see you in the officer's uniform. I genuinely would. I could purchase several outfits for you to model." "Not a chance." Pepper firmly rejected. "By the way, upon returning home today, make sure to prepare a heartfelt apology gift for the Human Torch." It was uncalled for to provoke him. Thankfully, he is not of a petulant disposition. All right, all right. The following morning, Lynch awoke. Upon rising, he lingered in bed, contemplating the astonishment value displayed before him. Astonishment value, 1, 870, 301. Yesterday it was over 200,000, and today it astonishingly exceeds 1 million. Indeed, only by stirring the pot can one reap substantial rewards. At that moment, Lynch's phone rang. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was a call from Nick Fury. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How does someone as occupied as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. have time for us?" "Fireman, I shall be candid," Nick Fury replied. "We seek your assistance." "Assistance?" Lynch frowned, a sense of apprehension creeping in. "What sort of assistance?" "Well," Fury continued without evasion, "a satellite fell from the sky yesterday near the charming town of Paradise, New Mexico." Lynch's eyes widened, yet his tone remained steady. "And the satellite resembles a hammer. And I suspect it may possess supernatural powers. Therefore, I'd like to request your help to investigate it." Nick Fury extended the offer, should you agree to assist. "The reward is $1 million. Remarkable. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly has deep pockets." Without hesitation, Lynch affirmed, "The fire team is on board." Chapter 63. The beginning of the Thor incident. "Let me consult with Payne and see who among us can go," Lynch remarked. "All right, please respond swiftly. Our team is set to depart today." After hanging up the phone, Lynch sprang from his seat, executing a backflip with exuberance. After such a long wait, the long-anticipated Thor incident was finally approaching. It promised to yield substantial rewards. Not only would he gain strength, but also ample wealth. Such an enticing opportunity was simply impossible to decline. Currently, Lynch and Payne operated under a contractual arrangement with S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as the payment was adequate and they found the task appealing, they would proceed, much like the Thor incident. However, upon reflection, Lynch glanced at his attributes. Host: Lynch, Lynn Parker. Attributes: Strength 60, Speed 60, Stamina 200, Mental Power 60, Skills: Meteor Strike, S, Gravitational Control, A, Limited Clone, B, Flame Control, A, Dual Focus, B. Universal Pull, A. His skill prowess was sufficient, yet his physical attributes appeared somewhat lacking. Without hesitation, Lynch began enhancing his strength, speed, and mental power, each by 40 points. This expenditure amounted to a staggering 120,000 shock points. Thus, Lynch's attributes transformed to attributes: Strength 100, Speed 100, Stamina 200, Mental Power 100. With around 60,000 shock points remaining, further enhancements would yield minimal returns. For augmenting attributes beyond 100 required 5,000 shock points per increment. Therefore, it was wiser to conserve the shock points until he amassed 20 million, at which point he would invest in the progress bar for Meteor Strike. He held a particular fondness for the Rinnegan. Having completed these adjustments, Lynch retrieved his phone once more to contact Nick Fury. "Payne will assist. I, however, shall not be attending. I have prior commitments this holiday." "Very well," Fury replied, his eyes narrowing. "Just have Payne come directly to the Triskelion before 10 in the morning." After ending the call, Nick Fury sipped his coffee, while Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., inquired, "Are you truly not considering recruiting him into the agency?" Fury shook his head. "Such individuals respond better to persuasion than coercion. He has already declined our overtures, and any attempt at intimidation would likely lead to irreparable discord, an outcome we wish to avoid. Thus, it suffices that they are motivated by financial incentives." Of course, the matter of the Justice League also warranted attention. Although Payne need not concern himself with it for now, the Human Torch appeared to be a promising candidate. "Should we allocate 100,000 for Payne to accompany Coulson to New Mexico?" Agent Hill mused, somewhat unsettled. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding was something she had vigorously negotiated for with the United Nations. Yet today, it felt as though they were wasting it. Indeed, Hill perceived it as a waste. "It is merely an inquiry into a hammer that has descended from the heavens. Is it truly necessary to involve Payne?" However, Nick Fury's gaze sharpened as he remarked, "Agent Hill, please remember that I am the director. If I deem it necessary, then it is." Though his words were rather unremarkable, they instinctively caused Hill to lower her head. "Very well, Director, my apologies. In truth, I possess a foreboding sense that this incident concerning the celestial hammer shall not unfold smoothly." Nick Fury elaborated, "Much like our recent misfortunes." "All right. Inform Agent Coulson to prepare for departure." Meanwhile, after breakfast, Lynch divided his limited clones. The Deva Path Payne manifested, and this time Lynch bestowed upon him not only the abilities of the Universal Pull and the Earth Explosion Star, but also the Shinra Tensei. One could say that with the Shinra Tensei, the Universal Pull, and the Earth Explosion Star, the Deva Path Payne has now become a complete entity. At this moment, the Deva Path Payne is whole. Chapter 64. A grand entrance. The ability to control gravitational forces bears a resemblance to the Universal Pull, yet it is undeniably more potent. Thus Lynch's assertion holds truth. At this moment, barring his inability to unleash the ultimate Shinra Tensei, Lynch's Deva path is not in the slightest inferior to that of the Naruto world. In fact, he possesses a greater strength than his counterpart in that realm, owing to his superior physique. Upon activating his abilities, the Deva path ascended from the ground, soaring towards the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Lynch intended to continue his excursion with young Peter to the Stark Industries Expo, having felt unsatisfied with their previous visit. Lynch had promised Peter that he would accompany him to the expo for several days, until Peter's enthusiasm waned, of course. Naturally, Lynch would not merely take Peter. He would also bring along his girlfriend, Wanda. Although they had known each other for over 6 months, their romantic involvement had only recently blossomed. Thus, this moment presented an opportune occasion for their relationship to deepen. As for the plot of Iron Man 2, it would likely require some time to unfold. After all, Tony Stark had not yet succumbed to despair. It was only when he began to spiral into self-destruction that he would venture to Morocco for a perilous racing event. This is when the antagonist, Whiplash, would make his appearance, signaling the narrative's progression. At that juncture, Lynch could make his move, but for now, he would enjoy a date with his girlfriend while simultaneously controlling the Deva path. Oh, and of course, he would also take Peter along to explore the Stark Industries Expo. On the other hand, the Deva path showed no intention of concealing its presence. The persona Lynch had crafted for it was one of disdain for obscurity, showcasing immense power with a demeanor that was cold yet passionate. While the latter aspect remained to be seen, the former had already been recognized by S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, in front of the Triskelion, Phil Coulson had made a trip to Stark Industries to hand over responsibilities to Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. At this moment, he munched on a hot dog while awaiting the arrival of his assigned partner, Payne, whom he hoped would not be too difficult to manage. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Coulson was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of noise. Frowning, he scanned his surroundings. The Triskelion, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, was subject to strict regulation. Its usual inhabitants were agents, not ordinary civilians. Yet, in this controlled environment, the unexpected clamor prompted Coulson to reflect on the declining standards of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Having concluded his musings, Coulson followed the gazes of his fellow agents upward and beheld Payne descending from the sky. His entrance was nothing short of ostentatious, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. It was at this moment that Coulson finally grasped the reason behind his colleagues' astonished exclamations. It was not their lack of composure, but rather the manifestation of an event that tested their self-restraint. Payne was a renowned figure, and his dramatic entrance would have elicited a similar reaction from Coulson himself. At this moment, after taking a few deep breaths, Coulson regained his composure. As Payne descended to the ground, his calm and icy gaze swept around before settling on Coulson. Phil Coulson? Good day, Mr. Payne. I am your partner for the next few days, Phil Coulson. He introduced himself with a nod. Payne reciprocated with a gentle nod, then glanced at Coulson's vehicle, inquiring, "Shall we depart now?" Coulson nodded in agreement, casually discarding his leftover hot dog and coffee into a nearby trash bin before entering the car. Payne also took his place in the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, and the car began its journey out of the city. Along the way, Coulson attempted to initiate conversation, saying, "Mr. Payne, are those on your face decorations?" Payne furrowed his brow. Coulson quickly added, "I apologize. I did not mean to intrude, if it's inconvenient to discuss." "There is nothing inconvenient," Payne replied, shaking his head. Chapter 65, Old Bridgetown. This object is indeed a mere ornament. "A significant memento left to me by an important person," Payne replied. However, after uttering this statement, he showed no inclination to continue the conversation with Coulson. Although Coulson wished to steer the dialogue and foster a closer rapport, such endeavors require reciprocal engagement. Given Payne's evident reluctance, Coulson feared that pressing further might provoke irritation. Prior to this, Nick Fury had earnestly cautioned Coulson to avoid inciting Payne's wrath at all costs. Despite Payne's commendable demeanor over the past months, displaying no overt intent to harm, Fury could never erase from memory the image of that colossal meteor looming above New York City. Thus, in a display of wisdom, Coulson chose to remain silent, resulting in a rather oppressive atmosphere. In this heavy silence, Coulson could not help but ponder that the journey ahead would surely be exceedingly tedious. Yet, to his surprise, once they had departed New York City, Payne suddenly inquired, "How long do you intend to drive?" "Oh," Coulson exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Payne's unexpected engagement. From his past experiences, he understood that when a person begins to speak, progress is invariably on the horizon. Thus, he promptly replied, "We should reach New Mexico around 5 or 6 in the afternoon." He assumed Payne was merely asking about their estimated time of arrival. Such a lengthy duration? Payne frowned. The subsequent events utterly transformed Coulson's prior perceptions. Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight, Payne instructed. With that, he raised his hand, and the entire vehicle jolted violently before soaring into the air. Wow, Coulson exclaimed, caught off guard by this abrupt turn of events. However, his astonishment quickly turned to sheer terror as he witnessed the car launch forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! A swirling vortex of air enveloped the vehicle, and the sound barrier was about to be breached. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coulson shouted, "Mr. Payne, this car isn't equipped for supersonic travel." In that moment, he would have preferred the earlier awkwardness and tranquility, for at least then, his life would not be at risk. Payne furrowed his brow and slightly reduced the speed of their ascent. While his own physique was extraordinarily robust, Coulson was merely an ordinary human. Nevertheless, even at a reduced velocity, they were still traveling at nearly half the speed of sound. With the speed of sound at approximately 340 meters per second. This translates to around 224 kilometers per hour. Thus, even at half that speed, they were still exceeding 600 kilometers per hour, an astonishing velocity that no standard automobile could achieve, and even Formula One racing cars would struggle to match, let alone many aircraft. Therefore, while the car itself remained intact, the occupants were certainly in peril. Approximately 2 hours later, near the enchanting town of New Mexico, a vehicle descended from the heavens. With a soft thud, it touched down gently, indicating that it had not been merely dropped from above. As soon as the car landed, the driver's side door swung open, and out rushed a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a black suit, none other than Phil Coulson, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, Coulson knelt on the ground, plagued by nausea, feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit. This seemed to be a symptom of motion sickness. Yet, he was not only battling this ailment, he was also grasping at the dirt beneath him, appearing almost elated to once again behold the earth. Do not retch any further. Your breakfast has already been expelled, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, from the passenger seat emerged a stern man with orange hair styled like a hedgehog, dressed in a black robe adorned with red clouds, none other than Payne. He had already vomited several times during the journey. Surely he had grown accustomed to it. After speaking, Payne glanced around and noticed the sign for the town. Old Bridge Town? I always believed this place was named Enchanting Wonderland. Chapter 66, An Unadaptable Reality. Lynch, who was manipulating Payne, felt somewhat awkward. He genuinely believed the quaint town was named Charming Wonderland. At that moment, Phil Coulson had nearly recovered. He took out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth while weakly leaning against the vehicle, stating, "Mr. Payne, Charming Wonderland is merely a jest made by the folks from the Empire regarding New Mexico. Everyone claims this place to be a charming paradise. In truth, it is more akin to a desolate wasteland. As for the recent flight, I dare say no one could easily acclimate to such an experience. So this is what Charming Wonderland truly is." Payne nodded, then raised an eyebrow and countered. The Human Torch adapted quite well. Coulson fell silent. After all, the Human Torch was a flying superhero. If he could soar, then certainly he could adjust to your flight as well. However, as an ordinary individual, how could he possibly compare? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing this thought. Yet, from Payne's words, Coulson discerned something. The bond among the members of the Heavenly Fire team was indeed strong. Noticing Payne surveying Old Bridge Town, Coulson seized the opportunity to glance at the town while perusing the reports sent by his subordinates. Once he had finished, Coulson addressed Payne, "Mr. Payne, the camp has yet to be established. Let us take a moment to rest in this quaint town." In truth, due to his dedication to duty, Coulson yearned to reach the site of the hammer's fall as swiftly as possible. However, he was in dire need of sustenance and a cup of hot coffee. Only then could he muster enough strength to resume his work. It wasn't a matter of effort. He simply could not endure any longer. Payne harbored no intention of reprimanding Coulson and led him into the town. After a brief respite, Coulson finally felt revitalized. Once his condition returned to normal, his first thought was to head toward the camp. Very well, Payne acquiesced. Remaining here served little purpose. It would be more prudent to see if the sight of Thor's hammer could trigger a sign-in. Thus, accompanied by Coulson, the two departed the town, preparing to drive toward the location of the fallen hammer. As they passed the town's hospital, Payne's gaze sharpened. He spotted a familiar figure. Thor. At that moment, Thor Odinson emerged from the hospital clad in a patient gown, presumably having escaped from the facility. Shortly thereafter, he collided with his future love interest, Jane Foster. "What are you looking at?" Coulson halted, following Payne's line of sight. "Oh, that girl certainly is reckless." Payne nodded, retracting his gaze. Indeed, it was so. At this juncture, Thor had yet to reclaim his powers, and Lynch surmised that even if he approached, it was unlikely he could trigger a sign-in. In that case, it would be wiser to wait and observe the unfolding narrative. After all, the Thor incident would likely progress smoothly without his involvement. His goal was clear, to merely secure a sign-in. With a sigh, the vehicle roared to life and drove away. As Coulson and Tendo Payne departed, the fateful encounter between Jane Foster and Thor officially commenced. Upon arriving at the site where the hammer had fallen, Tindopane and Coulson observed a circle of tents, establishing a makeshift camp with pathways constructed of plastic material. As Coulson stepped out of the vehicle, a representative approached to facilitate the handover of responsibilities. "What is the situation?" Coulson inquired, stepping forward, with Tindopane closely following at his side. However, despite their positions, Tindopane exuded an air of authority, while Coulson appeared more as a subordinate. Nevertheless, such distinctions held little significance. Nearby, a group of university scientists were engaged in research regarding the incident, and we have dispatched personnel to requisition their findings. The representative responded. After surveying the area and confirming the location of Mjolnir, Tindopane casually seized an individual, instructing, "Lead me to the hammer." The individual immediately cast an inquiring glance towards Coulson, for he was the highest authority present. Chapter 67. The suspected S-Class check-in location. Upon witnessing Phil, Coulson nodded in agreement. The individual responded, "Please follow me." As he observed Tindopane proceeding towards the location of the hammer, Coulson communicated through his earpiece to all agents, instructing them to refrain from interference and simply observe. Thus, Tindopane was able to advance without obstruction. Upon reaching the hammer's location, Tindopane examined the form of Mjolnir and found it to be identical to his recollections, coupled with the image of Thor he had previously seen. His heart found some solace. This world was indeed part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, albeit with occasional intrusions from other characters, such as Kingpin and Dr. Connors. That said, Dr. Connors' remains had been appropriated by S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Half a year had elapsed since that day, and it remained unclear what findings S.H.I.E.L.D. had derived from their studies. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Tindopane's movements were unimpeded. He reached out and grasped the thick, elongated handle of Mjolnir. Crack! The sky erupted with thunder. Yet, the hammer remained unmoved, as if the peculiar occurrences were mere illusions. Tindopane's expression softened. For a luminous veil appeared, visible only to him. Ding! The host is at the check-in location, Mjolnir X Rebirth of the God of Thunder, unachieved. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Lynch, who controlled Tindopane, widened his eyes in astonishment. The last time such a check-in format had emerged was during the Green Giant X Blood of Abomination instance, which had garnered an S-Class rating, indicative of S-Class abilities. Could it be that Thor's hammer could bestow upon him an S-Class skill as well? Lynch was filled with excitement and curiosity. Meanwhile, Tindopane silently chanted in his heart. Commence check-in. Ding. The host is at the check-in location. The check-in commences officially. Check-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be regarded as a failure. Check-in failed. One of the required elements for the check-in, Rebirth of the God of Thunder, unachieved, must be fulfilled before proceeding with the check-in. Just as I suspected, Lynch mused, harboring a sense of luck. However, he did not anticipate that the system would leave him no loopholes to exploit. In that case, they would simply wait in quiet anticipation. It wouldn't be long. Retracting his hand, Tindopane sought out Coulson, requesting, "Please arrange a place for me to take a nap." Certainly, Coulson replied. Once he had made the arrangements for Tindopane, he inquired about the monitoring of the agents. What was that lightning just now? Unclear. But Payne has not exhibited any further anomalies, the monitoring agent reported. "Sir, what should we do?" "Nothing for now. Continue monitoring," Coulson instructed. "Do not disturb Payne, and ensure there are no actions or words that might provoke him." Understood. Tindopane's slumber was, of course, orchestrated by Lynch to maintain uninterrupted control over time. Even though he could now command an entire day, preserving that time was still preferable to address unforeseen circumstances. Before long, night fell. Lynch controlled Payne of the Six Paths as he sat in a chair at the campsite, awaiting the nocturnal assault of Thor. Although the likelihood of achieving the conditions for a successful sign-in was slim, witnessing Thor's rebirth was indeed a delightful prospect. At that moment, on the road leading to the site of the hammer's descent, a man and a woman navigated a modified RV, their speed brisk. "Are you truly intent on going there? That location has already been overtaken by the police or CIA operatives." "Fear not, Jane Foster," Thor replied, his face aglow with a carefree smile. "I am the mightiest warrior of Asgard." Suddenly, Thor recalled his father and promptly amended his declaration, "the second mightiest warrior. I am indeed formidable. Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall retrieve everything they have taken from you." "Very well. I sincerely hope so, and I wish you the best of luck." Although Jane Foster found Thor's demeanor somewhat peculiar, she chose to place her faith in him. It must be said, this was a reckless decision. Yet, it was a decision that also stirred excitement within Jane Foster. Squeak. The campsite had arrived. Chapter 68. The role I must play observing the golden, robust figure of the man kneeling beside the crater of Thor's hammer, bellowing in fury. Tindopane's gaze remained entirely impassive. However, the controller, Lynch, could not help but recall the events that had transpired merely a few minutes prior. At that moment, Tian-Dao Pei-in had just finished his dinner and was indulging in a brief respite, only to be roused by the jarring sound of an alarm. Upon awakening, he disregarded the curious stares of the surrounding agents and leapt into the sky. From his aerial vantage point, he surveyed the entirety of the makeshift base below. It was then that he witnessed Thor breach the western fence, battling his way through adversaries, all while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents held back. He arrived at the side of Thor's hammer, and with an air of confidence and pride, reached out to grasp the handle of the mighty weapon. Yet, the unfolding events exceeded Thor's expectations. He found himself unable to lift his own weapon. Thus, Thor was left in the despondent state that Tian-Dao Pei-in now beheld. Amidst the torrential downpour, he bowed his head, kneeling before the hammer, as if stripped of purpose, rendering everything void of significance. Observing Thor's surrender to despair, Coulson issued the command, "All right, the performance is over. The ground troops may proceed." As his words fell, a throng of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged in, escorting the utterly compliant Thor away from the vicinity of the hammer. The deluge abruptly ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the moon emerged into view. Tian-Dao Pei-in descended from the sky, positioning himself beside Coulson. "Mr. Pei-in, have you made any discoveries?" Coulson inquired. Tian-Dao Pei-in shook his head. "None. But this individual shares a profound connection with that hammer." "How can you ascertain that?" Coulson turned, regarding Tian-Dao Pei-in with solemnity. "Intuition," he replied, before turning to enter the encampment. "Very well," Coulson sighed, watching Tian-Dao Pei-in's retreating figure. It was then that he noticed something remarkable. Despite the torrential rain, Tian-Dao Pei-in's garments were utterly unscathed. This revelation compelled him to marvel at the formidable nature of these superhumans. This led Coulson to ponder. Could this golden-haired man also be a superhuman? Perhaps, for some unknown reason, his powers had been stripped away, rendering him incapable of lifting his own hammer, thus plunging him into such despair. Coulson never imagined that his fleeting thoughts would draw so near to the truth. Yet, this burgeoning idea was swiftly suppressed within him. How could that be? He shook his head and turned towards the holding area of the golden-haired giant, preparing for an interrogation. At that moment, a figure clad in black, adorned with a horned metal helmet, circumvented all surveillance and personnel within the S.H.I.E.L.D. encampment. Arriving at the site of Thor's hammer, with a frown, Tian-Dao Pei-in turned his gaze toward the hammer, only to discover Loki attempting to lift it. "Wait, isn't Loki adept at illusions and similar sorcery? How can I possibly see him?" After a moment of contemplation and a glance at the attributes panel, Lynch began to grasp some answers. Undoubtedly, it was a matter pertaining to his spirit attribute, with a spirit power of 100 points. Tenfold that of an ordinary individual, Lynch was capable of perceiving phenomena beyond the ken of common folk, even without the practice of esoteric techniques. The body of the heavenly path Pain had flawlessly inherited Lynch's own, thus enabling it to sense Loki beneath the veil of illusion. However, upon meeting Loki's probing gaze, heavenly path Pain feigned ignorance and averted its eyes. Lynch was reluctant to disrupt the current flow of the narrative. He desired for the plot to advance further, ultimately leading to his successful signing in. Therefore, he sought to avoid any unnecessary complications. Had he known he could perceive Loki, he would not have turned back moments ago. Perhaps this is what one might call the effort to perform in accordance with your act, for the sake of the signing. Lynch was determined to strive diligently. Chapter 69, The Culinary Trials of S.H.I.E.L.D. The subsequent events naturally unfolded with Coulson interrogating Thor. Yet Thor remained utterly unresponsive. Shortly thereafter, Loki approached, delivering a psychological blow to Thor, informing him of his father's demise and his mother's complete disappointment in him. Thus began the rebirth of the god of thunder. Following this, Loki glanced at Pain, the human, concluding that this mortal could not possibly notice his presence. And so he departed. It is worth mentioning that this scene was rather amusing. Pain was reclining in a chair, engrossed in television, while Loki flitted about before him, gesturing in various manners. Pain furrowed his brow, annoyed by Loki obstructing his view of the screen. However, since the television drama was currently in a sorrowful phase, Pain's frown was interpreted by Loki as a manifestation of the shallow emotions of mortals. This was one of the reasons why Loki deemed Pain incapable of perceiving him. Another reason, of course, stemmed from Loki's immense self-confidence. In any case, Loki departed, and Thor was taken away by Dr. Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor. This was a deliberate move by Coulson. He sought to cast a long line to catch a bigger fish, hoping to uncover the mysteries concealed behind this situation. The following day, Coulson listened to his subordinate agent's reports, noting that the Donald Doctor had remained in close company with Jane Foster and her companions, with no other unusual activities. "Continue monitoring," Coulson commanded. He then turned to Pain, asking, "Mr. Pain, what is your perspective?" Pain shook his head, stating, "I intend to visit the town." "Oh, Mr. Pain plans to personally investigate the situation concerning Dr. Donald?" Coulson exclaimed, surprised. This was the first instance of Payne showing such keen interest in someone. Perhaps this would be their opportunity to strengthen their relationship with him. However, before this thought could fully materialize, Payne shook his head and added, "I plan to go to town to find something to eat. Your breakfast here is quite dreadful." With that, he exited the camp. Soaring into the sky under the influence of his gravitational control, Coulson could not help but glance at the agent beside him, wondering, is it truly that inedible? Why do I feel it is acceptable? Payne's trip to town was not merely for sustenance. Rather, it was an opportunity to sign in. If all proceeded without incident, the sign-in for this Thor event would likely occur today, perhaps even sooner than noon. As he flew over the small town, he spotted two S-H-I-E-L-D agents stationed on a rooftop at the town's entrance, observing the area. Without hesitation, Payne descended onto the rooftop. The sudden sound startled the two agents. But upon realizing it was Payne, they exhaled in relief. No matter how fearsome he might be, at least he was currently aligned with them. "Mr. Payne, how may we assist you?" Although they felt this way internally, they maintained a facade of caution and inquired carefully. Payne, however, did not intend to be polite, commanding, "Please procure for me a hot dog and a cup of hot coffee." This. One agent hesitated, about to voice a protest, but was swiftly restrained by the other. The agent inquired, "All right, Mr. Payne, what flavor of hot dog would you prefer? Should the coffee be served hot or cold?" Seeking-Dao Payne cast an appreciative glance at the agent before articulating his preferences, and the two proceeded to procure the items. However, before departing, they remarked, "Mr. Payne, we shall entrust this place to your supervision for the time being. Here, take this communicator." Once they descended, the two agents began to converse. "We are agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Why must we engage in such activities?" One questioned. "Come on, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten the actions of that previous individual? The colossal anti-gravity meteorite." All right. Meanwhile, Seeking-Dao Payne toyed with the communicator for a moment before setting it aside. He had overheard the conversation between the two below. Yet he chose not to address it, as it was he who had initially allowed them to abandon their posts. Seemingly struck by a thought, Seeking-Dao Payne picked up the communicator and inquired, "Coulson, are you there?" Chapter 70. Action. "Mr. Payne, how did you manage to use this communicator? And what about those two agents?" Coulson's tone revealed a hint of astonishment. Seeking-Dao Payne provided a brief explanation about how those two agents had volunteered to procure food for him, without requiring any payment in return. He continued, "If any unusual circumstances arise, you should keep your distance. I will handle it." The reason for his words stemmed from the harrowing scenario when the destroyer had descended, nearly obliterating Coulson and the others. Coulson was fundamentally a good man, and if circumstances allowed, Payne had no intention of letting him perish. Of course, should Coulson choose to court his own demise, Payne would not intervene. Thus, he merely offered a cautionary reminder. However, before Coulson could respond, Payne's gaze was drawn to a vibrant beam of light emerging from the horizon, followed by four figures clad in medieval armor sprinting toward the town. "Coulson, I have spotted four oddly attired individuals emerging from a beam of light. And remember what I just said." With that, Payne set the communicator down. The four warriors of God Realm had descended, signaling that Loki would soon unleash the destroyer. Loki's summons of the destroyer was to eliminate any potential threats to his ascension to the throne of Asgard. Therefore, an encounter was imminent. Excitement coursed through Payne's veins. Yet he refrained from immediate action as the moment was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, Coulson furrowed his brow. "Payne, what exactly do you intend to do? And those peculiar figures emerging from the beam, aren't you just as outlandishly dressed?" Despite his words, Coulson resolved to heed Payne's counsel. After all, when it came to the extraordinary, Payne was the expert. "Sir, we've detected unusual activity at this location," reported an agent who had been monitoring the situation, approaching Coulson. Consequently, a contingent of personnel followed Coulson to a nearby dune. There, they beheld a colossal circular magical array. Indeed, he was right, Coulson mused, rising to instruct a nearby agent. "Find someone knowledgeable in linguistics." However, before the agents could spring into action, a massive vortex cloud materialized in the sky. With a swift motion, a towering rainbow beam descended. As the light dissipated, a colossal humanoid figure, entirely clad in silver armor and standing 3 meters tall, emerged. Beneath this figure lay a magical array identical to the one witnessed by the S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Just as Coulson prepared to call out, he recalled Payne's earlier warning. Everyone, prepare to retreat. On the other side, upon witnessing yet another immense beam of light, Thor and his companions chose not to remain hidden. They resolved to confront the situation with courage. However, they faced the 4 warriors of God Realm, while Thor assisted Dr. Selvig and others in evacuating the townspeople. Should a conflict arise, the townsfolk would undoubtedly find themselves in grave danger. All of this was keenly observed by Seeking-Dao Payne, who pondered for a moment before leaping from the rooftop. choosing to assist Thor and his companions in evacuating the crowd. He harbored no intention of engaging in direct confrontation. His focus lay on the resurrection of the god of thunder. Thus, as Tendo Pain helped disperse the masses, he simultaneously sought to forge a connection with Thor, albeit rather belatedly. Just as he departed, the two agents sent to procure his refreshments returned to the rooftop. "Mr. Payne, we have brought the hot dogs and coffee." "But where is he?" one agent exclaimed. "I have no idea." "Wait, over there." "What shall we do?" "What else can we do?" "Let us follow him." The two agents, upon reuniting with Tendo Pain, were swiftly directed by him to aid in the evacuation efforts. Thor felt a sense of gratitude for Tendo Pain's assistance, a sentiment that underscored the revealing nature of adversity. The townspeople, upon recognizing Tendo Pain, erupted in fervent excitement. Chapter 71. The rebirth of the god of thunder. Pain yearned for a sign-in as superheroes arrived, and amidst the chaos, many were gripped by fear, dreading that the Deva Path Pain would unleash a devastating attack upon their small town. Before they could utter another word, a thunderous noise erupted at the town's entrance. Bang! 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 The destroyer had arrived. With no one to impede its advance, it reached the town with swifter ferocity than in the original narrative. At this moment, the townsfolk had not yet fully evacuated. Witnessing the impending doom, the four valiant warriors of the divine realm rose resolutely, declaring, "We shall confront him." With that, they charged towards the destroyer, employing cunning rather than reckless bravado. Three engaged in frontal assault to divert the destroyer's attention, while Sif ascended to the rooftop, poised for a surprise attack. The strategy proved effective as Sif managed to pin the destroyer momentarily. However, to their dismay, the destroyer countered by retracting its head and unleashing a formidable beam of annihilation. Sif evaded the onslaught but could no longer restrain the destroyer. Consequently, it broke free and advanced ominously towards the heart of the town. Fortunately, by this time, all the residents had been evacuated. Surveying his girlfriend and injured friends nearby, Thor resolved to step forward, willing to sacrifice his life for their salvation. In that moment, Thor radiated an unparalleled brilliance. It was at this juncture that he experienced his rebirth. Should he summon the mighty Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer would surely come to him, yet Thor remained blissfully unaware of this truth. With unwavering determination, he approached the towering destroyer, seemingly devoid of fear. Under Loki's manipulation, the destroyer confronted Thor, as if curious about his intentions. "Brother, no matter what I have done to wrong you, regardless of my actions that led to this calamity, I am truly sorry. But these individuals are innocent. Their deaths would bring you no benefit. Therefore, take my life. End this all." "No." Jane Foster gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, recalling how they had solidified their relationship merely that morning. The four warriors of the divine realm stood frozen, acutely aware of the profound changes within Thor. The more Thor displayed his resolve, the more they loathed Loki, the despicable schemer who thrived on treachery. Indeed, the warriors were not mistaken. Loki had no intention of sparing Thor. Yet, swayed by Thor's words, he contemplated sparing the others. Among the crowd, only Thor posed a genuine threat to his claim to the throne. The rest were mere collateral in his eyes. Thus, Loki resolved to fulfill his beloved brother's last wish. With that thought, Loki, controlling the destroyer, delivered a mighty punch, sending Thor hurtling through the air for several meters. Thud! Thor landed on the ground, motionless. Such force would undoubtedly be fatal to an ordinary person, and at this moment, Thor is merely an ordinary individual. However, at that instant, the mighty Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, began to tremble in the distant encampment. Lying unconscious on the ground, Thor instinctively reached out with his hand. Sensing the call, Mjolnir soared into the air, rushing towards Thor's location. With a resounding crackle of thunder, the hammer was grasped by Thor, and the flamboyant transformation of the thunder god manifested, marking his true rebirth. At this juncture, Pain of the Six Paths showed no hesitation and strode forward. "That figure over there, the thunder god? Wait a moment." As he spoke, Pain approached Thor. His gaze filled with eagerness as he observed the hammer in Thor's hand. He inquired, "May I touch your hammer?" "I mean, you hold it while I have a feel." Concerned that Thor might misunderstand, Pain clarified his intentions. Thor furrowed his brow, responding, "You were just saving a life, so I might allow you to touch my hammer. However, the situation is dire, and I must engage in battle immediately." Chapter 72. Divine Might, Ordinary Mortal. It would be wise for you to retreat and await the conclusion of the battle. Before Thor could finish his words, Pain of the Six Paths interrupted him, saying, "Are you concerned that the armored giant may interfere with us?" "Fear not." As he spoke, Pain extended his hand towards Thor's enchanted hammer while simultaneously raising a hand towards the destroyer. "Universal pull," he intoned softly. The gravitational force activated, and an immense attraction emanated from Pain's palm, ensnaring the destroyer and drawing it closer. Thor's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "This is impossible. In Asgard, atop the royal throne, Loki suddenly rose, his expression darkening as he regained control over the destroyer, attempting to break free from Payne's gravitational hold. However, by this moment, Payne had already supported the destroyer with one hand, lifting it up. With his palm pressed against the destroyer's chest, Payne continued, "Universal push." Boom. The gravitational force instantaneously transformed into repulsive energy. A tremendous force erupted, sending the destroyer hurtling away. In that instant, all present were left in utter astonishment. The four warriors of the divine realm gazed at Payne in disbelief, as did Jane Foster and her companions. Even Thor, now restored as the god of thunder, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. In his surprise, Thor did not intervene as Payne touched his hammer. Beep. Host is at the sign-in location, Mjolnir X Rebirth of the Thunder God. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Lynch, controlling Payne, responded without hesitation. Beep. Host is at the sign-in location, sign-in officially commencing. Sign-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The destroyer rose, its hollow gaze fixated on this direction, then it charged forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating: S-Class. Sign-in reward: all attributes enhanced. Skill extraction: S-Class. Once. Indeed, it is S-Class. Lynch exclaimed with delight, swiftly commanding Payne to retract his hand from Thor's hammer. Observing this, Thor cast a peculiar glance at Lynch before charging towards the destroyer. As Thor engaged in battle, Lynch, controlling Payne, silently chanted, "Initiate skill extraction immediately." Extracting. Please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Class skill, Divine Might. Skill description: single-eye lock on an enemy, absorbing objects into an alternate space. During absorption, the eye focuses on the object, causing the surrounding space to distort. The user's control over this technique determines the distortion and intensity. Everything within the affected area will be absorbed into the alternate space. Initial use incurs no cost. Subsequent uses will deplete stamina. It is indeed this technique. Lynch couldn't help but recall Obito's near-divine ability, as well as Kakashi's use of spatial distortion to sever Daidar's arm from a distance. Moreover, examples of spatial attacks also exist within the Marvel Universe. For instance, the spatial gateways of Kamar-Taj, as well as the portals that open and close with the Bifrost, possess formidable capabilities. One must admit, this spatial assault is indeed powerful. No matter how resilient an object may be, it can be severed by the fabric of space. Even the formidable minions of Thanos can find their hands effortlessly cleaved by these portals. In the narrative of Thor, Ragnarok, when Thor summoned a colossal dragon, the creature was decapitated instantaneously as the Bifrost closed. Hence, can this spatial offense contend with the Destroyer? The Destroyer, a magnificent artifact crafted by Odin from countless treasures, is designed specifically to guard the Vault of Asgard. It can unleash devastating beams of destruction, and its body is exceptionally resilient, impervious to most forms of damage. Against such a formidable entity, can spatial attacks truly annihilate the Destroyer? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lynch resolved to test this hypothesis immediately. After all, he had a complimentary trial at his disposal. To forego it would be a waste. Thus, Tendo Payne turned his gaze towards the fierce combatants engaged in battle and called out to Thor, "God of Thunder, step aside." Upon hearing Tendo Payne's command, Thor hesitated for a moment before swiftly moving aside. He had not forgotten the moment when Tendo Payne raised his hand to deal with the Destroyer. As Thor stepped back, Tendo Payne fixed his eyes upon the Destroyer and softly intoned, "Divine Might." Chapter 73, Defeating the Destroyer after reclaiming his title as the God of Thunder. Thor's approach to combat underwent a transformation. Once, he charged headlong into battle, relying solely on his formidable strength and the fury of lightning to overwhelm his foes. Now, however, he began to probe his adversary, carefully assessing their attack patterns. Thus, Thor commenced with a series of precise strikes, occasionally interspersed with the thunderous blows of Mjolnir. Bang, bang, bang. The Destroyer found itself utterly powerless against Thor's rapid assaults, its form propelled into the air, rendered helpless to retaliate. Yet, despite Thor's apparent advantage, he had inflicted little true harm upon the Destroyer, as evidenced by the pristine condition of its surface. Nonetheless, as a battlefield controller, Thor had proven himself competent. At that moment, he deftly maneuvered aside, leaving the airborne Destroyer within the line of sight of the Devapath Payne. Without a moment's hesitation, Payne unleashed his power. The Devapath Payne's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of red and black, resembling the peculiar triangular shuriken of the Sharingan. At that instant, the triangles began to spin rapidly. A unique sound resonated around the Destroyer, and soon all present witnessed the very fabric of space around the Destroyer begin to distort. No, it was not merely the Destroyer that twisted, but the entire region surrounding it. The epicenter of this distortion was locked onto the energy core located at the Destroyer's chest. Should this core be obliterated, the Destroyer would surely meet its end. However, Loki could not allow the destroyer to be vanquished so easily. Upon perceiving the spatial fluctuations, he realized that his maneuver might be thwarted. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he commanded the destroyer to evade desperately, striving to escape the impending attack and carry out his grand scheme. Yet, with no leverage and the line of sight firmly fixed upon it, the destroyer could not escape the twisted realm. Thus, with a sharp crack, the sound of a clean fracture echoed as the destroyer crashed to the ground, one of its legs vanishing without a trace. In this moment of crisis, Loki managed to maneuver the destroyer to sidestep, avoiding the destruction of its energy core, albeit at the cost of a leg. The severed thigh bore a clean, precise edge, as if sliced by an exceptionally sharp blade. However, such a blade did not exist on Earth. It was a consequence of the spatial distortion, a blade of the void. Witnessing the destroyer lose a leg, Thor was filled with elation and swiftly launched his assault. Not only that, he conjured a magnificent attack. With a mighty swing of his hammer, he sent it soaring into the sky, and the tempest conjured by the hammer engulfed nearly half a town, akin to an overwhelmingly powerful tornado sweeping through. Vehicles and debris were drawn skyward, and even the destroyer, precariously balanced on one leg, was caught in the maelstrom. Yet even as it ascended, the destroyer remained capable of assault. Its visor opened, unleashing a searing ray. But this time, Thor did not flinch. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, he stood firm against the fiery onslaught of the destroyer. "You'd best take cover." Upon witnessing this scene, Lynch recalled the method employed by Thor to confront the destroyer in the original narrative, prompting him to alert the others, as it was a warning from the formidable pain. The others promptly complied. They then observed Thor charging towards the destroyer, one advancing from below and the other descending from above. The collision resembled that of meteors, unleashing an awe-inspiring force. Boom! The powerful shockwave swept through everything, and the townsfolk began to comprehend Payne's earlier directive for them to take cover. However, just as they grasped the situation and considered Payne to be a benevolent figure, his subsequent actions incited their ire. Payne raised both hands, directing them towards the shockwave. With a whoosh, a repulsive force emanated, perfectly neutralizing the shockwave. Lynch, possessing formidable strength, had mastered the ability of repulsion upon acquiring the Rinnegan. It was this power that enabled Payne to perform such a feat. Nevertheless, Payne's actions infuriated the others. The fiery-tempered Valkyrie Sif confronted him directly, exclaiming, "If you are capable of blocking the shockwave, why then did you insist that we lie down?" Chapter 74, The Matter of the Thunder God. "Hey, are you mocking us?" Sif exclaimed angrily. "Indeed, you are quite insufferable," echoed others who had come to their senses. Observing the tide of discontent, S-H-I-E-L-D, members hastily intervened, fearing to provoke Payne, and resolutely aligned themselves with Tendo Payne. "Not at all," Tendo Payne replied, shaking his head amidst the crowd's accusations, calmly stating, "I feared I might not be able to shield you, which is why I asked you to lie down." "Really?" the crowd questioned skeptically. However, Tendo Payne deftly shifted the topic. "Look, the Thunder God has vanquished that armored being." Reluctantly, the crowd turned their gaze toward Thor. Even if they exposed Tendo Payne's deception, what could they accomplish? They were powerless against him and could not retaliate even if they grasped the truth. Thus, the wisest course of action was to pretend this incident had never transpired, an approach taken by the astute, like Dr. Selvig, Jane Foster, and Sif. Meanwhile, the less discerning, such as Daisy and the other three warriors of the divine realm, had been perfectly led astray by Tendo Payne. In summary, all eyes were fixed on Thor and the fallen destroyer. At that moment, the bright flames within the destroyer had extinguished, yet its exterior remained largely intact, save for the leg severed by the goddess Might. This led Lynch to ponder, could it be that Odin implanted a command within the destroyer, such that it would extinguish itself upon encountering the power of the Thunder God? Only such a premise could elucidate how Thor had triumphed over the destroyer without damaging its shell. As Lynch contemplated, Thor approached to bid farewell to the assembled crowd. He intended to thwart Loki's nefarious schemes and secure a future for Asgard. Simultaneously, he allied with S-H-I-E-L-D, promising Coulson that he would fight to protect Earth. Witnessing Thor's resolve, Lynch, who manipulated Tendo Payne, recognized this as an opportune moment to venture to Asgard in the vast universe. It was likely that he could register at Asgard, as well as on the planet where Star-Lord resided and within the Xandarian civilization. However, after some reflection, Lynch refrained from asking Thor to take Tendo Payne along. Setting aside whether Thor would be willing to accommodate Tendo Payne, how could Lynch ensure he could still exert control over Tendo Payne once in Asgard? He could not accompany him. There were numerous pressing matters requiring his attention on Earth. More critically, there were abundant opportunities for registration on Earth, perhaps even more than in the cosmos. Thus, he faced a choice. Unfortunately, it meant sacrificing the chance for cosmic registration for the time being, opting instead to focus solely on Earth. After a few moments of contemplation, Lynch resolved to temporarily forego the opportunities in the universe and concentrate on those available on Earth. When the time was ripe, he would revisit cosmic matters. One must learn to be content to find joy in life. Of course, even if Tendo Pain were to request it, the likelihood of Thor declining was high. After all, they were barely comrades in arms, sharing no deeper bond. Yet, as Thor prepared to depart with Jane Foster, he suddenly turned to Tendo Pain and inquired, "What is your name?" "Pain." Tendo Pain replied without hesitation. "Pain. I am Thor Odinson. The next time I visit Midgard, Earth, let us engage in a friendly contest." Thor proclaimed generously, "I can sense your strength. We shall see when you arrive," was Pain's ambiguous response, neither a confirmation nor a denial. "Very well, it is settled then." Thor interpreted it as an agreement. After their exchange, he took to the skies with Jane Foster, heading towards the magical array previously struck by the Bifrost. Sif and the others hurriedly followed suit. Members of S, H, I, E, L, D, and Dr. Selvig also approached to observe, while Pain remained stationary. For him, this incident had reached a satisfactory conclusion, rendering any further presence unnecessary. Having witnessed the Bifrost before, he chose not to partake in the commotion. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Pain ascended into the sky, departing from Old Bridge Town. Chapter 75. The Unexpected Visitor. Tony, the celestial entity known as Seeking-Dao Pei-In, soared towards New York, gradually dissipating within the lofty clouds, far enough to remain undetected. As his abilities returned to their essence, Lynch's bifurcated consciousness also converged. At this moment, he found himself amidst the Stark Industries Expo, accompanying his dear ones on a leisurely exploration of the exhibition. Despite having roamed for 3 days, they had yet to complete their tour of this grand exposition, which had been a year in the making. Thus, on this 4th day, Lynch continued to accompany young Peter at the event venue, along with Wanda. She had few friends. Aside from her brother, Lynch stood as her only companion and boyfriend. However, if one were to consider it thoroughly, Wanda did possess friends, such as Lynch's family, who were akin to friends in her eyes. Yet, what is friendship today may evolve into family in the future. Consequently, Wanda seized every opportunity to deepen her bond with Lynch and young Peter. With his awareness reclaimed, Lynch devoted himself entirely to accompanying his girlfriend and brother through the expo. He had already gleaned the recent events through the news, where Tony Stark appeared in a Washington courtroom, mocking the government and arms dealer Justin Hammer. However, it was not mere mockery. Stark merely unveiled the truth about Hammer and his company. Following this narrative arc, it seemed they were nearing the events in Morocco, where the antagonist Whiplash would make his entrance. In Lynch's estimation, there should be an opportunity for a sign-in there. Initially, he had intended for Seeking-Dao Pei-In to return while also signing in. But the absence of any news regarding Tony Stark's journey to Morocco over the past 2 days posed a challenge. While expired sign-in locations could be retroactively accounted for, those yet to be fulfilled could not be preemptively signed in. Thus, today, Lynch had no choice but to allow Seeking-Dao Pei-In to dissipate on his return journey. After spending another day at the expo, on their way home, Wanda leaned against Lynch and softly inquired, "Lynn, can we refrain from attending the expo tomorrow?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lynch interjected, "Absolutely. After 4 consecutive days, I'm quite weary of it." Wanda beamed with a lovely smile, and Lynch turned his attention to young Peter, contemplating how to persuade him. After escorting Wanda home, Lynch took Peter back to his residence. To his surprise, 2 uninvited guests awaited him there, Tony Stark and his bodyguard, Happy. At that moment, Tony Stark sat languidly on the sofa, while Happy engaged in cheerful conversation with Aunt May. "What on earth is happening here?" Lynch exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment as he led Peter inside. "Tony Stark." "Iron Man," Peter gasped, immediately releasing Lynch and dashing towards Tony. Stark, in turn, embraced the young boy, a gentle smile gracing his face, clearly fond of children. Gently ruffling young Peter's hair, he pushed him towards May Parker, while Tony Stark turned his gaze to Lynch. "Ah, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, stretching and rising to his feet. "Happy, you may continue your conversation. I shall have a word with this young lad." Observing Happy's gaze following Tony as he beckoned Lynch to exit the room, he glanced back at May Parker's smiling visage and promptly chose to heed his employer's directive. "Aunt May, I too wish to step outside and converse with Mr. Stark," young Peter remarked, his voice tinged with envy as he watched Lynch's figure. May shook her head gently, replying, "Mr. Stark has important matters to discuss with your brother. It would be best if you did not interfere." Peter puffed out his cheeks in protest, yet ultimately remained obediently in the living room. Outside, Lynch removed Tony's hand from his shoulder, then regarded him with a serious expression. Inquiring, "The renowned Iron Man seeks out a mere ordinary man. What could be the purpose?" "Ordinary man?" Tony Stark shook his head. "No, you are anything but ordinary." Chapter 76. The Intent of Iron Man. "You are the flame hero." Huh. Upon hearing this, Lynch's immediate reaction was to deny it. However, upon observing Tony Stark's earnest expression, Lynch squinted his eyes and abandoned any intention of refuting the claim. "How did you recognize me?" "During our previous confrontation, I had Jarvis document the appearance of your attire beneath the flames. After meticulous elimination and analysis, I ultimately pinpointed you. Tony Stark revealed the truth without reservation. However, the fact that you didn't even attempt to defend yourself has thwarted many of my plans. What plans? Lynch inquired, curiosity piqued. By now, he had relaxed, understanding that Tony Stark was not there to cause him trouble. With this realization, his worries dissipated. I had contemplated that if you did attempt to defend yourself, I would present the evidence, leaving you speechless, Tony Stark said, shrugging his shoulders. Much like how you confronted those senators and Justin Hammer? Lynch recalled the news reports from a few days prior, showcasing Tony's triumph and the disheartened expressions of Justin Hammer and the senators, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Indeed. Precisely. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. Kid, I must admit, I'm starting to like you. Although you don't adhere to conventions, you can still be regarded as a decent fellow. Apologies, Mr. Stark, but please retract your affection. Lynch suddenly became wary, stepping back 2 paces, his arms crossed defiantly over his chest. Mr. Stark, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Besides, I already have a girlfriend whom I cherish dearly, so there is no possibility between us. Tony Stark wore a bemused expression, as if a question mark hovered above his head. Following this awkward exchange, the tense and slightly perilous atmosphere between them dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility and enjoyment. Therefore, Mr. Stark, what brings you to me? Lynch asked directly. Nothing particularly urgent. I merely wish to ascertain what the flame hero is truly like, Tony Stark replied, once again raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Before Lynch could inquire further, he continued, after this encounter, I feel reassured. You are a good kid who won't engage in reckless behavior. Of course not. Lynch rolled his eyes. Engaging in reckless behavior could lead to imprisonment and public scorn. As a superhero, being adored by the populace while avoiding significant hazards was undoubtedly the preferable choice. However, Mr. Stark, I hope you can keep my identity a secret. Lynch spoke earnestly. I do not wish to bring any negative repercussions to my family due to my identity. I conceal my identity to protect those dear to me. Tony Stark nodded in understanding. I am well aware of that, and I shall assist you in keeping your secret. However, you should take heed. It would be prudent to acquire a proper uniform. This would facilitate better confidentiality and help distinguish your superhero life from your reality. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Lynch nodded, recognizing that Tony Stark's words were sincere counsel that he would be wise to heed. By the way, if it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten me on Payne's situation? Tony Stark replied, in truth, my visit is not merely to see you. I seek to gain a deeper understanding of Payne. After all, the incident in question is one that cannot be overlooked. As he spoke, Tony Stark's demeanor was grave, indicating that his words carried weight and genuine intent. Observing this, Lynch realized he needed to say something on behalf of Payne or perhaps summon him. Otherwise, he risked alienating Iron Man, which was a scenario Lynch wished to avoid. After all, Iron Man was the prodigal son of the Marvel Universe. Opposing such a figure typically yielded unfavorable outcomes. Chapter 77 The Truth. After a brief pause, Lynch assumed a thoughtful demeanor. Observing Lynch's expression, Tony Stark refrained from urging him and stood quietly aside, patiently awaiting his response. Moments later, Lynch finally spoke. Uncle Ben is in New Mexico. He is yet to return, so it falls upon me to inform you of the situation. Now, Mr. Stark, what would you like to know? Uncle Ben? Tony Stark immediately inquired. Lynch, what is your relationship with Ben? Lynch did not conceal the truth, revealing. Ben is a dear friend of my biological parents, making him my uncle. He is also my partner and friend at present. I see. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. So he is assisting you in seeking vengeance against Gold? That is indeed correct, Lynch affirmed with a nod. Then why did he release such a massive meteor over New York? Don't tell me he acted out of a sense of justice and simply forgot afterward. Tony Stark clearly doubted the words Ben had uttered when relocating the meteor. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. shared his skepticism but had refrained from voicing their doubts, intimidated by Ben's nearly invincible presence at that moment. Noticing Tony Stark's relentless demeanor, Lynch understood that if he did not clarify the matter, the recently eased tension would inevitably revert to a standoff, a scenario that contradicted Lynch's objectives. At this moment, he recognized the necessity of establishing rapport with Tony Stark, particularly with the forthcoming Moroccan racing event, which presented an ideal opportunity for collaboration. Setting aside distant aspirations, he considered the imminent event in Morocco, where he could surely secure a place. However, if he were to attend alone, he would have to rely on Ben's ability to transport him there. Yet, Lynch contemplated seizing this occasion for a public-funded excursion, inviting his family, Wanda, and her brother Pietro, to explore Morocco together. Given that Stark Industries Expo had grown tedious for everyone except young Peter, it seemed fortuitous to leverage Tony Stark's wealth for this venture. Thus, cultivating a favorable relationship with Stark became imperative. Moreover, this relationship was not solely for leisure. Lynch required Tony Stark's expertise in designing and crafting a uniform for him. It is undeniable that Stark stands as the preeminent equipment creator within the Marvel Universe. This is evidenced by his ability to rival deities while clad in his Iron Man suit. He has even constructed the Infinity Gauntlet, capable of housing 6 Infinity Stones and facilitating the infamous snap. Such illustrious achievements attest to one undeniable truth. Tony is undoubtedly a master of equipment creation and enhancement. Establishing a rapport with such an individual could only yield positive outcomes. After some contemplation, Lynch spoke earnestly. Let me relay the actual circumstances to you. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, donning an expression that suggested he sensed something amiss. Lynch continued, that day, I was enjoying a coffee on Queens Boulevard. Wait, Queen Street. Is that where Hulk battled Abomination? Tony Stark inquired. Lynch frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why don't you share the story instead? Ahem, please continue. That day was also when Uncle Ben found me. I was exhausted from shopping and resting there when suddenly, Abomination burst out. Lynch recounted the events of that day, mentioning how he had awakened his superpowers amidst the life and death crisis. Naturally, he referred to the one who unleashed the destruction as Pain from the Akatsuki. Upon finishing his tale, Tony Stark furrowed his brow. So, your uncle found you just as you were in peril, in a fit of rage. He unleashed his most powerful technique to subdue Hulk and Abomination, but as a result, he temporarily lost his own abilities due to exhaustion? Lynch nodded. That's why my uncle moved the meteor several days later. He hadn't forgotten. He simply couldn't move it as his powers hadn't fully returned. Chapter 78. Drowsy and handing over the pillow. The earnest revelation of the truth by Lynch somehow instilled a measure of belief in Tony Stark. Although there remained some perplexing elements, this explanation undoubtedly bore greater credibility than the previous assertions made by Payne. It was a more logical assertion, naturally engendering trust. Ah, so that is how it is. Tony Stark mused thoughtfully. Moreover, he couldn't help but imagine that Payne, having committed such acts, must also harbor feelings of guilt, for he had inflicted harm upon the innocent. Thus, once he regained his powers, he promptly moved the meteorite to alleviate the wounds in people's hearts. Undoubtedly, Payne was also a good person, perhaps even possessing a character more virtuous than my own. Observing Tony Stark's sentiments, Lynch blinked in apparent surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Iron Man would also indulge in such imaginative musings. However, Iron Man, from where did you derive this erroneous notion of your own virtue? Surely, you must possess more discernment. Nonetheless, as Iron Man's imaginings leaned towards the positive, Lynch found no inclination to correct him. In fact, such speculation could be quite advantageous for Lynch. Seeing Lynch's astonishment without a hint of contradiction, Tony Stark felt vindicated in his assumptions. Indeed, only those of noble character could perceive the psyche of another virtuous individual. As they conversed, Tony Stark turned to Lynch and declared, Lynch, you must introduce me to your uncle. I believe we could become the best of friends. Lynch's lips quivered, stifling a smile, refraining from laughter. Very well, Mr. Stark. Observing Lynch's demeanor, Tony Stark frowned slightly. In his eyes, Lynch's expression suggested a sense of discomfort. Thus, even though I am the beloved Iron Man, I cannot rely solely on my charm to resolve all matters. It appears I must offer some tangible benefit. Tony Stark began to ponder whether he should provide the young man with a monetary gift. However, considering that Lynch was the flame hero, and that both their characters seemed commendable, Stark felt that offering money would be rather pedestrian. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought of a favor that Lynch would find difficult to refuse. Lynch, are you currently a high school student? Lynch shook his head. I have already graduated high school and will be attending New York University once the summer break concludes. Oh, New York University, quite impressive, Tony Stark casually complimented. So, you should have some free time afterward, correct? How about this? In a couple of days, I plan to travel to Morocco, and I could take your entire family along for some fun. What do you think? Morocco? Lynch's eyes brightened. He hadn't yet prepared to suggest that Tony Stark include him, but Stark had preempted him. This was indeed fortuitous. Is there much to do in Morocco? He inquired with a hint of excitement. Tony Stark, witnessing this enthusiasm, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Ah, he is still just a child. The F1 racing competition is set to take place there, and once the race concludes, I could arrange for you to take a spin. That would be splendid. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Lynch beamed with joy, inquiring if he could bring along his girlfriend and his friends. Absolutely, bring as many people as you wish, Tony Stark declared with an extravagant flourish. Furthermore, there is no need for thanks. Consider this your introductory fee, as well as compensation for previous matters. Lynch, understanding the unspoken camaraderie, nodded in agreement, stating that he would have Uncle Ben reach out to him upon his return. Tony Stark, equally pleased, suggested they exchange contact information. With their objectives met, Tony prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he graciously signed several items for young Peter, postcards, posters, and Iron Man masks among them. Once Tony and Happy had departed, Lynch shared with Aunt May the delightful news of his engaging conversation with Tony. revealing that he was willing to take their family along for a trip to Morocco. Chapter 79. Morocco. Regrettably, after much contemplation, May decided against making the journey. She still had work obligations. Despite the considerable idle wealth in Lynch's possession, May was unwilling to rely on others for support. Moreover, she was still young and capable of diligent work. This left Lynch feeling a tinge of disappointment, though he refrained from excessive persuasion. Upon sharing this development with the Wanda siblings, they expressed an eager willingness to go. After all, they were still ordinary individuals, and the chance to interact closely with Iron Man was an enticing prospect. Of course, Wanda discreetly confided in Lynch that her true admiration lay with the Human Torch. That night, Lynch dialed Tony's number to ascertain his address, subsequently dispatching Payne to locate Tony. As Tony found common ground with Lynch, Payne was also able to engage him in conversation, further solidifying Tony's impressions. Regarding the subsequent events in Morocco, Tony extended an invitation to Payne, which Payne declined. Much to Tony's mild disappointment, Payne had no intention of agreeing to the trip to Morocco. In Lynch's perspective, the primary purpose of the Moroccan excursion was not merely to sign in, but rather to enjoy the journey and strengthen bonds with loved ones. Thus, if one's consciousness were divided, the experience would inevitably be marred by discontent, a scenario Lynch wished to avoid. 2 days later, Lynch, accompanied by Wanda, young Pietro, and his girlfriend, arrived at the airport and boarded Tony Stark's private jet. The Principality of Morocco is situated in the southwestern region of Europe, bordered on 3 sides by France and flanked by the Mediterranean Sea to the south, covering an area of 202 square kilometers, of which 0.5 square kilometers is reclaimed land. Its climate is characterized as Mediterranean. The citizens primarily engage in tourism, banking, insurance, philately, and gambling, with casinos and postage stamps being particularly renowned. Morocco is a celebrated tourist destination in Europe, famous for cultural and sporting events such as the Monte Carlo International Circus Festival, the International Fireworks Festival, and the Formula One Grand Prix. Despite its limited industrial capacity and absence of agriculture, this small nation exudes unparalleled luxury. While Morocco spans less than 20,000 square kilometers, it boasts medieval-style streets and palaces, prominent casinos, lavish hotels, tropical gardens, and oceanic museums. The renowned tennis open and the unparalleled Formula One race held in the city center draw global attention to this petite country. In summary, it is an exceptionally suitable locale for travel. Tony Stark's primary purpose in visiting Morocco was to attend the racing competition. However, unbeknownst to him, there was another individual aware of his whereabouts, who had also arrived, Ivan Vanko, a man who viewed Tony Stark's father as the architect of his familial tragedy. Ivan Vanko is a cold and calculating technological prodigy. His father, Anton Vanko, sought to exploit the Tesseract for nefarious gains but was discovered and subsequently exiled by Howard Stark, Tony's father. Upon the demise of Anton Vanko, his son Ivan resolved to dismantle the Stark family in vengeance for his father. Initially, Ivan Vanko harnessed the technology of the arc reactor bequeathed by Anton to create a custom whip suit, intending to launch an assault on Tony during a racing event. This sets the stage for the impending narrative. In the original storyline, however, Ivan's technical prowess fell short. His arc reactor operated at a low rotation speed, leading to his defeat at the hands of Iron Man, Tony Stark, and subsequent imprisonment. Later, he was clandestinely liberated by Justin Hammer, which facilitated a collaboration between them. Utilizing Hammer's resources, Ivan covertly installed controllers on unmanned mechanical armors and engineered a steel whip armor, significantly enhancing the rotation speed of the arc reactor. Subsequently, during an exposition overseen by Justin Hammer, the whip-controlled unmanned mechanical army launched an assault on Iron Man, while Black Widow advanced upon Hammer Industries headquarters, allowing the whip to escape. Chapter 80. Tony Stark's desire for indulgence. Subsequently, Ivan Vanko donned the Whiplash armor to confront the newly emerged Iron Man and War Machine, wielding formidable defensive capabilities to subdue both. Meanwhile, Iron Man and War Machine unleashed a barrage of arc pulse blasts upon each other, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rendered Whiplash's armor utterly annihilated, culminating in a self-detonation alongside all the unmanned mechanical suits. Thus unfolded the tragic existence of the villain Ivan Vanko, whose fate was irrevocably altered by the attitudes of his family, forsaking a life that could have been prosperous through his exceptional talents. This underscores the significance of one's environment. The conditions of one's upbringing profoundly influence the trajectory of one's life. However, Lynch, despite being cognizant of these truths, harbored no intentions of effecting change. After all, Whiplash bore no direct relevance to him. He merely sought to mark his attendance. Once Vanko was vanquished by Iron Man, Lynch intended to approach and inquire, hoping to uncover the birthplace of Whiplash, perhaps discovering a spot for check-in. After arranging accommodations, Lynch and his companions, under Tony's guidance, made their way to the audience stands of the racing competition. Meanwhile, Tony and Pepper ventured to the Moroccan Racing Club, where a lavish soiree was underway. An exclusive social venue reserved for the elite. Lynch remained indifferent to his inability to access such a gathering, as his purpose was to enjoy the spectacle of racing and to check in, rather than to partake in the pretentious social interactions of the so-called upper class. Watching the high-octane Formula One cars speed past on the nearby track, Lynch felt an indescribable thrill surge within him. Akin to an adrenaline rush, an allure that holds an almost abyssal fascination for any man. Observing Lynch's uncharacteristic excitement, Wanda's eyes glimmered with contemplation, pondering how she might allow her boyfriend to experience the exhilarating thrill of driving a Formula One car. Lynch, in fact, was already qualified for such an exhilarating experience, a promise made by Tony on that fateful day. Yet, the allure of the F1 cars was merely superficial for him. Having flown at speeds far exceeding those of the racing cars, whether in his own form or while controlling Deidara, he had tasted velocities beyond the present thrill. It was the sheer speed of these vehicles that captivated him, hence his exuberance, as the buzzing of the cars resonated through the air. Signaling the conclusion of 2 laps in the imminent commencement of the next race, Lynch, unable to contain himself, embraced Wanda's curvaceous form and planted a kiss upon her cheek. Elated by the victory of his favored racer, this gesture solidified Wanda's resolve to help her boyfriend fulfill his dream of driving an F1 car. Just then, a sudden exclamation from young Peter broke the moment. "Oh, it's Tony Stark, Iron Man," amidst the astonished gasps of those around. Lynch and Wanda followed their gaze to find none other than Tony Stark conversing with club personnel and drivers. Witnessing this scene, Lynch contemplated the current situation, suspecting that Stark's palladium poisoning had escalated once again, prompting him to indulge in a lavish escapade. Perhaps he would personally pilot an F1 racing car in the imminent World Championship or host an extravagant birthday celebration at his home. Was it time for the notorious Ivan Vanko to make an appearance? Pondering this, Lynch scanned the surroundings but found no suspicious staff members. At that moment, Tony Stark had already taken his place in the driver's seat of the F1 car, buzzing and beeping, with the sound of the race signal. All the cars sprang to life like predatory beasts, surging forward in an instant. With the addition of the illustrious Tony Stark, the attention on this race surged to unprecedented heights, as countless reporters captured the moment and throngs of spectators surrounded the starting line. Chapter 81. Trouble. However, Lynch's attention was not on the competition. He was searching for Ivan Vanko among the crowd. At that moment, with so many people watching, if he missed the opportunity to amass a wave of astonishment points, it would reflect poorly on his ambition. This mindset stemmed from the setbacks he faced in Old Bridge Town. Not so much setbacks as an inability to achieve the desired impact. In Old Bridge Town, the formidable pain of heaven had effortlessly dealt with the destroyer. Yet, what was the total astonishment value he garnered? A mere 20,000 points. Indeed, it was a paltry sum. The reason for this was the S-H-I-E-L-D blackout of information, coupled with the town's sparse population of only a few hundred residents. These individuals and their limited social circles collectively provided Lynch with 20,000 astonishment points, which, while substantial, still fell short. For Lynch, this amount was insufficient to enhance even a single physical attribute, rendering it practically useless. Therefore, although his primary purpose for visiting Morocco was leisure, he would not overlook the chance to collect astonishment points if the opportunity arose. As Lynch diligently searched, he noticed an unusually behaving staff member. This individual approached a section of the racetrack fence, gently pushed it open, and stepped inside. Oh dear, what on earth was that person doing? Not only Lynch but also the surrounding staff and spectators became aware of this individual. Yet, no one dared to intervene, for the racetrack was perilously dangerous. With Formula One cars racing at speeds of 200 to 400 kilometers per hour, any collision with a human could result in instant death. This was no exaggeration. Thus, if the eccentric staff member sought demise, others would not accompany him in his folly. Consequently, a striking scene unfolded. The unconventional figure within the racetrack walked with a calm demeanor while outside, staff members were running in a flurry and spectators gasped in astonishment. Just then, a racing car spotted the figure and attempted to swerve away. However, the individual neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, he unfastened his jacket. Whoosh! 2 whips slid from his hands, crackling with electricity, transforming into 2 shimmering electric whips. The staff member's jacket was incinerated by exposed circuitry, revealing well-defined muscles, tattoos, and a rudimentary upper exoskeleton armor. Crack! The electric whip lashed out, striking the speeding Formula One car. The vehicle was cleaved in 2, soaring through the air. Boom! It collided with the barricade, erupting into flames, while the driver found themselves in grave peril. Witnessing this spectacle, Lynch furrowed his brow, thinking, it is time to make an entrance. Yet, as he turned to speak to Wanda, he found her gazing at him with concern, urging him not to go. Nevertheless, there was no way he could refrain. However, you must promise me to keep yourself safe. Lynch nodded earnestly. Then, he quietly rose and exited the racetrack, making his way to an abandoned alley. From his pocket, he retrieved a flame-patterned mask, and upon donning it, he was engulfed in blazing flames. In an instant, he soared into the sky. At that moment, sensing that Tony Stark might be in peril, and already troubled by Pepper's presence in the race car with Tony, he swiftly sought out Happy, urging him to drive and intercept Tony. However, it was already somewhat too late. In a matter of seconds, after toppling several vehicles, Whiplash Ivan Vanko set his sights on the approaching blue Formula race car. The driver of this vehicle was none other than Tony Stark. With a slight smile, Whiplash continued to advance, buzzing. At this moment, Tony Stark was entirely focused on driving. A race car is not merely an object that stirs excitement among spectators. The drivers themselves are equally exhilarated. Thus, every driver must remain utterly concentrated, with not a single distraction permitted. Consequently, upon spotting the electric whip villain in the middle of the track, a singular thought coursed through Tony Stark's mind. This is bad. Chapter 82. The easy victory over the whip crack. The whip, Ivan Vanko raised his hands high and then swung them down with great force. Two electrified whips traced a graceful arc through the air, yet their momentum was utterly terrifying. Tony Stark attempted to evade the strike, but it was already too late. With a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through a straw man, the instant the electrified whips made contact with the Formula racing car, it was cleaved in two and launched skyward. Bang! Slamming against the edge of the track, the driver, Tony Stark, felt a haze enveloping his head. It was the aftermath of the collision. However, just as Ivan Vanko prepared to stride toward Tony, a sudden rush of high-speed sound erupted behind him. Whoosh! Crack! Ivan Vanko was struck by a foot engulfed in flames, causing his rudimentary armor to explode. He was sent hurtling through the air as if struck by a speeding automobile. The audience gasped in astonishment, for they had witnessed the identity of the one who had sent the electrified whip wielder flying. It was the Flame Hero. There he stood, suspended in the air, radiating flames as if he were the sovereign of fire itself. At that moment, Tony Stark struggled free from the wreckage of his car, and upon seeing this spectacle, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Although he yearned to indulge in the chaos, Tony had no desire to lose his life. His birthday party had yet to commence, and he had not yet uttered the words "I love you" to Pepper. Thus, he was determined to survive. The arrival of the Flame Hero brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, bringing Lynch and the others was indeed a wise decision. As Lynch surveyed the surrounding crowd, he noticed everyone cheering for him, which brought him a measure of comfort. After all, the shock value generated by this moment would undoubtedly be substantial. Without hesitation, he charged toward the whips, intent on dismantling their energy core to subdue Ivan Vanko completely. But why not eliminate the whip to prevent future threats? That was not an option. Have you ever seen a pig farmer slaughter his pigs before they are fattened? Save for the piglets, of course. Lynch intended to spare the whip for now, waiting for him to create the true whip armor before he would strike a deal and simultaneously collect his life. The confidence to act thus stemmed from Lynch's overwhelming strength, which far surpassed that of the whip. Not to mention, should Lynch, as the Flame Hero, find himself unable to contend with the whip, he could always summon pain for a swift and decisive victory. At this moment, Ivan Vanko felt a pang of panic. Why is the Flame Hero here? Isn't he supposed to be an adversary of Iron Man? Why has he come to save Iron Man? Ivan recalled the news reports detailing the battle between Iron Man and the Flame Hero at the Stark Industries Expo. Thus, he concluded that without his iron armor, today as Tony Stark was surely doomed. However, at this moment, it is not merely a matter of certain death. Perhaps Tony Stark may not even sustain severe injuries. This outcome is utterly intolerable for Ivan Vanko, compelling him to take a desperate gamble. With a ferocious roar, he rises and lashes out with his whip towards the colossal fireball that approaches. Yet, the fireball begins to spin, rendering the electric whip ineffective against the figure of Lynch engulfed in flames. The mastery of fire encompasses not only the act of breathing fire and summoning fire dragons, but also the intricacies of finesse as demonstrated in this moment. Skillfully evading the electric whip, Lynch finds himself face to face with the weapon's wielder. Without hesitation, he reaches for the miniature reactor nestled within Ivan Vanko's chest. Crack! The miniature reactor is seized by Lynch, causing the whip's apparatus to instantly lose power and become as lifeless as a mere object. No. Vanko bellows in rage. Yet, what awaits him is the soul of a size 43 shoe. As the control over the flames dissipates from his limbs, Lynch executes a high kick, striking Vanko squarely in the face. Crack! Ivan Vanko collapses, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 83. Aftermath. In this episode, Lynch reaped considerable rewards. Not only did he showcase the formidable might of the Flame Hero to the citizens of Morocco, but he also basked in the limelight, as evidenced by the expressions of excitement and exhilaration among the onlookers. With a wave of his hand to the crowd and a nod to Tony Stark, Lynch erupted in flames beneath him and ascended into the sky, departing with a sense of ceremonial grandeur. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Lynch activated his personal interface, visible only to him, and his gaze fixated on the shock value section. Shock value, 802,053. Before this event, it was over 650,000. Now it surged to 800,000, an increase of nearly 150,000. This substantiates the assertion that Lynch indeed garnered significant benefits. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. The shock value would continue to swell. Although a diminishing return might occur, the amount was already substantial. However, this episode also came with its losses. For instance, Lynch, in an attempt to impress, had directly incapacitated the whip-wielding Ivan Vanko, resulting in his failure to acquire the birthplace of the whip. This represented a tangible loss. Yet, there remained opportunities for redress. Later, when Iron Man conversed with Vanko, Lynch anticipated that he would have some maneuvering space. One might question, why would Lynch go to such lengths to secure a sign-in at the birthplace of the whip? Was it truly necessary? Indeed, it was. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Small accumulations can lead to significant gains. Furthermore, Lynch's attributes had each increased by 5 points, which required a shock value of 120,000. For Lynch, this was no trifling sum. If every sign-in offered a 5-point enhancement across all attributes, the significance of sign-ins would only magnify. Thus, this particular sign-in at the birthplace of the whip was not merely a pursuit of strength and rewards, but also an inquiry into the matter's validity. At the racetrack, Tony Stark wiped the blood from his face and approached the unconscious Ivan Vanko. He glanced at the departing flame hero, uttering no further words, only signaling the police to apprehend the electrifying whip wielder. Lynch wished to conceal his identity, and Tony Stark would naturally comply. This was a person with whom Stark could forge a deep connection, fitting well within his circle of acquaintances. Despite Stark's sharp tongue and prideful demeanor, he understood that sometimes one must temper their personality. Just like in this moment, Lynch had saved his life. If Stark were to recklessly jeopardize Lynch's endeavors, their recently mended relationship would shatter in an instant. Suddenly, a luxurious business vehicle screeched onto the racetrack and halted beside Tony Stark. Pepper Potts, known as Little Pepper, exited the car and shouted at Tony, "Are you out of your mind? Boss." This was indeed a bit. At this moment, Happy found himself unable to defuse the situation for Tony. Fortunately, Stark, quick-witted as ever, swiftly redirected the conversation away from Pepper's concerns. "Pepper, you are now the president of Stark Industries. You cannot afford to lose composure like this. Indeed, this place is not meant for permanence. Let us depart at once." Upon finishing his words, Tony half embraced, half supported Pepper as they entered the luxurious business vehicle. Happy took the wheel, steering them away from the arena. Meanwhile, Lynch returned to the stands, reuniting with Wanda, Pietro, and others. Although Mr. Stark had encountered such an ordeal and emerged unscathed, "I believe we ought to pay him a visit," Lynch reassured Wanda and the others. His suggestion was, of course, a means to acquire information regarding the origin of the Whiplash. He wished to see Tony and, in passing, inquire if he could accompany him to question Whiplash. Lynch's proposal received unanimous agreement from the group, for they were all fundamentally good-hearted individuals. Indeed, Lynch considered himself one of them. As they exited the arena, though he felt a twinge of longing for the ongoing competition, Tony's situation took precedence. Upon returning to the hotel, Lynch led the group to Tony Stark's presidential suite and gently knocked on the door. Chapter 84. The Narcissist Tony. The door swung open, revealing Happy. Upon seeing Lynch and the others, Happy turned to explain the situation, allowing them to enter. As they stepped into the lavish room, their eyes were drawn to the opulent surroundings and the two figures seated upon the luxurious sofa, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. At that moment, Pepper was diligently disinfecting a wound on Tony, applying medicine with care. In a rare display of compliance, Tony sat quietly, receiving her treatment. Noticing this, Lynch and the others greeted Tony with words of comfort, to which he responded graciously. Typically, Tony Stark exhibited a leniency towards the younger generation, contrasting with the sharper tongue reserved for his peers. "Oh my goodness. Tony, what happened to your neck? What are those marks?" Pepper, absorbed in her task, suddenly noticed the gray lines adorning Tony's neck. This was an alarming manifestation of severe palladium poisoning. Taken aback, Tony hastily adjusted his collar and exchanged a significant glance with Happy and Lynch. "It's a new development of mine." Without hesitation, Lynch interjected, "Mr. Stark, I have some personal matters I would like to discuss with you. May we speak privately?" "Of course." Tony Stark nodded instantly, then turned to Pepper. "All right, darling. I need to have a word with Lynch. Is that gray pattern truly nothing to worry about?" Pepper inquired with concern. "Absolutely nothing to fret over," Tony assured her, patting his chest. "If it troubles you, we can address it later." "All right, let us all step out for now." Happy chimed in, guiding everyone to another room. "Mr. Stark has to head to the police station in Morocco shortly." "Mr. Stark, what is the purpose of your visit to the police station? Are you giving a statement?" young Peter asked, gazing up at Happy. Happy, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "Indeed, you're quite perceptive. Once only Tony Stark and Lynch remained in the living room. Tony released a sigh of relief. Phew, Lynch, you arrived just in time. What brings you here? He took a sip from his glass and casually inquired. Lynch nodded. Mr. Stark, I was wondering if I might accompany you to the police station. Really? You have something significant to discuss. Tony raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, if not. You wouldn't seek me out, would you? After all, spending time with your girlfriend is undoubtedly more enjoyable than with a fellow male. Pray tell, why do you wish to go to the police station? In response to Tony's query, Lynch candidly stated, Mr. Stark, you must be eager to see that electric whip villain, right? I'm intrigued by him as well and wish to observe. Oh, Tony paused momentarily, an inscrutable glint in his eye. Lynch, you don't mean to say that you admire my Iron Man suit and aspire to surpass me. Hence your desire to study the electric whip, do you? Lynch wore a perplexed expression, embodying the essence of bewilderment. Why should I study that nonsense? Am I foolish enough to ignore my extraordinary abilities? Haha, Tony chuckled, his expression somewhat awkward, just jesting. Yet, Lynch did not perceive it as a jest. You truly believe that, don't you? Narcissist. Rolling his eyes and dismissing this trivial matter, Lynch elaborated. I harbor no interest in the electric whip. But I find the individual behind it rather suspicious. Consider it carefully, look at his demeanor, he is most likely of Northern Asian descent. That is, the classic trope in Western films where villains are often portrayed as such. Yet, how could someone of Northern Asian origin seamlessly infiltrate the racetrack and be privy to your whereabouts? Are you suggesting that someone is covertly aiding him? Tony furrowed his brow. Pondering intently, it indeed seemed plausible. Observing Tony Stark begin to align his thoughts with Lynch's perspective, Lynch realized that his ideas had gained significant traction. Chapter 85. The scheme. How did Ivan Vanko manage to infiltrate the Moroccan racetrack? This was primarily due to Ivan Vanko's own financial investment and prior arrangements. Having paid the necessary fees and being a volunteer at no cost, how could the Moroccan racing club possibly refuse him? As for his uncanny ability to accurately track Tony Stark's movements and to act decisively the moment Tony chose to enter the racetrack, it was not mere happenstance but rather a testament to Ivan Vanko's ingenuity. Initially, he was only aware that Tony Stark might attend the Moroccan racing event. Thus, he arrived, albeit without knowledge of the specific circumstances. Ivan Vanko was unwilling to let any opportunity to eliminate Tony slip away. His actions were driven by chance, and fortune favored him when he encountered Tony Stark. Hence, the events that transpired today were a result of Ivan Vanko's desperate reaction, devoid of any conspiracy or covert betrayal of Tony's whereabouts. Lynch's assertion stemmed from his advantage of knowing the storyline. He was aware that Tony had recently been betrayed by his closest confidant, his uncle Obadiah, making Tony particularly sensitive to treachery. Consequently, Lynch exploited Tony's situation to fabricate the current predicament involving Ivan Vanko, motivated solely by one objective, to ascertain where Mr. Stark had constructed the electric whip and the miniature reactor, as well as who had provided him with the ticket to gain access. Lynch's demeanor was grave, as if he were uttering undeniable truths. Tony Stark, with a serious expression, pondered the potential realities lurking beneath the surface. If Lynch's claims held any merit, it certainly warranted thorough investigation. Not only should they delve deeper, but they also needed to keep a close watch on Ivan Vanko. Yet, should they implicate Lynch, a mere child half Tony's age, in this affair? Reflecting on Lynch's desire to conceal his identity, Tony contemplated before arriving at a decision. With a sudden intensity, Tony Stark turned to Lynch and declared, "You cannot go." "Why not?" Lynch exclaimed, utterly astonished. Having observed the shifts in Tony's expression, he had believed he had successfully persuaded him. He was already prepared to interrogate Ivan Vanko. To his surprise, Tony Stark outright rejected him. "Of course. It's because of your situation." Tony rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, such a child, impulsive and immature in action. "My situation? You can't be serious." Lynch retorted, unconvinced. In response, Tony elucidated, "If you wish to conceal your identity, then Lynch's identity must not be associated with the Fire Knight. Today, the Fire Knight saved Iron Man and defeated the Electric Whip Fiend. Then, Iron Man, accompanied by a young man named Lynch, interrogated the Whiplash creature. Now, ponder upon what this signifies." Lynch involuntarily furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. Indeed, it was as Tony Stark had articulated. "Alas, what shall we do now?" Lynch's expression tightened in concern. Observing this, Tony Stark, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Let me handle the interrogation directly. Do you not trust Iron Man?" Lynch shrugged, responding, "Of course. I trust you. However, if you take charge, I shall remain in the dark, won't I? As a participant in this matter, I am entitled to know." All right. "I shall relay the intelligence gathered from the interrogation to you later, if that satisfies you." Tony Stark waved his hand, signaling that Lynch could leave. At last, Lynch beamed. "I appreciate it, Mr. Stark. Please do remember to provide me with a report." Subsequently, as he watched Lynch and the others depart, Tony muttered to himself, "What a troublesome little brat." Chapter 86. The turn of events, however. After Lynch's departure, Tony Stark could not help but remark, unexpectedly, "It feels rather pleasant." "Tony, you must explain the issue with your neck." At that moment, Pepper Potts appeared as Tony Stark muttered to himself, "Oh, I already mentioned that." After leaving Tony Stark's presidential suite, Lynch took Wanda and the others out of the hotel. His visit to Morocco was not solely for the sake of attendance. More importantly, it was to explore and deepen their bonds. Thus, they began to enjoy their time in this bustling yet compact city. As night fell, the group, having thoroughly entertained themselves, returned to the hotel. "Wow, this place is quite nice," Pietro exclaimed with a smile. "I think we should come here for our gatherings in the future." Upon hearing her brother's foolish remark, Wanda rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Pietro, have you even considered the cost here? We are merely enjoying Mr. Stark's generosity this time. Otherwise, when could we afford to come here?" Lynch, however, shook his head in response. "Wanda, let's not be so cynical. We have numerous opportunities ahead of us in the future. We will be able to visit places like this. One must always have a goal to strive for, and I believe Pietro's aspiration is commendable." Upon hearing this, Pietro's spirits soared. "Indeed, that is a splendid goal." Wanda, noticing Lynch's supportive words, nodded obediently, her earlier annoyance towards Pietro forgotten. This sparked a tinge of jealousy in Pietro. His sister rebuffed him, yet listened attentively to his brother-in-law. Sighing, he mused, "After all these years, what have I accomplished with my sister?" Yet, the true question remained, who was nurturing whom in their relationship? After returning to the hotel and bidding farewell to Wanda and the others, Lynch found himself standing before Tony Stark's door, gently knocking. Creak. The door swung open. Behind it was Tony, who had just returned from the police station. Seated on the couch, frowning as he focused on his phone. "Mr. Stark, did you uncover anything significant this afternoon?" Without turning around, Tony replied, "Hey, kid. I've got something important going on right now. The information you seek has already been sent to your phone. If there's nothing else, you may as well head back to your room." All right. Lynch shrugged. "I shall take my leave then." Lynch was not overly concerned with Tony Stark's demeanor. He only cared about obtaining what he desired. After Lynch departed, Tony slightly hunched over, his expression considerably more dejected than before. Today, he had finally managed to pacify Pepper Potts regarding the peculiar markings on his neck. Following that, he went straight to the police station, driven by Lynch's insights. As he regarded the electric whip-wielding villain with considerable seriousness. At the station, Tony Stark encountered Ivan Vanko, the man behind the whip, and learned of his origins. The crimes of Ivan Vanko are deserving of the gravest punishment. Absent external intervention, his demise is inevitable. In this dire situation, Ivan Vanko, with candor, divulged his origins and other pertinent details to Tony Stark. His motive was solely to ensure that Tony would lend an earnest ear to his subsequent revelation following the shocking intelligence he had just shared. He addressed Tony with a foreboding tone. "There is one more thing." "What is it?" With the prior revelations serving as a backdrop, Tony, indeed, wore a serious expression, attentively listening. Yet, Ivan Vanko suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Tony, palladium poisoning is excruciating. I shall perish, and soon thereafter, you too shall meet your end. At that juncture, the Stark family will fall into ruin, just as the Vanko family has." Ha 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 ha. Thus, it is evident that Ivan Vanko is unhinged. However, it was not the mockery of Ivan Vanko that cast a shadow over Tony Stark's countenance. Rather, upon absorbing Ivan's words, his immediate reaction was, "Surely, this must be a fabrication." Chapter 87. The birthplace of the whip. Upon reflection, Tony Stark found himself contemplating the veracity of Ivan Vanko's words. After all, a person on the brink of death often speaks with remarkable candor. The goodness here does not imply pleasantries, but rather the unvarnished truth. When one approaches the end, their utterances tend to be devoid of falsehood. Many individuals entertain the thought, "After I am gone, let the deluge come." Ivan Vanko is not a paragon of virtue. His mindset is somewhat akin to this. He instructed Jarvis to record the interrogation of Ivan Vanko. Upon reviewing the footage, a thorough analysis revealed a conclusion mirroring Tony Stark's own assessment. At this moment, Tony found himself in a state of turmoil, pondering the circumstances surrounding Ivan Vanko. Was there a web of concealed threats lurking beneath the surface, or was it merely a straightforward quest for vengeance? His thoughts oscillated between these two possibilities. And this inner conflict would likely require a considerable span of time to resolve, ultimately falling solely upon Tony Stark to navigate. Meanwhile, Lynch was in his chamber, perusing the intelligence Tony had sent him. After a cursory glance, he pinpointed the exact location of the birthplace of the whip and uncovered the underlying truth of the whip incident. There were no hidden agendas. Ivan Vanko's statements were entirely truthful. The episode involving the electric whip was merely a simple act of retribution, devoid of any convoluted influences. It could be said that Tony Stark had been misled by Lynch. Should Lynch become aware of Tony's current predicament, he might experience a twinge of guilt, though it is more probable that he would revel in the misfortune, considering Tony's previous disparagement of him. With the location of the whip's origin now clear, Lynch promptly summoned a limited doppelganger, Pain of the Six Paths. Upon its manifestation, Lynch directed Pain to leap from the window and soar toward Moscow. It is well known that Russia is vast, spanning both Asia and Europe, with its capital, Moscow, situated in Europe. The residence of Ivan Vanko was indeed in Moscow. Given that Morocco is also in Europe, the distance was not particularly great. A flight of merely 2 or 3 hours would suffice. To be frank, Pain's velocity far exceeds that of an aircraft, even surpassing that of a fighter jet, which cannot sustain supersonic speeds for extended periods. In contrast, Pain could maintain supersonic flight throughout the journey. As Lynch manipulated Pain's flight while engaged with his mobile device, a knock resonated upon his door. Upon opening it, he found Wanda standing there. "Lynn, it's still early for bed. I wish to spend time with you." Lynch hesitated momentarily, then replied, "Well, I suppose." "Never mind, come in." It is entirely normal for enamored couples to desire each other's company. Lynch harbored a desire to remain in Wanda's company. Thus he did not refuse her request. However, once they entered the room together, Wanda instructed Lynch to take a seat on the sofa. Then, with a face flushed with embarrassment, she settled herself upon his lap. "You seem preoccupied. I shall entertain myself with my phone while you attend to your matters," Wanda remarked. Consequently, Lynch found himself entwined in a state of distraction, embracing Wanda while his mind wandered, controlling the Deva Path Pain with a lack of focus. This lapse nearly resulted in a collision with an aircraft, jolting Lynch back to reality. He then cast aside all sensations of his physical form, dedicating himself entirely to the manipulation of the Deva Path Pain. 2 hours swiftly passed, and amidst the thickets on the outskirts of Moscow, the Deva Path Pain descended from the heavens. Subsequently, he procured a map and followed its guidance to locate the former residence of Ivan Vanko. With a sigh of relief, Lynch's physical self lowered his head, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Wanda had drifted into slumber. Gently, he lifted the girl and placed her upon his bed before returning to the sofa. Meanwhile, the Deva Path Pain commenced its operations. Chapter 88. Illusion Binding Technique. If an ordinary person had their legs compressed under nearly 100 pounds for 2 hours, they would undoubtedly be numb by now. However, Lin Chi felt no such discomfort, attributable to his extraordinary physical strength. With immense willpower, he retracted his gaze, which had unconsciously wandered towards his girlfriend, and redirected his focus to Pain of the Heavenly Path. At that moment, Pain stood in a narrow alleyway. At the end of the alley loomed an iron door, a repurposed warehouse serving as the most economical of dwellings. Without hesitation, Pain raised his hand, and the door swung open on its own. Upon stepping inside, Pain was greeted by a scene of scattered debris, remnants of various electronic devices, and a parrot confined within a cage. Approaching the heap of refuse, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location, birthplace of the whip. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in," he silently affirmed, his expression indifferent as he reached for the cage containing the parrot. If his assumptions were correct, this parrot belonged to Ivan Vanko. While the intelligence of animals is limited and Ivan Vanko was indeed a villain, the parrot remained innocent. Thus, Lin Chi resolved to set it free. With a creak, he opened the cage door, placing the cage upon a table, his eyes fixed on the countdown visible only to him. 3, 2, 1, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating: B class. Sign-in reward: all attributes enhanced. Skill extraction: B class. Once, to his surprise, it was rated B class, prompting a raised eyebrow from Pain. Evidently, the system held a much higher regard for the whip than for Dr. Lizard. With his physical attributes already significantly enhanced, the B-class skill would not burden him excessively, making it quite suitable. Commence skill extraction. Extracting, please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-class skill, Illusion Binding Technique. Skill description: one of the hypnotic abilities possessed by the Sharingan. In the mental realm constructed by the user, the captured individual's limbs will feel as though they are being driven by wedges, rendering their body entirely immobilized, accompanied by a vivid illusion of physical pain, producing an interrogation-like effect. Initial use incurs no cost. Subsequent uses will consume mental energy. Note: the host does not require the Sharingan to utilize this skill. Lin Chi was filled with elation, astonished to have drawn an illusion. A remarkably powerful Sharingan illusion, no less. The illusion binding technique was indeed rated B class, and rightly so, for Uchiha Itachi had once employed this technique to swiftly subdue Orochimaru. At that time, Uchiha Itachi had already ascended to the level of a shadow, while Orochimaru was an established powerhouse of that same caliber. Even though Orochimaru had suffered a depletion of his soul due to reincarnation, and despite the fact that the caster was the formidable Uchiha Itachi wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ability to instantly subdue Orochimaru with the Genjutsu, Kagetsuchi, is undeniably a testament to its might. Excellent. With this, I too possess the ability to control the battlefield. After some contemplation, Lynch resolved to utilize this skill for his original self. He had already mastered the manipulation of A-rank flames, capable of emulating the vast majority of fire-style jutsu from the Naruto series. Thus, the offensive prowess of Flame Hero was sufficiently formidable. However, what Flame Hero lacked was the capability to control the battlefield. Unlike Pain of the Six Paths, who could effortlessly manipulate the very fabric of reality with Shinra Tensei, leaving none able to evade his grasp, this skill was perfectly suited for his original form. Breathing deeply, Pain of the Six Paths felt a sense of fulfillment regarding this mission. Contemplating further, Lynch, who was controlling Pain, planned to dissolve this body directly, as it would allow for the swift conclusion of matters here. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he prepared to dissipate, he felt a heavy weight settle upon his shoulder. Chapter 89. The parrot. With a slight turn of his head, Tendo Pain spotted a bird, a white parrot belonging to Ivan Vanko, perched upon his shoulder. To his surprise, the bird affectionately nuzzled against his cheek. This gesture caused Tendo Pain to shake his head in mild discomfort, exclaiming, "You truly mistake a thief for a father. I have dealt with your master, yet you choose to approach me so warmly. How perplexing." Ultimately, Lynch refrained from allowing Tendo Pain to dissipate entirely. Instead, he commanded him to return with the parrot in tow. After all, it was merely a bird and would not alter the course of events. The most significant aspect was that the parrot was rather aesthetically pleasing, entirely white with a tuft of yellow feathers atop its head. It appeared striking and would make an excellent pet. Moreover, parrots are relatively easy to care for. A daily provision of food and water, along with a change of the birdcage's tray, suffices. Thus, the following morning, when Wanda awoke to find a birdcage by her bedside, her eyes sparkled with delight. However, her cheeks flushed crimson as memories of the previous night flooded back. She had inadvertently fallen asleep in Lynch's embrace. A glance at her attire brought a wave of discouragement. Was she truly so unappealing? Lynch had not even made the slightest advance. Turning her gaze to the side, she noted that Lynch was not in bed. Descending to the living room, she discovered him peacefully slumbering on the sofa. How frustrating. They could have shared the bed. After the events of the previous night, Wanda had mentally prepared herself, yet nothing had transpired, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Lynch awoke, bewildered. What? Sleep together? No. You must have misheard. He stammered, still dazed. And what of that parrot? Wanda covered her face with her hand, her fingertips revealing flushed skin. Naturally shy by nature, she found it remarkable to take any decisive action, let alone to admit such feelings aloud, an impossibility in her eyes. Thus, she swiftly changed the subject. Observing his girlfriend's adorably bashful demeanor, Lynch refrained from pressing further. Instead, he gently drew her into his embrace. He then elucidated the origins of the parrot, revealing that it was a pet belonging to a friend of Pain's. Due to certain circumstances, this individual could no longer care for the creature and had entrusted Pain with the task of finding a new owner. I found the parrot quite appealing, so I decided to bring it here. This was not a fabrication. Lynch abhorred deceiving those close to him. The implication here was clear. Ivan Vanko was Lynch's adversary, and consequently, he was also an enemy to Tendo Pain. Hence, the quotation marks around friend indicated that it was far from a genuine friendship, an intricate detail that Wanda had failed to grasp. Ah, so that is the case. She gradually emerged from her shyness. However, the gazes of Pietro and the others soon rendered her cheeks rosy once more. However, Wanda's shyness did not linger for long. As Pietro and little Peter quickly became captivated by the parrot in Lynch's room, erupting into excited exclamations, it was evident that both were quite fond of the beautiful bird. Where did it come from? Lynch was about to respond when he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Happy. Everyone, gather your belongings. We are heading back. What? The revelation that they were to depart for New York took Lynch and the others by surprise. Originally, Tony had planned to enjoy 3 to 5 days in Morocco, but after encountering such an incident on the first day, Tony Stark and Pepper had lost all desire to continue their vacation. Thus, on the second day, they intended to return home. Since Lynch and his companions had come along with them, they had no choice but to follow suit. Nevertheless, they had at least gotten a glimpse of Morocco's charm the previous day, so it was not entirely in vain for Lynch and the others. Consequently, they hurriedly packed their belongings and boarded Tony's private jet alongside him and Pepper. Chapter 90. Tony Stark's Birthday Party. Part 1. On the plane, Tony was captivated by a beautiful, lively, and charming parrot, and he inquired about it. Observing this, Lynch took the opportunity to explain to Pietro and little Peter, providing an answer nearly identical to the one given to Wanda. The only alteration he made was substituting Pain with a friend. After all, with Pietro, his girlfriend, little Peter, Pepper, and Happy present, Lynch preferred to keep his identity as the Human Torch concealed, ensuring they remained unaware of his connection to Pain. The bond between the Human Torch and Pain was remarkably strong, to the extent that they had formed a superhero duo known as the Firestorm Alliance. "Oh, Lynch, I suddenly feel a desire to have a parrot as well," Tony Stark remarked, pointing at the parrot perched on Lynch's finger, occasionally nuzzling against his arm, addressing Pepper. However, Pepper resolutely shook her head, exclaiming, "No, you don't want that, Tony. Have you forgotten about that turtle? You are not a responsible pet owner." This was indeed true. Tony had once whimsically decided to adopt a pet, a turtle no less, which was considered one of the easiest pets to care for. All it required was a water change every week or two and occasional feeding of turtle food. Yet, due to Tony Stark's negligence, he forgot about his turtle altogether, ultimately leading to its unfortunate demise from starvation. Since then, Pepper had forbidden Tony from owning any pets. Tony Stark shrugged, clarifying that he was merely speaking in jest. He then recalled the upcoming birthday party and said to Lynch, "Lynn, you should come to my birthday party." Surprised, Lynch nodded eagerly. His enthusiasm stemmed not from a desire to experience the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, but rather from the anticipation of the War Machine's unveiling at this particular celebration. There would undoubtedly be a designated area for sign-ins, making it an event Lynch could not afford to miss. Should Tony decide not to extend an invitation, Lynch was prepared to leverage his connections with Colonel James Rhodes. Over the past 6 months, he had diligently maintained contact with the Air Force officer. Regardless of Rhodes' future utility to him, fostering a relationship with a mid-level military official was undoubtedly beneficial, if not imperative. Furthermore, James Rhodes was a genuinely good person, worthy of acquaintance. "Oh, by the way, if you wish to come, you are welcome to join us," Tony remarked, having invited Lynch. And then he turned his attention to Wanda and the others. "Understood, thank you, Mr. Stark," Pietro and his girlfriend replied, but they had no intention of attending. This trip was a result of Lynch's earnest invitation, combined with the fact that they had never visited Morocco before, which was why they had agreed to come. Moreover, having already enjoyed one excursion, they felt that this was their limit. As for the birthday party, unless one had a particularly close relationship with Tony, it would be awkward for anyone else to attend, especially for those who lacked a sense of decorum. Given that Pietro was quite conscious of appearances, this consideration played a significant role in their decision. However, it is highly likely that Wanda will accompany them. After all, her bond with Lynch is significantly closer than that of Pietro with him. After approximately half a day's flight, they returned from Morocco, Europe, to New York City. May Parker joyfully welcomed the new member, whom Peter Parker named Little White, a parrot. Observing this scene, Lynch entrusted the responsibility of caring for Little White to young Peter. In any case, for Lynch, the distinction of pet ownership holds little significance. Thus, it would be better to give the parrot to his brother, Peter Parker, so that he too could find some joy. 3 days later, at 7 in the evening, Lynch took Wanda to Tony's residence. Initially, young Peter wished to join, as it was the birthday celebration of his idol, Tony Stark. However, upon learning that the gathering would consist solely of adults and that the atmosphere might not be particularly pleasant, Aunt May firmly declined young Peter's pleas. With no other recourse, and not wishing to contradict Aunt May's wishes, Lynch acquiesced. Chapter 91. Tony Stark's Birthday Party, Part 2. Thus, Lynch had no choice but to disregard young Peter's tearful expression, heartlessly abandoning him as he stepped outside to drive and pick up Wanda, subsequently heading towards Tony's residence. After a brief journey of several minutes, he parked outside the grand entrance, where an array of luxury vehicles and elegantly attired successful individuals mingled. It was evident that these were the so-called elite, all considered friends of Tony Stark. Wanda felt a twinge of relief, for at that moment, she was impeccably dressed, sparing Lynch any embarrassment. Clad in a delicate white off-shoulder dress paired with black heels, she embodied a perfect blend of innocence and allure. Her hair cascaded down her back, and her youthful visage bore a hint of nervousness. Had she not been linked to Lynch's arm, it was likely that suitors would have approached her without hesitation. All in all, Wanda was stunning at that moment. Interestingly, this very Wanda had been reluctant to don such an outfit just the day prior. The reason lay in her unwillingness to frivolously spend Lynch's money. Despite her diligent efforts in study and work over the past 6 months, she still found herself unable to afford such a dress. More precisely, she simply lacked the disposable income for it. Consequently, after much persuasion, Lynch managed to convince Wanda to let him purchase the gown for her. His reasoning was straightforward. Mr. Stark's social standing far surpassed their own, attending his birthday party. They could not afford to appear less than respectable. It was imperative to dress appropriately. Formal attire was a necessity. Moreover, as my girlfriend, you surely wouldn't want to bring me any disgrace, would you? The more beautiful you are, the more I am drawn to you. Most importantly, you are already mine. Do you truly believe you can escape? If you feel uncomfortable using my money, then offer me some form of compensation. Wanda, half shy and half touched, bestowed upon him a tender kiss. At that moment, Lynch himself was quite dashing, captivating attention with his ensemble. Dressed in a tailored black suit, his hair styled in a mature manner, coupled with his handsome features, he presented an image of striking elegance. Only someone of such stature could command the respect of other male guests, dissuading them from approaching Wanda. However, Lynch's exceptional appearance did little to deter the female attendees. "Hello, handsome. I'm Triple X. If you wouldn't mind, could we exchange contact information?" Lynch politely declined, and before Wanda's cheeks could puff up in protest, he gently kissed her cheek in full view of the crowd, asserting his claim. Thus, he was able to guide Wanda through the throng and into Tony Stark's abode. This was a seaside villa, the very one that had been destroyed by a helicopter in the plot of Iron Man 3. It exuded a strong sense of modernity, beauty, and coolness, resembling something quite extraordinary even in its ruins. The sole downside was its exorbitant cost. Of course, the expense was not a flaw of the property itself, but rather a reflection of the buyer's circumstances. Therefore, Lynch silently resolved to acquire a similar dwelling for himself in the future, not for any other reason than to witness the sun rising over the horizon each morning. Due to Tony's exhortation, Lynch and Wanda entered the premises without hindrance. Inside, beverages were self-serve, accompanied by an abundance of delectable delicacies. Lynch surveyed the room but found no sign of Tony. Instead, he spotted Pepper and approached her to extend a greeting. "Good day, Miss Potts," he said. "And where is Mr. Stark?" Pepper responded with a gracious smile. "Tony is inside preparing. Thank you for attending his birthday celebration." Lynch nodded appreciatively and presented a box to Pepper. "This is a birthday gift we prepared, not of great value, but a token of our goodwill." The gift was a parrot figurine, meticulously crafted by Lynch and Wanda in a 1-to-1 scale from clay, inspired by their pet, Little White. Since Tony Stark was not suited for pet ownership, they decided on a decorative pet instead, alleviating any concerns about the potential demise of a live animal. Upon grasping Lynch's thoughtful gesture, Pepper's perception of him and Wanda improved significantly. Chapter 92. Absurd. Pepper Potts expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and with great consideration, suggested that if they found the atmosphere dull, they could indulge in some refreshments nearby. Naturally, Lynch and Wanda nodded in agreement. Having exchanged gifts, they found themselves unfamiliar with the other guests, leading them to conclude that partaking in food would be the most enjoyable option. In truth, Lynch's primary reason for attending Tony's gathering was simply to savor the delicacies. Meanwhile, as Lynch and Wanda enjoyed their snacks outside, Tony sat alone in a room. Donning his attire, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest, surrounded by ominous black markings, and his mood grew exceedingly heavy. Even though it was his birthday, joy eluded him. He had just assessed the toxicity level of palladium within his body, which stood at a staggering 89%. This was no mere poisoning. It was as if venom had mingled with blood. That he had not yet succumbed was nothing short of a miraculous feat. At that moment, Natasha Romanoff, known to the world as Black Widow and ostensibly Tony's assistant, entered the room. She held several watches, presenting them to Tony and inquiring which one he preferred. However, Tony halted her with a pressing question. "If today were your last birthday party, how would you wish to celebrate?" Natasha furrowed her brow, discerning the gravity of the situation. Though she had her suspicions, she answered candidly, "If this were my final birthday celebration, I would do whatever I desired, without restraint." Tony appeared inspired by her response. He set aside the watches, instructed Natasha to depart, and rose to don his Iron Man suit. Tonight, he intended to revel in unrestrained indulgence. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, this would indeed be the last birthday party of Tony Stark's life. Elsewhere, in Justin Hammer's weapons factory, Ivan Vanko, who was meant to languish in prison, now strode confidently as he modified the counterfeit Iron Man suits stored within the warehouse. Despite the altered circumstances leading to his incarceration, Ivan's fate had not significantly changed. His exceptional skills caught the eye of Justin Hammer, who employed cunning tactics to extricate him from prison. In return, Ivan was tasked with creating Iron Man suits for Hammer. At that moment, Ivan was diligently working on his assignment. Yet, he disregarded Hammer's explicit instructions, opting instead to develop Iron Soldiers and his own upgraded Whiplash Iron Man suit. His intent was to exact revenge on Tony, rather than to appease Justin Hammer. It could be said that Ivan was skillfully leveraging this opportunity to his advantage. Moreover, through television news, Ivan learned that today marked Tony Stark's birthday. Observing the bustling crowd on the screen, he sneered disdainfully, "Tony, enjoy your last birthday party to the fullest." His words carried a double entendre, hinting not only at Tony Stark's palladium poisoning but also at the grim fate that awaited him. It is said that in the near future, Ivan Vanko will don his whip-like steel armor, accompanied by his metallic soldiers, marching forth to crush Tony Stark and annihilate the Stark lineage, avenging his father, Anton Vanko. Lynch gazed at Tony, clad in his iron suit, spinning records on stage, and could not help but shake his head. How has it come to this? Yet, Lynch had no intention of intervening, in his view. The iron armor was Tony's personal possession, and he was free to utilize it as he pleased. However, to others, Tony Stark's antics were rather disappointing. Among these others were Pepper Potts, who had witnessed Tony emerge in his iron suit, and James Rhodes, who, despite having defended Tony before military officials in light of the Morocco incident, still chose to attend the birthday celebration. The reactions of these two individuals to Tony's absurd behavior diverged significantly. Pepper approached Wanda, intending to take her and Lynch away, while James Rhodes glared furiously at Tony. Subsequently, he entered Tony's laboratory and donned the silver Mark II iron suit. Chapter 93. War Machine. Oh, Tony! Pepper Potts cried out. Just moments ago, due to her urging, Tony, who was on the verge of losing control, not only disregarded her counsel, but became infuriated. To her shock, he raised his hand and obliterated a glass wall with his particle cannon, right before her eyes. Pepper was both terrified and disappointed in Tony. And this was the fundamental reason for her decision to leave temporarily. She loved him dearly, but she could not accept the Tony Stark who was spiraling out of control. Thus, she chose to depart. As she left, Pepper decided to take with her the seemingly innocent Lynch and Wanda, who had caught her eye. In the crowd, a woman hurled a bottle, and Tony retaliated with his particle cannon. Lynch produced a tissue and handed it to Wanda, instructing her to follow Pepper outside. What about you, Lynch? Wanda grasped Lynch's hand, her expression filled with concern. However, Lynch shook his head. I must remain here. Perhaps Mr. Stark requires assistance. As he spoke, he winked at Wanda, signaling her to comply. Knowing Lynch's superhero identity, Wanda reluctantly nodded in agreement. You must be careful. Oh, no, Pepper exclaimed, shaking her head. Lynn Parker. Can't you see? Tony has lost control. He is dangerous. The situation was rather absurd. Here was the home of the superhero Iron Man, yet Pepper, his girlfriend, felt it was unsafe. The most astonishing part was that the source of her unease stemmed from the very superhero, Tony Stark. Even Lynch, at this moment, no longer believed that Tony's reckless behavior was justified. Setting aside the responsibilities of a superhero, casually wielding powerful weapons was inherently irresponsible. Lynch's mind was already contemplating how to intervene with Tony Stark. Of course, he would only do so after the War Machine made his entrance. Otherwise, it would contradict the very purpose of his presence here. Thus, in response to Pepper's pleas, Lynch shook his head. I have my reasons for staying. You wouldn't want Tony to be left unattended in his inebriated state, would you? Fear not. I shall observe from a distance. There will be no issues. Unable to persuade Lynch, Pepper had no choice but to take Wanda and leave. However, she was infuriated. Men could be utterly exasperating. Each one was as stubborn as a mule. They were utterly unreasonable, showing no regard for the thoughts and feelings of those who cared for them. Wanda agreed. Yet at this moment, she could only offer comfort to Pepper. Look what I've got. At that moment, the woman who had first thrown the bottle emerged, clutching a large watermelon. Suddenly, she hurled it into the air with great force. Tony did not disappoint the throngs of revelers. He activated the reactor embedded in his chest and unleashed a formidable particle cannon. Bang! The watermelon shattered into countless fragments, resembling a cascade of blood. At that moment, James Rhodes emerged from the laboratory, clad in the Mark II Iron Man suit. He made his way to the living room, surveying the audience with a cold demeanor, and declared, I will only say this once. The presence of a microphone ensured his voice captured everyone's attention. As the crowd turned to regard the figure adorned in gleaming silver armor, he narrowed his eyes and commanded, Get out. With a snap, the silver faceplate sealed shut, instantly emanating an overwhelming aura of technological prowess. This was the formidable presence bestowed by the weaponry. The original Rhodes was merely an ordinary man with a modicum of military combat skills. Yet now, he exuded an impression akin to a war machine. This sentiment was not misplaced, for the Iron Man suit was, in essence, a veritable instrument of warfare. Chapter 94. The arrival of the Flame Hero. If a nation could equip all its soldiers with this suit of iron armor, it would undoubtedly ascend to global supremacy, with no possibility of failure. After all, Iron Man had redirected the trajectory of a nuclear missile, thereby indirectly saving the entirety of New York City. If Iron Man could achieve such feats, then all who don the Mark series armors would be capable of the same. Thus, in the presence of an army of Iron Men, nuclear weapons would hold little efficacy. Amidst the chaos, guests scrambled to escape, embodying the fickle nature of the elite. Indeed, it echoed the sentiment that in the face of death, all are equal. This time, Lynch chose not to linger in the living room, but instead followed the tide of people out of the seaside villa. Remaining in the living room would risk exposure, a fate he wished to avoid. Outside the villa, Lynch found Wanda and embraced her, whispering in her ear, I must put an end to this farce. Stay outside and do not wander. Await my return. Wanda's eyes filled with concern, yet she did not impede him, merely responding, You must return safely. Indeed. Lynch affirmed with a nod, donning the mask he always carried. He then dashed to the edge of the cliff, and under the cover of night, leapt into the abyss, unseen by all but Wanda. The cliff soared several meters, and the descent took a few seconds. In midair, Lynch transformed into the Flame Man. Engulfed in flames, soaring upward. Within the living room of the seaside villa, James Rhodes, clad in silver iron armor, pointed accusingly at Tony Stark. Adorned in red and gold armor, and coldly demanded, "You do not deserve to wear that suit. Remove it." Yet Tony dismissed the gravity of the situation, turning his back to Rhodes and declaring, "Hey, turn up the music. This is not a situation to fear." "Very well, Mr. Stark," the DJ remarked, peering out at the menacing silver armor. Without a hint of hesitation, he played the pre-recorded music and swiftly exited the villa. Amidst the rhythmic beats, Rhodes charged forward to seize Tony, exclaiming, "Did you not hear my words? I told you to take it off." However, Tony, relying on his innate instincts as Iron Man and his seamless synergy with the armor, unleashed a volley of particle beams from his hands and chest, sending both himself and Rhodes sprawling. With a thunderous crash, the reinforced concrete wall crumbled before them, as if it were mere clay, yielding to their force and creating a substantial breach. They grappled fiercely, one sending the other flying, each demonstrating the ferocity of destruction. Their actions mirrored that of wrecking crews, threatening to dismantle the multi-million-dollar seaside villa piece by piece. The ferocity of their conflict surpassed that of countless battles. Upon realizing this, as Tony was struck by Rhodey and sent towards the furnace, he shook his head and rose, raising his right hand. The particle cannon was primed and ready. Rhodey too raised his hand, the particle cannon in his palm flickering ominously, just as they were on the verge of replicating the original scene of their particle cannons clashing. A fiery figure descended from the heavens amidst the gasps of the onlookers outside the villa, landing in the courtyard. "Oh my goodness, it is the Human Torch." The Human Torch has actually arrived. Initially harboring a desire for Tony's demise, Pepper, upon witnessing the appearance of the Human Torch, found herself inexplicably concerned for Tony's safety. Observing Pepper's expression, Wanda swiftly approached her to offer reassurance, saying, "Fear not. The Human Torch will not harm Mr. Stark. After all, he saved Iron Man during the Morocco incident." Hearing Wanda's words, Pepper's anxiety eased somewhat. Yet, she stubbornly insisted, I'm not worried about that guy at all." Chapter 95. Instant confinement. "He is utterly despicable. I cannot fathom why I was ever attracted to him." Upon hearing such words from Little Pepper, Wanda instinctively recalled the day she first encountered Lynch. Thus, in response to Little Pepper's inquiry, Wanda held a clear answer in her heart. In a moment of peril, the arrival of a gallant prince, how could Wanda possibly resist such a lure? Meanwhile, within the coastal villa, as Lynch stepped into the living room, both Rhodes and Tony were drawn to him, halting their activities. Rhodes aimed his palm-mounted cannon at Lynch and demanded, "You are the Human Torch. What brings you here?" Tony, slightly inebriated, belched before slurring, "Human Torch, what do you think of my party? Care for a drink?" Beneath his mask, Lynch maintained a stern demeanor as he replied, "I am here to put an end to this farce." "End it? You?" Tony Stark scoffed. "Human Torch. Perhaps your flames wield considerable intimidation over others. However, against me, clad in my iron armor, you possess virtually no combat capability." Rhodes nodded in agreement, acknowledging the thick metallic armor that could thwart the assault of flames. Additionally, with the fire-retardant coating Tony had previously applied to his suit, he regarded Lynch's abilities with palpable disdain. Upon hearing their remarks and observing their demeanor, Lynch decided to abandon his earlier notion of holding back. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the illusionary technique, Sealing Spell. Originally, Lynch intended to engage in a fiery battle with the two, striving to strenuously defeat them while preserving their dignity. However, he soon realized that his flames would likely prove ineffective against them. Fueled by irritation, he resolved to swiftly deal with the duo. Thus, Lynch internally declared, "I shall grant you a modicum of face. Sit down, both of you." His eyes morphed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, and he fixed his gaze upon Rhodes. This illusion was singular in nature, necessitating individual application. At that moment, Rhodes, fully alert, represented the greatest threat to Lynch, making him the prime target. In Rhodes' perspective, for colossal iron spikes descended from above. As he prepared to evade, he realized his iron suit had vanished, and the spikes accelerated, piercing his body and pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Bang. With a cry of pain, the silver suit involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Rhodes' predicament, Tony became somewhat lucid, gazing at Lynch in astonishment. "What have you done to Rhodes?" Yet, before he could finish, he found himself ensnared by a pair of red, spiral-shaped eyes. Consequently, Tony experienced an identical fate to Rhodes. His iron suit disappeared, and he too was impaled to the ground by 4 massive iron spikes. A profound wave of pain surged through Tony, eliciting an involuntary cry from his lips. In that moment, clarity returned to him. He beheld 2 suits of Iron Man armor, seated on the ground in nearly identical postures, and a smile crept across Lynch's lips beneath his mask. He decided to let these 2 individuals remain in their current state for a while, allowing them to fully awaken. Meanwhile, Lynch positioned himself at the site where the two had initially confronted one another, ready to check in. Ding. The host is at the check-in location, the birthplace of War Machine. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Lynch silently affirmed. Ding. The host is officially at the check-in location, the birthplace of War Machine, and the check-in process has commenced. The duration for check-in is 10 seconds. Exiting midway will result in a failure to check-in. Lynch glanced at the incapacitated War Machine, James Rhodes, and Iron Man, Tony Stark. Feeling a sense of calm wash over him, he realized that neither of them could interfere with his actions. Thus, he resolved to let them endure the torment of the colossal steel spikes embedded within them, urging them to withstand these 10 seconds. Chapter 96, The Astonishment of S. H. I. E. L. D. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating, B level. Sign-in reward, all attributes enhancement. Skill extraction, B level. Once, to his surprise, it was also a B level skill. Lynch felt a wave of excitement as he recalled his recent sign-in with Ivan Vanko, where he acquired the formidable skill of illusion, shackling technique. It is undeniable that illusions wield immense power in the Marvel Universe. In this realm, apart from a few sorcerers, the general populace possesses virtually no resistance to illusions. A prime example is Loki, who skillfully manipulated many with his illusionary tricks. Lynch's illusion skills, however, surpass even Loki's capabilities. It can be said that as long as he does not encounter a sorcerer from Kamartosh, his illusions are invincible. Thus, at this moment, sharing the same B-level skill extraction, Lynch hoped that he could draw an illusion skill once more. Nevertheless, it was not the opportune moment for skill extraction. Lynch needed to address the matters concerning the two Iron Men first. In the courtyard of the seaside villa, upon witnessing the arrival of the Human Torch, Black Widow Natasha sprang into action. She stealthily infiltrated the yard, concealing herself in a manner unnoticed by others. Simultaneously, she activated her earpiece to report, Agent Stark and James Rhodes are engaged in combat, both clad in Iron Man suits. Additionally, the Human Torch has entered the fray, seemingly attempting to halt their confrontation. A response crackled through the earpiece. Agent Romanoff, continue surveillance. Do not engage and prioritize your safety. Received. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff observed the Human Torch as he stepped inside. While pondering a perplexing question, who exactly is the Human Torch? Even to this day, S. H. I. E. L. D. remains oblivious to the true identity of the Human Torch. This is not due to Lynch's exceptional concealment or the incompetence of S. H. I. E. L. D. agents in uncovering clues, but rather because S. H. I. E. L. D. dares not investigate. Once the stances of both the Human Torch and the enigmatic Thanos were revealed to the public, all inquiries concerning them ceased. Whether from S. H. I. E. L. D. or Hydra, neither faction dared to pursue further investigations. The rationale is straightforward. They fear that Thanos might locate their headquarters and unleash a catastrophic attack. Such a capability, to obliterate vast areas in an instant, lies in the hands of an individual whose strength is formidable, rendering conventional countermeasures futile. This is an insurmountable dilemma. Hence, they opted to avoid provoking Thanos and the Human Torch, steering clear of any confrontation. This approach is the guiding principle for both S. H. I. E. L. D. and the Hydra operatives embedded within it. Consequently, even though S. H. I. E. L. D. Director Nick Fury possesses Lynch's phone number, he remains unaware of the Human Torch's true identity on the other end. However, it is precisely due to this policy that Black Widow Natasha has developed a curiosity about the Human Torch. In truth, everyone harbors a fascination with the visage concealed beneath the mask of the Human Torch. Some individuals maliciously speculate that perhaps the Flame Knight is quite unattractive, which is why he conceals his face. However, despite her curiosity, Natasha refrains from taking any action. After all, obedience to orders and adherence to command is an essential quality of every exemplary agent. Thus, this blend of curiosity and restraint compels Natasha to cast her gaze upon the Flame Knight with increasing intensity. Then, she witnesses a scene that leaves her utterly astonished. The Flame Knight merely glances at Iron Man and War Machine, and astonishingly, those two formidable heroes, encased in layers of armor, collapse to the ground. What manner of power is this? How could he so effortlessly subdue two powerful superheroes in an instant? Curiosity, shock, fear, exhilaration, and excitement swirl within her. Amidst such overwhelming emotions, Natasha hesitates not for a moment and reports the current situation. Instantly, the earpiece falls into an unexpected silence. In the Triskelion building of S. H. I. E. L. D. in Director Nick Fury's office on the top floor, it is nighttime, yet the place remains brilliantly illuminated. Chapter 97. The conclusion. Nick Fury was working overtime, striving to resolve the situation concerning Tony Stark. Suddenly, upon hearing Natasha report that the Human Torch had instantaneously subdued Iron Man and War Machine, he stood frozen in disbelief. With a swift motion, he covered his forehead with his hand, displaying a perplexed expression. What is happening here? Agent Romanoff, are you jesting? Are you certain you did not misinterpret the situation? Shouldn't it be Iron Man and War Machine who swiftly subdued the flesh and blood Human Torch? Fury's thoughts echoed those of Tony and Rhodey. He believed that while the Human Torch possessed formidable flames, they would be futile against Iron Man. After all, it would take several seconds for steel to melt under temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees. The Human Torch's flames, as they had previously assessed, did not exceed 1,000 degrees. At such a temperature, it would take at least a minute to melt the special materials of Iron Man's armor. And Iron Man would never allow himself to be burned for that long. Consequently, with an S-H-I-E-L-D, the combat capability of the Human Torch was deemed inferior to that of Iron Man. Yet, at this moment, reality delivered a resounding slap to S-H-I-E-L-D's face. Sir, how could I possibly jest about such a matter? As she spoke, Natasha activated her portable camera and began recording. I have captured the footage, and I will upload it to your phone shortly. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Nick Fury began to believe her claims. He was astonished to discover that the Human Torch possessed such incredible power. It appeared imperative to elevate the regard for the Human Torch significantly. Thus, Nick Fury issued a command. Agent Romanoff, continue surveillance, but do not act recklessly. Simply observe quietly. Your capabilities are vastly inferior to theirs. Should you be caught in the crossfire and lose your life, it would be a tremendous loss for S-H-I-E-L-D. Understood. Natasha nodded in agreement, fully intending to adhere to Fury's instructions. Though she feared not death, she had no desire to perish so frivolously. Dying valiantly on the battlefield was one thing. Succumbing to the aftermath of another's battle was the most foolish way to meet one's end. As the Black Widow and a crowd of onlookers observed, the fiery Human Torch approached Tony and Rhodey, dispelling the illusions that had ensnared them. Both men collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Although it was merely an illusion, the binding technique inflicted a pain so real that it rendered them incapacitated. Even formidable beings like Orochimaru were not exempt, however. When defeated by Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru had desperately clung to consciousness, barely managing to remain upright. All right, have you both calmed down? If not, I am more than willing to administer another round to each of you. Beneath the mask, Lynch's eyes were fixed intently upon the two individuals, his demeanor unmistakably serious. It was evident that he spoke the truth. Although the illusion was classified as B-grade, its energy consumption was minimal, merely 10 points of mental strength per use. Following this encounter, Lynch possessed an impressive total of 110 points of mental strength, allowing him to perform the binding technique 11 times. Additionally, with the initial bonus use, he had a total of 12 opportunities. This meant Lynch could subject them to 5 more rounds if he so desired. Enough. Let us regain our composure, Tony exclaimed hastily. Meanwhile, Rhodey, with a hint of fear and anger in his voice, demanded, Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do with us? Lynch, somewhat exasperated, retorted, If I had wished to do anything to you, I would have acted already. You were utterly defenseless, seated on the ground for a full 10 seconds, and I could have made you remain there even longer. Rhodey fell silent, fully aware that the fiery figure before him was indeed speaking the truth. Observing that the two had finally calmed down, Lynch remarked, Very well. Since you both have regained your composure, there is no further issue. I shall take my leave, to take care not to allow others to witness our superheroic folly. With that, flames erupted around Lynch, propelling him away from the seaside villa. Chapter 98 Consequences. Departing from the seaside villa, Lynch retraced his steps, employing the same tactics, and returned to Wanda's side. After offering her some comfort and bidding farewell to Pepper, Lynch drove away with Wanda. Upon witnessing their departure, Pepper cast a glance at Tony, who remained dazed at home, gritted her teeth, and turned her car around to leave. The other guests also began to disperse. As they watched the figure of the Human Torch fade away, Iron Man Tony Stark and War Machine James Rhodes were left in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Human Torch's appearance was solely to prevent the absurdity that was unfolding between them. Rhodes and Tony were rendered speechless. Although the Human Torch acted in their best interest, the situation was simultaneously a significant issue and a trivial matter. Nevertheless, the method displayed by the Human Torch profoundly shocked both Tony and Rhodes. They had never envisioned that he could incapacitate them with a single move. In their minds, clad in their iron suits, neither Tony nor Rhodes believed they were far from invincibility. Yet reality dealt them a harsh blow. At this moment, they found themselves devoid of any inclination to continue fighting. After the Human Torch swiftly subdued them, their conflict had indeed devolved into a farce. Thus, James Rhodes contemplated leaving. However, he considered Tony's current predicament, and a new idea emerged within him, to take away the Iron Man suit. The Department of Defense and the military exerted daily pressure on Tony, yet Rhodes had shielded him from the onslaught, shouldering the burden alone. James Rhodes had gone to such lengths for Tony because he believed in him, trusted his dear friend, Iron Man, and deeply felt that Tony could emerge as a superhero in the eyes of the public. Yet today, Rhodes suddenly realized that perhaps Iron Man alone could not accomplish this. After all, Tony's condition was dire. Consequently, someone had to share the weight of Tony's pressures and responsibilities. Rhodes thought of himself and aspired to become Iron Man, thus leading him to make this decision. With a click, the helmet opened, revealing his somber face. He gazed at Tony with a complex expression. However, this complexity lasted only a moment before transforming into resolve. He left Tony with a look that conveyed disappointment, then piloted the silver-white Mark II Iron Man suit away from the seaside villa. Seeing the look in Rhodes' eyes, Tony Stark reached out in an attempt to retain him. But ultimately, he found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Tony was on the brink of realization. He understood that his reckless behavior stemmed from the awareness of his own mortality. However, as he gazed upon the dilapidated home and watched the familiar figures recede into the distance, Tony finally comprehended that even indulgence could not justify hurting those around him. But it was too late. He had already caused pain to two individuals who were profoundly significant to him. At this moment, Tony could indeed have pursued them if he had chosen to do so. The flight speed of the Iron Man suit was remarkably high. Even if he could not catch up with Rhodey, he should have been able to reach Pepper. Yet ultimately, Tony opted not to follow. He suddenly felt that an apology would be futile. After all, he was on the brink of death. When life extinguishes, nothing remains. Perhaps by withholding an apology, Pepper might be less likely to forget him so swiftly. This was a slight selfishness on Tony's part. Thus, he resolved to let it be. He did not remove his Iron Man suit, but instead sealed his helmet and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, after escorting Wanda home, Lynch returned to his own abode. He first reassured Aunt May, who was anxiously concerned after witnessing the events at Tony Stark's birthday party on television, fearing for Lynch's safety. Once he had calmed Aunt May, Lynch retreated to his room, preparing to acquire a new skill. Chapter 99. Illusion. The art of Nirvana. Lynch's recent actions were not merely to thwart the antics of Tony Stark and James Rhodes, as they might have presumed. His maneuvers were driven by a distinctly defined objective, to sign in and acquire shock value. Preventing the unfolding drama between the two was merely a byproduct. Now that he had successfully checked in, earning a B rating, it was time to draw a new B-level skill. The accumulation of shock value required time to mature. Akin to the previous incident in Morocco, while he amassed hundreds of thousands overnight, Lynch's total shock value had soared to over 380,000. In the span of 3 days, averaging 1 million shock value per day, his gains were substantial. Although not on par with the explosive surge from the previous event, it was nonetheless considerable. Lynch was confident that today's endeavor would yield even greater shock value. However, for the moment, he would first summon a new skill. Previously, Lynch had envisioned that his newly acquired B-level skill would also be an illusion. After all, in the Marvel Universe, while illusions might not be the pinnacle of power, they certainly held their ground within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. More crucially, Lynch found himself in greater need of crowd control skills rather than sheer destructive force. He already possessed at least 2 or 3 formidable skills with high lethality. Among his arsenal, the S-level skill, Divine Might, which wields the power of spatial slashes, is an unstoppable force against any defense. This skill stood as the mightiest spear in Lynch's possession. As for the cataclysmic star, Lynch speculated that unless one was a being of celestial or godly caliber, escape from its grasp was impossible. This skill was undoubtedly the second most powerful spear in Lynch's repertoire. The skill of fire manipulation allowed Lynch to deftly control flames and replicate numerous powerful fire-based jutsu, showcasing limitless potential and significant lethality. Furthermore, the A-level skill, Universal Pull, was a formidable blend of offense and defense, earning its title as the most powerful A-level skill. With these 4 skills at his disposal, Lynch felt sufficiently equipped in terms of offense. Thus, what he craved were defensive and crowd control skills. However, Lynch maintained a steadfast belief that the best defense was a formidable offense. If he could vanquish all his adversaries, then none could inflict harm upon him. Was that not the ultimate form of defense? Indeed. Therefore, Lynch sought crowd control techniques to immobilize his foes, allowing him to unleash his devastating skills and decisively end the conflict. This fervent desire for illusions stemmed from his aspiration for an abundance of such abilities. While the illusion of chains was powerful and effective, it was limited to single target control. What if he were besieged by multiple attackers? Thus, at this moment, Lynch yearned for a collective crowd control illusion, such as the illusion of dark passage. This technique, conceived by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was a formidable illusion that, once enacted, could render a vast area of enemies blind. Should this technique be delved into to a profound extent, it would not only possess the capacity to strip away an adversary's vision, hearing, and sense of smell, but even their tactile sensations could be rendered null. Such an illusion, once ensnared, would render one as helpless as a fish upon a cutting board, ripe for slaughter. However, at this moment, it is highly improbable that Lynch could draw such an illusionary art. For this technique, Lynch surmised, is at the very least of a rank, with the possibility of being S rank. Presently, Lynch's level for drawing skills is B rank. Nonetheless, what he might ultimately obtain remains a mystery until the draw is complete. Thus, Lynch silently intoned, draw a new skill. Simultaneously, he fervently chanted, bestow upon me an illusion, grant me an illusion, oh grant me an illusion. Drawing in progress, please hold. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring B rank skill. Illusion, the art of Nirvana abode. Skill description, upon casting, a vast array of feather-like illusions descends, inducing a state of slumber in enemies within the area. They can be awakened. The target zone is an immense field of illusionary power. A spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters, colorless and intangible, capable of relocating at the caster's will. Initial use incurs no cost. Subsequent uses will deplete mental energy. Chapter 100, The Surge of Astonishment. Lynch was exceptionally astonished. He had never anticipated that he would indeed draw the illusion technique, and a large-scale control illusion at that. Perhaps this system should be renamed to the Universal Sign and System for manifesting one's desires. Or could it be that this system is akin to my future son, demonstrating such filial piety towards its father? Not wishing to indulge in further idle chatter, Lynch recognized that this situation was advantageous for him. Hence he refrained from probing deeper. He then redirected his focus to his newfound skill. The illusion technique, Nirvana abode technique, is a powerful illusion employed by one of the pivotal characters in the latter part of the Naruto narrative, Yakushi Kabuto. This technique first made its appearance during Kabuto's involvement in the Konoha collapse plan, where he collaborated with several ninjas from the Sound and Sand villages to unleash a formidable illusion upon all attendees of the Chunin exam venue. Upon the successful execution of this illusion, the arena, teeming with tens of thousands, fell into a deep slumber, save for those ninjas capable of dispelling illusions. Regardless of whether they were ninjas, commoners, or nobles, all succumbed to sleep, highlighting the sheer potency of this technique. However, such a vast range does come with its drawbacks. It can be interrupted by others, whether through the use of chakra to activate the dispelling technique or by physical means to awaken those ensnared. Were it not for the possibility of physical awakening or the basic dispelling technique, this technique would transcend the B rank classification, ascending instead to A rank or even S rank potency. Having grasped these nuances, Lynch found himself increasingly satisfied with this technique. Such a formidable control skill, even if the affected individuals could be roused. The brief moments of control were sufficient. This interval would grant Lynch the opportunity to execute a significant maneuver. Indeed, over the past 6 months, Lynch had secretly devised several lethal techniques, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash them and accrue astonishment points. This is a general overview of the illusion technique, Nirvana abode technique. Lynch then shifted his attention to the astonishment points. That afternoon, while accompanying Wanda to Tony's birthday celebration, the astonishment points had surged to 3,200,000 following the fallout from the Morocco incident. Now, approximately an hour had elapsed since he had educated Tony and Rhodey. While soothing May, he caught a glimpse of the midnight news on the television. Iron Man loses control. War Machine emerges, but Flame Hero remains unyielding. Perhaps the Flame Hero is the mightiest of superheroes, without exception. The accompanying image depicted Iron Man and War Machine kneeling before the Flame Hero, as if they were paying homage to him. This left Lynch feeling somewhat peculiar. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. Thus, the astonishment points should witness another surge, right? As anticipated, when Lynch accessed his personal attribute panel, he blinked in excitement. Host, Lynch, Lynn Parker. Attributes, Strength 110, Speed 110, Stamina 210, Mental Power 110, Skills, Earth-Shattering Star, S, Divine Might, S, Gravitational Control, A, Divine Destruction, A, Flame Manipulation, A, Limited Cloning, B, Dual Focus, B, Illusion Technique, Binding Technique, B, Illusion Technique, Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, B, Shock Value, 3, 752. 600. Previously it was 3,200,000. Now it has surged to over 3,700,000, an astonishing increase of 500,000. In just 1 hour, 500,000. This is truly bountiful. Could it be that this is a consequence of confronting the superheroes? A suspicion flickered through Lynch's mind. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Resolutely, he reaffirmed his conviction. It appears that in the future, I must orchestrate events surrounding the superheroes. Instantly, whether it be Iron Man, War Machine, or even Thor, who had returned to Asgard, felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, as if someone were coveting them. Chapter 101. Old Tony 3,700,000 points of shock value. Oh no, it has now increased to 3,800,000. Such a considerable amount of shock value is, in truth, not excessive. Lynch had previously possessed even more. However, it is certainly not insignificant. After careful contemplation, Lynch resolved to allocate 500,000 points to enhance his mental strength by 10 points. The remaining shock value would remain untouched for the time being, as he intended to accumulate it for future skill enhancement. The decision to bolster his mental attributes stemmed from Lynch's pressing need for this particular quality. Presently, he wielded 2 illusion skills, as well as the critically important limited clone skill, all of which demanded substantial mental energy. Thus, enhancing his mental strength was imperative, akin to his reasons for augmenting physical stamina. After all, the majority of skills deplete physical resources. As Lynch allocated points to his mental strength, he felt a gentle, cool breeze caress his mind, sharpening his thoughts and bringing him a sense of ease. His mental strength, previously at 110, rose to 120. However, after some reflection, Lynch deemed 120 to be rather precarious. Consequently, he expended another 500,000 points of shock value to elevate his mental strength further to 130. This adjustment reduced his shock value from 3,800,000 to 2,800,000. Nonetheless, it was a worthy investment. Lynch was quite pleased. He anticipated that his shock value would increase in the future, and losing this 1 million was of no concern to him. In the days to come, he would await the unfolding of the event involving Flame Hero's defeat of Iron Man and War Machine, which promised to yield a substantial amount of shock value for Lynch. Additionally, he looked forward to the appearance of Whiplash and his mechanical army. During this period of waiting, Lynch would not remain idle. He intended to enjoy excursions with his close companions. After all, once the summer break concluded, he would embark on his university journey, a time when such leisurely moments would become scarce. The following morning, at the seaside villa, Tony Stark awoke after a night spent in his armored suit. As he emerged from his slumber, he found himself still encased in the rigid shell of his armor, leaving his head buzzing. Admittedly, despite the suit's perfect fit, sleeping in such unyielding metal was uncomfortable for anyone. It took him a moment to recall the events of the previous day and to grasp his current situation. However, as he rose, he noticed 2 familiar figures in his home. One was the bald man with an eye patch, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other was the secretary he had previously arranged for Pepper Potts, Natasha, if he recalled correctly. "What are you doing in my home?" Tony inquired, his brow furrowing as he sat up. "Mr. Stark, could you please remove your helmet so we can have breakfast?" Natasha offered, holding out a meal box to him. Tony frowned, removing the Iron Man helmet and accepting the meal box. "You still haven't answered my question." He glanced at the takeout box, which contained several donuts and a burger. "Oh, not bad, Natasha. I believe you are quite suited for the role of a secretary." "Natasha, Mr. Stark," she corrected him. At that moment, Tony noticed Natasha's attire, far from the typical urban chic of a secretary. She was clad in the form-fitting combat gear of an agent. He even spotted a firearm holstered at her waist. "So, you are one of those agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. You ought to apologize to me. And Natasha, you're fired." Natasha shook her head. "Mr. Stark, I am employed by Ms. Pepper Potts. You have no authority to dismiss me." Faced with Natasha's retort, Tony scoffed dismissively, recalling his ongoing argument with Pepper, which deterred him from pursuing the matter further. He turned to Nick Fury, shaking his head. "Apologies. I seem to be suffering from a slight hangover. I do not wish to mislead you, but should I be gazing at your eye patch or your eye?" Opening with such a sensitive subject, it was indeed characteristic of Tony Stark. Chapter 102. Unraveling the Heart's Knot. Moreover, I still have no desire to join your Superboy organization. If that is the purpose of your visit, you may leave. Tony, feeling he had discerned Nick Fury's intentions, outright declined. Yet Nick Fury shook his head, stating, "Tony, we are here to assist you. This is Agent Natasha Romanoff. Upon learning of your illness, I dispatched Natasha to observe your condition. Now, the time has come." Nick Fury remained unperturbed as he gestured towards a suitcase beside Tony. When Tony turned to look, Natasha swiftly produced a syringe and deftly injected it into the nape of Tony's neck. Pressing the syringe, she introduced its contents into his body. Oh! Tony felt a refreshing sensation coursing from head to toe, and the gray markings on his neck quickly began to fade. "Are you planning to sell my kidney?" "I hope to retain at least one," Natasha clarified. "This is a lithium dioxide injection, effective in alleviating the symptoms of your palladium poisoning." A spark of hope ignited within Tony, awakening a sudden thirst for life. If survival is possible, who would willingly choose death? "I believe that with just 2 more injections, I could achieve complete recovery," Tony exclaimed, his demeanor shifting significantly. "This injection can only relieve the symptoms, not eradicate them. If you wish to survive, you must address the root of the problem," Nick Fury replied. Tony grew serious. "I have experimented with all possible elemental combinations in an attempt to replace palladium. Yet, none have succeeded, which is why I find myself in this predicament." "So, you appointed Miss Pepper Potts as the president of the corporation?" carelessly distributing your assets and even gifting your Iron Man suit to your friend? Nick Fury countered, perhaps the issue with your illness lies within your mind. I did not gift the Iron Man suit to Rhodey. He took it from me, Tony retorted defiantly. Natasha exposed, Mr. Stark. Your system possesses unauthorized functionalities that cannot be accessed, yet James Rhodes is able to utilize the Iron Man suit. All right. Tony waved his hand dismissively. You claim to be here to assist me. Surely there is more to it than just administering an injection? Of course, Nick Fury nodded, pointing to the suitcase. You mentioned that you have tried all elements. However, perhaps you have not truly explored every possibility. This is a legacy left by your father, Howard Stark, at S.H.I.D.L.D. The contents within may prove beneficial to you. Tony accepted the suitcase, his expression a mixture of emotions. Nick Fury continued, Tony, you have 1 week. We do not have an abundance of lithium dioxide injections in stock. They will last you only a week. If by then you have not resolved the underlying issue, we will be unable to assist you further. Tony nodded, I understand. This time, thank you. The whisper of gratitude was barely audible. Yet, Nick Fury smiled and nodded, indicating that you had indeed grown significantly. Well then, the responsibility is now yours. Natasha will continue to assist Pepper Potts until you navigate through this predicament. After Natasha and Nick Fury departed, Tony removed his Iron Man suit and opened his father's legacy. He then beheld the image his father had left for him. Tony, you are too young to grasp all of this right now, so I have recorded it for you. Everything has been crafted for you. One day, you will comprehend that this signifies more than mere human invention. It is the culmination of my life's work. This is the key to the future. I am constrained by the limitations of the technology of this era, but one day you will understand all of this. At that time, you will change the world. My greatest creation will always be you. With that, the emotional turmoil within Tony Stark regarding his father was finally resolved. He temporarily left his home and drove to Stark Industries, eager to retrieve the clues his father had left behind, while also seeking to apologize to Pepper. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At the Parker residence, in the living room, Lynch sat on the sofa, distractedly watching a television program. Chapter 103. An abundance of astonishment. A week has passed since the event where the Flame Hero captivated Iron Man and War Machine, and the repercussions of this incident have resonated both online and in reality. The Flame Hero has garnered widespread acclaim, while Iron Man finds himself affixed to the pillar of shame. The sight of the Flame Hero triumphing over him, particularly in their initial encounter, has provided ample fodder for those who have long harbored disdain for Iron Man. This critical audience comprises both ordinary citizens and the media, with the latter being the predominant faction. The media, seizing the moment, unleashed a torrent of critiques directed at Tony Stark, while War Machine, James Rhodes, also faced a similar predicament. His lesser fame and military affiliation rendered the media more cautious in their attacks against him. In contrast, it was clear who would bear the brunt of the onslaught. Fortunately, throughout this week, Tony has been engrossed in experiments, diligently researching new elements, entirely oblivious to any newspaper or online updates. Had he been aware, the Iron Man would undoubtedly have engaged in a verbal skirmish with his detractors, as his character would suggest. In fact, it is more likely that he would resort to purchasing the most vociferous media outlets that criticized him, subsequently dismissing the editors responsible for the disparaging articles, such as the power of wealth. Nevertheless, Iron Man also possesses a loyal fan base, who have risen to confront the critics, creating a significant stir. These supporters often argue, Iron Man was merely inebriated. He had just fallen asleep. If a battle were to ensue, the outcome would be uncertain. And that War Machine didn't even drink and still collapsed. Why is he not criticized? In summary, these days have been quite lively. Amidst this buzz, Lynch has reaped substantial rewards. Over the course of the week, his accumulated astonishment value has surpassed the peak reached during the Cataclysmic era, averaging over 2 million daily, totaling nearly 15 million. Of course, this is on a diminishing curve, with the first day yielding the most, and today, the final day, yielding the least. At this moment, Lynch is distractedly watching television, eagerly awaiting his astonishment value to reach the desired figure. Astonishment value: 14,999,995, 14,999. 995, he glances at Wanda and young Peter beside him, then blinks. Astonishment value: 15 million, 15, 000, 000, 15 million. Achieved. Without hesitation, Lynch turns to the two beside him and says, "You both wait here for a moment. I'll go change my clothes." They are preparing to set off for the Stark Industries Expo, an idea proposed by young Peter, which Lynch ultimately agreed to after some contemplation. This decision is underscored by the announcement from Hammer Industries 2 days prior, declaring their intention to deliver an unparalleled shock to everyone. While others dismiss this as mere bravado, Lynch is acutely aware that tonight marks the conclusion of the Iron Man 2 storyline. Hence, he must attend. Not to mention, for the sake of his astonishment value and the attendance record, he feels compelled to go. However, he initially hesitated to allow young Peter and Wanda to accompany him. Due to the impending outbreak of conflict in that area, it is exceedingly perilous. However, Lynch found himself unable to articulate this concern. Thus, he permitted little Peter and Wanda to accompany him. Naturally, having decided to let them join, Lynch vowed to safeguard their well-being. Not to mention, he intended to hire a bodyguard for the two of them. This bodyguard would not be of the conventional sort, but rather a limited doppelganger of Lynch himself. At present, the limited doppelganger is classified as B rank, allowing for the summoning of only one Devapath Pain. But what if the limited doppelganger were to ascend to A rank, or even S rank? In such a case, the potential for multiple doppelgangers would be immense. The reason Lynch remained at home at this moment was not solely due to the fact that the Hammer Industries event had yet to commence, but also because he planned to amass a sufficient amount of shock value to elevate the skill of the limited doppelganger. Upon hearing Lynch's words, little Peter grew impatient, urging, "Hurry, brother." Meanwhile, Wanda flashed a charming smile and reassured him, "Go ahead, we will wait for you." Lynch then retreated to his room and accessed his personal interface. Chapter 104. Unveiling a new persona. Host: Lin Chi, Lynn Parker. Attributes: Strength 110, Speed 110, Stamina 210, Mental Power 130. Skills: Earth Explosion Star, S. Divine Might, S. Gravitational Control, A. Divine Retribution, A. Flame Control, A. Limited Clone, B. Dual Focus, B. Illusion Technique. Shackling Technique, B. Illusion Technique. Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, B. Shock Value 15,000,005. System: Initiate the evolution progress bar for the B-level skill Limited Clone. Lin Chi silently murmured as he observed the panel. Skill Limited Clone, B. Evolution progress bar has been activated. Instantly, a lengthy white progress bar appeared before Lin Chi. He invested 50,000 shock value, and soon noticed a small segment added to the left of the progress bar, approximately 1% complete. 5 million for an upgrade? Lin Chi nodded, without hesitation. He directly invested 495,000 shock value. Ding. Skill Limited Clone, B. Evolution progress bar is full. Commencing evolution. Evolution successful. Skill Limited Clone, B. Has evolved to Limited Clone, A. Skill Limited Clone, A. Description: Creates a tangible clone, allowing customization of the clone's appearance and attire. Can bestow one's skills upon the clone, which inherits all physical attributes of the host. Once skills are conferred to the clone, the host temporarily cannot utilize those skills. The limited clone cannot act autonomously and requires the host's consciousness to control it. The host can voluntarily dissolve the clone, after which all attributes return to the host. Mental power significantly enhances the clone's duration, and the host can control the clone at an unlimited distance within this world. Current number of clones that can be created: 3. Most of the descriptions were similar to the B-level limited clone, but with 3 notable enhancements. First, the clone's duration has increased. Second, there are no restrictions on the distance from the host. Third, the host can now create 3 limited clones. Lin Chi was utterly delighted. He had not anticipated such a substantial upgrade from B to A for the limited clone skill. In simple terms, this meant that Lin Chi could now embody 4 individuals simultaneously. Besides his original self and Tian-Dao Pei-In, he had 2 additional slots to fill. This was sufficient. No further upgrades were necessary. Of course, continuing to upgrade would deplete his shock value. However, if he pursued further enhancement, Lin Chi would need to control 5 characters at once. Even with the dual focus skill, managing 5 personas would be overwhelming for just 2 minds. Without a second thought, Lin Chi upgraded the B-level skill dual focus. The shock value expenditure remained at 5 million. Ding. Skill dual focus, B. Evolution progress bar is full. Commencing evolution. Evolution successful. Skill: Dual focus, B. Multi-threading operation, A. Introduction to multi-threading operation, A. This skill is classified as a passive ability, automatically activated without any consumption. Those who possess this skill can simultaneously and flawlessly control multiple characters, bodies, objects, instruments, and more. Currently, the number of entities that can be perfectly controlled at once is 5. Lin Chi's eyes widened, and a smile crept across his lips, his eyes involuntarily narrowing with delight. The problem was perfectly resolved. It is worth noting that the B-grade dual focus is quite similar to the C-grade, with the only distinction being the ability to flawlessly control 2 individuals simultaneously. The A-grade multi-threading operation inherits this perfection and control. Furthermore, the renamed A-grade passive skill increases the number of controllable entities from 2 to 5. Henceforth, Lin Chi can simultaneously and flawlessly embody himself, Tendo Pain, and 2 additional characters. In fact, there is room for yet another. So, what sort of characters should the other 2 be? After some contemplation, Lin Chi resolved to choose characters from Naruto once more. After all, Most of his skills are derived from Naruto, and it is aesthetically pleasing to utilize Naruto characters with Naruto skills. However, Lynch did not immediately proceed to establish the other two characters. Instead, he activated the progress bar for the S-grade skill, Kamui, as he wished to see if he could acquire the divine ability known as Kamui Space. Chapter 105, The Power of Kamui, Incomplete Ultimately. Kamui and the Kamui Space derive from the same source of ability. The left eye possesses Kamui, while the right eye contains the Kamui Space. These are the distinct ocular techniques of a singular pair of Sharingan. Therefore, during the progression of the S-rank skill Kamui, it is inevitable that the Kamui Space will come into play, much like how the origin progression of the planetary devastation technique involves the divine aiming technique. Both the planetary devastation and the divine aiming belong to the realm of the Rinnegan and share a common lineage. Thus, enhancing the origin progression of the planetary devastation technique yields the skill of divine aiming. With this precedent in mind, Lynch contemplated the origin progression of Kamui. System. Activate the origin progression of the S-rank skill Kamui, Lynch silently commanded. Ding. The origin progression of the S-rank skill Kamui has been initiated. As the system's notification echoed, a white progress bar materialized before Lynch. Recalling the circumstances surrounding the origin progression of the planetary devastation technique, Lynch did not hesitate and invested 1,500,000 shock points into it. Ding. The origin progression of the S-rank skill Kamui has reached 10. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the C-rank skill Kamui Space. Incomplete. C-rank skill Kamui Space. Incomplete description. A single eye grants access to an alternate space. Capable of absorbing items into this realm, the space occupies 1 cubic meter. Initial use incurs no consumption. Subsequent uses will deplete stamina. Note. Although this skill is classified as active, its nature closely resembles that of a passive skill, resulting in minimal consumption. Indeed, it is the Kamui Space. Lynch was filled with delight. What is the Kamui Space? It is a divine skill that amalgamates intangibility, a storage space, a safe haven, and a portal. When Uchiha Obito awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he obtained the ocular technique known as Kamui Space. Once merely a CHN-level ninja, he ascended to the status of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Moreover, his formidable strength instilled a sense of despair in others. By partially absorbing his body into the Kamui Space, he could achieve an intangible state, evading all forms of attack. While one cannot strike him, he can effortlessly inflict harm. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Kamui Space's intangibility. Furthermore, the Kamui Space is an exceptionally functional skill. It serves as a storage space for items and can also function as a safe haven for concealment. Most astonishingly, it allows for spatial traversal. Provided the user's chakra perception is sufficiently potent, they can enter the Kamui Space from one location and emerge through a portal in another. Consequently, this constitutes spatial traversal. Thus, although the current size of the C-rank skill Kamui Space, incomplete, is merely 1 cubic meter, insufficient to accommodate even a single person. The confirmation of its authentic nature as the Kamui Space opens the pathway for future enhancements. By augmenting the origin progression of Kamui, the Kamui Space can gradually evolve from its lower tier to a higher tier, ultimately transforming into the true Kamui Space. It is even conceivable that it could surpass the original Kamui Space possessed by Uchiha Obito. However, for now, the C-rank skill Kamui Space, incomplete, can only serve as a portable storage space. A cubic meter in size can accommodate a considerable amount of items. At the very least, it could house Lynch's equipment along with some miscellaneous belongings. Without hesitation, Lynch retrieved his long-forgotten fireproof suit and stuffed it into the divine space alongside the flame mask. Subsequently, he added several sets of clothing and some money, quickly filling the space to capacity. Perhaps it is time to upgrade the skill, Lynch mused to himself. After all, although it was a personal space, a mere cubic meter felt rather constricting. Thus, Lynch resolved to expand this personal realm. However, this skill, derived from the origin progress bar, could not be upgraded using shock points. Instead, it required an enhancement of the origin progress bar itself to facilitate an upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynch invested 3 million shock points into the origin progress bar of the divine space. Consequently, he was left with only 500,000 shock points. Nevertheless, his gains were substantial. Ding. S-rank skill divine origin progress bar has reached 20%. C-rank skill divine space, fragmented, has upgraded to 50% energy accumulation. Chapter 106, Uchiha Obito. Ding. The progress bar for the S-rank skill Kamui has reached 30%. The C-rank skill Kamui, space, incomplete, has completed its upgrade preparation, and the skill is commencing its upgrade. Ding. The C-rank skill Kamui, space, incomplete, has become B-rank Kamui, space. Description of B-rank skill Kamui, space. A singular eye grants access to an alternate dimension capable of absorbing living beings, including oneself, but not limited to oneself. or objects into this space. The spatial capacity is 10 cubic meters. Success. The B rank Kamui. Space has transcended its incomplete state, emerging as a more complete version, albeit with a capacity slightly less than the original. Nevertheless, 10 cubic meters is ample. Indeed, many living rooms in ordinary households may not even boast such dimensions. Of paramount importance, however, is the unlocking of the safe house and the capability of phasing. The most formidable ability of Kamui, space, is undoubtedly its phasing power. At this moment, Lynch has already attained this phasing ability. When compared to the original Kamui, space of Uchiha Obito, Lynch's version is merely smaller in size, lacking only the functionality of a teleportation portal. Yet, this is of little consequence. By continuing to enhance the progress bar of Kamui, further upgrades will ensue. Soon, surpassing the original version will not be a formidable challenge. Thus, regarding the new identity of one of the two vacant limited clones, Lynch has reached a decision. With the left eye embodying Kamui and the right eye representing Kamui, space, what could be more fitting than the dual Kamui Sharingan of Uchiha Obito? When Uchiha Obito emerges to astonish the world, Lynch's original self will gain an invaluable ally. Moreover, avenues for accruing shock value will multiply. With a mere thought, a man materializes before Lynch. Clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, he dons a mask featuring a 3-tomo design, with 2 tomo positioned where his eyes would be, each exhibiting a small round opening. Within these openings, a pair of crimson eyes swirl with an intriguing and striking triangular pattern. Uchiha Obito, at your service. Lynch nods in satisfaction. A bodyguard has been summoned. However, this manifestation of Uchiha Obito differs notably from the character in the original narrative. This divergence pertains to his appearance, thanks to the efficacy of multi-threaded operations. The Uchiha Obito before Lynch removes his mask, revealing a flawless visage. Lynch refrains from bestowing the right side of this Uchiha Obito's face with the scars that characterize the original narrative. Instead, it mirrors the smoothness of the left side. Once a limited clone's appearance is established, it cannot be altered. Thus, Lynch had ensured that the Deva Path Pain maintained his distinctive look, adorned with black rods. Having learned from past experiences, Lynch would not allow any regrets to mar Uchiha Obito's form. As for the remaining vacant position for a limited clone, Lynch chooses to leave it unoccupied for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to keep it vacant. The process of creating a limited clone offers but a single opportunity, and each must be executed with utmost caution. There exists no possibility for retraction or reconstruction. Presently, the absence of suitable candidates and skills renders it more advantageous to remain unoccupied. Thus, the path to the Stark Industries Expo can be embarked upon. However, contemplating the impending battle scheduled for this evening, Lynch paused momentarily before allocating his remaining 50,000 shock points entirely. He directed this enhancement towards his mental capacity, elevating it by 10 points to a total of 140. Consequently, the 2 limited clones, Deva Path Pain and Obito Uchiha, would be able to persist for an extended duration without the concern of vanishing mid-battle. With a deep breath, the limited clone was summoned once more, and Deva Path Pain materialized. Subsequently, Obito Uchiha drew Deva Path Pain into the Kamui space, while he himself entered a state of intangibility, traversing through the walls and departing from the Parker residence. Observing Obito Uchiha retreat into the distance, Lynch finally exited the room. "How slow you are, brother," young Peter complained. However, Wanda shook her head, remarking, "It's quite rapid. If it were me, it would take over half an hour to apply makeup. Lynch has only taken about 10 minutes. Chapter 107. The villain perishes from excessive chatter embracing Wanda. Lynch remarked, "Having a girlfriend is truly splendid." He then turned to young Peter with a fierce glare, saying, "Silence, or you shall not accompany us." Instantly, Peter became obedient. Subsequently, Lynch drove Peter and Wanda towards the Stark Industries Expo. Meanwhile, Lynch commanded Uchiha Obito to stride towards the expo in an exceedingly ostentatious and flamboyant manner. This ostentation was, of course, an illusion, allowing him to pass through all obstacles in a straight line toward the venue. During this process, he inevitably attracted the awe of countless passersby, causing Lynch's astonishment level to rise steadily. This was precisely Lynch's intention, to partake in the Whiplash incident while simultaneously amassing astonishment points. Moreover, with a new character emerging, how could he not flaunt? If the world did not recognize the might of Uchiha Obito, how could Lynch hope to garner support? On the other side, at Tony Stark's residence, a few days prior, after apologizing to Pepper Potts, Tony finally uncovered a lead on a new element. It was the most significant legacy left by his father, as well as the final lesson imparted by Howard Stark. He discovered a new element that could serve as the core for his miniaturized reactor, replacing palladium. This revelation indicated that his life was preserved. However, shortly thereafter, another dilemma arose. He was unable to synthesize this new element. Initially, Tony found himself at a dead end. Although he maintained an outward facade of calm, internally, he was restless. It was the sensation of discovering hope amidst despair, only for that hope to plummet into an abyss. This feeling reminded him of the events during his birthday party, particularly the torment inflicted by the fiery hero, Lynch. That immense mental anguish was excruciating yet devoid of tangible harm. In a moment of frustration, Tony called Lynch to engage in conversation. "Hey, buddy. What was that ability you used to immobilize Rhodey and me?" Lynch replied nonchalantly, "That was my superpower." However, Tony merely posed the question to initiate dialogue. He sought to confide in Lynch, the only friend willing to converse, sharing his troubles in hopes of regaining his spirits. This was the true purpose of Tony's call. He never considered that Lynch could assist him in synthesizing the new element. He only wished to alleviate his melancholy and return to the complex synthesis experiments. To Tony's surprise, after hearing his woes, Lynch exclaimed, "Synthesizing an element? What could be difficult about that? I once read a book that mentioned something about pipe prism reflection acceleration." Lynch transformed his knowledge into what the book said, offering Tony a suggestion. However, when Tony inquired about the title of the book, Lynch adamantly claimed he had forgotten, stating it was perhaps some obscure text. Reluctantly, Tony had to end the call and return to contemplating the synthesis experiment. However, failure continued to plague him, intensifying Tony's agitation. Then, today, he suddenly recalled Lynch's words. Embracing the notion of what's the harm in trying, it might succeed, Tony devised a prism reflection acceleration device for the pipeline. Subsequently, he astonishingly synthesized a new element. This was truly unbelievable. In his heart, Tony elevated Lynch's assessment and status. As he prepared to install the new element into the mini-reactor for testing, his phone rang unexpectedly. He initially presumed it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D., but to his surprise, it was Ivan Vanko, a man who should have perished in a Moroccan prison. "Hey, Tony," Ivan Vanko called. Intent on delivering a threat, he sought vengeance against Tony and the Stark family. However, villains often fall victim to their own verbosity, and excessive talk can indeed lead to misfortune. Tony traced the call, only to discover it originated from the Hammer Industries base. This revelation sparked a sense of foreboding within him. Thus, he swiftly installed the new reactor and took flight towards the Stark Industries Expo. He had an ominous premonition. If he did not arrive in time, the events unfolding there would haunt him for a lifetime. Chapter 108. Strategy. As Uchiha Obito stood at the center of the Stark Industrial Expo Square, the surrounding crowd erupted into a fervor. The first individual to notice Obito's extraordinary presence trailed behind him, reveling in the attention. When questioned about Obito's condition, he eagerly elaborated, as if the astonishing feats occurring before them were his own accomplishments. When someone attempted to reach out to Obito, he did not deter them, fully aware that their hands would not touch him. Indeed, those individuals found themselves unable to make contact with Obito. Initially, however, the man's demeanor was quite different. "Hey, how did you do that?" he exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Obito stride past the barricade into the street. Yet, Obito did not even glance back, prompting the man to speculate that Obito might be some sort of advanced holographic projection, albeit one he could not locate. However, the events that unfolded next transformed this man into a fervent devotee of Obito. A little girl, walking her dog along the sidewalk, was suddenly captivated by a plastic bag that danced through the air, prompting the dog to chase after it with wild abandon. The bag rolled into the street, and the dog followed suit, dragging the girl along with it. In that moment, the traffic light was green, and several cars raced toward them, threatening catastrophe. At that instant, not far away, Obito sprang into action. He propelled himself forward with tremendous force, the ground trembling beneath him as he unleashed a powerful shockwave. In an instant, he reached the girl's side, pulling her into the Kamui space, while neglecting the dog, which had instigated this perilous situation. With a resounding crash, the dog soared several meters away, while Obito and the girl seamlessly passed through the oncoming vehicles, emerging unscathed in their original position. The cars screeched to a halt, and upon witnessing this, Obito released the still-shaken girl from the Kamui space. Overwhelmed by her near brush with disaster, the girl crouched on the ground, weeping in fear. But Obito paid her no mind. After confirming the dog's demise, he simply turned and departed. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the man realized that the figure before him, cloaked in a black robe adorned with red clouds and masked, was not a mere projection but a living being. Was this a deity? His reluctance to consider the notion of a superhuman was due to Obito's imperious demeanor, a presence only a divine being could possess, radiating such overwhelming power. Thus, as he observed Obito stride forward, indifferent even to the gratitude of the girl's parents, fervor ignited within his eyes. Suddenly, he appeared as though possessed by some fervent zealot, passionately elucidating the remarkable achievements of Uchiha Obito to those around him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito himself paid no heed to this individual's antics. He allowed him to follow, neither expelling nor endorsing him. This individual's actions could only serve to amplify his own astonishment points. And how could Lynch, who manipulated Uchiha Obito, possibly refuse? A subtle smile graced Lynch's lips as he reveled in the success of his strategy. His so-called strategy was to make a grand entrance and boldly engage in activities while preserving an air of mystery about himself, since the aim was to garner astonishment points. A grandiose approach was indeed warranted. Yet, such ostentation was best suited for new personas. For the sake of security, Lynch's true form donned a mask even when reaping astonishment points, let alone engaging in overt actions. The Deva Path Pain was bound to Lynch's true form. And from the outset, Lynch had sculpted Deva Path Pain into a transcendent master with a heart for the world, making excessive flamboyance incompatible with his character. Chapter 109. Enough pretense thus, the ostentatious matters could only be entrusted to the newly introduced character, Uchiha Obito. At this moment, observing the excited and fervent gazes of those around him, who were capturing the moment with their phones and other devices, Lynch, the one controlling Uchiha Obito, realized that this plan had succeeded. At that instant, a contingent of individuals clad in black suits emerged, clearing the square and maintaining order. The individual in question was taken aside by the agents for questioning. These were operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Lynch was elated, while S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a precarious situation. Just days prior, they had disbursed payment to Payne, who had been working in Old Bridgetown, New Mexico. It was a financial setback, which could be considered a cause for celebration. Yet, this evening, a new incident had unfolded. Interestingly, during the payment process, they had gone to great lengths, depositing the funds onto a newly issued, easily accessible bank card, which was prominently placed on the rooftop of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, waiting for Payne to come and retrieve it. However, Payne did not approach. Instead, he utilized gravitational manipulation to claim it from a distance. This spectacle left S.H.I.E.L.D. even more astounded, and they were now reluctant to probe into matters related to Payne. At this moment, the newly emerged superhuman was inexplicably linked to Payne. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. drew this conclusion was due to the striking similarity in the attire worn by both Payne and Uchiha Obito, featuring black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Thus, they had opted to merely protect Uchiha Obito rather than apprehend him for interrogation, despite their inability to do so. After inquiring about information from an ardent fan, Coulson felt a slight sense of relief. This new superhuman did not appear to be of malevolent intent. Consequently, he felt somewhat reassured, yet he remained vigilant. After pondering, he decided to instruct his agents to gently educate this individual to help him distance himself from such fervor. Then, Coulson approached Uchiha Obito, standing at a respectful distance of approximately 10 meters. Hello, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we have collaborated with Mr. Payne as friends. Please do not feel alarmed. Upon hearing Coulson's introduction, Uchiha Obito turned to face him. I am not at all anxious. However, you seem to be exhibiting signs of tension. Coulson stiffened. Of course, he was tense. Who would not feel apprehensive in the presence of such a formidable superhuman? Ahem. May I inquire your name? He said, subtly shifting the topic. I am Phil Coulson. You may simply call me Coulson. Uchiha Obito, he replied. So, Coulson, since we are not adversaries, what prompts your grand approach? This left Coulson momentarily speechless. Are you truly unaware of the reason for my presence? Had you not caused such a commotion, would I have come here to disturb you? If Uchiha Obito had conducted himself with a modicum of discretion and refrained from employing his enigmatic phasing ability, he would likely have been perceived merely as an eccentric figure rather than causing the significant upheaval witnessed today. In this mission, Coulson has been dispatched, and Nick Fury has already issued his directive. The matter concerning the phasing individual must be resolved. The term phasing was coined by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s think tank after reviewing footage of Uchiha Obito. Thus, at this moment, Coulson finds himself under considerable pressure. Yet, despite this burden, he must proceed. Confronting the issue of Uchiha Obito, Coulson offers a smile that is both awkward and courteous. Mr. Uchiha, I have come to address the commotion you have caused. Eh? Uchiha Obito replies, a look of confusion adorning his face. What have I done? Coulson smirks slightly. You're still pretending, aren't you? Look around. Everyone is astonished by your abilities. Is that not a commotion? Uchiha Obito may be feigning ignorance, but Coulson has no intention of indulging him in this charade. Chapter 110. The Dawn organization. Coulson was burdened with a task that required his prompt attention. Moreover, even if it were not for the sake of the mission, it was his initial desire upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D. to ensure the public's peace of mind. Thus, while he made concessions to this newly emerged formidable superhuman, he was unwilling to compromise on this matter. However, upon hearing Coulson's words, Uchiha Obito displayed a look of confusion. Wasn't this the expected outcome? Coulson's heart sank. He pondered, Could it be that this is yet another character reminiscent of Tony? The term Tony-like referred to the personality traits of confidence, pride, arrogance, and narcissism that were quintessentially embodied by Tony Stark. Coulson had coined this phrase through his interactions with Tony, using Stark as a typical exemplar. Now, observing Uchiha Obito, he began to suspect that this individual might also be a troublesome figure akin to Iron Man. It seemed likely that Uchiha Obito did not feign his demeanor. He genuinely believed that his appearance was destined to astonish the world. Coulson found himself at a loss for words. Any attempt to dismiss Obito's sentiments could potentially incite annoyance or even anger. After careful consideration, he opted to shift the conversation. Mr. Uchiha Obito, may I inquire if you have come here for a particular purpose? If so, please feel free to share. S.H.I.E.L.D. maintains a commendable cooperative relationship with Mr. Payne, and we would be more than willing to assist you in resolving any issues. Additionally, if it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten us about your relationship with Mr. Payne? Please do not misunderstand. We are merely curious, and we do not mean to pry. As Coulson spoke, his expression was imbued with sincerity. Even if Uchiha Obito discerned the underlying implications of his words, he found it difficult to harbor any resentment. It must be said that Coulson's management of his expressions was exemplary. Thus, Uchiha Obito responded, I have come to assess the situation here while concurrently fulfilling a commission assigned to me by Payne. Payne is the leader of our organization. Uchiha Obito did not withhold information, directly revealing the truth to Coulson. A commission, an organization, a leader. Coulson was taken aback. In that moment, he realized that he might soon unveil the enigmatic veil surrounding Payne and the organization clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Mr. Uchiha Obito, could you elaborate on the nature of this commission and the particulars of your organization? This information is of great significance to us. If possible, I would greatly appreciate any details you could share. Of course, if it is inconvenient, feel free to disregard my inquiry. Since it was a commission, there must be a commissioner involved. However, inquiring about the identity of the commissioner was rather inappropriate. Both Payne and Uchiha Obito were powerful individuals, and as such, they possessed their own dignity. Thus, it was unlikely they would betray the commissioner. Consequently, questioning the commissioner would likely yield no fruitful results and might only serve to irritate Uchiha Obito. With this in mind, Coulson opted to settle for a more modest inquiry regarding the content of the commission and the organization itself. At this moment, Coulson maintained a sincere expression, evoking little disdain from those around him. Consequently, Uchiha Obito responded to Coulson's inquiry, or rather, he had been anticipating such a question. A mysterious figure cannot solely rely on enigma, otherwise, the truth will inevitably be unveiled. Thus, it is essential to cultivate a well-rounded persona and to establish a formidable influence behind the scenes. The Akatsuki organization represents a powerful and captivating force. Through Coulson's inquiry, Lynch, who was orchestrating Uchiha Obito's portrayal, seized the opportunity to unveil this narrative. I have been entrusted with this task, he explained, as the leader informed me that certain events are unfolding here, and I must take charge. He is unable to attend personally, so he has entrusted me and the Flame Hero with this responsibility. By the way, the Flame Hero is also an external member of our organization. As for our group, you may refer to us as Akatsuki, the Dawn. Our organization is destined to bring true illumination to this world, a light that signifies everlasting peace. Chapter 111. You're not so foolish after all. As for the situation of our organization, we have 9 members, including the Flame Hero, making a total of 10. In terms of strength, Payne is the most formidable, while the Flame Hero is the weakest. My abilities can be considered average. That is about all I can share. Do you have any further inquiries? Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly astonished. His earlier questions were merely tentative, as he had never expected to receive answers. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Obito divulged everything in great detail. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the information provided by Uchiha Obito, each piece of which was sufficient to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. in shock for an entire day. He tapped his forehead, attempting to organize his chaotic thoughts. For an intelligence operative, this was indeed a delightful dilemma. After mentally sorting through the information, Coulson posed the most pressing question. Mr. Uchiha Obito, did you just mention that the Akatsuki organization has 9 members as powerful as yourself? Uchiha Obito nodded nonchalantly, responding, that seems to be the case. Yet, this casual reply sent a shiver down Coulson's spine. If 1 Payne and 1 Uchiha Obito were already this formidable, then 9 such powerhouses would be utterly catastrophic. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Coulson resolved to relay this intelligence to Nick Fury, allowing him to grapple with the situation. Senior officials need not concern themselves with mundane tasks, but such mentally taxing challenges were indeed theirs to address. Otherwise, what would become of these so-called leaders, but mere parasites? Once he discreetly transmitted the information to S.H.I.E.L.D., D headquarters and confirmed its successful delivery. Coulson exhaled a sigh of relief, completely oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Obito was observing him closely. However, Obito chose to remain silent, as this was precisely what he desired. His purpose for this outing was not merely to instill shock, but to ensure that the entity known as Lynch would have a reliable ally. Thus, the more individuals aware of Uchiha Obito's situation, the better. Clearing his throat, Coulson inquired, "So, Mr. Uchiha Obito, you mentioned that Pain entrusted you with this task because something significant is about to occur here. Could you elaborate on what that might be?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito looked at Coulson with a mix of astonishment and disdain, thinking, "How would I know? I'm not an omniscient deity, capable of foreseeing the future." Then Coulson attempted to salvage his dignity. Uchiha Obito shrugged. "The leader informed me and tasked me with this. I am unaware of the specifics. Therefore, you must remain here to intervene once that situation arises?" Coulson elaborated. Uchiha Obito nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Coulson. "You're not so foolish after all. Where did you see me as foolish?" Coulson internally scoffed, maintaining a facade of composure. "I understand now," he continued. "However, if possible, please endeavor to temper your ostentatious demeanor. After all, this could have a profound impact on others." At this moment, Coulson had begun to discern the temperament of Uchiha Obito. Although he exuded a flamboyant presence, he was not arrogant and was quite amiable. Of course, this could also be attributed to the fact that their side had not provoked him. In any case, Coulson felt a sense of reassurance regarding Uchiha Obito's existence. After all, he was not only approachable but also inclined to assist others. Coulson had learned from an ardent admirer that Uchiha Obito had rescued a young girl on his way here. Thus, he now felt emboldened to make requests of him. As he spoke, Coulson gestured towards the throng outside the circle formed by the dark-clad individuals. There, a sea of people had gathered, pressing in layers upon layers, all drawn by curiosity to observe Uchiha Obito and Coulson. The influence to which Coulson referred was, of course, the crowd that had amassed, effectively obstructing the entrance to the Stark Industries Expo. Chapter 112. The Divine Serpent's scheme to join in the revelry is a universal trait among humanity. Regardless of nationality, when people encounter lively and intriguing events, they instinctively approach to witness it. No nation is exempt from this behavior. Observing this scene, Uchiha Obito nodded and, with a sense of understanding, remarked, "I shall change my attire." As he spoke, a transparent vortex materialized out of thin air, drawing Uchiha Obito into its depths, causing him to vanish before Coulson's eyes. This left Coulson utterly astonished. He comprehended that ordinary weaponry would be utterly ineffective against Uchiha Obito. Without hesitation, he transmitted the information regarding the situation, including the intelligence that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, may possess the ability to foresee the future, to Nick Fury. Just as he completed the transmission, he witnessed Uchiha Obito emerge from the newly formed vortex, now clad in a sleek black suit. "How do I look? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Uchiha Obito inquired. Coulson quickly nodded. "Indeed, it is quite stylish. However, Mr. Uchiha, why do you not remove your mask?" At that moment, despite donning a black suit, Uchiha Obito retained the white Tomo mask upon his face. Upon hearing Coulson's question, Uchiha Obito shook his head, stating, "It cannot be removed, for the mask is my essence." Coulson offered a polite yet awkward smile, recognizing the jest yet acknowledging Obito's unwavering conviction. Thus, he refrained from further pressing the issue, as the mere agreement to change attire was a significant concession. Subsequently, Coulson accompanied Uchiha Obito away from the square, while S.H.I.E.L.D. agents worked to disperse the crowd and restore order. Meanwhile, the real Lynch was driving, transporting Wanda and young Peter to the parking lot adjacent to the expo. Upon entering the venue, they were met with a cacophony of chatter. "Did you see that? My goodness! The Phantasmal Man was just standing there." Lynch frowned, finding the moniker Phantasmal Man rather unflattering. Wanda, feeling a sense of unease, clung to Lynch's arm, expressing, "Why does it feel like the world is becoming increasingly chaotic?" Lynch turned to embrace Wanda at the waist, reassuring her, "Fear not, I shall protect you." With that, they made their way toward the Hammer Industries Pavilion. On the other side, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury sat in his office, his expression darkening as he reviewed the intelligence sent by Coulson. His brow furrowed, reminiscent of the evening of Tony's birthday. "It appears everyone is emerging," he mused. The Akatsuki, comprising 9 formidable superhumans, and the Stark Industries Expo were bound to experience some tumultuous events. Thankfully, the Akatsuki seemed to align with the righteous side for now. Yet, their ambition to establish permanent peace for the world was troubling. Achieving such enduring tranquility would necessitate a singular governing power across the globe, a feat easier said than done. One can only hope that this evening does not bring about any significant upheavals. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury was acquiring this intelligence, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce, also received the same information on his mobile device. Coulson transmitted the intelligence solely to Nick Fury, deliberately excluding others, understanding the gravity of the situation and the necessity for discretion. However, Coulson was unaware that only a handful of individuals were genuinely committed to S.H.I.E.L.D. The majority were, in fact, Hydra infiltrators. It was akin to a few leaves among a den of serpents, with those leaves mistakenly believing that the other serpents were merely foliage. It is rather absurd, yet it is the stark reality. Thus, it was improbable for Coulson and his associates to safeguard the intelligence, whether on Coulson's end or Nick Fury's. As for the organization known as the Dawn, Alexander Pierce furrowed his brow and instructed his subordinates that if they did not interfere with our plans, they should be left alone. However, should they pose a disruption, measures must be taken to eliminate the obstacles. Chapter 113, The Ambitions of Hydra. Hydra is profoundly ambitious. To be precise, when their covert plans proceeded with remarkable success that yielded results far beyond their wildest expectations, their ambitions began to swell. They have never forgotten their ideal of world domination, a vision instilled by the Red Skull, the founder of Hydra during the Second World War. To this day, they have nearly complete control over the powerful official organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. This, they believed, would be the first step toward their conquest of the world. However, their outlook shifted dramatically when the Green Behemoth rampaged through the American Empire and Tony Stark boldly declared to the world, "I am Iron Man." The world began to spiral into chaos, transforming within a few short years into a landscape that even Hydra struggled to recognize. Times are changing, and those who fail to adapt will inevitably be swept into the dustbin of history. Hydra is acutely aware of this reality. Hence, they have recently recommenced their operations, eager to implement their grand schemes of world domination. This time, however, they resolved not to foolishly expose themselves as adversaries to the world. Instead, they aim to seize control from the shadows, leveraging S.H.I.E.L.D's name to exercise dominion over the globe while covertly ensuring that Hydra operatives were the ones pulling the strings. Such a scheme, upon reflection, seemed rather exhilarating. Initially, the plan progressed smoothly as Hydra agents were ubiquitous, being among their own made operations efficient and swift. However, this promising situation did not last. The turning point came last year, on Queens Boulevard in New York, when a fierce battle erupted between two formidable green figures. An enormous anti-gravity meteor suddenly appeared in the skies above New York, heralding the arrival of the one who controlled it, Pain. The sheer magnitude of his personal power instilled fear within Hydra, for he was the kind of being capable of obliterating everything within a kilometer radius with a mere gesture. Uncertain of Pain's capabilities, they refrained from making any rash moves, fearing that a misstep might provoke him and bring calamity upon Hydra. Consequently, their activities came to a halt for 6 months. However, after this hiatus, the emergence of the Flame Knight, a superhero even more powerful than Iron Man, rekindled Hydra's ambitions to recruit him. They soon discovered Flame Knight's connection to Pain, and subsequently, when Flame Knight and Pain formed the Inferno Alliance, Hydra fully withdrew their attempts. If they could not confront these titans, they would simply avoid them. Yet, unexpectedly, another figure appeared today, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. This individual claimed to be from the Akatsuki organization, which boasted 9 formidable members akin to Pain. Hydra collapsed in despair, as if they had lost their dreams. If they could evade 1 or 2, what chance did they have against 9? The prospect of ruling the world seemed futile if it meant circumventing the Akatsuki, especially upon realizing that the Akatsuki's goal was everlasting peace. Hydra perceived them as an insurmountable obstacle in their path. Moreover, it is likely to be the greatest hindrance. After careful contemplation, the Hydra convened a meeting to deliberate. Following this assembly, their approach towards Pain, the Flame Hero, and the Akatsuki organization underwent a transformation. Their strategy became one of identifying allegiances first, followed by attempts to win them over. Should they succeed in this endeavor, it would indeed result in mutual satisfaction. However, if they failed to secure their allegiance, they would resort to every conceivable method to eliminate the opposition. Deception, poisoning, assassination, no tactic would be left unutilized. Hydra could scarcely believe that such a vast organization could be toppled by a mere faction of 9 individuals. Regardless of individual prowess, every entity possesses vulnerabilities. Once they discerned the weaknesses of the Akatsuki members, the prospect of dismantling the organization would be within their grasp. Ultimately, the complete assimilation of the Akatsuki would pose no challenge. Should that moment arise, Hydra might finally seize true dominion over the world. The mere thought of such a scenario brought tears of joy to Alexander Pierce, the highest-ranking Hydra leader covertly embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 114. Greetings. The thoughts of Hydra remain elusive to Lynch for the moment. However, even if he were to comprehend them, he would not place significant weight on their intentions. After all, the magnitude of individual strength cannot be genuinely grasped without a truly formidable Hydra. Lacking such an understanding, Hydra would be incapable of implementing appropriate countermeasures. Consequently, even if they were to take action, Lynch would effortlessly deflect their attempts, rendering any foreknowledge of their plans inconsequential. At this juncture, Lynch finds himself seated in the audience alongside Wanda and young Peter, beneath the expansive exhibition stage of Hammer Industries. This grand outdoor platform serves as the main venue for the expo, accommodating hundreds of attendees. It is supported by robust pillars towering over 10 meters high, with a ceiling fashioned from a web-like glass structure, all framed by steel. Enhanced by white lighting effects, the atmosphere is quite imposing. Despite the recent turmoil instigated by Uchiha Obito, the event is poised to commence imminently, resulting in a full house. Even though Justin Hammer may harbor an air of mystery, the absence of alternative exhibitions compels spectators to witness what Hammer Industries has to offer. As the event has yet to begin, Lynch scans his surroundings after finding a suitable seat. His gaze lands upon Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Little Pepper, seated not far away alongside Natasha Romanoff, the esteemed agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., also known as Black Widow. At present, Black Widow is likely still serving as Pepper's secretary. Should he approach to extend a greeting? After all, Pepper is a genuinely amiable person, and Lynch is inclined to cultivate a friendship with her. However, such an interaction would inevitably lead to an encounter with Black Widow. Engaging with her would, without a doubt, connect Lynch's ordinary identity to S.H.I.E.L.D., a correlation he wishes to avoid. His ordinary persona bears no desire to intertwine with the agency, especially given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current notoriety, so much so that a name change to Serpent Agency would seem wholly appropriate. Moreover, ordinary individuals who become entangled with them often meet grim fates. A cautionary tale is embodied in the example of Dr. Selvig. An ordinary man and a scientist, he was lured by S.H.I.E.L.D. due to his expertise and invited to participate in the research of the Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. What transpired? Initially, he fell under Loki's mind control, nearly becoming an accomplice in the destruction of New York. Subsequently, he suffered from the lingering effects of the Mind Stone, leading to his descent into madness. Ultimately, he found himself confined to an asylum. All of these misfortunes unfolded after his involvement with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the capability to alleviate Dr. Selvig's afflictions, yet they chose to neglect him, allowing his descent into insanity before expelling him. This situation epitomizes the agency's callousness, utilizing individuals for their own ends and discarding them without a second thought. Once one comprehends the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. and their current state, it becomes exceedingly challenging to harbor any fondness for the organization. Indeed, when the Hydra menace has been vanquished and S.H.I.E.L.D. rises anew, it will be then that the organization can truly be regarded as the guardians of Earth. Lynch harbored a certain fondness for that iteration of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, for the present, it seemed wiser to refrain from engaging. Just as he resolved to bypass greeting Pepper Potts, he caught sight of her surprised gaze directed towards him. "Hey, Lynn and Wanda, good evening to you both," she exclaimed, rising from her seat and making her way toward him, followed closely by her assistant, Natasha Romanoff. Taken aback for a moment, Lynch quickly composed himself. "Good evening, Miss Potts," he responded, recognizing that evasion would only raise suspicion. It was far better to confront the situation head-on. As Pepper casually clarified that Lynch and Wanda were friends of Tony, as well as mine, Natasha regarded them with a nod before redirecting her attention elsewhere. Chapter 115. The adorable child who is not mischievous. As the new president of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts encounters numerous individuals daily. If Natasha were to thoroughly investigate each person, her workload would be exceedingly burdensome. Were she truly a dedicated secretary, Natasha would undoubtedly carry out her responsibilities without complaint and excel at her duties. However, at present, she is merely assisting Pepper and will soon depart Stark Industries to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, she would only conduct inquiries if her keen instincts as a senior agent sensed something amiss. At this moment, with Pepper's assurance, combined with the charm of Lynch and the beauty of Wanda, Natasha feels assured that they pose no threat, at least not to Pepper. Consequently, there is little worthy of investigation. With this thought, Natasha glanced again at Lynch's face, inwardly marveling at his striking good looks. Having been an agent for so long, she has encountered many handsome men. Yet none surpassed the allure of the man before her. Nevertheless, she refrained from lingering on this thought. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha possesses remarkable composure. After exchanging greetings, the two parties naturally settled together. Noticing Natasha divert her gaze, Lynch felt a slight sense of relief. He could now focus on the unfolding event. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an arm encircle his. Turning to look, he saw his girlfriend Wanda blushing, yet unwilling to release her hold. Although Lynch found this curious, he welcomed the display of intimacy and allowed Wanda to embrace him. Seeing Lynch's acceptance, Wanda felt a wave of relief wash over her. Moments ago, upon seeing Natasha, a sense of unease had crept in, given Natasha's striking beauty and alluring figure. Now, witnessing her boyfriend's indifference toward Natasha eased Wanda's anxiety. "Hello, my name is Peter Parker." At that moment, young Peter squeezed through. Perched on Lynch's lap, gazing at Pepper. "I am a devoted fan of Iron Man. Will Iron Man be here today?" One cannot deny that as long as they are not troublesome, children are indeed delightful. Pepper responded with a warm smile. "Hello, little Peter. Are you Lynch's brother?" "That's right." Peter nodded eagerly. "My brother is really impressive, but I think Iron Man is cooler than Fireman." Unaware of Lynch's gradually darkening expression, he continued. "You still haven't answered my previous question. Will Iron Man be here today?" "Oh, I'm afraid I must disappoint you," Pepper replied, though she wished to avoid causing sadness in the young boy. "Mr. Tony Stark will not be coming today. He has other commitments." As expected, young Peter pouted in disappointment. However, before anyone could offer him consolation, he retrieved some toy equipment from his small backpack, a helmet resembling Iron Man's, along with 2 small white lights that could be strapped to his hands. "If Iron Man isn't here, then I shall be Iron Man," he declared, donning the mask and lights, striking a pose with one hand raised high. Witnessing this scene, Pepper felt a twinge of disappointment. Her expectations for Tony were similarly high. Yet observing the situation, Lynch quickly pulled Peter back while offering a gentle word of comfort to Pepper. It was imperative to reprimand Peter, but not at this moment. That conversation would have to wait until they returned home. Peter was no longer a child. He needed to be afforded a modicum of dignity in front of others. Thus, upon their return, his punishment would be doubled. How dare he claim to be inferior to Iron Man in his presence? After soothing Pepper, the exhibition officially commenced. Chapter 116, The Last Flourish of Justin Hammer. Part 1. As the gathering commenced, even though many had come merely for the spectacle, the audience erupted into applause. This was not merely a matter of external factors, but rather a reflection of fundamental civility. Accompanied by a rousing melody, Justin Hammer, clad in a gray suit, awkwardly danced his way onto the stage. Upon catching a glimpse of the smiling, applauding crowd, Hammer's spirits soared. "Yes, this is how it should be. Thank you for your presence." Although many attendees harbored a sense of mockery for the attention-seeking Justin Hammer, whether the interest was benevolent or malicious mattered little. Any attention was preferable to none. In many respects, Justin Hammer bore a resemblance to Tony Stark, yet he lacked Stark's prodigious talent. In a world solely inhabited by himself, Hammer might have lived a contented life and perhaps even exhibited kindness akin to Stark's. However, the issue lay in the existence of Iron Man within the Marvel Universe. With Tony Stark, a figure who surpassed him in every conceivable way, Hammer's brilliance was perpetually overshadowed. Thus, he became a subpar imitation of Stark, perpetually discontent and ever in pursuit of an opportunity to eclipse Stark's brilliance. At this moment, with Tony facing difficulties, Justin Hammer seized the chance to showcase himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, please temper your excitement," he began, reciting his prepared speech. "For far too long, our nation has sent brave soldiers into perilous combat. Then came Iron Man. We believed we would no longer suffer the loss of lives. Yet, he refuses to unveil his advanced technology. This is unjust, unreasonable, and truly regrettable." Upon utterance of these words, the audience erupted in murmurs of discontent. While they had shown support, they were also keenly aware of right and wrong. Hammer's remarks were undeniably a moral coercion. Why should one be entitled to share the fruits of another's arduous labor? It was akin to an individual who, through sheer effort, discovers a path to wealth, only to have others, envious of their success, demand that the secrets of prosperity be divulged. Is this a feasible expectation? In this analogy, Justin Hammer epitomized such entitlement. Oh my, Pepper couldn't help but shake her head. Even amidst an argument with Tony, the disparagement directed at him stirred discomfort within her. Not only Pepper, but Wanda also furrowed her brow, clearly disapproving of Hammer's approach. Witnessing this scene, Lynch resolved to take action. It seemed imperative to confront Justin Hammer. Of course, not as an ordinary citizen, but rather as the superhero, the Human Torch, when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, atop the stage, Justin Hammer remained oblivious to the audience's laughter, continuing his oration. Nonetheless, he proclaimed, it remains an extraordinary invention, destined to capture headlines across the globe. But today, my friends, the troubles for major news outlets have escalated. Their ink shall soon prove insufficient. As he spoke, Justin Hammer twisted his mouth into an exceedingly self-assured smile. He paused momentarily, seemingly anticipating the audience's applause. However, the crowd remained unresponsive, with only a scant few clapping, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Seizing the opportunity, Lynch murmured an excuse to those around him, claiming he needed to visit the restroom, and then he rose to leave the main hall. Upon stepping into a secluded corner, a spatial vortex emerged beside him. The swirling portal ejected a striking fireproof suit and mask, which then vanished from sight. This was a maneuver executed by Lynch through remote control of Uchiha Obito. Once clad in the fireproof attire, flames erupted beneath Lynch's feet, propelling him upwards to the ceiling of the main hall. Concealed by the pillars, he remained unseen by the audience. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer furrowed his brow, disregarding the uncomfortable ambience, and gestured for the staff to remove the podium. The prolonged string of misfortunes had long since hardened Justin Hammer's resolve. Chapter 117. The Final Splendor of Justin Hammer. Part 2. Thus, this moment of embarrassment held little significance for Justin Hammer. With his hands firmly placed on his hips, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, I shall unveil to you the fresh visage of the military might of our nation. The Hammer Industries Steel Soldiers. The Army Steel Soldiers." As his voice resonated, Hammer gestured towards a corner of the stage. An exhilarating symphony erupted, and the ground beneath began to part, elevating 2 rows of 8 formidable steel soldiers. Each of these metallic warriors was equipped with anti-aircraft artillery, indicating their formidable firepower. The Navy Steel Soldiers, the Air Force Steel Soldiers, the Marine Corps Steel Soldiers. In the blink of an eye, 32 steel soldiers adorned the stage. Witnessing the manifestation of these tangible creations, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Suddenly, it appeared that Justin Hammer was not merely seeking attention as he often did. Rather, he truly possessed something of substance. The applause grew thunderous, and Hammer's spirits soared even higher. These creations were far superior to mere cheerleaders. "Allow me to inform you," he continued. "Though this technology represents a revolutionary advancement, we must still deploy real soldiers to the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our first prototype. The Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor, piloted by Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes." Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground interrupted Hammer's impassioned speech. Striding in, clad in a fireproof suit with a mask, the flaming hero declared, "I have a question." The audience erupted into an even more fervent cheer than during Hammer's introduction of the Steel Soldiers. "Flaming Hero, I love you. Flaming Hero, you are absolutely incredible. Flaming Hero, I want to have your children." These exclamations caused Hammer's expression to darken. This night was meant to be his moment of glory. Yet here emerged a rival in the form of the Flaming Hero. Wait a moment. Could this individual be a competitor sent to impersonate the Flaming Hero in an attempt to intimidate him? The thought crossed Hammer's mind, recalling how he had once employed such tactics against Stark Industries, albeit without success. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he watched as the Flaming Hero raised his hand, a sphere of crimson flame hovering above his palm. Not only that, but the fireball ascended, swirling around the Flaming Hero in a mesmerizing dance. The sweltering heat radiating from him caused nearby audience members to break into a sweat, hastily retreating from the vicinity. In an instant, the area surrounding the Flaming Hero was cleared. Realizing this, Hammer abandoned any notion of exposing the stranger's true identity. This was indeed the Flaming Hero. He forced a smile and inquired, "Ahem, Flaming Hero, what issue do you wish to address?" Beneath the mask, a smile flickered across the face of the figure known as the Flaming Hero. "Justin Hammer, I had been listening to your speech from above the ceiling. Since you claim that Iron Man is unwilling to share his technology, I must assert that this is erroneous, unjust, and quite regrettable. Therefore, could you possibly share the technology behind your Iron Soldiers? Given that it is a product of a revolutionary era, it would be unwise to hoard it. I believe the entire world is in dire need of your Iron Soldier technology." Just as Justin Hammer hesitated, "I must clarify that your thoughts, albeit." Just as Justin Hammer was about to speak, a sound resonated from the stage. Suddenly, the stage split open, revealing a fully armored war machine standing prominently before the audience. The crowd erupted once again, for this too was a product of Iron Man's ingenuity, akin to a second Iron Man. However, upon the emergence of this Iron Man, it did not take any immediate action but instead turned to question Justin Hammer, asking, "Why was I left waiting down here for so long?" Faced with such a chilling inquiry, Justin Hammer dared not utter more than a hesitant gesture towards the direction of the fire guy. The war machine turned to look. But before a word could be spoken, the sound of a rapidly flying object drew everyone's attention away. Chapter 118. The conspiracy of the whip and rope. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, and soon they beheld a figure shimmering in red and gold. With a striking pose that echoed the essence of a true Iron Man, he made his grand entrance. In that instant, the audience erupted into applause, their enthusiasm palpable and fervent. Keen observers noted the change in the design of Iron Man's arc reactor, which had shifted from a circular to a triangular shape. However, this alteration did not diminish their admiration for him. At that moment, the cheers for Iron Man surpassed even those for the Flame Hero. This slighted Lynch, for he had anticipated this as his moment to dazzle and garner astonishment. only to be interrupted by one formidable figure after another. Thus, Lynch resolved not to disclose to Tony and Rhodey that these Iron Soldiers were capable of more than mere salutes. They could indeed engage in genuine combat. This would serve as a delightful surprise from Lynch. In truth, his decision to withhold this information was prudent, for he could not elucidate the source of his intelligence. If all proceeded as expected, Ivan Vanko would soon command Rhodey's war machine and the 32 Iron Soldiers to assault Tony, while simultaneously wreaking havoc at the Stark Industries Expo. It would be an opportune moment to earn accolades and astonishment points. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had quietly appeared outside the main hall, followed closely by Coulson and others. Upon witnessing Iron Man's arrival, Coulson raised a hand to his forehead, realizing that the situation Mr. Payne had forewarned was indeed unfolding here. Was it possible that the war machine and Iron Soldiers would malfunction? Obito shook his head and gazed at the proceedings within the hall. Speaking slowly, I cannot ascertain whether those metal contraptions will falter. However, with the Flame Hero and myself present, there is no cause for alarm. Coulson glanced at Obito and then at the Flame Hero, who was discreetly multiplying his fireballs to over 30. He nodded in agreement. The Flame Hero's flames were formidable. If he was prepared, even if the Iron Soldiers did encounter issues, there was no need for concern. In the distance, at the headquarters of Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko wiped the blood from his hands with a towel. Moments ago, while on the phone with Tony, he had eliminated 2 bodyguards left by Justin Hammer to monitor him. This enabled him to issue threats to Tony without hesitation. At present, through the cameras of the Iron Soldiers, Ivan Vanko observed the unfolding events within the main hall. His eyes narrowed as he beheld the Flame Hero, his gaze sharp and filled with animosity. To Ivan, it was clear that on that fateful day in Morocco, he had nearly succeeded in killing Tony Stark. The Flame Hero's appearance had obliterated all his efforts. Consequently, it was only natural that the Flame Hero became one of Ivan Vanko's sworn enemies. In his tumultuous emotions, Ivan was on the verge of commanding the Iron Soldiers to swarm and attack the Flame Hero, yet he restrained himself. Because another adversary of his, a far more significant foe, has yet to make an appearance. In truth, Ivan Vanko's harsh words directed at Tony were not merely a death sentence, but rather a calculated maneuver to lure Tony in. Merely destroying everything that Tony holds dear was insufficient for Ivan Vanko. He yearned to obliterate Tony's world before his very eyes, and only then extinguish Tony himself. This, he believed, would provide him with the true satisfaction of vengeance. Therefore, Ivan Vanko was not simply foolish. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. He was convinced that even if Tony were to arrive, it would not alter the course of events. Tonight marks the commencement of Ivan Vanko's journey of retribution. Upon witnessing the emergence of the resplendent golden-red Iron Man, Ivan Vanko did not hesitate and immediately took action. Casting a glance at the quietly conjuring fireball of the Flame Hero, Iron Man withdrew his gaze and approached War Machine. The pilot of War Machine, James Rhodes, remarked, "Tony, there are civilians here. Do not engage in battle. Fear not, Rhodey, I am not here to fight you." Chapter 119. The battle commences. Iron Man stood beside War Machine, extending a peace sign towards the audience, waving at them. Rhodey followed suit. And both the spectators and Justin Hammer on stage exhaled in relief. Everything was all right. "I suspect Hammer is collaborating with Ivan Vanko. We are all in danger. Trust me," Tony declared. Rhodey was taken aback. "Ivan Vanko? Is he still alive? Was he supposed to have perished in a Moroccan prison? But he just called me to demonstrate his power. And he made some serious threats." As he spoke, Tony approached Justin Hammer. Clad in his iron suit, Tony towered at an imposing height of 2 meters, instilling great pressure in Justin Hammer. "Where is he?" Hammer trembled, feigning ignorance. "Who? What? Where? Ivan Vanko, where is he?" Tony was about to press Hammer further when James Rhodes interrupted. Tony! Iron Man turned to see the rotating machine gun behind War Machine locking onto him. "Oh, hell. Rhodey, is that you?" "It's not me. The suit has been compromised." Rhodey shouted urgently. "Tony, run. I'm going to fire." Tony immediately took flight. "We're out of here." Simultaneously, he called towards the direction of the firemen. "This is all on you." Whoosh! Iron Man soared away, while the guns of War Machine and all the Iron Soldiers aimed at Tony. Bang! 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 Real bullets were fired, shattering the glass ceiling instantly. War Machine, along with 8 Air Force Iron Soldiers, took off in pursuit of Tony. Help! The main hall erupted into chaos, with everyone screaming and rushing for the exits. Creak! 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 The remaining Iron Soldiers began to move. Some dashed out of the hall, wreaking havoc on the Stark Industries Expo, while the remaining 10 surrounded the firemen. "Oh, just 10? You seem to underestimate me." With a flick of his hand, fireballs erupted from the back of the firemen, hurtling towards the Iron Soldiers. Boom! 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 Each fireball struck its target, with every Iron Soldier hit by at least 3 fireballs, yet they merely staggered back, suffering little damage overall. At Hammer Industries headquarters, Ivan Vanko chuckled. Fireman. To counter your abilities, I have outfitted all my iron soldiers with heat-resistant and flame-retardant layers. Your powers are futile against me. As he spoke, Ivan Vanko suddenly noticed a flurry of feathers drifting down before the iron soldiers. What is this? He exclaimed, startled. He promptly issued orders for the iron soldiers to attack the firemen. The result was a successful assault, with countless bullets raining down on the firemen. However, the firemen leapt into the air, breathing fire to evade the onslaught. Is the flaw, or rather, the limitation of illusions that they are ineffective against inanimate objects? In that case, let me unleash my new technique. As he spoke, flames enveloped Lynch, transforming him into a being of fire. However, upon closer inspection, the hands and feet of Lynch appeared somewhat different. While the rest of his body was ablaze with roaring flames, his hands and feet had morphed into colossal fists and saws formed from the very flames themselves. Prepare to face my wrath. Fire fist. Boom. Lynch soared through the air like an arrow released from its bow, instantly arriving before the iron soldier. Wham! With a powerful punch. Augmented by immense kinetic energy and the force of his fiery fist, he obliterated the iron soldier. Clang. The remnants of the struck iron soldier lay scattered across the ground, utterly destroyed. Lynch then turned his gaze towards the remaining 9 iron soldiers. Ivan Vanko. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he nimbly evaded all attacks from the iron soldiers, his agile form weaving effortlessly. He unleashed a relentless barrage of fiery punches and kicks upon the iron soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 120. Progress a few minutes later. The main hall was strewn with scattered parts of steel soldiers, yet Lynch remained unscathed. Turning to glance outside the main hall, he noticed a dozen steel soldiers wreaking havoc. Without hesitation, Lynch sprang forth towards the marauding soldiers. Above, Tony Stark soared through the sky alongside War Machine and 8 steel soldiers. If all went according to plan, Tony would eliminate these 8 steel soldiers while, with Natasha's assistance, he would help James Rhodes regain control of War Machine. However, at present, he was being pursued by a throng of adversaries, leaving him in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, backstage in the main hall, Justin Hammer, sensing impending doom, hastily retreated to the back. What transpired? What was going on? He shouted in a near panic, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Today was supposed to be his glorious day, yet calamity had struck in various forms. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Apologies. The computer programs have all been tampered with. The steel soldiers are under his control. The operator controlling the steel soldiers bore a grim expression, stepping aside. This is impossible. Justin Hammer knew precisely whom the operator referred to, yet he could scarcely believe it. He had assigned 2 highly trained bodyguards to watch over Ivan Vanko. Call the company for updates. Though furious, Justin Hammer maintained a semblance of composure. No, the phone lines have been severed, and there is no signal on the mobile. Boss. We are locked out of the main server. Oh, for heaven's sake. At that moment, Justin Hammer began to comprehend that Ivan Vanko never intended to collaborate with him. He had orchestrated all of this solely for revenge against Tony. Who has barred you from entry? A melodious voice chimed in as Pepper Potts and Natasha Romanoff entered, accompanied by Wanda and young Peter. Please leave. This is Hammer Industry Secure Area. You cannot. Justin Hammer's head throbbed at the sight of them. He raised his hand to dismiss them, only to be met with Natasha's merciless intervention. In a swift motion, she stepped forward, seized Justin Hammer's wrist, and twisted it backward, pinning him on the table. As Hammer's 2 bodyguards rushed to his aid, Natasha delivered a swift kick to their groin, incapacitating them instantly. My goodness, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth, while Wanda and Peter mirrored her astonishment. Natasha turned to Pepper and Wanda, saying, Hey, girls, if your boyfriend dares to bully you, handle him like this. Without waiting for their reactions, Natasha approached Justin Hammer and began her interrogation. Faced with her assertive demeanor and the revelation of her identity as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Justin Hammer crumbled, confessing without a trace of resolve. It was Ivan Vanko. He orchestrated all of this. Where is he? At the headquarters of my company. Natasha promptly instructed Pepper to alert the authorities before accompanying Happy to Hammer Industries. Once Pepper reported the incident and apprehended Justin Hammer and his associates, she sought refuge at Wanda's suggestion. But what about Lynn? Would he be all right? Pepper suddenly recalled Lin Chi and hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing this, Wanda glanced at the Human Torch, who was engaged in battle with the Iron Soldiers. Observing the overwhelming advantage he held, she shook her head, reassuringly stating that he would be fine and there was no need for concern. Indeed, Lin Chi was in no peril. The Fire Fists possessed tremendous destructive power against the Iron Soldiers. Moreover, with his superhuman physique, defeating those Iron Soldiers was akin to slaughtering chickens. Not to mention, he had Uchiha Ibido by his side. Just moments ago, while Lin Chi was battling the Iron Soldiers in the main hall, several of them had emerged, wreaking havoc on everything at the Stark Industries Expo. Chapter 121. Subspace. Many were inadvertently harmed, collapsing to the ground in agony. Or perhaps it can be said that this was not mere collateral damage, but rather the true intention of Ivan Vanko. In the Stark Industries Expo, the greater the number of casualties, the more severe the negative repercussions on the Stark family. While taking a life may be a fleeting act, the tarnishing of one's reputation is everlasting. This, indeed, was his objective. However, Ivan Vanko's aspirations were curtailed at this juncture. Upon witnessing the steel soldiers he controlled indiscriminately assaulting civilians, Uchiha Obito made his entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered a state of intangibility, evading the onslaught of bullets, and charged towards the steel soldiers. Leaping high, he soared before them, delivering a powerful kick. Wham! The head of the steel soldier, the control unit, was sent flying. Attached by wires that pulsated with a red glow, it was propelled into the flames, where it detonated, rendering the soldier motionless. The head was the weak point. Uchiha Obito shouted to Lynch, who was rushing to assist. Without waiting for a response, he turned to 8 others. This maneuver was orchestrated not only to garner favor with S-H-I-E-L-D, but also to accumulate shock value. The moment was ripe for such endeavors, and he would not let it slip away. Of course, it was also a time for salvation. Lynch had summoned a limited clone of Uchiha Obito precisely for this occasion. Yet, rather than continue his assault on the steel soldiers, Uchiha Obito manipulated the Kamui space to create a small subspace. This subspace was merely 1 cubic meter in size, devoid of any contents. The rationale behind this creation was clear. He positioned himself before the bullets fired by the steel soldiers, then unfurled a spatial vortex. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the vortex absorbed every bullet, transferring them into the subspace. The bullets detonated within this realm, releasing their power. As the entrance to the space opened, the remnants of the bullets tumbled out, while the subspace remained unscathed. After all, no matter how formidable the force, it was merely a physical attack. And physical assaults hold little potential to disrupt the fabric of space. Oh my God! Countless onlookers bore witness to this spectacle, their hearts filled with astonishment and profound emotion regarding Uchiha Obito's actions. They could hardly fathom that a human could completely disregard the attacks of modern firearms. Though Iron Man could achieve this, it was through the aid of his armor. Even the flame-controlling hero had to evade, yet this newly emerged intangible figure stood firm. The most astonishing aspect was that he emerged unscathed, while the bullets rendered utterly ineffective. What manner of ability is this? Coulson felt a sense of frustration. Despite having previously overestimated Uchiha Obito's powers, the scene before him made it clear that he had still underestimated him. Initially, Coulson believed Uchiha Obito's ability was merely to render himself intangible, rendering physical attacks entirely ineffective. Moreover, he possesses the remarkable ability to render others intangible, a testament to his formidable powers. Yet, it appears that intangibility is not the core of his capabilities. It is as if he possesses an alternate dimension. The ability to become intangible seems merely incidental. However, the notion of carrying an alternate space with oneself? How could that be possible? Coulson found amusement in his own unfounded speculation, only to dismiss it and reconsider. Unbeknownst to him, this serendipitous conjecture held the very essence of the truth. Sometimes, circumstances unfold in the most dramatic fashion. Ignoring the astonishment of Coulson and his companions, Uchiha Obito continued to shield the group from bullets while simultaneously accumulating their astonishment points. At that moment, after dispatching the steel soldiers in the main hall, Lynch approached to coordinate with Uchiha Obito. Under this combined onslaught, within approximately a minute, a dozen steel soldiers were reduced to mere fragments. Cheers erupted, exclaiming, "Oh, the Flame Knight is incredible." Such exclamations brought a hint of a smile to Lynch's masked visage. Chapter 122, The Final Showdown. Part 1. Meanwhile, Natasha and Happy arrived at Hammer Industries. Natasha exhibited her formidable prowess, effortlessly navigating through the entire facility. Aware of this, Ivan Vanko resolved to personally pilot the Whiplash armor in pursuit of vengeance against Tony. Remaining at the site would inevitably lead to the destruction of all Iron Soldiers by Tony and his allies. Furthermore, Ivan did not believe that he could triumph over the woman solely through physical combat. Thus, it was time to depart. With a swift motion, Ivan donned the Whiplash armor and soared out of Hammer Industries. Natasha took charge of the situation, assisting Tony in rebooting War Machine. Consequently, James Rhodes once again became Tony's trusted ally. However, at that moment, the 8 pursuing Iron Soldiers caught up with them. The Iron Soldiers surrounded Iron Man and War Machine from all directions, launching their assault. Naturally, Tony and Rhodes retaliated. Yet their numbers were insufficient to sustain the fight for long. In response, Tony unleashed his ultimate weapon, the laser-cutting device. He instructed Rhodes to take cover, then unleashed a barrage of lasers that severed the 8 Iron Soldiers in half. With a resounding clap, War Machine's visor opened. "Oh, Tony, you should have used that move first," Rhodes remarked. "Apologies, but that was a one-time use. It's spent now," Tony replied. shrugging as two smoking devices fell from the arms of his suit, clearly indicating he had spoken the truth. All right, Tony, I owe you an apology. I should have trusted you more, Rhodes acknowledged, realizing his previous misjudgments. Tony reciprocated, admitting his own faults, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Just then, Natasha's voice cut through. Hey, Stark, there's an Iron Soldier approaching, but it doesn't look good. That one is different, and its energy levels are exceptionally high. What? Tony exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Before he could utter another word, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon. As both Tony and Rhodes looked up, they witnessed a figure breaking the sound barrier, descending directly before them. With a resounding crash, Ivan Vanko, clad in the Whiplash armor, made his entrance as the ultimate antagonist of Iron Man 2. Without uttering a word, Ivan launched an immediate attack on Tony and Rhodes. The Whiplash armor, entirely black and larger than both Tony's Iron Man suit and Rhodes' War Machine suit, boasted immense power and defense. Unlike the typical drawbacks of larger armors, the Whiplash suit exhibited remarkable agility, coupled with the formidable electrical whip. Ivan managed to simultaneously overpower both Tony and Rhodes. One of his electrical whips ensnared Iron Man's neck, while the other ensnared War Machine's, effectively controlling two adversaries with one. The Whiplash armor had achieved the impossible. It is not merely a matter of control, if they persist. The current from the electric whip will inevitably penetrate the armor of Iron Man and War Machine. At that juncture, when the formidable current makes contact with Tony and Rhodey, their demise would be assured. According to the original narrative, a simultaneous discharge of their repulsor beams would perfectly resolve the prevailing dilemma. The collision of their repulsor beams would generate an electromagnetic shockwave, a force of extraordinary magnitude capable of incapacitating all electronic devices. If they were to unleash such a barrage, it would at the very least revert the battle to its initial state. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even eliminate the electric whip's wielder, Ivan Vanko, outright. However, at present, this strategy has not occurred to them. Their prior combat was interrupted by Lynch, thus they never reached that fervent state of confrontation. Consequently, they remain unaware of the tremendous power inherent in a simultaneous discharge of their repulsor beams. This predicament, however, complicates matters significantly. Currently, both Iron Man and War Machine find themselves devoid of effective strategies to break the deadlock. If this continues, their defeat is all but certain. Chapter 123, Distraction. The situation had reached an impasse. Ivan Vanko harbored no intentions of elaborate maneuvers. He understood that as long as he continued to ensnare his opponents with the electrical whips, victory would inevitably be his. As for the possibility of interference, they were situated far from the venue, devoid of any passers-by. Moreover, following the prior explosion, any rational individual would steer clear of this location. Thus, it became a private battleground for the three of them, one that would remain undisturbed. A smile crept across Ivan Vanko's face as he began to envision his imminent triumph. By that time, not only would he have vanquished Iron Man and the newly emerged War Machine, but he would also remain unscathed. After all, the hearts of capitalists are notoriously corrupt. Ivan Vanko was acutely aware of this reality, particularly given the obstacles posed by capitalists that he and his father had faced. Therefore, possessing such formidable technology ensured that even if Ivan Vanko were captured by the U.S. government, his life would be spared. The United States is a nation under the sway of capitalists. In Ivan Vanko's anticipated future, Iron Man would already be deceased. This would leave him as the sole possessor of such powerful technology, a status that the U.S. government would be loath to jeopardize. In fact, they would not only refrain from harming him but would likely extend lavish offers to win him over. Once they successfully secured his allegiance, the U.S. government would gain access to Iron Man's technology, enabling mass production. At that juncture, dominating the world would likely fall short of their ambitions. They may even aspire to unify it. In summary, as long as Ivan Vanko could eliminate Tony, everything would fall into place. Conversely, should Tony manage to retaliate against Ivan Vanko, he would face no repercussions, for Tony Stark himself is also a capitalist. Thus, this scenario is entirely plausible. Tony Stark. James Rhodes, today you shall perish here, Ivan Vanko declared with an air of certainty regarding the events that were destined to unfold. Although he did not intend to resort to trickery, there remained a fair amount of time before Tony and Rhodes met their demise. Ivan Vanko was prepared to launch a verbal assault, keen to pierce their hearts with his words. What could be more gratifying than witnessing an enemy struggle in their final moments, knowing they cannot escape but will be utterly vanquished? While Tony and Rhodes found themselves powerless against Ivan Vanko's whip armor, this did not hinder them from mocking him. Hey, Rhodes, how about a taste of Big Ivan? Tony quipped, referring to the hydrogen bomb, one of the most powerful weapons on Earth. His words were not only a jest directed at Ivan Vanko, but also a subtle nudge to Rhodes to reveal any hidden tactics he might possess. Rhodes understood the implication and replied, Tony, I believe you ought not to speak to Mr. Vanko in such a manner. His words implied that naturally he intended to divert Ivan Vanko's attention, and it was evident that he possessed a lethal strategy. Tony immediately grasped this, replying, "Oh my goodness. I suddenly realized that I have my family, and we have indeed treated the Vanko family rather poorly." "What? Is that really how you feel?" Ivan Vanko was taken aback. Tony Stark was Ivan Vanko's target for revenge, and it could be said that Ivan regarded Tony as more significant than his own woman. The acknowledgement and admission from such an important figure was profoundly shocking for Ivan Vanko. Not only was he astonished, but he also felt a sense of unreality, as if he were floating on a cloud. Wait, Tony Stark and his father, Howard Stark, were both exceedingly proud. How could such individuals confess to something fabricated? Ivan Vanko was acutely aware of this, for Tony Stark had been quite renowned even before he became Iron Man Chapter 124. Coincidence, however. Ivan Vanko understood that the Stark family had not truly wronged the Vanko family. The consequences were merely the result of his father's own actions. Yet, this did not prevent Ivan Vanko from harboring resentment towards Tony Stark. Understanding the situation was one thing. Feeling bitterness was an entirely different matter. Nevertheless, it was precisely because he was aware of Tony's nature that Ivan Vanko felt a sense of vigilance. This must be Tony's cunning scheme. Yet, Tony Stark had not done anything overtly malicious, so the issue must lie with James Rhodes. With this thought, Ivan Vanko turned his head and beheld the war machine. Its shoulder armor cracked. A miniature missile locked onto its target and was swiftly launched. However, upon recognizing the missile's design, Ivan Vanko exhibited no intention of evading it. This missile was the very one he had installed on the war machine, referred to as the ex-wife missile by Justin Hammer. How could something he had installed be used against him? He had tampered with that missile, ensuring it would not detonate when attacking the Whiplash armor. Sure enough, the missile whizzed through the air and boom. The ex-wife missile collided harmlessly against Ivan Vanko's chest armor, producing only the sound of impact, with no further noise. Ah, yes. There was also the sound of it splashing into the water below, followed by the electronic devices being submerged, emitting a faint sizzling noise as they malfunctioned. This was quite awkward. James Rhodes felt exceedingly embarrassed at that moment. His friend Tony had gone so far as to self-deprecate in order to distract their adversary. Yet his attack had fallen short, rendering his friend's efforts futile. At that moment, Rhodes' face behind the mask was flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. In an attempt to compensate for his blunder and alleviate his discomfort, he resolved to unleash a full-force counterattack. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rotating gun on his back opened fire, while the machine guns mounted on the war machine's arms also joined the fray. Observing this, Tony immediately coordinated an attack with his palm repulsor against the Whiplash armor. However, Whiplash would not remain passive under their assault. He swung his arms down with great force, amplifying the electrical whip's power. Iron Man and War Machine were both thrown to the ground, their attacks rendered ineffective against Ivan Vanko. Crack! The electrical whip lashed out once more, ensnaring the necks of Iron Man and War Machine, binding them tightly. Struggle all you want. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Beneath the Whiplash armor, Ivan Vanko's face contorted into a maniacal grin. At this juncture, Iron Man finally ceased his resistance and urgently contacted Lynch, whispering, "Lynch, hurry, I'm at my location. We can barely hold on." Indeed, they were on the brink of collapse. The powerful currents were corroding their armor, visible damage had already manifested. And combined with the prior battles where, if they continued, the fate of Tony and Rhodes would be sealed. Meanwhile, Lynch was in a state of distress. After he and Abito had dealt with all the Iron Soldiers, he sought to locate Tony in order to check in and subsequently resolve the ongoing crisis. However, to his surprise, he found himself unable to pinpoint the whereabouts of Tony and his companions. This proved to be quite awkward. The original plot of the film did not provide a detailed address, nor were there many reference points in the vicinity, making it rather challenging for Lynch to find them. Nevertheless, he did not remain stationary. Instead, he set out in search of them. Unfortunately, in his quest, he inadvertently missed them. At the moment the explosion occurred on Tony's side, Lynch happened to be heading in the opposite direction. The distance was too great for him to hear or see the flames. Consequently, at this moment, he had yet to locate the check-in point. In desperation, Lynch contemplated seeking assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., as they should have installed a locator on Tony's armor, which might aid in locating him and his team. Just as he was about to call Nick Fury, a message from Tony appeared on his phone. Chapter 125. The third S-rank sign-in. To his astonishment, Lynch realized he had narrowly missed a critical situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course and soared towards the location indicated by Tony. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after sending out a distress signal, Tony attempted to console Rhodes, assuring him not to dwell on the machinations of Hammer Industries. "I am truly sorry, Tony," Rhodes lamented, his spirits still low. "Perhaps we are destined to perish here." Upon hearing Rhodes' despondent words, Ivan Vanko chuckled darkly. "Indeed, my friend, you two may very well meet your end." However, Tony retorted defiantly, "Huh, Ivan Vanko, you shall not succeed. Oh, Tony, I find it quite amusing to see you so resolute, yet so fragile beneath the surface, Ivan smirked. His expression twisted with malice. I imagine you were fantasizing about a rescue, but have you considered that you may not last until then? As he spoke, the voltage of the electric whip surged, hastening their corrosive assault. I will send you to meet your deceased parents. Suddenly, a massive fireball descended from the heavens, striking Ivan Vanko, who was clad in his whip armor. The flames roared to life, engulfing the area, and within the brilliance of the explosion emerged Lynch, donned in fire-resistant gear and a mask. The force of the blast catapulted Ivan Vanko away, ensuring Tony and Rhodes were saved. Yet, at that moment, Lynch was oblivious to their plight. His attention was captivated by the luminous screen and the prompt before him. Ding! The host is at the sign-in location, center of the Iron Man, Whiplash, and War Machine battlefield. Would you like to sign in? Yes, Lynch thought, his resolve unwavering. This was one of his primary objectives for the journey. Ding! The host is at the sign-in location, officially commencing sign-in. Sign-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be deemed a sign-in failure. As the countdown began, Lynch glanced at the recovering Whiplash, and without hesitation, unleashed illusion, binding technique upon him. Ah! Ivan Vanko screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, the pain penetrating even through his whip armor. With this, it was assured that Whiplash would not interfere with Lynch. At that moment, Tony and Rhodes approached, standing on either side of the flame hero, who occupied the spotlight. Lynn, what on earth is this ability of yours? We couldn't even hope to defeat this foe, yet you vanquished him with such ease. Tony exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. I believe we ought to conclude our battles before your entrance, lest we become mere shadows in your limelight. Lynch shrugged, offering no response. His focus remained on the swiftly diminishing countdown. Meanwhile, Rhodes furrowed his brow, murmuring, Lynn? Is the flame hero named Lynn? Though Lynch heard Rhodes' words, he chose to remain silent. 3, 2, 1, 0. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Sign-in successful. Rating. S-Class. Sign-in reward. Enhancement of all attributes. 1 skill extraction. S-Class. Indeed, it is S-Class. Lin Chi was filled with exhilaration. The might of an S-Class skill is beyond question. This power resides not only in the skill itself, but also in the formidable capabilities offered by the origin progress bar of the S-Class skill, to speak of nothing else. The gravitational control provided by the Earth Explosion Star's origin progress bar, or the cosmic attraction, alongside the divine space derived from the godly might's origin progress bar, are both utterly divine. Therefore, Lin Chi eagerly anticipates acquiring yet another S-Class skill. However, at present, he hopes for an S-Class skill with substantial lethality. Although today's battle was overwhelmingly dominant, it also revealed Lin Chi's shortcomings. Specifically, his control over flames, in certain situations, fails to inflict a significant lethal impact on his adversaries. Chapter 126, Amaterasu consider the Iron Soldiers controlled by Ivan Vanko. Lynch concentrated flames into a fiery fist, which ultimately shattered them. Ordinary flames, however, inflicted no harm whatsoever. While this was partly due to the fireproof coating applied by Ivan Vanko, it was undeniable that the power of Lynch's flames was rather limited. Nonetheless, when it comes to formidable destructive skills, the Divine Might certainly met all expectations. The issue, however, lay in the fact that the range of Divine Might was too restricted, and its consumption was excessively high. As for the Earth Explosion Star, its range was indeed vast, yet it functioned primarily as a sealing technique rather than a lethal one. Moreover, this skill shared similar drawbacks with Divine Might, suffering from significant energy expenditure. Thus, Lynch yearned for a large-scale, high-damage S-rank skill. Although acquiring an S-rank skill would currently allow him only a single use, it could still serve as preparation for the future. Even now, with his stamina exceeding 200 points, over 20 times that of an ordinary person, he could not unleash an S-rank skill without incurring damage. However, as long as he continued to sign in and accumulate shock value, Lynch would eventually be able to unleash an S-rank skill flawlessly. At that moment, his power would become extraordinarily formidable. Gazing at the still prostrate Ivan Vanko, Lynch silently intoned, "Commence extraction." Extracting, please wait. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-rank skill, Amaterasu. Skill description. When activated, a powerful black flame ignites at the focal point of the pupil, and this black fire will not extinguish until the target is completely consumed. Initial use incurs no cost. Subsequent uses will consume stamina. Amaterasu. Lynch never expected to acquire this ocular technique from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was only reasonable for this skill to be rated as S-rank. Not only did it possess exceptional lethality, but its extensive range also perfectly aligned with Lynch's desires. Wherever he cast his gaze, there would be black flames. The official Naruto guidebook evaluates Amaterasu as the pinnacle of fire-release ocular techniques. The clandestine mastermind of the Naruto world, Kurizetsu, refers to Amaterasu as the most powerful physical attack. One of the instigators of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto Yakushi, proclaimed Amaterasu the strongest attacking ocular technique and the most formidable defensive one. Such accolades clearly signify the potency of this technique. In the original Naruto storyline, Sasuke, having encountered this technique, asserted that it was an attack from which escape was absolutely impossible. Initially, only Uchiha Itachi could wield it. When Itachi prepared to abduct Naruto, he was ensnared by the summoned toad from Jiraiya. Consequently, Itachi utilized Amaterasu to incinerate the toad's esophagus and seize the opportunity to escape. Although the toad possessed fire-breathing capabilities as a summoning beast, its esophagus could not withstand the black flames produced by Amaterasu, leading Jiraiya to ultimately seal it away. During the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, Itachi consumed Sasuke's fire release, great fireball technique with Amaterasu, even incinerating Sasuke's wings after his cursed seal transformation. Sasuke barely evaded this fate by employing Orochimaru's body replacement technique. After Itachi's demise, the lingering black flames incinerated Orochimaru's whitesnake form. These formidable achievements further attest to the potency of this technique. Yet, at this moment, it has fallen into the hands of Lynch, which can only be deemed an extraordinary stroke of luck. When one acquires a novel technique, it is imperative to put it to the test. Take, for instance, the initial earth-shattering star and the subsequent divine might. Now, it is time to experiment with Amaterasu. At the very least, one must unleash this technique for the first time. Lynch has made his choice for this inaugural application. He glanced at Ivan Vanko, who lay motionless in the Whiplash armor, currently being deliberated upon by Tony and Rhodes regarding his fate. Without further ado, let me bring this to a close. He has committed numerous transgressions, yet for some, he holds significant utility. Thus, he cannot be imprisoned once more. Otherwise, he would find himself in a situation akin to this one. Rhodes contemplated countering. No one has the right to take another's life. However, he suddenly recalled that this entire incident seemingly stemmed from Ivan Vanko himself. Chapter 127. The mighty black flame. Had it not been for the capitalist Justin Hammer rescuing Ivan Vanko from prison, none of this would have transpired. Now, however, Justin Hammer finds himself incarcerated. Yet, Ivan Vanko has demonstrated his formidable prowess. He is in no way inferior to Iron Man, perhaps even surpassing him. Such a being will not be easily cast aside by the unscrupulous capitalists. In the realm of the United States, who stands as the foremost capitalist? It is none other than the government itself. What if they were to imprison Ivan Vanko once more, only to have him subsequently favored and preserved by the government? Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. Should this occur, James Rhodes would find himself utterly powerless. Even Tony Stark would be unable to intervene. Within the confines of the system, James Rhodes has witnessed numerous sordid events. He has long comprehended the true repulsiveness of the U.S. government. It is for this reason that when he acquired the Mark II Iron Man suit, he chose not to relinquish it, opting instead to pilot it himself. At the very least, this ensured that the Mark II could serve the people rather than cater to certain officials. Thus, at this moment, James Rhodes is acutely aware that the possibilities spoken of by the Flame Knight are not only plausible but also highly likely. Consequently, he repressed the words he had been poised to retort. Meanwhile, Tony, positioned beside Rhodes, furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in agreement with Lynch's course of action. This time, Ivan Vanko nearly obliterated everything he held dear. No matter how optimistic Tony may be, he could never forgive Ivan Vanko. Moreover, he has never possessed a particularly forgiving nature. Therefore, he wholeheartedly concurred with Lynch's perspective. His frown, however, was not for Ivan Vanko but rather for Lynch. At merely 18 years of age, Lynch is still but a child. Should he truly be thrust into such circumstances and faced with the prospect of taking lives? This thought briefly lingered in Tony's mind before vanishing. This young man is even more capable than I, and he conducts himself with remarkable maturity, requiring no concern from me. Thus, he nodded in agreement. The concurrence of Tony and Rhodes did not significantly stir Lynch's inner thoughts. He had merely intended to inform the two, not to seek their approval. Even if they had disagreed, Lynch would have proceeded with his intentions. It would simply have strained their relationship. Therefore, their agreement at this moment was most fortuitous. Thus, Lynch transcended Tony and Rhodes, his right eye transforming into the shape of a spiral shuriken, reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. Internally, he intoned, Amaterasu. Whoosh! My heavens! Tony and Rhodes involuntarily exclaimed. With neither wind nor flame, the fully steel-constructed whip suit, even coated with fire-resistant material, began to ignite spontaneously. If this were all that transpired, it would not have been sufficient to astonish Tony and Rhodes. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the flames produced by the Whiplash armor are as dark as ink. With an extraordinarily high temperature, it appears to absorb all light. This black flame seems to originate from the abyss of hell itself. This unprecedented black flame utterly astonished Iron Man and War Machine. Both of them sensed an overwhelming sense of lethality emanating from this fire. It felt as though touching it would result in instant death. Ivan Vanko began to wail. The black flames pierced through his armor, consuming his flesh. At that moment, Lynch closed his eyes and dispelled the illusionary shackles. There was no longer a need. As soon as the black flames touched Ivan Vanko's body, his demise was already etched into Lynch's vision. You shall all perish with me. Ivan Vanko, enduring excruciating pain, activated the self-destruct sequence of all the Iron Soldiers along with his own Whiplash armor. Beep, beep, beep. Hiss. The red lights flickered rapidly, yet before Ivan Vanko could explode, he, along with his armor, had already been reduced to nothing by the black flames. Chapter 128. After the war, Lynn, thank you. As Ivan Vanko was utterly consumed by the black flames and vanished, Tony finally exhaled in relief. He then expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lynch, saying, "Thank you for coming to my aid, and for the birthday gift." The flame hero, Lynch, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am your friend. A birthday gift is merely a customary gesture. Today's events were but a trifling matter." Lynch spoke the truth, as his primary intention today was to fulfill his obligations and acquire shock points. Assisting Tony was merely a secondary consideration. However, Tony perceived it differently. He regarded Lynch as a person of exceptional character, a genuinely good individual. One must ponder who besides a true altruist would willingly offer help without expectation of compensation. Thus, Tony found Lynch increasingly amiable. At that moment, however, Rhodes interjected, "Flame hero, Tony referred to you as Lynn. Could it be that you are Lynch?" Earlier, Rhodes had harbored suspicions. During the opening of the Hammer Industries exhibition, Rhodes, stationed beneath the stage, had not seen the outside world with his own eyes. Yet his Iron Man suit was connected to external cameras. Consequently, he witnessed Lynch's arrival. He intended to greet Lynch, but by the time he emerged, Lynch had vanished, replaced by the Flame Hero. Intrigued, Rhodes had discreetly reviewed the footage while pursuing Tony. To his astonishment, he discovered that only 2 minutes after Lynch exited the exhibition hall, the Flame Hero made his entrance. Utilizing the scanning system integrated into his suit, Rhodes discerned the height, weight, and physique of the Flame Hero, which astonishingly matched Lynch's proportions precisely. Had it only been this coincidence, Rhodes might not have questioned Lynch's identity. After all, he remembered Lynch as a diligent and studious individual, one who would dedicate countless hours to his studies, leaving little time for other pursuits. However, Tony's casual mention of Lynn had ignited Rhodes' curiosity, prompting him to ponder whether Lynch could indeed be the Flame Hero. Now that the battle had concluded, Rhodes observed that the Flame Hero seemed quite approachable, leading him to pose the direct question. Tony was taken aback. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed Lynch's identity, he cast an apologetic glance towards Lynch, who waved it off, assuring him that it was of no consequence. As he spoke, Lynch removed his mask, unveiling his handsome visage. Turning to Rhodes, he remarked, "Colonel Rhodes, it has been a while. You are truly Lynch." Rhodes stepped closer, scrutinizing him in disbelief. "I never imagined you would become a superhero, and such an impressive one at that." Overwhelmed with excitement, Rhodes could hardly contain himself, astonished that the formidable Flame Hero was, in fact, an acquaintance of his. At that moment, Tony suddenly realized that when Ivan Vanko had suggested they accompany him to death, did it imply that he possessed some means for mutual destruction? The ominous sound of a countdown echoed in Tony's mind. Bomb. Others might be in peril. As the thought crystallized, Tony's helmet sealed shut, and he ascended into the air with urgency. Rodney, momentarily taken aback, quickly decided that they could converse later. For now, they should ascertain the situation at the expo. "Mr. Rhodes," Lynch interjected, "I would appreciate your discretion regarding my identity. I fear that if certain individuals were to discover who I am, my family's safety could be jeopardized." Upon hearing this, Rhodes nodded in agreement and promptly took flight. Meanwhile, Lynch methodically donned his flame mask, rising into the sky at a measured pace. His calm demeanor stemmed from the knowledge that he had everything under control. At the expo, Lynch had already manipulated Obito Uchiha, directing the core of the Iron Soldiers into the Kamui dimension. Therefore, there was no cause for concern. Chapter 129. Post-War II. As for the reason Lynch disclosed his identity to James Rhodes, it was rather straightforward. James had already uncovered the truth, and further concealment seemed futile. Moreover, sharing secrets could deepen their mutual bond. The War Machine, James Rhodes, would later emerge as a significant figure, and he was certainly someone worth befriending. After careful consideration, Lynch decided to reveal his identity to Rhodes, confident that Rhodes would keep it confidential. Swiftly, Lynch returned to the Stark Industries Expo, where he spotted Tony and Pepper engaged in conversation, embracing each other. Rhodes looked on in silence, glancing at Lynch as he returned, offering a wave. At that moment, Lynch donned his mask once more and felt a wave of relief as he observed Obito Uchiha personally safeguarding Wanda and young Peter. Though Uchiha's protective actions were orchestrated by Lynch, he still felt a twinge of unease. After all, they were the most important people in his life. Without hesitation, Lynch waved to the cheering crowd and soared into the sky. Landing in a secluded area, he changed back into his original attire and removed his mask. He jogged back to the venue of the Stark Industries Expo, finally reuniting with Wanda and young Peter. "Oh my goodness. Are you both all right?" Lynch began his act. "I just went to the restroom. How could this happen?" Young Peter quipped, "Brother, it's been over 10 minutes. Did you have a bout of constipation?" Lynch's expression darkened as he playfully swatted Peter's forehead. "Be quiet." Simultaneously, he became more convinced of the necessity to educate Peter when they returned home. 10 minutes in the restroom was hardly an exaggeration. Ever since the invention of toilets and smartphones, one could easily lose track of time while indulging in a mobile device. Thus, Lynch had cleverly used his restroom visit as a cover. The battle had only spanned a short time, barely a quarter of an hour, perfectly aligning with the duration of a lengthy restroom visit. At that moment, Wanda leaped into Lynch's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. "I'm just glad you're safe." She knew that the one who had just fought the Iron Soldier was Lynch, and seeing him unscathed allowed her to finally relax. It's all right. Let us head back," Lynch gently reassured her, stroking her hair. Without delay, Lynch, accompanied by Wanda and young Peter, made their way toward the parking lot. Many others, having made similar choices as Lynch and his companions, also opted to return home now that the excitement had subsided, making their actions seem quite natural. As Lynch walked away, Obito Uchiha turned to Coulson and remarked, "Now that the matter is concluded, I must take my leave." Uchiha's sudden farewell caught Coulson off guard, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. The matter has come to a conclusion, rendering any further stay here devoid of purpose. Thus, Coulson did not impede the situation but inquired, "Mr. Uchiha Obito, where do you intend to go?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito turned with a puzzled glance at Coulson and replied, "Of course. I am returning to our Akatsuki base. Where else would I go?" Coulson nodded, refraining from uttering the foolish question of whether he could divulge the location of the Akatsuki stronghold. Instead, he said, "Mr. Uchiha Obito, do you possess a mobile phone? If so, let us exchange numbers. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. To be candid, while we may not possess your formidable strength, there are many matters that our SHIELD can handle with greater efficiency than you might." He added, "By the way, if you do not have a phone, we can provide you with one." The suggestion of a mobile phone sparked a flicker of interest in the mind-controlling Uchiha Obito, Lynch. Chapter 130. The failure of reporting this matter is no longer necessary. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito shook his head in refusal. The reason was quite simple. Lynch did not require two mobile phones. He rarely played games or engaged in entertainment on his phone. To him, it served merely as a tool for communication. Thus, one mobile phone sufficed. Moreover, Lynch harbored a wariness towards SHIELD, for it was, in essence, Hydra. What if they had installed a tracking device in the phone? It is better to be safe than sorry. If such a situation were to arise, both Lynch and his family would be completely exposed, a scenario he wished to avoid. In truth, if Lynch's identity were to be revealed, genuine SHIELD agents would not take action against him. However, the Hydra faction would undoubtedly retaliate. Despite Lynch's confidence in withstanding all of Hydra's assaults and protecting his family, if he remained concealed, calamity would not transpire. The absence of disaster would ensure the safety of his loved ones. Consequently, the most prudent way to navigate through adversity is to take precautions beforehand, extinguishing any signs of impending catastrophe before they can manifest. This is precisely what Lynch was undertaking at this moment. Coulson was momentarily taken aback. But before he could articulate a response, Uchiha Obito interjected, "Leave your phone number with me. I shall contact you if needed." Oh, Coulson only hesitated briefly before acquiescing. After all, the initiative lay with Obito. His word was final. Thus, he scribbled his phone number on a sticky note and handed it to Uchiha Obito. Then, he watched as Obito was engulfed by a suddenly materializing vortex. Phew. The Akatsuki organization. Coulson pondered the ramifications of this organization's emergence on the world, uncertain whether its influence would be beneficial or detrimental. He only knew that the Akatsuki would undoubtedly wield a significant impact on the world. He hoped it would be a positive one. On another front, the limited clone of Uchiha Obito vanished upon entering the Kimui space, having fulfilled its purpose and thus rendered unnecessary. Although Lynch's multi-threaded operation skill allowed him to control several individuals simultaneously, including his own body, it could become exhausting over time. Passive skills, while seemingly effortless, were not devoid of consumption. They drained Lynch's mental fortitude. Mental fortitude encompasses will and cognition. Without it, one is rendered incapable of accomplishing anything. Therefore, Lynch needed to exercise caution in embodying these roles from the world of Naruto. After all, he was a system for signing in, not one for role-playing. Once he dispelled the limited clone, Lynch drove Wanda and young Peter back home. With Wanda's assistance, he educated young Peter before returning Wanda to her residence. After a tender farewell, Lynch returned home, where he found young Peter in the living room reporting to Aunt May. Little Peter raised his brows high and declared, "Brother, I have revealed all your misdeeds to Aunt May. You're finished." However, Lynch remained unperturbed. He gently ruffled little Peter's hair and, in a calm tone, recounted the actual circumstances of Peter's accusations. After listening, Aunt May pinched little Peter's cheek and said, "All right, it's time for bed. Off you go." "How can this be?" Little Peter protested, but he reluctantly went to bed. Aunt May was well aware of Lynch's true identity and understood that, in that context, little Peter was indeed speaking ill of him. Therefore, Lynch's admonishments towards Peter were entirely justified. Yet, it must be noted that little Peter, having lost both parents, possessed a delicate heart. In light of this, Aunt May did not wish to chastise him too harshly, and thus acted as a mediator. Once little Peter had retreated to his room, Aunt May embraced Lynch and inquired, "Are you hurt?" Lynch shook his head, assuring her, "No, I'm quite strong." "I know," Aunt May replied, her gaze filled with affection, reminiscent of a mother's concern for her child. "But I still hope you will exercise caution." "I will," he promised. Chapter 131. Harvest, Part 1. Upon returning to his chamber, Lynch meticulously secured the doors and windows. At this moment, his countenance radiated excitement, for it was time to tally his gains. He first accessed his personal panel. Host: Lynch, Lynn Parker. Attributes: Strength 115, Speed 115, Stamina 215. Mental Power 145, Skills: Earth Explosion Star, S. Divine Might, S. Amaterasu, S. Gravitational Control, A. Divine Pull, A. Flame Manipulation, A. Limited Cloning, A. Multi-threading Operation, A. Illusion Technique, Shackling Arts, B. Illusion Technique, Nirvana Sanctuary Arts, B. Divine Space, B. Shock Value, 1, 892,003. All attributes had increased by 5 points. A reward for his attendance. Notably, he had acquired an additional S-level skill, Amaterasu, an immensely powerful ability. However, the most significant gain was undoubtedly the shock value. Before his appearance that evening, Lynch had exhausted all his shock value, reducing it to 0. Yet, within the span of a few hours that night, his shock value had astonishingly swelled by 190,000. It was truly remarkable. This realization deepened Lynch's resolve to engage in all superhero events. Perhaps a year of diligent training could not compare to the enhancements derived from participating in a major incident. In the preceding 6 months, Lynch had reaped considerable rewards. However, it is crucial to note that during that period, he had nearly cleansed the entirety of New York City. He had confronted gangs, criminal organizations, and villains, even vanquishing vampires who wielded flames, all in one fell swoop. Indeed, vampires exist in the Marvel Universe, the kind that perish in sunlight, but rest assured, I shall not elaborate further. This exhaustive effort had led to Lynch's substantial gains over the past 6 months. Yet, remaining in New York without engaging in significant events would likely hinder his ability to amass shock value. Naturally, Lynch would not confine himself to New York indefinitely. He would relocate as circumstances dictated. Such circumstances would arise during major Marvel events. Now that Iron Man 2 and Thor had concluded, the forthcoming major event would likely be the storyline of the Avengers. At that time, he would undoubtedly be able to sign in and accrue shock value once more. However, the timeline for the Avengers is set in 2012, while it is still 2010. Nearly 2 years remain. What, then, should he occupy himself with during this interval? After some contemplation, Lynch resolved to set aside his musings for the time being. There was ample time ahead. He would take one step at a time. Perhaps an event would soon unfold, providing the impetus for him to make a decisive choice. For now, it was time to rest. 190,000 shock value was considerable, yet not insubstantial. However, this was not a fixed amount. It would increase with the passage of time. Events require time to ferment, and only then could one expect to reap a bountiful shock value. Presently, Lynch also needed time to soothe his frayed nerves. Thus, a brief respite was in order. As days swiftly passed, a month had elapsed. For the past month, Lynch has lived like an ordinary brother and boyfriend, taking young Peter and Wanda on delightful outings to various places each day. Throughout this period, he refrained from accessing the system panel to check his shock value, intending to accumulate enough before revealing the surprise to himself. However, upon returning home today after bidding farewell to Wanda, Lynch planned to unveil this surprise. Yet, before he could open the system panel, Tony's call interrupted him. "Lynn, are you free tomorrow?" "What for?" Lynch inquired, though he suspected he would indeed be available. "Well then, come to this location tomorrow. The Washington officials wish to present awards to the 3 of us." As Tony relayed the address, Lynch paused at the mention of an award ceremony. "Will there be media coverage?" "Of course. So, will you attend?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing about the media presence, Lynch discerned the potential for shock value. Hence, he promptly agreed. The Iron Man 2 incident had garnered a significant amount of shock value. But no matter how abundant it might be, Lynch would never turn it away. Chapter 132, Blaze Release, Kagaya's Command thus. It is certain that Lynch shall make his appearance tomorrow. After concluding his call with Iron Man, Tony Stark, Lynch took a deep breath and proceeded to open his personal panel. While most elements on the panel remained unchanged, one particular value left Lynch utterly astounded. Shock value, 30,260,005, 30 million shock points. Although he was aware that the incident took place in the bustling city of New York, making it impossible to conceal, Lynch was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the shock value he had acquired. After the initial surprise, without the slightest hesitation, Lynch withdrew 3 million points to elevate the progress of his S-rank skill, Divine Might, to 50%. Consequently, his B-rank skill, Divine Space, ascended to A-rank, expanding the spatial dimensions to 100 cubic meters and granting him the ability of spatial movement. This was indeed a significant enhancement. After a moment's contemplation, Lynch decided to activate the origin progress bar of his S-rank skill, Amaterasu. Ding! The origin progress bar for S-rank skill Amaterasu has been initiated. Without any hesitation, Lynch directly invested 10 million shock points into this progress bar, boosting it to 50%. Ding! The origin progress bar for S-rank skill Amaterasu has reached 50%. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the A-rank skill Blaze Release, Kagaya's Command. Skill description: manipulate the form of Amaterasu's black flames and extinguish them, as well as transform the black flames into various weaponry, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. This technique is a modification of Amaterasu, incorporating form alteration ninjutsu. Fundamentally rooted in Amaterasu. Passive skill: for those possessing Kagaya's Command, the consumption of releasing Amaterasu is halved. Initial use incurs no cost. Subsequent uses will consume mental energy. To his astonishment, it was this technique, Blaze Release, Kagaya's Command. A skill learned by Uchiha Sasuke during his battle with Killer Bee to save Karen, who was engulfed in black flames. Enabled him to understand how to extinguish Amaterasu and awaken a new ability. Extinguishing Amaterasu represents one form of Blaze Release, Kagaya's Command. This ninjutsu enhances the already unquenchable flames of Amaterasu through form alteration. This skill allows the black flames, Amaterasu, to be shaped into sharp blades, significantly increasing their lethality. It can also be combined with Susano'o to create a formidable shield of fire, greatly reducing damage from enemies while inflicting the burning wrath of Amaterasu upon those who dare to attack him. Furthermore, it can condense the black flames into the shape of a sword to cleave through obstacles or transform into arrows for ranged assaults, thereby vastly improving the versatility of the black flames. Since it utilizes the flames that have already manifested from Amaterasu, the consumption for invoking Kagaya's Command is relatively minimal. Additionally, Kagaya's Command can be applied to Sasuke's weapons and ninjutsu, enhancing their potency and even birthing entirely new techniques, making it a highly versatile skill. In the final battle at the Valley of the End against Naruto, Sasuke also employed a combination of Chidori and Kagaya's Command to amplify its power. In conclusion, this technique is exceedingly valuable. Undoubtedly, what Lynch values most is the passive ability of this technique, which allows its possessor to have the consumption required to unleash Amaterasu. If all proceeds as expected, the skill Amaterasu will be the first S-rank ability that Lynch can wield with ease. Contemplating this, he promptly expended 1,750,000 shock points, augmenting his stamina to a remarkable 250. Rising to his feet, Lynch activated Amaterasu, directing his gaze toward a small ornament beside his bed. Suddenly, a swirling black flame materialized, enveloping the ornament. At that moment, Lynch experienced no discomfort whatsoever, entirely devoid of any side effects. Thus, is it true that the threshold for unleashing an S-rank skill is 500 points of stamina? With a mere thought, the black flames extinguished, leaving the ornament significantly damaged. Discarding it casually into the trash bin, Lynch felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. From now on, he could effortlessly unleash Amaterasu and even manipulate its form. Moreover, he had ascertained the threshold for releasing S-rank skills. To put it plainly, the investment of over 10 million shock points was exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 133. Spinning like water at this moment, Lynch's heart brimmed with fulfillment. The recent expenditures had brought about a tangible enhancement in his capabilities. He had elevated the skill Divine Might, Spatial Domain, acquired the new skill Flame Release, added a Earth Command, and augmented his physical attributes. Each of these improvements was monumental. However, all these advancements had only cost him approximately 15 million in shock value. Now, with another 15 million remaining, Lynch began to contemplate the purpose of this shock value. Storing a few 100,000 for contingencies would suffice. As long as he retained a small portion of the current shock value, his needs in that regard would be satisfied. It would be a waste to hoard all the shock value, as any unused surplus would be tantamount to loss. This was 15 million in shock value, sufficient to elevate a D-class skill to A-class or even S-class. Squandering such potential was disgraceful. Thus Lynch resolved to expend all the shock value he had accumulated over the past month. After a brief analysis of his situation, Lynch delineated several avenues for utilizing his shock value. First and foremost was the progress bar for Earth Explosion Star, Origin. This progress had reached 80%, and further enhancement would bring the reincarnation eye within his grasp. However, advancing it to 90% required 20 million shock value, with only 15 million at his disposal. He was short by 5 million, thus this option was dismissed. Next, he considered attribute points. It is undeniable that attribute values represent raw strength. The greater one's attributes, the more formidable one becomes. Therefore, Lynch held the view that enhancing attributes was never excessive. However, in terms of priority, while attribute values ranked highly, they were not the utmost priority. After careful consideration, Lynch decided to focus on other enhancements first, with the intention of boosting his attribute values should there be any surplus. Consequently, the only remaining use for his shock value was to upgrade skills. After some deliberation, Lynch ruled out the A-class skill Flame Manipulation and the B-class skill Illusion, Nirvana Sanctuary technique. He had mastered flame manipulation to such an extent that he could replicate nearly all fire techniques from the Naruto universe, excluding Amaterasu. Moreover, he could also imitate the abilities of the Burning Fruit from One Piece. Yet, a dilemma arose. While the upper limits of this ability were commendable, its significance diminished in comparison to Lynch's plethora of top-tier capabilities. With the ability to freely unleash Amaterasu and having acquired Flame Release, Additive Earth Command, the gap in his fire-based powers had been adequately filled. Thus, Flame Manipulation, while capable of dispatching lesser foes and providing visually stunning techniques along with enhanced mobility, no longer required further improvement to meet his needs. The same reasoning applied to the Illusion, Nirvana Sanctuary technique. This skill served as a large-scale crowd control ability, and whether it was upgraded or not bore little consequence for Lynch at this juncture. Therefore, in the spirit of conserving shock value, he eliminated these two skills from consideration. Upon closer examination, the only skills that require and can be enhanced are the A-level skill of Limited Clones, Multi-Threading Operations, and the B-level skill of Illusion, Binding Technique. First and foremost, the B-level skill Illusion, Binding Technique secures a slot for skill enhancement. This technique is a powerful single-target control skill, and its effect is remarkably potent. Thus, if the priority of this skill is elevated once more, it will significantly influence Lynch's future battles. Therefore, its enhancement is imperative. Equally significant are the A-level skills of Limited Clones and Multi-Threading Operations, both of which pertain to Lynch's ability to don alternate identities. However, after careful consideration, Lynch decided to dismiss the enhancement of Multi-Threading Operations. This ability is currently not only sufficient for Lynch's needs but also leaves an additional slot available. Consequently, there is no necessity for its upgrade. Thus, Lynch resolved to enhance the A-level skill of Limited Clones and the B-level skill of Illusion, Binding Technique. Nevertheless, upon initiating the evolution progress bars for these two skills, he realized that he had perhaps been overly presumptuous. Chapter 134, the final enhancement to B-level skill, Illusion, Binding Technique, could be elevated to a level at the cost of 5 million shock points, a sum that Lynch could easily afford. However, the A-level skill, Limited Clone, required an astonishing 20 million shock points for its advancement to S-level, a figure that exceeded Lynch's financial capacity. Reluctantly, he opted to forego that upgrade and instead selected another B-level skill, Illusion, Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, which required only 5 million shock points to ascend to A-level. Combined, these expenditures totaled 10 million, leaving Lynch with an additional 5 million to enhance his attributes. It is worth noting that even if the cost of upgrading the Limited Clone skill were halved, Lynch would still refrain from pursuing that enhancement, as it would deplete his entire shock point reserve. He had aspirations to elevate his stamina attribute to 300 points. Without hesitation, Lynch allocated 10 million shock points to elevate both illusions to A-level. A-level skill Illusion, Binding Technique description, one of the hypnotic powers of the Sharingan's hypnotic eye, within the mental realm constructed by the caster. The victim experiences a sensation akin to being driven by wedges into their limbs, resulting in a complete loss of bodily control accompanied by excruciating physical pain. If the technique fails, it increases the success rate of the subsequent attempt. A-level skill Illusion, Nirvana Sanctuary Technique description, upon execution, a wide array of feather-like illusions descends, inducing a sleep state in all enemies within the area. Physical stings can awaken them. The target area is a vast illusionary force field, a spherical space with a diameter of 500 meters, colorless and intangible, capable of shifting locations at the caster's will. Lynch's face lit up with delight. The enhancement of these two skills was indeed impressive. The description of Illusion, Binding Technique at A-level was not significantly different from that at B-level, merely adding the note that a failed attempt would enhance the success rate of the next skill. To Lynch, this was tantamount to elevating its priority. Thus, The upgrade achieved its intended purpose. As for illusion, Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, this enhancement improved both the skill's efficacy and scope, increasing its application range fivefold, which was equally commendable. With the skills upgraded, it was time to focus on enhancing his attributes. However, Lynch did not intend to solely increase his stamina. He aimed to boost other attributes as well. He first allocated 2,500,000 shock points to increase his stamina by 50 points, raising it from 250 to 300 points. This decision stemmed not only from the aesthetic displeasure of having 250 stamina, but also from the attribute's critical importance, as the majority of his skills required stamina for successful execution. Thus, an increase in stamina was always welcome. Next, Lynch added 15 points to strength, bringing it to 103, and similarly increased speed by 15 points, also resulting in 103. He maximized his mental power, augmenting it by 25 points to reach 170. In total, he expended 55 points, costing 2,750,000 shock points. Consequently, Lynch was left with 20,000 shock points, which he chose to reserve for future needs. The shock value of 20 million has significantly enhanced Lynch's capabilities. His power escalation is clearly reflected in his attribute panel. Host, Lynch, Lynn Parker, attributes, strength 130, speed 130, stamina 300, mental power 170, skills, celestial explosion, S. Divine might, S. Amaterasu, S. Gravitational manipulation, A. Divine realm, A. Flame control, A. Limited doppelganger, A. Multi-thread operation, A. Divine space, A. Flame release, additive earth command, A. Illusion technique, shackling technique, A. Illusion technique, Nirvana sanctuary technique, A. Shock value, 200,000. The enhancement in basic attributes is particularly remarkable in stamina. In terms of skills, he possesses 3 powerful S-rank skills, while the rest are all A-rank. Among the 3 identities, including his main body, the Flame Hero has ascended to the highest combat strength. This is because the Flame Hero can proficiently utilize Amaterasu, unlike the other 2 identities, which are unable to unleash their ultimate moves. However, they are close to achieving that as well. Chapter 135, The Sudden Night Raid with physical strength reaching 300 points. How far could it be from 500? What state might one attain at the remarkable threshold of 500 points? By then, perhaps the most resilient individual on Earth would not be the Hulk, but rather Lin Chi. It can be asserted that the sign-in system has ushered Lin Chi onto a path of prosperity, even without considering the skills gained from sign-ins. The mere enhancement of his fundamental attributes has endowed Lin Chi with the potential to stand atop the universe. A case in point is Thanos. Thanos possesses no extraordinary abilities. Aside from his combat proficiency, his formidable physique is his greatest asset. His strength is sufficient to repel the Hulk, his speed is astonishing, and his body can withstand numerous assaults. This formidable nature is a testament to Thanos' basic attributes. Coupled with his exceptional combat skills, he rises to the level of a formidable adversary. Should Lin Chi be unable to acquire skills, his future would mirror that of Thanos. However, presently, with the ability to extract various skills, Lin Chi's future achievements are destined to eclipse those of Thanos, who lacks the Infinity Gauntlet. Perhaps, when his physical strength ascends to a certain level, Lin Chi too may don the Infinity Gauntlet, snap his fingers, and emerge unscathed. Yet, these notions belong to the realm of future aspirations. For now, Lin Chi must retire for the night. Tomorrow he shall awaken early to receive his accolades in Washington, thus acquiring shock value. And in a few days, the commencement of the academic year will arrive. At that time, Lin Chi will embark on his journey as a freshman at New York University alongside Wanda and Pietro. Young Peter will also be returning to elementary school. Hence, Lin Chi intends to indulge in delightful excursions with young Peter throughout this month. With dreams of tomorrow swirling in his mind, Lin Chi fell into slumber. Aunt May and young Peter also succumbed to sleep. However, not far away, the Wanda siblings remained awake. Wanda was diligently preparing for her university courses at home, while Pietro was out accompanying his girlfriend and had yet to return. The prospect of resuming her studies filled Wanda with exhilaration and anticipation. Therefore, she was resolute in seizing this pivotal moment in her life. At this moment, she was burning the midnight oil. Of course, Wanda was also keenly aware of potential dangers. She secured the doors and windows and installed an alarm system at the entrance. Should anyone attempt to enter without proper authorization, the alarm would sound. After all, this was a rented abode, not her true home. The genuine home she once had long since been sold. Now to Wanda, being with Lin Chi constituted her true home. At that moment, however, 5 individuals clad in tactical gear, armed with semi-automatic rifles, handguns, grenades, and various weapons, stealthily approached. They arrived at Wanda's doorstep, brandishing lock-picking tools, and began to pry open the door. It is well known that a keypad lock is more easily breached than a conventional lock. Wanda's residence featured a standard lock, thus thwarting these intruders at the threshold. Given the nature of their covert operation, they could not afford to create a commotion. Hence, they refrained from forcibly breaking in. Instead, they opted for a quiet lockpicking endeavor, intending to enter and capture Wanda and her brother Pietro. On the side of the Lynch family, similarly armed individuals were present. However, the number of those on the Lynch side far surpassed that of Wanda's group. There were dozens of them, completely surrounding Lynch's residence. In bed, Lynch furrowed his brow, suddenly opening his eyes and turning to gaze out the window. His extraordinarily heightened mental acuity was not solely for the purpose of unleashing abilities. His perceptive senses were remarkably sharp. Not only could he feel, but his vision was also keen. Thus, despite the dense darkness of night, Lynch distinctly observed the figures gradually approaching. Am I not seeking trouble, yet trouble seeks me? Lynch seethed with anger, not hesitating for a moment as he raised his hand with a swift gesture. Dozens of small, dark fireballs floated in the air, merging seamlessly with the night. Silent and unseen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black flames shot out of the window, attaching themselves to the unsuspecting individuals before they could react, igniting fiercely. Many were consumed before they could even utter a scream, reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 136. The Hydra strikes. Only one individual, who appeared to be the leader, remained alive, and that was under Lynch's deliberate control, allowing him to spare a single life. However, all of his equipment had been utterly incinerated. This sudden turn of events left the captain in shock. Just as he prepared to retreat, he caught sight of Lynch standing by the window, who then leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick. This strike, infused with immense strength, stamina, and speed, propelled the captain several meters away, even without the aid of flames. The blow nearly cost him his life. As the captain struggled to rise, he sensed the dire situation and resolved to bite down on the poison hidden in his mouth, intending to preserve the organization's secrets with his death. To his dismay, he then saw 4 enormous iron spikes descending from above. With a piercing scream, the captain collapsed to the ground. Dressed in pajamas, Lynch approached him. Placing his foot firmly on the captain's chest, he commenced the interrogation. Afterward, Lynch's expression darkened significantly. Hydra. These individuals were all Hydra agents. Their plan during this nocturnal assault was to capture Lynch, also known as the Flame Heroes, loved ones, and threaten him with their safety, compelling him to comply. Thus, this group was not alone. There were also individuals associated with the Maximoff siblings. Wanda's family consisted of 5 members, and her brother Pietro, along with his girlfriend, added 5 more. Suddenly, Lynch's phone rang. It was a call from Wanda. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a small burst of black flames at the Hydra agent, engulfing him completely. Then, he leapt into the air, transforming into a fiery figure as he soared towards Wanda's home. Crack! The 5 intruders finally managed to pry open the door to Wanda's house and stealthily entered. Beep, beep. While studying, Wanda was jolted by the blaring alarm in her headphones. A shiver ran down her spine, and fear surged within her. Concerned that the audible alarm might incite the intruders, Wanda cleverly routed the sound to her headphones, ensuring only she could hear it, thus preserving her options. The alarm system she had installed at the entrance would not trigger under normal circumstances, indicating that the intruders had entered through unscrupulous means. Robbers. A home invasion. Panic gripped Wanda. Nonetheless, despite her anxiety, she refused to surrender without a fight. The moment she heard the alarm, she called Lynch. Lynch, hurry. She fervently prayed, locking the door behind her before returning to the window to assess the situation outside. As she opened the window, she was greeted by the sight of Lynch soaring towards her like a blazing fireball. Quickly, she stepped aside, allowing Lynch to gracefully enter the room. Lynch. Wanda leaped into Lynch's embrace, murmuring, "Someone has entered our home. It could possibly be a burglar." Lynch gently caressed Wanda's hair and whispered, "I am here. Do not worry." She nodded, her fears swiftly dissipating, replaced by curiosity. Who would dare to intrude upon their abode at such a late hour? As Lynch and Wanda watched, the lock on Wanda's bedroom door was pried open, and the door creaked slowly ajar. Behind it stood several fully armed Hydra agents, their weapons trained menacingly within the room. Upon spotting the entwined figures of Lynch and Wanda, they were about to speak when 5 dark fireballs struck their firearms. With a cacophony of chaos, the weapons, clothing, and flesh ignited as if transformed into mere kindling, allowing the black flames to spread rapidly, consuming the 5 agents in their wake. Wanda, taken aback by the scene, did not cast blame upon Lynch but instead inquired, "Do you know anything about these individuals?" Chapter 137. A Gentleman's Revenge. Even 10 minutes is too late. Lynch nodded and explained, "Just now, over 30 individuals surrounded my home. I eliminated them and interrogated their leader." "Is that so? Are you unharmed?" Wanda asked with concern, glancing at Lynch. She did not regard Lynch's actions of killing as wrongful. In her perspective, since Lynch had taken such measures, those individuals must have been deserving of their fate. Furthermore, Wanda did not inquire about their identities. She was perceptive enough to understand that if Lynch deemed it appropriate to disclose such information, he would. If he chose not to, it was surely for a valid reason. Wanda's reaction pleased Lynch immensely. He had no intention of revealing the identities of those individuals. After all, associating with Hydra was never a favorable circumstance. Thus, it was perhaps for the best that Wanda remained oblivious. I plan to rescue Pietro next. According to the information I gathered during the interrogation, there are individuals involved at his location, Lynch stated. This remark made Wanda a bit anxious. Pietro won't be in danger, will he? Despite her usual disdain for her twin brother, she still cared deeply for him. Lynch reassured her, do not worry. I intend to bring Payne and the others along. There will be no danger for either Pietro or myself. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt a sense of relief. Why don't you wait at my home for now? Lynch suggested. I will arrange for someone to protect you. It is safer for everyone to stay together. Wanda agreed. Then, Lynch embraced Wanda and flew back to his home. After placing her in his room, he inquired about Pietro and his girlfriend's whereabouts before soaring out the window. As he ascended, Lynch conjured 2 limited clones, Pain of the Six Paths and Obito Uchiha. He instructed Obito to remain at home to safeguard Wanda while he and Pain flew directly toward Pietro's location. Upon Lynch's arrival, he found that Pietro and his girlfriend had already been captured. Witnessing this scene, Lynch unleashed 5 spheres of black flames. Cloaked by the night, the black flames silently yet lethally advanced. The Amaterasu truly embodied a nocturnal assassin, difficult to detect yet immensely powerful, with a swift motion. For Hydra agents were instantly engulfed and perished in the black flames, leaving only one severely burned and barely alive. Lynch deemed the remaining agent useful. Although he initially did not intend to alter the course of history, believing that doing so would afford him further opportunities to collect rewards, he had changed his mind. Lynch was not without temper. Hydra had struck against him, and those close to him. How could he possibly hold back? Actions have consequences, and thus, he resolved to eliminate every Hydra agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., as they were the orchestrators of this incident. When others do not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do, I shall eradicate them completely. This mission could not evade Nick Fury. Therefore, Lynch planned to persuade Nick Fury with undeniable facts. Certainly, if Nick Fury were to disagree, Lynch would collaborate with Payne to exert pressure until Nick Fury acquiesced. Once Lynch and Payne had taken away the ailing Hydra agent, Pietro and his girlfriend finally reacted. Thank you, they exclaimed. Cloaked in a mask, Lynch's identity remained concealed. He turned to Pietro and advised, this night is fraught with uncertainty. It would be prudent to seek refuge in a secure location. With that, they departed. Upon hearing this, Pietro and his girlfriend promptly sought out a nearby upscale hotel for shelter. With Payne carrying the incapacitated Hydra agent, Lynch dialed Nick Fury's number. Director Fury? Please disclose your location. I have matters of utmost importance to discuss. On the other end, Nick Fury's demeanor was grave. I am still at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. You may come directly if you have business. Lynch responded with a hint of admonition. Nick Fury, I believe it would be wise for you to return home swiftly. It may be your only chance at preserving your life. Fury, taken aback, struggled to mask his alarm and inquired in a hushed tone. What is happening? Why? Lynch scoffed. Consider this. If you find yourself within the enemy's stronghold, do you not think your life would be in jeopardy? Chapter 138. The Fury of Nick Fury. In the heart of a mid-level apartment, Nick Fury reclined on a sofa, facing the masked figure of the Human Torch and the enigmatic Payne. His gaze shifted downward, where a disheveled individual lay prone on the floor. The gravity of the situation dawned upon Fury after hearing Lynch's earlier remarks. He did not doubt the veracity of the Human Torch's claims, as they had never engaged in prior discourse. Consequently, Nick Fury adopted a stance of cautious belief, ever prepared for the worst possible outcomes in any scenario. It was this mindset that allowed him to confront challenges without trepidation, swiftly conjuring various solutions. After weighing the implications, Fury exhibited no hesitation in revealing his address. He feigned the conclusion of a work-related engagement, departing from S.H.I.E.L.D. and returning home. Along the way, myriad speculations coursed through his mind. Analyzing the Human Torch's past behavioral patterns, it became clear that he was not given to baseless assertions. Thus, the credibility of his words was undeniably substantial. However, Fury remained far from gullible, inherently distrustful of any individual. The notion posited by Lynch, that S.H.I.E.L.D. was situated within the enemy's stronghold, elicited an initial reaction of incredulity. Such an assertion was absurd. Yet, a shadow of doubt cast over his thoughts. Assuming the worst, the implication was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated, with at least half of its personnel serving as enemy moles. Fury furrowed his brow, struggling to reconcile this disturbing hypothesis. If that were indeed the case, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be rendered a farce. As an organization renowned for its prowess in infiltration and espionage, the idea that it could be compromised to such an extent was preposterous. I hope it is not as I fear. This was the mental journey Fury undertook before returning home. However, upon meeting with Lynch and Payne, an unsettling suspicion began to take root within him. The situation might be graver than he had anticipated. The individual brought forth by the Human Torch and Payne was a mid-level agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., whom Fury recognized all too well. Observing the fury in Fury's eyes, Lynch wasted no time and recounted his own harrowing experiences. What? That is impossible. Hydra was obliterated during World War II. Fury blurted out, unable to contain his disbelief after hearing the entire account. Lynch, however, remained unfazed. He reactivated the illusionary shackles on the individual sprawled on the ground and commenced the interrogation before Fury's very eyes. As names were revealed one by one, Fury's countenance grew increasingly grim. When the captive uttered the phrase, "Hail Hydra," Fury's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that the true extent of the calamity would surpass even his direst imaginings. The combat division of S.H.I.E.L.D. lay on the brink of collapse, with numerous esteemed agents revealed to be infiltrators of Hydra. What troubled Nick Fury the most was the shocking revelation that his friend and guide, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce, was indeed a Hydra infiltrator. This left Fury at a loss for words. Under the leadership of this Hydra spy, S.H.I.E.L.D. had somehow navigated through over a decade unscathed, only for the organization to be handed over to him. Pierce, were you a Hydra agent or the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How could your actions be so incongruous with your identity? Wait, does this imply that the Human Torch might have erred? Perhaps Alexander Pierce was not a Hydra spy at all, but rather a truly diligent former member of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was merely a figment of Nick Fury's imagination. However, Lynch discerned his thoughts and remarked directly, "You don't believe I'm speaking without basis, do you? Very well. Let us seek out Alexander Pierce, and I shall interrogate him on the spot." "Hey, wait. Human Torch, what exactly do you intend to do?" Nick Fury could not help but inquire. Chapter 139, Compassion. Upon hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Lynch raised an eyebrow. "My intention, of course, is to eliminate potential threats. Since they have already made their move against me, it signifies that I have become their target. This failure on their part will not deter them. Rather, it will heighten their vigilance towards me. Consequently, should they find another opportunity, they will undoubtedly strike again. Thus, I have chosen to take the initiative and resolve this issue decisively. After all, there is a saying that one cannot perpetually guard against thieves, but can only steal for 1,000 days. Would you not agree?" This remark momentarily left Nick Fury at a loss for words, and after several minutes of contemplation, he finally nodded. "However, Firebrand, I hope you will reveal your true identity to me." Nick Fury gazed intently at Lynch, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "After all, you are about to take action against my S.H.I.E.L.D., yet I have never even laid eyes on your true self." Lynch's lips, concealed beneath his mask, curled slightly as he replied, "Do you truly believe S.H.I.E.L.D. is unaware of my identity? If you were genuinely oblivious, how could those Hydra agents have ambushed me?" This statement caused Nick Fury's lips to twitch. "We indeed do not know. It's because we dare not investigate. Do you think we are as foolish as those Hydra infiltrators?" Having witnessed the terrifying power of the earth-shattering event, Nick Fury harbored a deep-seated fear of pain. This trepidation influenced the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D., resulting in their persistent ignorance of Firebrand's true identity. Of course, if they genuinely sought to uncover it, it would be a simple task, as Lynch's methods of concealment were not particularly sophisticated, much like the Hydra operatives, who could easily gather information about Firebrand Lynch when they were fully prepared to act. However, upon observing the slight sigh that escaped Nick Fury's lips as he uttered "unknown," Lynch suddenly felt a pang of understanding and inexplicable sorrow. It was not easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to navigate the treacherous waters of enemy territory, even in ignorance. The pressure must be immense. "I comprehend," Lynch nodded, removing his mask to reveal his handsome face, along with an unmasked expression of compassion towards Nick Fury. Revealing his identity was not something Lynch desired, for it would undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble to his family. Yet, if only a select few were privy to his true circumstances, and if those individuals were discreet, then it would be reasonable to share his reality with them. For instance, Tony, Rhodey, and this egg-headed hero before him. After all, knowing each other intimately could deepen their bond. Although Lynch held a certain disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D., he harbored a modicum of respect for Nick Fury, a man devoted to the welfare of the Earth. He was willing to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. when possible. Naturally, he expected to receive compensation for his efforts. After all, he could not toil in vain while S-H-I-E-L-D reap the rewards without due cause. Certainly, the paramount reason Lynch revealed his true identity to Nick Fury was his newfound strength, rendering him fearless of the dire consequences that might follow such exposure. Much like this evening, Lynch could effortlessly suppress anyone harboring ill intentions towards him or those dear to him. With such power, he no longer needed to exercise the same caution as before. Upon seeing Lynch's visage, Nick Fury's mind rapidly connected the dots, astonished to discover it was indeed him. However, could you refrain from regarding me with such a gaze? I acknowledge your allure, yet must you look at me with that you are unfortunate and pitiable expression? Nick Fury protested, prompting Lynch to abandon his sympathetic demeanor. Now, let us proceed. First and foremost, Nick Fury, you must divulge the whereabouts of Alexander Pierce. Moreover, do not entertain the notion of dissuading me from this course of action. I am not one to endure blows without retaliation. With that, Lynch reaffixed his mask to his face. Do you understand? Chapter 140. The musings of the Hydra director in an apartment building not far behind the Triskelion. Alexander Pierce remained awake. Even though the hour was late and his years were mounting, he persisted with unwavering resolve. One might say he was burning the candle at both ends. Nevertheless, in Pierce's perspective, this endeavor was undoubtedly worthwhile. For tonight's mission was of paramount importance, so critical that the prospect of sleep eluded him until he received the final outcome. The task that preoccupied his thoughts was the capture of the Flame Hero's loved ones, compelling the Flame Hero to serve Hydra. Over the past month, Hydra operatives embedded within S-H-I-E-L-D had formulated a strategy to seduce and suppress the Flame Hero. Recognizing the formidable prowess of individual valor, Hydra sought to recruit the most renowned superheroes of the moment: Iron Man, the Flame Hero, and Pain. Other superheroes posed challenges. The Hulk was unpredictable and elusive. Thor had retreated to Asgard, far beyond Hydra's reach, and Captain Marvel, a veritable powerhouse, was preoccupied with maintaining cosmic peace, rendering her inaccessible as well. Thus, Hydra placed these three illustrious heroes on their shortlist. However, it soon became evident that Iron Man and Pain were to be excluded from consideration. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, wielded immense personal influence. He was not merely a superhero but also possessed wealth rivaling that of the world's elite. In a world governed by capital, Stark could almost act with impunity. Consequently, any attempt to confront him was fraught with peril. Similarly, targeting Pain carried significant risks due to his extraordinary strength, capable of obliterating entire city blocks with ease. Most critically, Pain appeared to possess no discernible weakness. Within Hydra's intelligence network, he seemed to emerge from the very stones. Devoid of family, with the Flame Hero being his sole companion. Had Pain been less powerful, he would have made an ideal target for Hydra, snatched away without a trace, with no one to seek justice on his behalf. However, the reality was that Pain was far too formidable. In comparison, the Flame Hero presented a more suitable option. Upon delving into the Flame Hero's identity, Hydra's operatives became increasingly convinced of their strategy. Hailing from humble beginnings, he had family, friends, and a girlfriend. Such numerous ties were an opportunity that Hydra could not afford to squander. Thus, they began to devise strategies and select personnel. Finally, on this night, they were prepared to act. The total number of operatives involved was 50, 10 assigned to deal with Wanda and Pietro, while the remaining 40 focused solely on the Flame Hero, Lynch. In Alexander Pierce's estimation, this operation was destined for success. While it was true that superheroes possessed formidable individual strength, it was only on par with Pain's level that one could truly command respect. Otherwise, the Hydra agents, through their impeccable teamwork, could easily overpower the vast majority of superheroes. After all, most superheroes are distinguished youths, imbued with a sense of conscience and responsibility. In stark contrast, the Hydra agents are shameless, devoid of limits, and utterly repugnant. Therefore, even though the agents may lack formidable strength individually, their collaborative efforts could yield some abhorrent schemes, posing a significant threat to the superheroes. Logically speaking, Alexander Pierce's reasoning was not flawed. Had he chosen to confront Iron Man or War Machine, he might have achieved success. However, his misfortune lay in his decision to target Lynch. Iron Man is the prodigal son of the Marvel Universe, and War Machine is the closest confidant of this prodigal son. And what of Lynch? He is a mere anomaly. As the saying goes, even when provoking the prodigal son, one should never engage with an anomaly. For one can never be certain of the peculiar advantages an anomaly might possess. Just like at this very moment, as Alexander Pierce sips his coffee, he suddenly catches sight of a figure hovering by the window. In an instant, darkness envelopes him. Chapter 141. The Commission of Nick Fury. Subsequently, Alexander Pierce found himself impaled by several enormous nails, rendering him affixed to the ground. Observing the incapacitated Hydra director sprawled across the living room, Lynch pried open the window and soared inside. Following closely behind him was Thanos' Pain, who utilized gravitational manipulation to bring Nick Fury along into the room. Their choice to enter through the window was undoubtedly for the sake of discretion, ensuring that no other Hydra operatives were alerted to their presence. Without hesitation, Lynch commenced his interrogation. He not only sought to affirm to Nick Fury that Alexander Pierce was indeed a Hydra mole, but he also extracted a plethora of names of Hydra infiltrators from him. The illusionary interrogation proved remarkably effective. Nick Fury was thoroughly convinced of everything Lynch had stated, and his mindset underwent a transformation. You mentioned seeking vengeance? Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Lynch. I hope you will accept a commission from me. What commission? Lynch narrowed his eyes, surmising Nick Fury's current intentions. My commission is to eradicate all spies and infiltrators within S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury's countenance bore a fierce intensity, yet his expression was tinged with sorrow. Oh, have you made up your mind? Lynch's face reflected astonishment as he contemplated Fury's resolve to cleanse the organization of its traitors. However, he had not anticipated Fury's unwavering determination. Nick Fury nodded, his expression shifting to one of resolute determination. Even if 90% of S-H-I-E-L-D personnel are Hydra moles, I would not hesitate. A complete dismantling of this decayed organization is essential for S-H-I-E-L-D to rejuvenate. Very well, Lynch acquiesced, as it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Nevertheless, even if it was a task he intended to undertake, Lynch would not do so without compensation. Then, what shall be the reward for this mission? Lynch inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury replied, money is unnecessary, propose something else. Lynch decisively declined, having long since been financially secure. Observing Lynch's stance, Nick Fury pondered for a while before stating, you may put forth your conditions, and we at S-H-I-E-L-D will endeavor to accommodate them. A smile crept beneath Lynch's mask. How about 10 conditions? Impossible, at most one. Nick Fury's eye twitched. Why not simply ask for S-H-I-E-L-D itself? Following a round of amicable negotiations, both parties settled on a reward of 5 conditions. Henceforth, Lynch would have the privilege to present 5 arbitrary requests to S-H-I-E-L-D, provided that none would compel the organization to breach its principles or jeopardize global peace and security. This arrangement was decidedly satisfactory to Lynch. With this accord, upon completing his task, S-H-I-E-L-D would become his ally. A perfect arrangement. The impending Hydra assault was without flaw. With the conditions firmly established, Lynch prepared to take action. Upon discovering the list of infiltrators, Nick Fury, leveraging the intelligence network of S-H-I-E-L-D, pinpointed the locations of the moles. The next step was merely to execute the task at hand. However, prior to the operation, Lynch conjured 2 spheres of black flame, reducing Alexander Pierce and the former agents to mere ashes. At the sight of these dark flames, Nick Fury's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He was aware of the Human Torch's fiery abilities, yet he was oblivious to the existence of black flame. It is worth noting that even in an incineration facility, it typically takes over half an hour to turn a body to ash, and there are usually numerous bone fragments remaining. Yet this black flame, in mere seconds, transformed individuals into ash, leaving behind scarcely any residue. Nick Fury found it inconceivable to fathom the temperature of this black flame. In just a few seconds, it rendered a person gaseous. At this moment, Nick Fury comprehended why the Human Torch was able to swiftly neutralize the assault from Hydra agents. It turned out that the Human Torch's power had inexplicably surged to such an extent. Chapter 142. The Hunt for Hydra over 6,000 degrees. Such was Nick Fury's estimation of the temperature of the black flame. This intensity rivaled that of the sun's surface. Quietly, Nick Fury positioned Lynch, the flame hero, on the same pedestal as Tendo Pain. With such formidable black flames at his disposal, what could withstand the onslaught of the flame hero? Perhaps even the legendary shield of Captain America would stand little chance. Speaking of Captain America, a sigh escaped Nick Fury. According to the original plan, he intended to journey to the Arctic glaciers in search of the captain in the coming months. However, it seems this opportunity must be postponed, at least until the reactivation of S-H-I-E-L-D. Regaining his focus, Nick Fury prepared to act alongside Lynch. The trio Tendo Pain, Lynch, and Nick Fury embarked on a mission to eliminate Hydra's infiltrators. As a witness and supervisor, Nick Fury possessed limited combat prowess, yet his presence was indispensable. Lynch, the primary assailant, was tasked with swiftly obliterating all S-H-I-E-L-D traitors using the black flames of Amaterasu. Tendo Pain acted as the strategist and controller, guiding their movements and manipulating gravity to render their foes defenseless and unable to escape. Thus, under the flawless coordination of Lynch and Tendo Pain, one Hydra agent after another was eradicated, vanishing from existence. Within a mere hour, over 90% of the individuals listed in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. files had been marked as deceased or missing. This was still a slightly delayed outcome, for before eliminating the Hydra operatives, Lynch had interrogated each one using illusions to ensure that Nick Fury could rest easy. There was no possibility of wrongful death. After the thorough cleansing of Hydra agents, Lynch and Tendo Payne escorted Nick Fury to S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Triskelion building, as per Nick Fury's request. The task has been accomplished. It is time for us to depart, Lynch remarked to Nick Fury. Remember our agreement, and do take care. Nick Fury, his expression a tapestry of emotions, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. With a swift motion, Lynch and Tendo Payne took flight, while Nick Fury rose to convene in the designated meeting room, where he informed the permanent members of the United Nations. Such a monumental event could not remain concealed from the financial backers of S.H.I.E.L.D., the United Nations. Thus, Nick Fury prepared to disclose certain aspects of the situation and inquire about funding for the re-establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Required substantial financial resources. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s significant losses, Nick Fury felt an unexpected lightness of heart. For to address external threats, one must first secure the internal realm. With the traitors expunged, those remaining were trustworthy and capable individuals. As such, with continued stable development, the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared promising. Moreover, future recruitment would demand utmost discretion and caution. The infiltration of Hydra agents must be unequivocally eradicated. Upon discovering the existence of undercover operatives within Hydra, Nick Fury realized that the traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. were merely a fraction of the Hydra threat. It was evident that Hydra continued to exist beyond their ranks. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. would now bear an additional imperative to cleanse the remnants of Hydra. Having suffered a significant setback, Nick Fury was resolute in ensuring that he would not be caught off guard a second time. He was far from foolish. He felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the Human Torch. Moreover, it was essential to rally the Human Torch into the League of Superheroes. Such a formidable superhero, imbued with a sense of justice, would be an even more exceptional choice than Iron Man. However, the moment was not opportune. Currently, Nick Fury was preoccupied with his own challenges. How could he possibly extend an invitation to Lynch? As he gazed at the 5 leaders on the screen, Nick Fury commenced his performance. Meanwhile, Lynch had freed Payne from the path and was flying home alone. Chapter 143. 2 years Lynch moved with utmost stealth, ensuring that none were awakened. In fact, aside from Lynch and Wanda, Aunt May and little Peter remained blissfully unaware of the evening's events. They were all still ensconced in their respective chambers, lost in slumber. At this moment, Wanda lay peacefully on Lynch's bed. Prior to their relationship, she frequently visited his home and had grown quite familiar with his room. Following their union, her presence there became entirely appropriate. Therefore, she felt quite at ease with the intimate act of sharing Lynch's bed. However, when Lynch's feet touched the floor, Wanda suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. "You're not asleep?" Lynch inquired, slightly taken aback. Wanda shook her head. "How could I possibly sleep while waiting for you to return?" As she spoke, she descended from the bed and enveloped Lynch in a warm embrace. After meticulously inspecting his body for injuries and finding none, she finally relaxed. Seeing the concern etched on his girlfriend's face, Lynch wrapped his arms around her and reassured her, "Everything has been resolved. There will be no further issues. You needn't worry." Wanda nodded softly. Subsequently, the two nestled together in bed and drifted into dreams. The following morning, when Aunt May came to rouse Lynch, she was greeted by the sight of the couple entwined in slumber, prompting a knowing smile to grace her features. After they finished breakfast, she presented Lynch with a box of contraceptives, saying, "You're both young. If you don't wish to raise a child, just remember to take precautions." Lynch was speechless. They had merely slept peacefully through the night. He attempted to clarify, but Aunt May's skeptical gaze conveyed her disbelief. Deciding against further explanation, Lynch escorted Wanda home before donning his uniform and mask, setting off for Washington. There, he would accept an award in his alter ego of the Flame Hero. The award ceremony was rather uneventful, save for a minor incident where a journalist requested to remove his mask, a request Lynch naturally declined. Tony and Rhodey stood by Lynch's side, coming to his defense and ensuring that the unexpected situation was swiftly resolved. This round of accolades netted Lynch approximately 300,000 points of astonishment, bringing his total to an impressive 500,000. A few days later, the academic year commenced at New York University, and thus, Lynch and Wanda began their studies. The educational system in America differs greatly from that of China. In America, high school years are relatively relaxed, with ample free time. However, university life is quite the opposite, demanding a rigorous schedule over 4 years with little leisure. In contrast, China's high school years are intensely packed, while university offers much more free time. Each system possesses its own merits and drawbacks, making it difficult to deem one superior to the other. Ultimately, upon entering university, Lynch noticed a deceleration in the accumulation of his astonishment points. After all, little transpired during this period, and his academic commitments were considerable. Most of his time was consumed by studying and nurturing his relationship with Wanda, leaving him with only sporadic opportunities to appear in public and prevent the populace from forgetting him. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have swiftly passed. By the year 2012, Lynch and Wanda had both turned 20 and were second-year students at New York University. Throughout these 2 years, their relationship had naturally evolved, progressing as it should, with only marriage after graduation left to anticipate. They both relished their tranquil daily lives, to the extent that Wanda wished for Lynch to abandon his superhero pursuits. However, Lynch remained resolute, and despite Wanda's pleas, she could only offer her support. Indeed, the couple had begun cohabiting, renting an apartment adjacent to the university, which they affectionately deemed their love nest. Today, after class, Lynch and Wanda made their way home together. Afterward, Lynch donned his fireproof suit and mask. Was he to make a routine appearance today? Wanda approached Lynch, tenderly adjusting his collar and cuffs. Lynch hesitated for a moment, unwilling to conceal the truth from Wanda, and confessed, "There are some issues over at S.H.I.E.L.D. I need to take a look." A wave of concern immediately washed over Wanda. Chapter 144, The Development of S.H.I.E.L.D. Will you be in danger? Wanda asked anxiously, tugging at Lynch's attire. Lynch removed his mask and smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I am quite formidable. With me here, there shall be no unforeseen mishaps." His words exuded confidence, which alleviated Wanda's concerns to some extent. Over the past 2 years, although he had not signed in again, Lynch had thoroughly mastered all his skills, thereby enhancing his prowess. By the way, it is worth mentioning that although the acquisition of shock points was slow, he had amassed over 3 million. Should the need arise, Lynch could showcase his ability to perform an impromptu breakthrough, such as allocating all his shock points. Having reassured Wanda, Lynch departed from home, soaring towards the joint dark energy research facility constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. on the outskirts of New York. This so-called joint dark energy research pertains to the study of the Tesseract's energy. Lynch was well aware of this, having previously utilized the conditions set by S.H.I.E.L.D. to experiment extensively with the Tesseract, aiming to trigger a sign-in and obtain rewards. Unfortunately, that attempt had yielded no response, leaving Lynch somewhat disheartened. However, this time, he speculated that the likelihood of triggering a sign-in was considerably high, for the time had come. The year was 2012, precisely when the events of the first Avengers film unfolded. Loki had departed from Asgard 2 years prior, spending that time training under Thanos. He was now poised to act as the vanguard, leading the Chitauri in their invasion of Earth. This endeavor was Thanos' attempt to gauge Earth's vulnerabilities, as he coveted the Infinity Stones, the Time Stone, and the Space Stone. However, Earth was under the protection of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, rendering Thanos a cautious adversary. In recent years, rumors had circulated from unknown sources, proclaiming that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has little time left. Consequently, Thanos' interest was piqued, prompting him to send agents to Earth to assess the situation. Naturally, acquiring the Space Stone would be an ideal outcome. Thus, Thanos bestowed upon Loki the Mind Scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone. After all, without investment, where lies the promise of reward? The impending battle against the extraterrestrial invaders in New York was Thanos' investment. Regrettably, in the original narrative, the Avengers thwarted Loki's plans, sealing the time portal and nearly annihilating the Chitauri forces, causing Thanos to lose both the Mind Stone and a formidable subordinate. However, in this iteration, Lynch was confident that he could inflict even greater losses upon Thanos. It is noteworthy that due to Lynch's purging of S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 years earlier, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. had undergone significant transformation. In summary, although their strength had diminished somewhat, their cohesion had markedly improved. Over the past 2 years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been revitalized, gradually regaining its former strength. Yet, in terms of genuine capability, they were far superior to before. Previously, the organization had been infiltrated by Hydra, with many undercover agents contributing little. Now, every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. was proactive, dedicated to safeguarding Earth and maintaining global peace. It was this S.H.I.E.L.D. that Lynch was eager to engage with. Undoubtedly, amidst this, some new Hydra infiltrators have inevitably mingled, yet their numbers are merely a handful. In comparison to the hundreds or even thousands of members within S.H.I.E.L.D., they are but a drop in the ocean. On this occasion, Lynch set forth to the research facility, recalling his previous encounter with the Tesseract, which housed the Space Stone. When he advised Nick Fury to notify him should any issues arise with the Tesseract. Perhaps I could assist you in resolving any complications. Thus, it was during the late afternoon, just before school let out, that Nick Fury sent out a distress signal. It was precisely due to this appeal for help that Lynch surmised the Tesseract might indeed trigger a sign-in this time. With a swift descent onto the helipad, Lynch extinguished his flames and beheld Agent Maria Hill. She serves as the deputy director of SHIELD and was the one to receive the fiery hero, Lynch. Of course, she remains unaware of Lynch's true identity, even though she is the leading lady of the previous narrative. This tale is not her domain. Chapter 145, The New Sign-In. What exactly transpired? Has Nick Fury arrived? Lynch inquired directly of Agent Hill without preamble. Hill provided a succinct response. The Tesseract unexpectedly activated without any external interference. We are uncertain of the specifics, but Director Fury is en route. Though Lynch had not made significant moves over the past 2 years, he had provided considerable assistance to SHIELD. Consequently, the agents regarded him favorably, perceiving him as a formidable ally of their organization. To employ gaming terminology, Lynch's reputation within the SHIELD faction could be described as one of respect. Thus, Hill took the initiative to elucidate these matters to him. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of approaching this vicinity. Upon hearing Hill's words, Lynch furrowed his brow and asked, "What about the staff?" "Director Fury has ordered their evacuation," Hill replied. "Very well, then lead me to the Tesseract." Lynch nodded. "Perhaps I can deactivate it." Agent Hill's eyes brightened. "I hope you can. However, I must first consult Director Fury." At this moment, the evacuation of agents and personnel was necessitated by the fear of uncontrolled energy accumulation from the Tesseract, which could lead to an explosion. A timely evacuation was crucial. Otherwise, not only would the base be obliterated, but everyone would be lost as well. Thus, Nick Fury's directive to retreat was a precautionary measure. However, if the Human Torch could resolve the issue, the losses would be minimal. As for whether the Human Torch might exacerbate the situation, Hill felt no anxiety. The Human Torch was not reckless. His assertion indicated a degree of confidence. Therefore, with Nick Fury's consent, they could proceed. After reporting back, receiving Nick Fury's approval, Hill led Lynch to the underground research facility. This laboratory was constructed several meters beneath the surface, with extraordinarily thick earth layers effectively shielding it from most external influences, whether they be energy waves, sound waves, or the interference of ill-intentioned individuals. In essence, the laboratory was remarkably secure. However, should the items within the lab spiral out of control, it could result in significant hazards and repercussions. This was the very situation at hand. Upon entering the laboratory, Lynch observed a group of individuals clad in white coats surrounding a pulsating blue crystalline cube. Hill immediately frowned at the sight. "What are you still doing here? Hasn't the evacuation order been issued?" Upon hearing this, the scientist promptly retreated, leaving only one behind. This individual approached Hill and stated, "Deputy Director, I cannot leave. No one understands the Tesseract better than I do, and I must remain with it." This person was Dr. Selvig, the mentor of Jane Foster, Thor's love interest, and a father figure to her. Lynch regarded Dr. Selvig for a moment before refraining from further comment and instead moved toward the shimmering Tesseract. "Stop. Do not touch it recklessly." Dr. Selvig hastily intervened, yet Hill obstructed him, declaring, "The Human Torch is our summoned ally. Let him give it a try." As she spoke, Hill glanced upward at Hawkeye, Clint Barton, perched upon the beam, and shook her head at him. Observing Hill's demeanor, Agent Barton reluctantly withdrew the specialized arrows from his compound bow. Thus, under the watchful eyes of these 3 individuals, Lynch approached the Tesseract. At that moment, Nick Fury arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon entering the laboratory, he immediately noticed Lynch poised to touch the Tesseract and the attention of the others. What is happening here? After receiving an explanation, Nick Fury joined the onlookers. Consequently, under the scrutiny of the 4, Lynch extended his hand towards the Tesseract. Ding. The host is at the sign-in location, Avengers 1 Tesseract. Would you like to sign in? Upon seeing this prompt, the corners of Lynch's mouth subtly curled upward beneath his mask. He silently intoned, "Sign in." Chapter 146, The Solution Beep. The host is at the sign-in location, officially commencing the sign-in. Sign-in duration, 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a sign-in failure. As the countdown progressed, Lynch took a moment to glance at Nick Fury and the others. He noticed their eyes were intently fixed upon him, which stirred a slight nervousness within him, yet he remained composed, for he had already resolved how to handle this incident. Once the sign-in was complete, he would be free to act, and at that moment, he could present Loki with a grand surprise. 3, 2, 1, 0. Beep. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating: S-Class. Sign-in reward: all attributes enhanced. 1 S-Class skill extraction. Lynch exhaled in relief, retracting his hand. The primary objective of his visit had been achieved. Next, he would deal with the Tesseract and the impending arrival of Loki. He then regarded the expectant faces of his companions and gently shook his head, saying, I have already discerned the situation concerning the Tesseract. However, I am unable to manage it effectively. Disappointment flickered across Nick Fury's face, yet he reassured them, do not worry. Abito should be capable of handling this matter. Allow me to reach out to him. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury inquired, Isn't it too late? It would take time for him to arrive. Lynch shook his head. Do not fret. Spatial movement is swift. Over the past 2 years, we have all grown significantly, including Uchiha Abito. With this assurance, Nick Fury and the others could only allow Lynch the opportunity to try. Thus, Lynch stepped outside to an unoccupied area and summoned a limited clone of Uchiha Abito. He then brought Abito back to the underground laboratory. He has truly arrived. Nick Fury's eyes gleamed with excitement as he acutely sensed the strategic value of this spatial transfer. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, he felt compelled to contain his emotions. The individual possessing such abilities was not one of their own. In fact, he was someone they dared not provoke. Hence, a humble expression of gratitude was in order. Thank you, Mr. Uchiha, for your assistance. We are most grateful. Abito shook his head. I am merely aiding the Flame Hero. This matter bears no relation to you. He continued, Now, let me present my plan. The Tesseract is out of control, and the energy it has released is also chaotic. We can simply relocate both the energy and the Tesseract itself, as long as we transfer them to a location that will not impact others. Even if the energy goes haywire and explodes, it will pose no danger. Similarly, the Tesseract, no matter how erratic, can be secured within a prison. It cannot escape. Once the situation calms, I will retrieve it and return it to you. This proposal left Nick Fury and the others astonished. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? Moreover, is there truly a place capable of containing the cosmic cube and imprisoning energy? This was their principal doubt, to which Uchiha Abito elucidated. Certainly. My Kamui space fulfills all requirements. Your space? Dr. Selvig expressed slight astonishment, yet before he could articulate further, Uchiha Abito continued, if you're skeptical. We can first place the uncontrolled energy into my space. As he spoke, Uchiha Abito cast a glance at Lynch, who approached his side, lifting him to ascend. They arrived at the energy cluster atop the underground laboratory. In the original narrative, this energy cluster was destined to explode, annihilating the entire base. However, at that moment, a spatial vortex emerged, drawing in all the energy from the cluster. Instantly, the oppressive weight that had loomed over the basement dissipated. This occurrence instilled a measure of confidence in Nick Fury and the others regarding Uchiha Abito. Mr. Uchiha, please proceed to place the cosmic cube into your space. Chapter 147, The Arrival and Disappearance of Loki. However, as Nick Fury uttered these words, the Tesseract began to glow intensely and tremble violently. Observing this scene, Uchiha Abito acted swiftly, opening a spatial vortex. With a whoosh, Abito's spatial vortex coincided with the portal emanating from the Tesseract. Suddenly, an enchanting and audacious figure, wielding the scepter of mind control, knelt partially at the threshold of the portal. He leaned forward slightly, lifting his gaze to reveal a mischievous grin. Loki had arrived. Indeed. This was a demeanor befitting a typical denizen of Asgard. After all, they regarded themselves as deities, often looking down upon mortals. Much like Loki's disdain for all humanity on Earth. Yet, it was unfortunate that Loki possessed the power to overpower the vast majority of people on the planet. Were it not for Lynch and Uchiha Abito, Loki would have rampaged through the realm, dispatching numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and subsequently using his scepter to control Hawkeye, Dr. Selvig, and several other agents. He would then proceed to devise a mechanism to open a long-distance portal using the Tesseract, summoning the Chitauri and officially commencing the alien invasion of New York. Ultimately, he would face the Avengers' wrath and be ridiculed by the Hulk as the weak god. It was precisely due to that battle that Loki's arrogance was altered, rendering him more cunning. However, now, everything was about to change, for Lynch's appearance had rewritten the narrative. In that moment, before Loki could make a proclamation, the spatial vortex expanded, engulfing both the Tesseract and him. What is happening? Loki and the Tesseract vanished, leaving only his echoes resonating within the underground laboratory. Lynch and Uchiha Abito maintained their composure. This was precisely the outcome they had anticipated. Yet, the reaction from S.H.I.E.L.D. was markedly different. Hawkeye, Clinton Barton, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Maria Hill stood agape, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The Tesseract had suddenly activated, summoning what appeared to be a villain, only for that very villain to be whisked away by Uchiha Abito. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury remained relatively composed. He blinked, turning to Dr. Selvig at his side, inquiring, who was that just now? He had a vague recollection but could not place the figure. Dr. Selvig, however, quickly interjected, if I am not mistaken, he should be Loki. the god of mischief and lies from Norse mythology. 2 years prior, when Thor had entered their lives, Dr. Erik Selvig had conducted thorough research on the subject. Thor had a brother named Loki, known as the god of mischief and lies. The features of the figure who had just appeared bore an uncanny resemblance to Loki, thus enabling Selvig to make the connection swiftly. Upon realizing that the individual was a deity from Norse mythology, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. So, does that individual have a connection to Thor, who appeared 2 years ago? Indeed. Dr. Selvig nodded and proceeded to elucidate the relationship between Loki and Thor. After absorbing the intricate details, Nick Fury felt an increasing sense of unease. Is it possible that Thor might engage in combat with us because of that individual? Precisely. Oh. Heavens. What could possibly be drawing them to Earth? To be candid, Nick Fury was reluctant to expose Earth to the cosmos so soon. After all, he was well aware of the Dark Forest theory. However, the unfolding events rarely align with one's desires. Nick Fury found himself in discomfort. Meanwhile, as Fury and his companions wrestled with their worries, Lynch remained unfazed. Possessing considerable power, he had no fear of anyone in Asgard, except for Odin. Thus, he quietly commenced the extraction of skills. Extracting, please hold. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-Class skill, Thunder God Technique. Chapter 148, the transformation brought by the Flying Thunder God Technique. S-Class skill, Flying Thunder God Technique. Skill description, a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on a target, enabling spatial movement between the user and the marked object. The practitioner can transfer large targets multiple times when in a state of high energy. This technique can be utilized for offense, shortening the distance of long-range attacks, creating disturbances, launching surprise assaults, and relocating targets. It can also be employed for evasion and escape in critical situations. No hand seals are required for activation. Due to the unique nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, its release consumes minimal energy. Initial use incurs no cost, while subsequent applications will deplete stamina. Lynch, I never expected it to be this technique. When discussing divine abilities in Naruto, space ninjutsu undoubtedly reigns supreme. The truth-seeking orbs are formidable, aren't they? Ordinary ninjutsu cannot even touch them. Only powers of the same rank, sage arts, or space ninjutsu can inflict damage. Sage arts aside, the mere existence of space ninjutsu highlights its uniqueness. What space ninjutsu exists in Naruto? Without question, there is a bestows kamui in the Flying Thunder God technique. Invented by the second Hokage and later perfected by the fourth Hokage. These two techniques transformed Obito from a mere chunin into a figure of Kage level. They also elevated the fourth Hokage to the status of the most fearsome Hokage of his time. During the Third Great Ninja War, both the Wagakure and Kirigakure issued a directive. Should one encounter the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, on the battlefield, they were to abandon their mission and escape immediately. This indirectly reflects the formidable prowess of Minato. Of course, while Minato is indeed powerful, his strength would be significantly diminished without the Flying Thunder God technique. Although this technique lacks direct lethality, it possesses unparalleled functionality. As described, whether for offense or defense, interference or surprise attacks, it is perfectly adaptable. The Flying Thunder God technique also allows for spatial movement of others. This technique propelled Minato, who was originally of quasi-Kage caliber, into the ranks of true Kage level strength. Once Minato discovered additional applications for the Flying Thunder God, such as the Flying Thunder God, Induction Lightning, and the Flying Thunder God, second stage, his power reached the pinnacle of Kage level. Had he not perished, he might have eventually matched the strength of the second Hokage. It must be said, Minato's demise was indeed a tragic loss, a complete untimely death. However, reflecting on such matters holds little significance at this moment, as Lynch is not within the Naruto universe. Setting aside these thoughts, Lynch contemplated other matters. With the emergence of the Flying Thunder God technique, he devised an excellent plan for dealing with Loki. Initially, Lynch intended to imprison Loki, seize the Mind Stone, and utterly defeat him, thwarting the alien invasion in New York. After all, for Lynch, the paramount goal is to sign in. Once he signs in, he can grow stronger. The Cosmic Cube is available for sign-in, and naturally, the Mind Scepter is as well. After these 2 rounds of sign-ins, the primary objective of this epic battle in New York has been accomplished. The secondary goal, naturally, is to garner a measure of shock value. However, thinking of his family, girlfriend, and friends residing in New York, Lynch ultimately resolves that it would be wiser not to initiate an extraterrestrial conflict. This way, those he holds dear shall remain unequivocally safe. There are myriad ways to acquire shock value, yet one's family possesses but a single life. Lynch understands the weight of priorities. Nevertheless, he has now altered his decision. With the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Lynch can continuously track Loki's coordinates. This effectively places everything within Lynch's grasp. Consequently, he can afford to be bolder. For instance, he might leave a Flying Thunder God mark on Loki and then accidentally release him. Subsequently, Loki would act according to his usual trajectory, instigating the alien invasion in New York. Yet, Lynch would be poised to intervene at any moment. Thus, Lynch can simultaneously acquire shock value while maintaining control over the unfolding situation. Chapter 149. The Miserable Loki. This is a far better approach than extinguishing the alien conflict in New York. However, before proceeding, it is imperative to secure the Mind Stone. Thus, Lynch turned to Nick Fury and said, "You all continue to handle matters here. We shall investigate Loki." Nick Fury and the others had no objections, as the current leaders were Lynch and Uchiha Beto. Even if they had reservations, it would be of no consequence. Upon receiving their consent, Lynch and Uchiha Beto made no further delay and entered the Kamui space directly. As they vanished into the swirling vortex, Nick Fury exchanged glances with the others, then began to summon those who had departed back. They had been sent away due to the escalating crisis, but now that the danger had subsided, it was only natural to allow their return. After all, such a vast research facility could not simply be abandoned. Within the Kamui space, Lynch and Uchiha Beto beheld the segmented space nearby, their eyes filled with compassion. Lynch was uncertain whether Uchiha Beto's Kamui space could be divided, but he knew that his own skill, derived from the S-rank ability Kamui, allowed him to manipulate the space at will. Thus, he could indeed partition a Kamui space into multiple sections. 2 years prior, during the events of Iron Man 2, Lynch had successfully executed this feat while controlling Uchiha Beto. Now, it was a trivial task. The A-rank Kamui space measured 100 cubic meters, a considerable size, roughly equivalent to the aggregate space of an entire building. At this moment, Uchiha Beto was dividing this 100 cubic meters into 2 halves, containing Loki and the chaotic energy emanating from the Tesseract together. The Tesseract itself, of course, remained in Lynch's possession. Picking up the Tesseract, Lynch observed Loki, who clutched the Mind Scepter in fear, glancing around anxiously at the impending explosion of Tesseract energy. He could not help but shake his head. How pitiful, weak, and helpless, yet so malevolent. Therefore, Lynch had no intention of aiding Loki. This individual was a miscreant, and a little suffering might serve him well. Perhaps, after this ordeal, Loki would undergo a transformation and emerge as a true ally of the people. As for whether this explosion would prove fatal for Loki and disrupt the unfolding narrative, Lynch reassured himself that as long as he was present, Loki would remain unharmed. If necessary, he could simply pull Loki from that space when the time came. Everything was well within his control. At that moment, Loki caught sight of Lynch and Uchiha Beto, and in a state of panic, he cried out, desperately seeking their assistance. To Loki, it mattered little what these two were engaged in. All that mattered was their ability to rescue him. However, his cries for help were in vain. Despite both being Kamui spaces, once divided, they formed 2 distinct realms. Thus, Lynch could see Loki's mouth moving, yet he could not hear his words. With a friendly smile, Lynch waved at Loki and said, "Hello, Loki. You brought this upon yourself. Farewell." Although Loki could not hear Lynch's words, the mocking expression on his face conveyed that he was not uttering words of salvation. This instantly incited a deep-seated animosity within Loki towards Lynch. Though it was their first encounter, hatred can manifest in an instant. Perhaps Loki had already come to realize that his current presence was not on Earth, but in this peculiar realm, intricately linked to the 2 individuals before him. Thus, his indignation naturally shifted towards Lynch and Uchiha Beto. However, at that moment, Loki was not inclined to dwell on such matters. He merely shot a fierce glare at Lynch and Uchiha Beto before turning his attention to the imminent explosion of the energy cube. Loki was determined to save himself. He raised the Mind Scepter high and fervently summoned every ounce of magic within him, channeling it towards the Mind Scepter. Then, a peculiar sound resonated.